I have something to admit, and this might lose me some level of credibility with the English-speaking magical girl crowd. I have never actually watched Winx Club. Well, at least not all the way through. I caught occasional episodes here and there when it was on TV, though I don't remember what channel it was on, so I can't place exactly when this was or which version of the dub it was. I also watched transformations on YouTube out of curiosity and out of a general love for transformations. However, I had never watched a full season from start to end and only knew sparse plot details, not the whole idea of what even happened. I knew there were fairies, and that was about it. I had also looked into the various different dubs out of curiosity, but that still didn't put together a full picture of the plot or anything. Well, now as I sit here starting to write this, teasers for the new 3D reboot of the series are starting to come out, and I find myself curious. This is a show that has been constantly sitting on the periphery of my interest, but I have never actually gotten to engage with it, which surprises even me. So I'm here at the tail end of 2024, sitting down and starting to watch the show in the hopes that I could possibly get caught up before the reboot actually drops. I'm hoping to get to engage with it when it comes out and be able to actively participate in everything that goes on with it. A few things before we get started though, so we can all be on the same page for what I am experiencing with the series. Well, first of all, I'm legally obligated to do the whole like and subscribe rigmarole, so there you go with that. But really, I want to be clear about which versions of the show I am watching and what I am and am not watching for the sake of this video. This is a show that has had multiple dubs due to the way it was released in various regions, and each of which has their own differences from each other. And yes, I am watching this dubbed. While watching in the original Italian subtitled would no doubt be the thing to do to try and get the most accurate experience, there are two problems that get in the way of this. For one, it is not the experience that is most true to what I have seen from people who have watched and loved the show on my side of the world. Many people in my age group encountered this show for the first time in a dubbed form, so that really feels like the only right way for me to go about it. And for two, it's not something that seems to be feasible at the time that I'm starting this project. While it's not difficult to get your hands on the episodes in the original Italian, there are no official subtitles for these, and I was not able to find any consistent fan sub effort either. So sure, I could watch it in the original Italian, but it wouldn't do me any good because I'm a big dumb American who only speaks English. So here's what I'm going to be doing. For the first 4 seasons, I will be watching the dub by Cinelume, colloquially known as the Rye English dub. Well, I know that a lot of people have a fondness for the 4Kids dub since that's what they grew up watching, and I admit is what I likely sparsely encountered myself. It is a dub that seems to have made a lot of changes. While not without its own handful of mix-ups or mistakes, the Cinelume dub seems to be more accurate to the original Italian version, which is what I was looking for when selecting how to approach the series. For the 3 movies, I will be going with the simplest option and just using whatever is on the official Winx Club YouTube channel. I believe these are the Dubbing Brothers versions, but feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Beyond that, there seems to be only one dub for everything else, be it by Nickelodeon or some other avenue, which makes things a lot more straightforward, which I appreciate. Fate, the live-action spin-off, is off the table since this is already going to be a super long video and I wanted to focus on the animated side of things. Maybe a subject for another time if all this goes over well. I'm also going to be writing about each piece of media as I finish watching it for this video and only lightly editing after the fact. I want each of my experiences to be uninfluenced by what might come after. I don't want my thoughts on Season 5 mixing with my writing for Season 2, for example. At the end, I'll try and do some overall thoughts, but each section itself is going to be fairly self-contained. Also, give me a little grace if I make some kind of mistake or misunderstand something with the lore. I don't have years and years of having watched or rewatched this show, and I haven't spent years in fan spaces digging up all the expanded lore and discussing theories or reading interviews from the staff. I'm just going off what I'm experiencing while watching the show. Supplemental material is great and all, but I'm a firm believer that a work should be able to stand on its own without it. And last thing, I know this is likely going to be a pretty long video, and as I write this, I haven't even watched a single episode yet. I put chapter breaks in these things for a reason. Remember to get up, drink water, walk around a little, stretch, and take a break if you need to. Hey there, disclaimer from Future Mel, who has nearly finished the script for this video. Like I said, I wrote each section of this video as I was watching the series to avoid muddling things together. Now that I'm at the end, though, I realize that a lot I had to say about the early seasons might seem a little harsh in retrospect. Now, to be clear, I stand by what you're going to hear me say about the early seasons since I do have some problems with them, but I also think I didn't always say quite enough about the good qualities of the early seasons. Let me be clear up front that I did, on the whole, enjoy my time with the early seasons of the series, even if I'm going to talk about the criticisms I have. It helps even more that the later seasons did make me look back on the earlier ones somewhat more fondly. If you desire, you can become one of our bombs. Winx Club Season 1 is mostly the story of the lead character Bloom finding out exactly who she is after having a chance encounter with a fairy at a park. This leads to her finding herself a student at the Alphea School for Fairies, making friends, and learning more about her powers and past at the same time. Okay, if I hadn't actively committed myself to watching this show and hadn't heard all the good things the fans have to say about it, I have to admit, I might not have stuck around past the first few episodes. That's not to say the show is terrible or anything, but that the start of the series is a little rough, and I do think it takes a little bit of pushing through. There are plenty of good moments there, sure, but there's also some stuff that's not as great. One thing the series really suffers from is pacing problems on an episode level. If you look at the season as a whole, the pacing is fine, maybe with a final episode that is rushed, but there is a consistent feeling of forward momentum in the season when it comes to wider plot angles. However, when you focus in on just a single episode, the plot pacing can range from okay to terrible at times. Scenes will start and end what feels like pretty abruptly, cutting between things in a way that makes it feel like part of the episode is kind of missing. And looking at the episode runtime, you know there's not. It's very odd. These jumps can leave episodes feeling jarring at times. It was a strange experience because in the early episode, the plots could seem fairly simple and straightforward, but it would feel like the episode was rushing to get through everything it needed to. Part of me wonders if there was just simply too much to fit into each of these episodes, and that kept things from coming together properly. I like scenes of characters hanging out as much as the next person, but if they're getting in the way and making the episode feel rushed, it is perfectly fine to trim them or cut them entirely to make an episode that is more satisfying. Let's look at a practical example. Episode 5 opens with the girls, minus Stella, all in the school kitchens, helping out with their designated kitchen duty that's not going well. Stella arrives and tells them about the date she's going on that caused her to wiggle out of joining them for this work. The plot kicks into gear when she is kidnapped and replaced while on said date, which turns out to be a trap all along anyway to get her magic scepter/ring. That part of the plot is engaging, exciting, and fun, but ends up feeling a little rushed, and the episode ends pretty abruptly after her ring is taken. The attempted theft of this ring has been a plot point the whole season up to this point, so it actually getting stolen is a pretty big deal. But it's not something we get to see the characters react all that much to because the episode ends almost immediately after. While the scene in the kitchens at the start of the episode provides us with some insight into how kitchen duty is handled at the school, and that is something that the students engage in, the jokes aren't really fun enough to justify keeping them in if cutting them would smooth out the episode's pacing, and the world building, honestly, isn't all that vital or interesting. Something like having them all talk about the same subject while Stella is getting ready or picking out an outfit for the date could cover the same information in the same or less time, and even an extra minute bought this way could help the episode pacing. You could have them all hanging out, but having them lounging while Stella gets ready and chatting would allow the exposition about her date to be more expedited, as she wouldn't have to also explain how she got out of kitchen duty and what she was going to be up to, since it would be more quickly evident. What would you lose? Some jokes that not everyone's going to find all that funny in the first place, and world building about how kitchen duty works? Not the biggest loss if it makes the episode run better. I understand the desire to have that balance between slice of life stuff and plot stuff, but sometimes you need to be willing to trim one or the other in order to create a more overall satisfying experience. Like I said, though, there are a lot of points where it just feels like the timing is completely off in this show. Characters will respond to each other so quick that it can feel like they're stepping on the end of each other's sentences 1 minute, and then the next there will be awkward multiple-second pauses before they respond. Scenes start and end so abruptly that it feels like something was cut off, and there are times where it can feel like entire scenes are just missing from the show altogether. I can't deny that the show does have a lot of charm, but these are also undeniably problems for a show to have, especially when this season is going to lay the groundwork for everything that comes after it, and that is establishing your characters. For example, one of the last handful of episodes, Bloom has lost her powers and is trying to figure out what to do in the middle of a war going on. She feels called to go to the bottom of a magic lake to see her ghost sister for help or advice or whatever called her there. Her ghost sister, Daphne, tells her the power is actually still inside her and she needs to look deep in herself to see it. This implies some kind of personal reflection and soul searching is needed, since she also mentions that nobody can take things like Bloom's hopes and dreams from her. Bloom seems confused by this and calls out to Daphne after she vanishes. The next shot is a powered-up Bloom bursting out of the lake, transformed and ready to go and rejoin the fight. It feels like something's missing there, doesn't it? That moment of understanding or realization from Bloom, the scene where she finds the power in herself or finds something she wants to fight for that ignites the spark in her like she needed. It's something that feels like it would be an important part of her character journey, especially since she has spent the latter portion of the season feeling rather lost, as so much of her conception of herself and the world around her has been upended. It's just not there. And it's not just Bloom that's missing these sorts of scenes. There are quite a few characters that seem to be kind of lacking in general in terms of characterization. Out of the lead characters, Tecna, Musa, and Flora don't get much individual attention outside of Flora getting one episode that's focused on her. We do get some points where the girls are given focus in a scene or for a moment to show them off, but solo focus to really dig into them is lacking, even when an opportunity presents itself. There's an episode that takes place on the in-universe equivalent of Mother's Day that would have been a really great chance to dig into Musa. There's a scene where Musa informs Bloom and Stella that she's not celebrating because her mom is dead, and a too-short scene where she reflects on her mother with a memento. The rest of the episode is about some of the cute boys being in a race in town and might as well not be set on this holiday because that kind of implies they're all ignoring their moms. Bloom can't go home very easily, and for some reason her parents getting a divorce means that Stella can't go see her mom, but we're given no reason for these boys as to why they're ignoring theirs. These two little scenes really do give Musa some sense of interiority, but the fact that her emotional struggle is tossed aside for the sake of doing things with a handful of Ken dolls in an overcomplicated plot to sow distrust from some witches is disappointing. It ends up feeling like setup with no payoff. Bloom is the main character and is going to get most of the spotlight. Stella gets plenty as well by being a big personality and having her ring tied into the plot of the early season, but the rest of them, not much to speak on. In a show that seems to want these characters to almost be an ensemble cast, when some of them don't get much attention, it stands out. And it doesn't help when the attention they do get is less than stellar. Late in the season, while there is a war going on, the series does very suddenly start trying to push for a relationship between Tecna and her designated Ken doll, Timmy. When at one point, Tecna, who has been basically a somewhat awkward character that spouts about if things are logical or not, gets blushy and runs off to talk to him about a very important project that is most definitely not an excuse to work closely with him. One of the girls comments something along the lines of it being nice to see her be normal, and it's just a really bad line. It makes them sound almost like a bully rather than a friend. I get the idea that they're going for of it being nice to see her maybe have a romantic interest when she's usually not a very emotional person, but phrasing that as her being normal really just ends up rubbing me the wrong way when the show really hasn't given her the room to do anything but be that character. On the topic of relationships, all of them kind of suck here. All of them come out of nowhere and seem mostly based on physical attraction and little else because the boys aren't given the chance to show anything except maybe the most stock of personalities. The sweet one, the prince, the jerk, the smart one. I mean it when I call them Ken dolls. They're not so much characters and more just accessories for the girls. So any sort of romance that comes out of this ends up feeling completely lacking because there's not anything to build on, at least not in this first season. Not to mention that it's going to be pretty hard for the series to get me to root for Bloom and her designated crush, given the way he basically dropped her immediately at the mere suggestion she might be a witch and not a fairy. It also really stands out to me that there are 4 clear designated boyfriends that are clearly meant to go with each of the girls, but yet Flora is completely left out for some reason. Come on, guys, if you were going to make 4 stock of boys like this, how hard is it to maybe whip up a 5th one? I think the season also had a bit of a problem with consistency and keeping a proper world together. I wasn't sure about the magic world feeling more sci-fi at first, but it definitely grew on me in a Magitech sort of way. But what the season really had more of a problem with was its sense of time scale. Bloom's homeworld of Domino was destroyed when she was a baby, so less than 20 years ago since she's in her late teens. However, this event is treated as something that is ancient history at the same time. It was done by the ancestors of the main villains of the season, the Tricks, but also those ancestors were defeated by the head of this fairy school, who could be older than she seems, or could have just been like 16 years ago. The tricks talk about these ancestors like they were several generations back, but given the time scale, could have also just been their moms or grandmas. Bloom's ghost sister is in frescoes of buildings and has to be looked up in the library like she's some ancient figure, but also would have been a powerful figure in the universe just under 2 decades prior. So also seems like someone that there should be readily available information about. These sorts of things are important in keeping a world feeling consistent and whole. I understand that the show isn't really all about the world and all of that. It's more about the characters. But at the same time, the show is trying to engage in world building, and that inconsistency leads to the world not feeling very thought through. I don't expect to be sat down and given a lecture about every element of the world, but this is partially set in a school. A line or two about such things could be thrown into a classroom scene. Well, if we got more of those, that is. And the inconsistency extends beyond the time stuff. There are a few times where it feels like characters, Bloom in particular, is surprised by information that I believe she's already meant to know. Like, she learns Daphne's name in one episode and then seems surprised to hear it in another. That said, I am willing to kind of chalk that up to different episodes being written simultaneously or something of that sort. But then you have something like Daphne being referred to as a nymph, like it's a sort of title, but then there are these creatures that are water nymphs that live out in the woods. Like, okay, a water nymph is a fantasy creature, but maybe let's not use that word to describe a super powerful magic lady if we're going to have that creature in the same season. Maybe this was a translation thing and not a problem in the Italian version, but if that was the case, that's also something that should have been caught in the translation editing process. The tricks have to use secret tunnels to get to the fairy school for a prank, but then are also able to just teleport home once they're there. Sure, this is to establish that there are tunnels, but it ends up feeling sloppy. Not to mention how later in the season the girls need the troll to guide them in the tunnels, despite how they have already used those tunnels to get to the witch school once already, but once they get down there, the tunnels have shifted around. Which that would justify the troll as a guide, if not for the fact that he also doesn't know the way because of said tunnel shifting. So, what's the point? And then you have the issue that Bloom goes from struggling with magic to being seemingly on the same skill level as her peers in the course of under 5 episodes. That's something that kind of feels of the time this show was made. If this was made now, I think that probably would have been a full season arc for her. After a while, you kind of just accept this little bit of a lack of consequences the show seems to sometimes have, but Bloom attacks Diasporo, a daughter of a visiting dignitary, very publicly, and nothing comes of it. That just feels like we're protecting our special main character. Sure, she ends up going home after, but that was by her choice, not because there was an actual consequence for her actions. The magic system here is very, very soft, obviously, but it is frustrating that I don't understand what the difference between a witch and a fairy is and why someone might be one or the other. At the end of the season, a character named Myrta stays with the fairies when she was going to the witch school, so it can't be something biological that defines if you end up one or the other. And also, how is this different from the supposed wizards that are mentioned for the Red Fountain School? And are they even wizards? Because it seems more like a warrior school, and none of the Ken dolls seem to do any magic. Are there 2 educational tracks? This might seem nitpicky, sure, but I do think if you're going to have specified schools or factions, it's important to give them some definition to distinguish them from each other. Because right now, it seems like the only difference between fairies and witches is that one group is the designated bad guys and the other is the designated good guys. Sure, the witches help out later, but it's not treated as because they're good, but more a sharing a common enemy situation. I also don't think that the animation this season was all that stellar either. I understand that it's going for a certain art style, reminiscent of fashion sketches, but it's not entirely working, hamstrung by what seems to be a lack of resources. Just from the first episode, there are some things that feel kind of off. Like, there are definitely some perspective issues, and I'm sorry, I'm never going to be okay with the way Bloom's dad's face looks. The effects work is also jarring. I've talked about bad compositing before when I talked about Otona Precure, and this series kind of has the same issue. A lot of the magic and fire effects are done digitally, which doesn't surprise me. I'm also not surprised that they don't look the greatest given when this series was made, but I was also perhaps not prepared for just how not great they would look. Part of the issue is that they just don't match with the rest of the art style. Sure, big sweeping shots of the school and such are done in 3D, but those are also entirely 3D without other elements in the frame that distract you from how they don't go together. However, when looking at the magic and fire effects and things like fight scenes, you have the characters and the backgrounds all in one style, and then the effects in a completely different one. It just doesn't work for me and sort of robs these scenes of their impact because the magic and such doesn't feel like it's actually there and in the world with the characters. It's not really a good thing when the firiness scene reminds me of the 2010s YouTubers adding an explosion effect in their videos. I generally wasn't able to get behind most of the fights either. There were a handful that I thought were handled well for the resources this team seemed to have, but there were some that were just not up to the quality I would hope to see from a series trying to incorporate action into it. There were some moments where it seemed like the writing team would just forget certain capabilities that characters had, like the moment someone got chased down an alleyway and went, "Oh no, I'm trapped. Girl, you're a fairy. Transform and fly." Generally, anytime the specialists were involved, I leaned back and prepared myself for some lackluster sword swinging. For the fairies, it was generally those issues with the effects and maybe a little lackluster choreo in some of the weaker fights, but in trying to make the specialists look cool, the opposite was often achieved in my opinion, which could leave me cringing. The crown jewel of these problems, though, is Bloom's final fight with Icy. This is the climax of the season, the final capstone episode. The school is under attack by a literal army of monsters summoned by the Tricks, and Bloom is facing down Icy in a one-on-one fight after Icy has harassed her the whole season and tried to steal her power. And it's not a very good fight. It starts off pretty great with the both of them sweeping over the surface of a lake and going at it, a moment that feels more cinematic than the series has up to that point. But after that, it is all downhill. Bloom gets thrown under the surface of the lake and it gets frozen over, after which she bursts out triumphantly ready to fight. It cuts away to the castle and all her friends fighting, and when we come back, there is a massive ice pillar coming out of the lake that Bloom is presumably trapped in. Bloom bursts out of this triumphantly as well, and we get a close-up on her angry face before it cuts back to the castle and her friends again. The next we see of Bloom is her flying down and setting an unconscious Icy on the ground. This kills me. This fight is kind of Bloom's culmination, and we do not see it. We do not see the defeat of the leader of the main group of the villains of this season. It ends up being less of a fight and more just Bloom busting out of imprisonments. That is a huge problem with the season, even if you can overlook everything else. I understand working within your limitations, but to leave out something so crucial, I just don't have words for how much of a problem this is. I was so shocked that this was left out that I went and searched out another version of the episode just in case the one I was watching had cuts in it for some reason. No, the episode is just like that. And saying all this might make it sound like I don't like the season, but no, I did have a somewhat good time. Once the season got some solid forward momentum in the back half, I was pretty engaged and usually was watching several episodes in one sitting. I found the characters charming, and I do think that Bloom made for a good lead. The fashion was so of its time in a way that I really loved. It's just that when I started having a good time, something would come in and kind of distract me from that. It's a season that has a lot of charm, but it also has some flaws it needed to work on. Maybe I would look on it more fondly if I'd grown up with it, but engaging with it for the first time as a grown adult, I do have some problems with it. Ones that I hope future seasons will be able to rectify. While I think there are problems, I think all of these problems are very fixable. And if we're talking about problems, I'd like us to take a quick tangent to talk about the episode that the official account has hidden away and that I'm pretty sure that Rainbow is not keen to have as readily available as the rest of its catalog. If your hand is warm in mine, it'll give us greater power. I think that anyone with enough social awareness could watch this episode and see right off the bat why it ended up getting pulled down. But if that were the only issue I had with it, I wouldn't bother talking about it. While we are going to talk about that for sure, I have other reasons why I fundamentally despise this episode, which is why I want to take a sidebar to talk about it in specific before moving on to the next season. So, context is that Stella is taking part in a local beauty pageant. Lucy, a witch from the witch school, asks the Tricks, the main villains of the season, to help her change her appearance so she has a shot in the competition, and they end up going 2 steps further, both by sabotaging all her competition so she wins, and then dropping the glamour magic to unmask her when she does win to basically cause a Carrie moment without the pig blood. The biggest red flag, and the reason the episode was likely pulled, is a scene that happens in the middle of the episode. A darker-skinned girl is in the hallway and her hair has been interfered with, going from straight to a big puff. Bloom comes out to investigate, and when she touches it, without permission mind you, there is an honest-to-God boing noise. This is capped off with Stella going, "What is that?" in a somewhat accusatory tone. I am very white, so I don't really have all that much footing to talk on this, but if there is anyone who is a person of color in the comments, I will definitely defer to your view on things. That said, though, I do think this is a pretty clear case of Eurocentric beauty standards being applied to this character, with her straight hair being viewed as beautiful or acceptable, and the curly or natural hair being seen as ugly and ruining her chances in the competition. I have seen some people try to justify this by saying it seemed more to them that her hair was blown up and made gummy or bouncy, not that it was made into a natural texture, and I don't agree. Most of that comes down to the boing when Bloom touches it, and I don't think that was what that was meant to convey. I think it was more a comedy about being puffy hair, which isn't a good look. I will say I don't think this was meant to be intentionally racist or insensitive. These conversations and topics were not as mainstream in 2004. They were happening, yeah, but they weren't happening as widely as they are now. Should there have been a sensitivity read on this, and should it have been caught in QA? Absolutely. But I'm not going to sit here and outright condemn an Italian animation team from 20 years ago from not being perfect on this. If the fact that the episode is not readily available on their channels is any indication, they took the feedback, listened, and made an effort to correct the mistake, which is what we should always be looking for. I have further problems with the episode down to its core, though, mostly to do with the focus it puts on physical beauty. While it is never outright said, from the way the episode is framed and the things a few characters say, it is made clear that we are meant to assume and understand that Lucy is not considered to be pretty. The word ugly isn't used, but there is an implication there, and right off the bat, I have a huge problem with that. While yes, it is true that not every girl is going to be considered conventionally attractive, I don't think that's something we need to call attention to in a children's show. Because if you call Lucy ugly, what are you saying about the little girls who look like Lucy? In a show that seems to want to make little girls feel empowered, what are the little girls who might share a physical feature with Lucy meant to take away from that? Indeed, all the Winx are designed in a way that makes them come off as conventionally attractive character designs, but until this episode, that wasn't really something the show was calling all that much attention to. At least to me, it seemed to call more attention when they were dolling themselves up to their clothing and how they were stylish and fashionable, rather than the physical beauty of their faces and bodies. So even if you didn't look like one of these characters, and with those proportions, who could, you could still relate to them by style or aesthetic. And there is the whole other rabbit hole of a mess when you realize that one of the particular features Lucy was changed on to make her pretty was the swapping out of her hooked nose for a button nose. Once again, this brings us to the issue of little girls with that nose shape. At the end of the episode, Lucy wins, and then the magic that is prettifying her is dropped right as she is having her moment in the spotlight, causing her to run off. That is the last we see of her in the episode. Now, on one hand, she did cheat, which isn't great, but on the other, this is a moment that is undoubtedly cruel and would be in any form that this episode took. This being the end of Lucy in this episode really, really, really bothers me. For one, the episode has scene at the beginning that laid out what Lucy was going to do and asked the Tricks for help for, which is needed for the plot, but it also made clear to us as an audience where Lucy's insecurities lie, that she is insecure about her appearance but still wants to have that experience of feeling pretty. If she were just meant to be a villain and nothing else, this would not have been included. This inclusion makes us understand and sympathize with her, even if she is technically doing a bad thing. This sympathy puts us at least a little on her side. So it feels wrong that there is no follow-up after her moment of humiliation. She runs off and is never seen again for the rest of the episode. It's mentioned offhandedly once in a following episode, but that ends up feeling like too little too late and not a satisfying enough conclusion. Now, I do think from a character level it is debatable if Lucy would have accepted any kindness, help, or sympathy in this vulnerable moment, but the fact that none at all is offered to her feels completely wrong. Our main characters see this moment of abject cruelty happen, even without the context, will know how horrible this is to do to someone, and instead of doing anything about it, they're too busy celebrating that her disqualification means that Stella wins. This is not a good look for them, full stop. It makes them, at least to me, come off as callous and uncaring. Look, I don't want to engage in any sort of rewriting of this season, but can I just point out how good for Stella as a character it would have been if she had gone after Lucy and had any sort of conversation with her? Be it reassuring her that she's beautiful, or maybe even doing a snapping the crown in half moment a la Mean Girls. Even just a, it's not okay to cheat, but what just happened isn't okay either kind of thing. Because the way this episode actually ends is with none of them caring about another girl getting brutally humiliated just as she was feeling a moment of real acceptance. And for a show that is pretty focused on feminine power, confidence, and female friendships, that really rubs me the wrong way.
Open your eyes, open your mind. We are the Winx.
I would consider the second season of Winx Club to be an overall improvement over the first, but not to the point that I'm enamored with the show, if that makes sense. First of all, I think the overall plot is somewhat weaker than the first season. The first season had two things happening at once. The whole plot revolving around the tricks was there, but that was tied into the other plot element of Bloom trying to figure out who she was and where she came from, figuring out exactly what the deal with her past was. That provided a core that the rest of the season could be built around, giving it some structural stability. By contrast, the plot of Season 2 is mostly about protecting a handful of pieces of a magic MacGuffin that the bad guy wants. There's nothing about it that ties into the emotional journey of any of the characters, and the only ones who have any sort of direct connection with him are the heads of the schools, who don't get all that much screen time. Sorry if this was a big thing for you when you were younger, but Darkar, weak name by the way, wasn't a very compelling villain. He's that sort of cackling bad guy holed up in his lair that I tend to find exceptionally boring. His motivation is little more than wanting magic power and going to whatever lengths he can do to get that, which is basic. And here's the thing, he didn't need to be anything more than that. Not really. In a season that's more focused on character growth, where a villain plot is taking more of a backseat, it would be perfectly fine for him to serve a very simple role. However, there needs to be something else that season is built around, building up to alongside defeating him. Some emotional core that can pick up the slack when he isn't all that interesting. Season 2 is kind of lacking a strong through line that runs through the whole thing. There will be little pops where it feels like something like that, but there's no sense of growth for the characters that carries through the whole season. Granted, part of that sort of stems from the two bookends at the front and back of the season being so focused on the Darkar plot or things surrounding it that it was a little harder to establish some of these things. I mean, if they had just cut out all the supremely irritating Downland stuff, there would have been some more room, but hey, I'm not the showrunner. Really, though, letting Layla get out of there with the Pixies the first time around and not having to stage that whole set of episodes going back down in again to get them could have freed up a few episodes to do that character development the season seemed keen on having. And perhaps it frustrates me because I can see, with hindsight, two things that it would have been easy to build the two halves of the season at least partially around. Convergence magic is seen as a big step for the girls, so it could have been a vehicle to get the less common pairings of girls to work together to better understand each other. One of those things where you tie the growth of the characters into their growth as heroic forces, you know? You don't have to explore all the possible combinations, just some of the ones we don't see as being super close all the time, or those who it seems like they might be complete opposites. But that isn't something that really happens because the show brings in this concept at episode 12 of 26, nearly halfway into the season. Another thing brought up too late that you really could have built part of the season around is the Charmix power-up that comes in really close to the end. A place where the series falls into what I am noticing is a common trap for it is good ideas with poor execution. See, the idea here is that these girls are supposed to gain this power-up by overcoming a personal flaw or struggle, but I find most of them to be kind of weakly done. Not helped by how some of them are forced to share an episode with each other, cutting down on the chance for it to really focus on these characters. This is further exacerbated by this not being something that was mentioned until the first one showed up for one of the girls while they were on a vacation trip in the last section of the season. There wasn't any build-up as this being something to work towards or that could even happen until it did. Then, in the following episodes, all but one of the girls get theirs while on this vacation trip. Having it all happen so close together and so suddenly makes it feel less like this is something that is actually being earned, and more that the plot is winding and contriving itself to bring about the circumstances for these moments to happen. Sure, it might feel a little abrupt if each all happened in different episodes back to back to back, but at least in that case they could spread it out in time and location to make it feel more natural, and the whole episode could be built around this moment of growth to give it more impact. Because as it stands now, to me, many of these moments hardly feel like they're overcoming anything at all. Let's go one by one so I can show you what I mean, and it'll let us talk about some other elements of the season too while we're at it. Firstly, you have Bloom. This is the one that feels like something of a culmination, actually. We've seen her struggling with trusting others, and specifically her blonde Ken doll Sky for much of the season, putting her faith more in a professor that seemed to be helping her figure out more about her past. While I don't think this was perfectly portrayed in the series, something coming more off as Bloom being snappish or short without really having much of a reason, you can't say that it's terribly out of character for a teenage girl who has had a tumultuous last couple of months. She ends up earning her Charmix by sort of reaffirming her faith in her friendships and putting her trust in her friends in a dangerous scenario that requires all of them to work together to come to a safe resolution. That danger element is something that helps us a little bit too, feeling like this was an experience that really put the character to the test rather than just something like having a conversation. Not to say that conversations can't lead to growth, but in an adventure show, that danger or adventure element can make up for a lot sometimes. Though I do think there was a way that this could have been enhanced. Late in the season, it's revealed that the professor she was constantly going to for help was actually an evil replacement that is later used to kidnap her and turn her evil, which we'll get into the whole plot of that later. Bloom reaffirming her faith in her friendships and trust in them could have potentially played as a stronger beat if we saw this guy spending a portion of the season trying to alienate Bloom from those relationships. He did mess up her relationship with Sky a little, but that seems to have been purely accidental and more on teenagers having a lack of capability to communicate effectively. I know this might have spoiled the twist the show was going for a little, but it's a kids' show. They might not have realized what was going on until that twist hit. Stella is perhaps the one I enjoyed the most because it really felt like the most insight into her character of all the girls. Hers isn't too much more than a conversation, granted, but I think it is something that shows growth that might not have otherwise been obvious or called attention to if there wasn't this sort of a special moment. Stella takes the initiative to go and find Layla after having not exactly been the closest with her over the course of the season, demonstrating the way that she cares even if they aren't besties. Taking a step beyond that, though, we get to see her let her ego fall to the wayside, something that doesn't happen often as she does have an image of herself like she likes to project. She admits her insecurities to Layla, definitely new for her, admitting the ways she doesn't always feel like she always belongs. This is an especially big deal since Stella was kind of dismissive of Layla's feelings earlier in the season. This openness is a big step for her and earns her the silly little magic power-up. I like this, and I specifically like this avenue of growth for her as a character, but unfortunately, I think it's kind of downhill from here. Next up is Musa's, and I really hate hers. I just feel like there is room for depth with Musa that the series hasn't given us because, with just a few exceptions, most of her time in the spotlight has been focused on her relationship with Riven. I really liked the episode where she clashed with her father over her musical dreams, delving into her background, her inspirations, and her relationship not only with her living father, but her deceased mother. A believable conflict between wanting to follow her dreams and someone reminding her that dreams alone can't put food on the table. There was definitely more room to evolve that part of her life, even if her relationship with her father seems to be mostly mended as a result of that episode. But it ends up falling to the wayside because of the situation the writers have put all the characters in to earn their Charmix. There's nothing in the vicinity that provides an opportunity to delve into that side of her character, so it's easier to fall back into the Riven drama. Now, last season, I didn't really care for each girl having an assigned Ken doll. None of them felt like actual characters, and the relationships seemed to just slot pieces together without consideration for if it was a relationship that would naturally develop. The second the characters locked eyes, we were to take it as a given that these would be our determined pairs. Musa and Riven being the only setup that fell outside of that, mostly because Riven was just being an ass most of the time. Musa is set up to like him, but given that we don't really get any real focus on him outside of when he's being an active problem to the group's cohesion, it is kind of unfathomable what she actually sees in him outside of boy hot. To be clear, the asshole with the heart of gold archetype is like my favorite. There is a reason that I am unreasonably attached to Arthur Merlin, Dean Supernatural, Kyo Fruits Basket, and Daryl Walking Dead. However, for a character to be an asshole with a heart of gold, they need to actually have that heart of gold. And despite how I think it was attempted with Riven at the very end of the season, it never fully worked, and Musa certainly wasn't there to witness it. It really just does feel like he was her designated boy, so she has to like him. Which is why tying her getting her Charmix to Riven as well just doesn't work for me. So something I didn't talk about in season 1 was the way that Riven and Darcy were kind of a thing for a little while there, which I didn't talk about mostly because it was messily and inconsistently handled. At times it seemed like he was just dating her, but then there was also an implication that she had somewhat hypnotized and charmed him, and then he was surprised she was doing evil things despite the fact that they had done some schemy stuff together before. All in all, it was just kind of a ride on the Hot Mess Express that I didn't want to bother unpacking, if I'm being honest. So at the end of the season here, when everyone is having their special moment of overcoming something, Musa's thing that she has to overcome is that she is going to leave Riven alone to spy on the Tricks while she goes for backup. Basically, the idea is that she is leaving her kind of, but not really, boyfriend with his kind of ex. 3 problems with this being the catalyst. 1. Riven has not shown any inclination towards Darcy all season, which means that not trusting him feels pretty strange since this hasn't been shown to us as the audience to be something that should be concerning. 2. The conversation about this between the two of them is barely more than a few sentences and feels more like she's asking him, "You good, bro?" before she leaves, rather than having an actual relationship conversation and putting her trust in him. 3. It ties Musa's growth to a boy. For that last one, I should explain a little since it really is more of a personal preference for me. While there is nothing wrong with characters having growth that they go through tied to another character, it can feel a little different when a female character is only given growth when it is in relation to a male romantic partner. I'm not saying that is exactly what is happening here. To be clear, Musa has had some solo growth like I mentioned before. However, we're still pretty early in the series. Musa is one of the characters that has gotten less attention, and her relationship with this guy is as shallow as a puddle. It doesn't feel like this is growth in a relationship from her because I don't see the relationship between him as anything that feels natural or deep. So it doesn't feel like it's actually growth and is instead the writers just telling us it is. It feels tacked on because everyone needs to get their shiny new power-up. Layla ends up coming next, and hers is a case where I can see what the writers were going for, but they didn't completely make it work because her Charmix is one of the ones that is in a dual-earned episode, so there wasn't enough time to devote to it, and it ended up weaker as a result. Since I haven't really mentioned her in specific up till now, let me just say that I do think Layla makes a strong addition to the cast. I love that she's active and energetic, she has a solid background that does clearly define her in the present, and I like that she has a struggle with fear of being alone that is planted for her to grow from. That fear being what is highlighted in her Charmix experience. Shame they just weren't able to flesh it out. Layla ends up separated from the rest of the group and falls down a big hole into a cave where it's dark and there's nobody else around. Obviously, this is a big trigger for her fears and she has a bit of a breakdown for a moment. And that's my problem. It's only for a moment. This is something that is meant to be a pretty deep-seated fear and a recurring problem for her. While there is a little bit of a scene with her struggling, there's not a whole lot of interiority to it, meaning that when she decides that she just needs to pick herself up so she can go and help her friends, it does sort of end up feeling like she's just suddenly decided that she's not going to be scared anymore. We don't really get to see the thought process behind her wanting to overcome this outside of her briefly thinking about Musa and how she might be in danger. While I understand it can be difficult to depict these things, the lack of deeper exploration really ends up hurting it in the moment. It ends up reminding me of that moment late in season 1 where Bloom just suddenly burst out of a lake having found her internal power off screen. Like, yeah, you can do that I guess, but it does end up feeling like a weaker story moment as a result. Tekna's is another weaker one, and it's another one that ends up getting tied to a boy as well. So I guess we have to lay some groundwork as context for that relationship before we can get to the Charmix part of things. Tekna's had this thing all season where her relationship with designated boy toy Timmy is a little messy. After bonding over a shared love for technology at the end of last season, a rushed but believable development, I'd say, they seem to be continuing to have some sort of flirtationship, but it's implied to be on the rocks. At one point, he gives her a computer part as a gift, and she comments that it's a gift for her computer, not for her. Which, like, no, it's a gift for you, but alright. While it's not directly outright stated, from this scene it's sort of laid out that basically the problem is that when they hang out, Timmy just seems to kind of want to do shop talk, discussing their shared interest in tech for the majority of the conversation. And yeah, that is something that can be a problem, and it can be good to change up the topic and all. It's not really expanded on though, really playing as a bit of a background element. Personally, I thought it would have been cool to have an episode centered around this so we could have had a more fleshed out view of their relationship where maybe it's something like she has this feeling that as the fairy of technology, he sort of views her more as an extension of Tech and not like a girl like she wants him to. Either way, they're already a little on thin ice, and then when one of the MacGuffins is being stolen and Timmy is standing on his own in front of the witches, the only thing in the way between them and leaving, because everyone else is preoccupied with the fact that one of the other guys might be dead, don't worry about it, he gets better, it's fine. In this moment, he decides that instead of throwing himself in front of a bullet and not getting anything accomplished, to let them pass so they can all fight another day. On one hand, this is somewhat mature thinking. Because it's all internal, though, Tecna just labels him as a coward without giving him a chance to explain. Snap judgment aside, I also don't entirely blame her for this. Emotions are running high, it's a tense situation, and while standing to fight another day makes sense, it's not really a philosophy that any of the characters has gone for so far, and doesn't seem to be the normal way of approaching things for these students. It has to be something that is kind of pushing back on the image she had of what he was meant to be. Where I do get more annoyed is the way that this launches her into a season-long grudge that is dealt with mostly by just outright avoiding him, and if that fails, bad-mouthing him and anything that comes out of his mouth. Juvenile behavior befitting a teenager, yes, but no less annoying as a repeated thread in an already fairly shallow relationship. The culmination that leads her to her Charmix moment is Timmy taking charge in a dangerous scenario, constructing plans with the skill set he has, while she is consistently saying it's not going to work and she doesn't believe him. Now, Tecna has been displayed as Little Miss Logic, so it feels off that her dismissal is just completely offhand without any attempt to back it up with why it won't work or the chances of success. But okay, whatever, that might have been the point, even if it doesn't work the way I think the writers wanted. Things go awry, the plan's working, even if Timmy Boy here gets buried in a pile of rubble for a hot second. Tecna then gets her Charmix for expressing that he's not a disappointment to her and she might have judged him too harshly. So I don't like this, because once again it ties the growth of one of the girls to her designated boyfriend in a way that doesn't really lead to any more introspective growth on her part. Once again, not helped by the way that the episode is sharing time with Layla's Charmix moment as well. While I think the idea here is meant to be that Tecna had made a judgment for him and she grows to realize that prejudging people is wrong, that's not the way it ends up coming across in practice. Instead, it seems to me like she was disappointed in a choice that Timmy had made and held on to the impression it gave her. It seemed to be more about holding a grudge than prejudice. It also seemed to me that there was an effort for Timmy to grow into a more respectable version of herself, to which Tecna seemed to essentially go, okay, you proved yourself to me, so now it's okay for me to like you again. The episode itself focuses more on Timmy's efforts than any introspection from Tecna. A scene or two where we see her realizing the grudge she was holding on to was foolish and he'd grown was something that could have really showed us her growing. It feels less like she overcame something and grew, and more like she just got her mind changed because her boyfriend seemed a little more competent. There was a single episode earlier in the season where she was jumping to some conclusions, yeah, but given the span of time between these two instances, it doesn't end up feeling like something that's a through line enough for it to be her struggle of the season. Especially when the series does eventually prove her right about the professor she was suspicious of, meaning that she was right to be prejudiced? To me, it feels like we don't see enough growth out of Tecna from this. It doesn't feel like an opening of vulnerability like with Stella, even if the latter did it far more casually. And while this is tied to something that had been going on for about half the season, it is tied in because of stubbornness, not because this was a culmination of a continual arc of growth. I understand that Tecna's general struggle seems to be with emotionality and connecting with others on an emotional level, but I don't see that here. While that might be what they were going for, I don't see a struggle with emotion, but rather with stubbornness, which hasn't really been one of her traits. And I admit that I also hate the way that for the rest of the season after that, most of Tecna's focal screen time outside of group efforts is her being like, dang, Timmy is so cute and smart. To be fair, there's not much of the season left after this, but it does make it feel like the most lasting effect was that she sorted out a spat with a boy she likes. It would have been nice to see her growth demonstrated by, for example, catching herself when she started to prejudge someone or make snap judgments. And then we come to Flora, perhaps the worst example of growth being tied to a boy out of all of them. Throughout the season, there has been an effort to give Flora some more characterizing moments, as there was for all of them, but the characterization she was given wasn't great. Basically, it boiled down to one of two things most of the time. A, we finally gave Flora a boyfriend after being the only one left out last season. See how she's shy and pining for this cute boy we made? Or B, Flora is a passive person who dislikes violence and struggles to be confident in her own capabilities. Part B here is actually something interesting, given that the rest of the cast tends to be pretty self-assured in knowing who they are and what they're about. The exceptions being Bloom with the whole not knowing her past thing, and Layla when she gets left alone in that cave for too long. While she might be insensitive in the way she does it, Stella calling out Flora for her passivity is something I enjoyed seeing. I wish we could have delved further into the two of them having differing philosophies about what the role of the fairy could and should be. But hey, this little bit of conflict is something. Flora being a pacifist while also being engaged with a group that is doing a lot of frontline fighting is something that could be interesting to explore. However, most of her season-long experience revolves around the fact that she very obviously has a crush on her newly introduced designated boy, a soft, sweet artist type that slots right up against her comfort zone like he was designed just for her. Funny that. But the problem is that she has been too shy or nervous to admit that she likes him, and while this is pretty boring and repetitive, it does at least give her a goal to work towards, managing to confess. Shame about the Charmix, though. So Flora is one of the ones that has a solo Charmix episode, which is great. It just puts the Charmix part in what is obviously the wrong spot, which is bad. Flora's big task for the episode is that since she's the one that deals with plants and nature and all that jazz, she needs to revive this magic tree that is the center of the Pixie village so some of the sick pixies can get better. She expresses that she's not sure she can do it and doubts in herself, but with some support from her designated boyfriend, she manages to pull it off. That is good stuff. While there is another character there and supporting her, her growth does not come solely from that character, but from her pushing past the boundaries that she perceives herself to have. Pushing past what her own expectations are and realizing that she is capable of more. It's a little quick and simple because it's a kid's show, but I think this really works as a moment of character growth that deserves being highlighted. Oh, what's that? Oh, never mind. Flora does not get her Charmix out of that moment of growth. She gets it later when she manages to tell the designated boy that she likes him. While it's good to see that plotline come to a merciful end, I don't like how this connects her power-up moment to a boy rather than something internal. I know this has been portrayed as her big struggle all season, but I think the moment with the tree was definitely a stronger demonstration of her overcoming self-doubt. It might have been nice if her confessing to the boy was her taking what she had learned and reinforcing it by putting it into practice. A moment where we could see her go, if I can do this, then I can do that too. Personally, I'm a little disappointed in the overall success rate of the Charmix stories here. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I am a big believer that these sorts of power-ups and form changes work best when you tie the character's growth as a character into their growth as a hero. So while I appreciate that there was an attempt to do that here, the messy executions and the lack of a strong lead-up over the course of the season does mean that these don't really get a chance to shine as much as they possibly could have. Cramming multiple into one episode also doesn't leave room for them to get fully fleshed out for their moment in the spotlight. I'd like to say I have hope for the future, but one of the few things I know about Winx Club from the outside is that the power-ups multiply a huge amount and don't end up being something that is typically earned. So I won't even hold my breath on that. Other things added this season include the Pixies and the Pixie pets. The pets barely come up enough that I legitimately would forget that they existed between appearances. I think they could basically be cut without causing much trouble for the series. Doesn't help that they're not exactly all that cute anyway. They were put in to move toys and that's it. As for the Pixies, there are some ideas here I think could have worked with them, but their execution just completely failed them. They're supposed to be little creatures that bond with fairies in order to help them with their magic, but this is something that doesn't come up as a function as much as them being around to chat now and then, which, that's fine, but it does mean they don't have much of a plot impact outside the fact that they're not allowed to go home because the villain of the season will find their village if they do. The idea of each of the girls having a little partner is something that could lead into developments. However, it's something that would be more effective if it came further into the series when the core cast was a little more established and fleshed out, but hey, you gotta sell them toys, right? The concept of the way they were paired off with the cast also feels like it was meant to drive growth, matching them with pixies that were somewhat opposite to them in order for them to grow into a more balanced person, giving the prim and proper Pixie to laid-back Musa, who is going to need to be able to navigate formal business situations if she pursues a music career. giving the chatty and outgoing Pixie to the introverted Flora, who might need a push now and then, etc., etc. This doesn't work perfectly, though. Like, Tekna's Pixie, for example, is too similar to her to get this across. There's also the problem that we don't get to see much one-on-one interactions between the Pixies and the girls all that much, meaning we don't get to see any of the conflicts of personalities or the way that they expand each other's worldview. Which connects with the biggest problem of their introduction into the series, the way that the Pixie and the fairy get bonded. It is an instant moment of connection, a sort of love at first sight moment. I'm going to be honest, I hate this. The instant connection establishing is done basically right away, and it keeps the bonds between these sets of characters from developing naturally. We don't see them get to actually know each other, bond, and develop a partnership. They're just partnered up the instant that they meet, which ends up making these bonds feel superficial and shallow. But hey, that doesn't really matter all that much because we don't get to see a lot of one-on-one interactions between the fairies and their pixies very often anyway, so the only way to have them bond at all would be for it to be instantaneous. And sure, it seems like the Pixies are meant to be new recurring characters who will continue to be around, so we don't need all of them to get these moments right away, but when you are making a season that is a little more character-focused and a little less plot-focused, that is the prime time to do things like explore the dynamics of different pairings and groups of characters. You don't have to all have them be bonded right away, maybe spread it out a little, you know? Initially, I thought the pacing on an episode-by-episode basis was far better than the season prior, feeling less choppy and sudden with more of a sense of transition between scenes. I even noted that it was a marvel that just using screen wipe transitions could make those transitions feel so much smoother. However, that's not something that lasted. Yes, there were episodes during the season that felt like a smoother experience, but there were also episodes that still felt very sudden and choppy. For example, in one of the later episodes, everyone is talking about how they'll have to go somewhere, suddenly cutting to Timmy outside inspecting the ship and saying to essentially nobody, "Yep, we're good to fly," and then immediately cutting away feels rough and is something that we could have just assumed without it needing to be thrown in there. However, the first episode felt pretty smooth and flowed through its plot without any oddities like that for the most part. It was something that was inconsistent over the whole season, but I do have to give them, it was an improvement over last season's constantly choppy episodes. Granted, consistency isn't a word I really associate with Winx Club in the first place. There are plenty of things about the world that still feel really off to me in terms of the world building. The magic system is also starting to bother me more and more. We see that the characters will be in class learning to cast spells by incantations and such, but then when they transform and fight, they just say something very literal or some cutesy attack name and a spell happens. Sure, that's certainly something that could have a reason behind it, but it throws me off, especially when we have a whole scene in a class episode about how important saying the words to a spell just right are, but then there doesn't seem to be any actual magic words to their attack spells and just names that kids can yell when they're playing Winx Club. Every place where there is something important continues to have the most abysmal security to the point that it's getting a little ridiculous. You're telling me that these places that went to war just a year ago haven't stepped up anything in the face of a new threat? I understand they're schools and meant to be places people can come and go from all the time, but if 3 fugitive witches can just fly in without any kind of an alarm raised, that just reflects poorly on everyone. Also, this codex is super important, but we've hidden all the pieces on one planet where there is an entire magic universe? 3 of the pieces are hidden inside schools within spitting distance of each other. Come on. As much as I love Layla, it feels like the show hasn't entirely nailed her down yet. There's a lot to love with her, and her sportiness is pretty damn cool. However, there are some things that feel inconsistent about her. For example, when everyone is camping, she's the one getting firewood and having survival skills. That's a fun capability for her to have, but it's not one I can actually believe she would have. We're repeatedly shown that Layla had a pretty strict upbringing, kept mostly in the frame of being a good little princess outside of a handful of small freedoms she found for herself. I have a hard time squaring that with her doing enough camping to be really capable of it. Even if she had spent time camping on the way to the Pixie Village, given what we are told and shown about her upbringing, it doesn't seem very logical to me that she would have lifted a finger in that scenario. Then there's the writing of the girls when it comes to the boys, and the one way I kind of really hate it. It's one thing for romances to just feel flat and undeveloped. That's a problem, but not an entirely big deal. It's more the way that scenes will sometimes go and change the characterization of the girls. It happened last season, but when it continued here is where I had problems. Usually the Winx girls, while teenagers, are fairly reasonable and have fairly normal reactions to events and people. Perhaps a little exaggerated for the sake of an animated kids show, but whatever. They're built on the foundations of character tropes, but they're still written like people and characters. But then sometimes you'll have scenes where everyone is hanging out together and the boys are involved, and suddenly the Winx girls become stereotypes. Out of nowhere, they start behaving like very stereotypical teenage girls that boys just can't understand. Expecting the boys to read their minds or getting upset over the smallest things like a not in-depth enough response to a question about an outfit. They go from being the core cast that we like and understand to the catalyst for, haha, women unreasonable and not understandable, am I right, fellas? Type jokes, which is really odd because this is a show aimed at young girls. That's not the type of humor young girls do, so why would you put it there? And not necessarily an inconsistency, but Bloom discovers she has healing powers this season, which is a cool development since there isn't anyone in the cast that seems to have something like that, making it a decently vital part of the team building of the group, though I doubt it will ever be treated like that. She does, however, use these to jump right into seemingly bringing someone back to life, which is quite the leap. I understand Bloom is the main character with the super special dragon fire inside her. However, in a show that has a nice wide set of main characters that kids are meant to all latch onto based on their personality and interests, Bloom getting so much extra special attention does make me worry that she might get too oversaturated as the series goes on. Lack of consequences also continues to be something the series struggles with. There's an episode where Bloom offers to be magically swapped with a prisoner in a bid to buy more time and avoid a political incident. This is something that's treated like a big moment, a big risk, and a dangerous plan. However, within moments of getting swapped, Bloom breaks out of the buildings and basically immediately escapes off screen. Don't write something like a big risk with big consequences and then not actually follow through on those. If it was meant to be a joke, then maybe, but it wasn't as far as I could tell. And of course, before we move on to season 3, we have to talk about the whole dark Bloom thing. I don't care for it, and if you've been around my channel, then you can likely guess why that is. I am not a fan of the trope of brainwashing that comes from a sudden snap of the fingers and someone has suddenly inverted everything about themselves. I think it's cheap and it's lazy because there's no character reason for them to do it. Someone just said so and now they are. It doesn't tell us anything about the character, and in a kid's show like this, there's no potential for it to leave any lasting effect besides maybe the brainwashed character feeling a little guilty, which is usually pretty uninteresting. So when Bloom gets very suddenly a supposed virus that makes her start going evil, I groaned. However, I was like, well, it's just a one-off episode plot, no big deal. And then it came back. Evil Bloom is boring. I said what I said. One of the big factors comes down to a lot happening off screen with her. The first time she goes dark, we then see her sitting and getting checked on completely normal just a minute after going hog wild, with no indication what it was that brought her back to her senses, something that feels like a pretty big missing piece. Later, it ends up being a kiss from her Pixie that calms her back down, but the fact that we're not shown what snapped her out of it the first time just leaves the whole thing kind of confusing, since we could never know if she was going to snap out of it on her own at any second. It's also clunky, because clearly something settled her down the first time, but without anyone saying what that was or trying it, it makes it seem like they weren't trying all that hard. Something had to have done it before, and there were clearly witnesses, but nobody is actively trying anything to stop the second round of the rampage. And then when we come around to the end of the season after she was captured and there is a clear attempt to turn her evil again using a sliver of whatever methodology was left in her the last time around, we see her captured and constrained, cut away to some other plot, and when we come back, she's in full evil mode. The lack of seeing her get changed over lessens the impact of this. We don't see her fighting back or trying to hold on to herself or anything of that nature. We just come back and she's already evil. And sure, maybe they didn't want to show the methodology, but this version of Bloom is already getting a very limited amount of screen time as it is. You could at least show the changeover. Because this didn't really have to be one of the things where the villain snapped his fingers and completely inverted her. Earlier in the season, when the girls were all at the witch school for a while, it was shown that of them all, Bloom had the easiest time summoning up negative thoughts to power witch magic. There is this implication that Bloom has a lingering darkness in her, be it from trauma or from a part of herself that she doesn't want to acknowledge. This could have been groundwork for this dark turn from her. Instead, we get the villain just doing something off screen and completely inverting everything about her. There could have been this fun aspect on preying on that part of her, of pulling it to the surface. You had a flunky of the big bad of the season mentoring her all season. Have him subtly urge her to give into that side of herself in order to build to this. Make it a struggle for her and something we build to if it's going to be the big wow factor of the finale. But no, Bloom just gets turned evil off screen, presumably by the same magic that gives her a killer new look. Like, no complaints about the design. Well, except for the fact that it's a little sensual for a kid's show, which is weird because it's essentially a palette swap for her outfit with slightly wilder hair. However, the heavier makeup detailing and the way her face is drawn do lend a more adult tinge to the whole thing, despite the outfit being generally the same. And that wouldn't have twigged something for me at all if the villain didn't call her his consort at one point, which, no, just no, don't call her that. But the real nail in the coffin for all of this is that even if there had been more adjustments to show off this transition and a build up to it, that would have been killed by the fact that Dark Bloom is just boring when she is around. Her evil comes down to her doing whatever Darkar wants and laughing with an evil smile. That's it. She barely says anything and doesn't seem to have any deeper thoughts of her own, just making it all fall flat. Sure, it's something that might be worrying if she was put to face off against her friends, but the show generally didn't do that for more than a moment at a time. And if you remember that this is a kid's show for just a second, you know right away she won't end up actually doing any kind of real damage to any of them. Now, with all that said, and given that the word count for writing about season 2 has been about double that of season 1, you might think I have more problems with this season, and that's not entirely true. It's more that I have a better feel for the series now, and my problems are more specific rather than general. My lasting impression of season 2 is that it is an improvement, but does still need a little work. Some of the bumpiness that it had was smoothed out a little bit. The charm it always had is still there. I still like these characters, and I like the season getting more into them as characters, but at the same time, I don't think the execution was all that strongly put together. There is still some about the construction of these stories that feels very perfunctory to me. There are times where it feels like serialized storytelling is being approached like an episodic story, leaving it a little choppy. I think the series is also still working out how to pace a whole season, since there's some stuff that ends up being crammed together when it needed more breathing room. And while the show clearly wants the characters to have arcs on some level, it hasn't quite worked out how to do that just yet. But here's to hoping that trend of improvement continues.
And together we'll be surefire winners.
So I've come to understand that this is a pretty popular season of the series, and I can definitely see why it would be. This is by far the most serialized of all the seasons so far, which leads to a more in-depth plotline. We get to see more locations than ever, leading to a sense of a bigger world, and to top it all off, it's got the strongest villain that makes for a season-long plotline that feels like it has some real stakes. Even if the resolution to all that does end up feeling a little weak in the end. I think one of the biggest elements that likely makes people fall in love with this season is the introduction of the Enchantix form, not only for design, but for how it is introduced. And that certainly is one of the highlights of the season, given that the way that it is earned for each of the characters does feel like something that is more impressive than the last power-up they were given, which didn't show up at all for some reason this season. Odd. Before getting into each of those instances, I do have to point out a few little issues I have with the supposed lore of this form, though. None of them are make or break things, and none of them are something that actually come up in the actual content of the series, but more just stem from me trying to think about how this setup would function for the wider world outside of the core cast. So firstly, there is this mention that the last power-up the cast got, Charmix, was something that was the goal of their second year of studies. Now, I don't know if this was a line in the original Italian or not, though either way, that is a blatant retcon. If that really were the case, that was something that would have come up far earlier in the season, and would have been something explained to the characters in the school setting, instead of Bloom being told about it by a Pixie after she had already earned it. I already thought the whole Charmix thing had a mixed implementation, but this attempt to make it seem like it was in the cards and a part of their actual academics, despite that not being the case, and that it will not show up at all this season, is a little disappointing. There is no need to retroactively try to assign importance to this thing that was very hurriedly shoved in at the last minute when the season is fully intent on replacing it. But whatever, blatant retcon aside, I have more of a confusion at how exactly most of the students are supposed to achieve their supposed third-year goal of reaching the Enchantix form. The whole Charmix thing was about personal growth, allegedly, which can be done just about anywhere, but the conditions for getting the next level up are incredibly specific. The whole idea is that you have to save someone from your home planet, and it's kind of presented in a way that there must be some kind of personal sacrifice to this as well. That is something that the majority of the student body would not be able to do in a school environment, at least not so far as this school is set up. For one, while this school has seen some level of danger here and there, this does seem to be a place where the majority of students are meant to feel like they're relatively safe, all things considered. It seems like on a regular year, there shouldn't be much reason for students to be in danger. And even if there was someone in danger, they would have to be from the same place as you in order for the danger to be something that could pull off this transformation. A qualifier that would get in the way if it was anyone else. And we'll talk about that later. The only way that this makes sense as something that is meant to be earned in school is if the school had some kind of mission-based structure where students were regularly sent out to help with problems on their home planets in their final year, providing as much opportunity as possible to achieve these very specific conditions. Perhaps in teams, since they are just students, but still, they'd be needing to go off campus quite a lot, and given that the way that the main cast are constantly having to sneak out and cover up that they're leaving, this doesn't seem to be something that is baked into the education system of the school. And sure, maybe it is the case not every single student is going to achieve this, and it is something that is reserved for the special few, but then don't frame that as being the main goal for this year of schooling. Frame it as something that some might manage to achieve and is considered to be exceptional. Maybe have it be something that isn't explained to the whole student body, but just the main characters, since they seem the closest to reaching it. It doesn't matter for the main cast very much since we know that they're going to get the chance as main characters and they sneak out a lot, like I said. However, the world building here just doesn't function for anyone outside the main cast. It's one of those cases that just points out how important it is to remember that world building affects the entire world, not just your main characters. And as we'll get into in a minute, even for that main cast, the story does sometimes have to bend over backwards to justify it with these rules that it has set up. For as much as I think that the way that most characters earned it was good and the designs themselves are amazing, there is some weakness in the whole premise that I could just not stop thinking about. I do appreciate that these were more spread out than the last power-up though. Each of them happened in a separate episode, so each girl got a moment in the spotlight when it came to their turn. Despite everyone having their power-up by about 60% of the way through the season, there is only one point where Enchantix is earned in back-to-back episodes, everyone else having at least one episode buffer between them, which keeps it from feeling like something repetitive. Even if they come in relatively close succession, the circumstances often feel different enough that each moment is able to feel unique. Layla is the first one who is able to pull it off, and I think is an interesting example of this because she's the only one who doesn't seem to put her life on the line to get it. In a prior episode, she ends up getting blinded by dark magic thanks to the season villain, which, side note, is a really good moment for establishing him early in the season and making him a threat because it is some of the most direct action to sideline someone we have ever seen, so it stands out as a really big deal. Everyone goes hunting for a way to potentially reverse this, obviously, and when it comes down to the choice of healing herself or healing someone else, Layla does end up making the choice to give up healing herself for the sake of someone else's life, earning her power-up by sacrificing her vision. That is really cool and a strong way to kick off the series of power-ups as well as being a big moment for Layla as a character since this would mean huge changes in her lifestyle. The problem is, she just gets her sight back the very next episode. Now, this is a way for the show to establish the new fairy dust power and how it can counteract dark magic, which is technically what caused her blindness. However, I was really excited that gaining this new form didn't heal her, only for her to heal herself using this new power in the next episode. In the moment, Layla's sacrifice is awesome, but in hindsight it ends up feeling weaker because it's not a sacrifice that has any lasting or lingering effect like you would expect it to. I understand that writing around Layla being blind would have been difficult, but I think it is something that lended more insight into her character and provided us with an interesting storyline. Seeing her adjust to this would have been cool. Maybe some interpersonal group dynamic stuff where each of the girls has a different sort of reaction to this development, especially when it's something that is going to be more long-term than just the time it would take to heal her. I wouldn't expect a show like this to commit to it permanently, as cool as that would have been, but I would have appreciated if it stuck around just a little bit longer. Even something as simple as needing to wait until one of the other girls got her Enchantix because she was unable to use her fairy dust on herself. Stella comes next, and contrary to how she had one of the best moments to earn her power-up in Season 2, I think her earning her Enchantix here in Season 3 is perhaps one of the weakest. So, saving her father is a good move. By this point in the series, we know about her complicated relationship with him, and at this point in the season, he is an established character that we have met. Knowing him at least a little makes having him be the one that's getting saved more impactful. Having Stella fight off a dragon is also cool in concept, but it ends up falling flat in practice. The fight is pretty short and not terribly exciting, certainly not the worst in the series by any means, but it just doesn't wow me. And after what seems like pretty regular combat for Stella, she just collapses. It seems the idea is that she drained herself, which is all well and good, but I don't think that comes off in the lead up to it and the short runtime of the fight itself. If it had lasted a little longer and we maybe saw some signs of fatigue in her or strain, it might have felt better. Stella also feels stranger in hindsight with the timing. With the rest of them outside of Layla, it mostly felt like their enchantress came to them in a time of need to save who they were trying to save. Whereas with Stella, it comes after the save has been done in a sort of restorative manner that causes her to recover from her collapse in her father's arms. I think this is just a byproduct of her being one of the earlier girls to get hers, making it feel fine in the moment, but out of step with everything else in hindsight. It's also disappointing that her getting her Enchantix also feels like a bit of an afterthought in the episode itself, which is otherwise about how Bloom's boyfriend is getting mind controlled and everyone having to deal with the fallout of that. Which, while it can be justified as being a sort of royal dignitary sort of thing, it was also just mighty convenient for her. It would have been nice to have her earn it in a story that focused more on her, but I'm not going to hold that terribly much against it, given the way that she had one of the major plot lines that spanned the entire season this time around. Musa is the one where I think the series really bent over backwards to make it possible for her to earn hers. Everything just feeling a little too convenient to make it possible for her. She's also, notably, the only one who earns hers while she is at school. Granted, the school is a little under attack at the time, but the writing really made sure to put everything she needed to specifically get her Enchantix in arm's reach. Musa ends up saving the princess of her homeland, who is shown in a single episode prior to the one that Musa saves her in. While I appreciate the attempt to try and establish this character, she is, in essence, an elevated background character that we don't actually know, which ends up leaving her feeling like a token, which had the same origin point as Musa slapped on it, so the writers could also set up the perfect scenario needed by the lore for a fairy to get their special power-up. To be fair, we didn't know either of the other two before this super well either, but they were established in context of being rulers of their lands and shown in that context. They also had the context of being someone that the girl in question was aware of and knew. While we can say that Musa knows this princess as a public figure, that's not the same as a family member, for instance. The one scene of them interacting with each other is just one little moment and doesn't give the impression of them really knowing each other or anything else more than being perhaps passing acquaintances. It also means that, unlike the two prior to Musa, we don't get to see her home at all, which is disappointing. The restrictions that surround the power-up are actually a perfect setup to get to see more of the background and culture of each of our leads, but that is neglected for Musa. Musa's moment also just amounts to her standing in the middle of a room on fire and saying she won't leave the other character behind, which, while noble, isn't all that exciting. I have to admit that I resent her Enchantix episode just a little bit because it's the first time we see the idea of wings getting damaged in the series, which is an interesting concept that I'm surprised hadn't come up before this point. Just for the answer to be that Musa is able to restore destroyed wings with her fairy dust. Man, what can't this stuff do, huh? Flores is one of the most interesting because it combines some of the elements that were strong pieces for some of the others. Firstly, she is saving a family member, her little sister. That inherently adds some drama. We haven't met that little sister, I think her name is Miele, before this episode, but it still works because we are introduced to her on her home turf, putting her into context as part of Flora's life, something that is really important and feels bigger given that we haven't had a chance to explore much of Flora's background before this point. Does her sister come a little out of nowhere to be put in danger? Yeah, but that's also something of a character moment for her given the way we are shown she was specifically told not to follow them and did anyway. The drama of Flora also essentially diving into poison to save her sister and seeming to drown or die before her Enchantix lets her get out of the situation is simple, but it also works on an emotional level. I don't have that much to say on it because it is plainly just well done. Tecna is one where everything is great about it except one little thing. Basically, she walks into this big portal that is causing problems to essentially close it from the inside, tapping into her powers to give her the strength in order to do so. It is an amazing moment. It feels properly weighty and important to her, and it's presented as a big and consequential sacrifice in the episode. It also stands out because while this is happening on Layla's planet, Tecna is the one that takes the initiative to do this. She doesn't let someone with more connection to the place make it happen. She doesn't need a connection there to do the right thing. There's even consequences for her actions. After this happens, Tecna ends up stuck on the other side for a few episodes, basically in an icy prison dimension that the others eventually have to go and physically pick her up from once she manages to get herself situated enough to send a signal out to them. These consequences are also something that linger for a while, unlike with Layla. While Tekna is ultimately fine, as is expected in a kid's show like this, the fact that she had to keep pushing through things even though she already had that big moment of sacrifice really does sell what she did as being something more than some of the others. The only issue is she didn't exactly save someone from her own planet in order to do all of it. Now, I understand the concept is that the Haywire portal was threatening to destroy Layla's world, but wouldn't just stop there. So by closing it, she saved the whole dimension, which by proxy would save her planet, which technically is more than any of the other girls. However, even without looking, I am completely sure this is something that has caused endless debates between people who have watched this show. I also wasn't aware that Magix worked on technicalities, and I am pretty sure that Tekna was focused on saving the people in her immediate vicinity and not really thinking about her whole planet that is however far away it is. The other problem is that, like Musa, this keeps us from being able to see Tekna's home and more of her background that she comes from. Tekna already doesn't get much outside of her dating life, so it's disappointing when the series had an express reason to either introduce someone in her circle back home or even take us there, and the show didn't jump on that opportunity to give one of the less fleshed out characters some focus. Don't get me wrong, I really love this moment for her, but I do think choosing to handle things in this way did keep us from getting to know a little bit more about her. And then we come to Bloom, who is perhaps the most weakly handled of all of them. Bloom simply wills her enchantix into existence after spending 2 episodes hanging out on a dragon island, episodes that I found myself completely bored with, but that's beside the point. I had actually been really happy to see Bloom not be the first one to get something special. The series does focus a lot on her already, and I don't want her to always be the first person to get something just because she's the main character. Sometimes it can be more interesting to hold back on giving your lead character that something until all the other characters have gotten it. I could have done without Bloom getting main character syndrome about it, though. You see, Bloom starts getting nightmares that taunt her about not having her enchantix basically right after Layla gets hers. And if the show wanted to have her have these seeds of doubt that she might not be able to get it because her planet is gone, that's fine. But for her to have these full taunting nightmares when literally only one of her friends has pulled it off so far is a bit much and ends up coming off a little self-absorbed. I don't think that was the intention, but intention and result can be very different. So when Bloom does just sort of will her power up into existence, it is frustrating, because she's breaking the rules that literally everyone else had to play by, even if by technicality. What is so special about Bloom that she was able to just make things happen because she wants it really, really bad? We're told afterwards that this has left her enchantix as being incomplete, but that's not something that's ever communicated very well or is ever very consequential. The extent of it being incomplete is that her powers are supposedly unstable, which amounts to one point where she blasts more powerful than intended, and a few spots where everyone has to miniaturize and she isn't able to. That's it. There's no point where, for instance, her powers wink out on her in the middle of flying or fail her at a crucial moment. She is generally just fine. She even has fairy dust like everyone else does. This could have been done so much better. Have her struggle with maintaining the form, have those powers fail or be weaker than the rest of her friends. Hell, have her be visually incomplete. Have her wings still be tiny even though her outfit has changed to show that the form isn't complete yet. Because for how much we are told her powers are incomplete, it doesn't feel like something that is enough of a drawback in practice to actually be a problem for her. She is missing a single piece of her toolkit and has one instance of being overcharged. If that's the only drawback, then more people should definitely just be willing themselves into their powers and seeing about a full completion later. And I get that we are clearly angling for Bloom to save her parents in this upcoming movie I have to watch, or the next season, or something, in order to complete her form and put a capstone on her story. But if that's the plan, having a story arc where Bloom just isn't able to access that new level of power even though everyone else can could have been more compelling instead of just allowing her to break the rules to get a mostly functional version. Because I doubt that the completion moment is going to hit hard enough to make up for things. Speaking of Bloom, while I do still like her character, I don't think she was the best handled this season. Most of the time she is fine, but there are a few points where I just really couldn't get on board. I feel like she's been somewhat dumbed down. None of the characters have ever been particularly bright when it comes to the whole dating thing, but the way that she's like, oh, I should have realized sooner that my boyfriend was being controlled with magic, when the guy did a literal complete 180 on their relationship after being out of her sight for a very short period of time. Like, yeah, sweetie, you should have realized that. If he were a wishy-washy or inconsistent character, that would be one thing, but he's always been pretty simply straightforward, so that this isn't even a consideration feels like she's not really able to think critically. I get the idea that there might be some level of momentary shock, but he went from promising to make your relationship official in front of everyone to literally physically attacking you, girly. The writers having you say that you should have figured it out sooner does not forgive the way that they have seemingly dumbed you down. I also feel like the writers like to vaguely gesture at doing something with her without any terribly strong follow through on it. Bloom leaves school for a while. Not the first time this happened, but having her take some time away from everything could be good. Well, if it lasted more than a literal 5 minutes of screen time, that is. I think Bloom herself also feels a little incomplete since it doesn't feel like she has any hobbies. We don't constantly see all the characters doing their things, so to speak, but it is something that comes up now and again for most of them, enough for us to see that they are still maintaining their interests. Bloom doesn't really get that treatment, though. There are a few teeny tiny scenes that implied she has an interest in art when we see her at a pretty nice drawing table, but if I recall correctly, we only see that when she's on Earth, which is pretty rare at this point. Is Bloom an artist? I can't really say. The last time we saw her actually say she drew something was all the way back in season 1, where she claimed to have drawn a logo for them as a group, a moment I never brought up before because I hated it. It seems like Bloom's only focus and hobby is finding out about her past, and then once she finds that out, figuring out what happened to her parents and finding them. Which is understandable as a motivation, sure, but it does mean that I don't know what she's going to do after that. What are her interests that are unique from the other girls? What personal pursuits does she have that are just for her? This is something that 3 seasons in, I should have more of a grasp on for the main character of the series. I am worried that once the whole storyline about finding her birth family is wrapped up, Bloom is just going to kind of be a shell of a character that doesn't have any sort of direction to carry her through another several seasons. But Bloom isn't the only one to get some focus this season, given that the other characters do get storylines, which is nice. Since most of the main plot progression has laid with Bloom up until this point, having these ongoing side plots was a nice change of pace, and let us still have some level of progression in most episodes by moving between them and not having to spin the wheels with episodic adventures until it was time for the main plot to progress again. Stella gets a few different things to do, allowing us to see more of her outside just her dynamic in the group or romantic exploits. I mean, it can sometimes be easy to forget she is actually the princess, the crown princess, in fact, of her homeland. And while I was glad to see that a little more of that side of Stella's life, I was also a little bit disappointed by it. The season literally starts with what is, in essence, a coming-of-age party for Stella, where she is entering society in her role as princess. That's cool, but it's a bit of shame of how this is treated just like any fancy party, and Stella's only concern seems to be the outfit she's going to wear. The way that this is talked about, you would think that she would be shouldering some extra responsibility and having to come into her role on the political stage, but in practice, it feels more like an excuse to have a fancy ball scene that goes wrong. It doesn't escape me that the girls in the cast who are princesses tend to get a little more screen time than the other girls who aren't. While it's not fair, I do kind of get it, but I wish we could see that element of her character have more of an effect on her life as a result. I will admit this mostly stems from the fact that she is the one that princess stuff comes up with the most, and mentions it as part of her life the most, which leads to me expecting it to have more of an impact on her than the other characters. I do think her storyline where she ends up transformed into a monster and needs to be protected because she can't do anything under her own power is nice, and it even has a pretty sweet resolution that made me actually really like one of the couples for the first time, which was a welcome change. The whole plotline with the potential mom and stepsister is a little overdramatic, but given the age range this show is aimed at, I'm not bothered by that. Stella is such a bombastic character that if she is going to have a personal enemy, then they need to match that energy. It might not be exactly to my taste, but I can definitely respect it. The episode resolving all of that moved a little fast, and the resolution being a little simple are my only real complaints for it. Well, and Stella's assumption early in the season that her parents are getting back together. I understand the whole divorce seems to be rather fresh for her, but given how much she seems to be torn up about her home life, I do think that it being her first thought is perhaps a little too naive, but that's really getting into the weeds when it comes to nitpicking. The only other character with a full season running plotline is Layla, who actually gets 2 of them, though one of these is pretty sparse. Firstly, her planet is one of the first to see major attack from the season villains, so it being messed up is a bit of a running thing for a good portion of the season, starting from very early on. And one thing I appreciated was the way that the rest of the cast didn't tag along the first time that Layla took off to go home and see what was going on, allowing her to scope out the situation and let them know later if she needed help. They trusted that she was able to take care of her own homeland and had the best idea of them on how to handle things. Tecna ends up being the one that closes the big portal to get her Enchantix, but Layla does at least try to interrupt when she realizes what's going to happen, and only doesn't do it herself because she is held back from doing so. The only actual problem with this plotline for me is the way that things are handled between Layla and her father. In the portion where we are dealing with the whole haywire portal thing, one of the complicating factors is the way the season villain has left all sorts of corrupted mer people to guard it, which makes Layla's father think that getting to it at all is a lost cause. Layla isn't convinced, and the rest of the team is behind her to go and deal with things. Of course, her father later shows up with some of his warriors to help out, and everything mostly goes well. However, the moment of him being like, "You convinced me," isn't something that really works in the moment, because it hasn't been all that long, and all we saw was one conversation. If we had seen more interactions between the two of them, this could have been a more triumphant moment. The other plot line that Layla is dealing with is the way that her parents have arranged a marriage for her. I don't think this is something that is terribly fleshed out, unfortunately. This is brought up quite early in the season, but is mostly just mentioned offhand a few times. It ends up feeling kind of out of place at that point, because given the whole corrupted mer people and the portal going on thing, I think they would have bigger things to be concerned about, but okay. Late into the season, this guy that she's been arranged to marry shows up, going by a different name since she knows his real one, and is trying to scope out what kind of person he's going to be marrying, because he's not exactly on board with the whole thing, same as her. They actually click really nicely, and I think it is one of the relationships where there is a little something that makes sense about them, even if there's a spot or two where the dialogue's a little clunky. The problem for me is that the time between when he starts showing up and when his identity gets revealed is a bit too short. I think this is actually the plotline that could have dragged out a little longer and given them some time to get to know each other before the whole reveal came. Because the reveal happens, and obviously Layla's going to be upset, but the both of them do eventually end up telling their parents they're fine with the arrangement now because they do actually love each other. While I'm not opposed to the overall concept or anything, I think the timescale ends up feeling too short for them to be telling their parents that they're actually cool with being arranged to marry each other now. I believe they're willing to try dating. I don't believe they're fine with getting married. Not yet, anyway. Equally weird is the way that their parents, despite the way that Layla's have been very pushy about this whole thing, afterwards are like, "Okay, that's great, but don't worry about rushing." The tone shift is very odd and out of keeping with everything else to that point, leaving me unsure how I feel about this resolution. The pacing this season was better than the last, as things were allowed more room to breathe for the most part, but sections like this are a reminder that not everything has been completely smoothed out. There are quite a few points where I am overall fine with a plot line and the way that it builds and unfolds, but the ending or the resolution of that plot will end up feeling strange or rushed. It's a bit of a recurring issue that I'm starting to see, and I am a bit worried about, because a lack of strong resolutions can be a bit of a death knell for a series, as it can screw up your investment in things. Overall, I think one of the big issues for Winx Club is that there is just too large of a core cast. Don't get me wrong, I like each of these girls, but at this point it's pretty clear who the writers favor over others, because 3 seasons deep there are some that are definitely still getting a little shafted compared to the others. Balancing out plot lines and screen time is something that seems to be a bit of a problem for this series. This is something that I was willing to give the series a bit of time with, because you can end up with situations where some seasons will focus in on some characters, and then the next season will focus on a different character, balancing screen time across seasons rather than just inside the season. But at this point, I'm willing to say that's not something that Winx is really doing. I can only hope that the rest of the girls end up getting something a little more devoted to them outside of relationship drama at some point in the later seasons, but I'm not going to hold my breath for it now. One point where it really stands out to me that the writers have more characters than they know what to do with is when it comes to the Labyrinth challenge late in the season to get the water stars that they need for the final fight, which barely play all that much of a role, but whatever. Bloom gets left outside since she can't get Tiny, so the other 5 are in there to do the challenge, except no, only 3 of them actually do it. Musa, Tecna, and Stella. Layla and Flora literally just disappear with literally no explanation and don't participate. Yeah, the show tries to lampshade this by pointing out that they're gone and being confused by that, but it never gets acknowledged beyond that, which I'm gonna say feels a little lazy. This point in the season is just another stunning display of lack of consequences too. Musa, Tecna, and Stella all go into this maze and end up being given a choice. Tekna gives up emotionality and the progress she's been making in making friends and finding romance because the fate of the world is more important. Stella gives up her looks, which is certainly less impactful, but is still something that she values personally. Musa gives up on the chance to spend time with her dead mother, the one that is the most emotionally resonant of the three and hits the hardest in the episode. Once they all get out, Stella and Tekna have their loss reversed, giving back their face and emotions, but the powerful fairy doing this doesn't give Musa anything but a shrug. Firstly, Musa got totally ripped off there, but more importantly, this is a case where the stakes are established and then undercut. Look, I get this is a kid's show that doesn't want to get too dark, but the repeated lack of stakes and the reversal of things like this leaves the lingering impression that I shouldn't take any potential big consequences seriously because the series won't commit to them. While it is possible to get away with something like this every once in a while if you're careful about it, doing this over and over just weakens the world of your story. Major consequences should not go away with just a snap of your fingers. Moving on to the action side of things, I do think this was simultaneously done both better and worse this season. There was an overall improvement in the way things looked, even if the magic tends to be just generic blasts of energy rather than anything specialized most of the time, leaving it hard to understand how anyone is improving or growing as a fairy other than just blasting bigger. However, there are still some fights that aren't handled the best. A standout example of this to me was in episode 5 when the Winx and the Tricks faced off. This fight has a decent amount of repeated footage, and not in the manner of stock footage like a transformation or the fairy dust, but just repeating shots from the fight itself over again. On top of that, the choreography and sense of scale are completely out of the window. It's hard to tell where anyone is in relationship to each other or what is happening because of the way the background is just sea and sky. There's no landmark to give a sense of where they are located in the environment, making it hard to follow the direction and flow of the fight. A big problem for a show that is partially an action adventure to have 3 seasons in. Then again, believably placing these characters in the world is something the series does tend to struggle with a little. It was super noticeable to me the way the show just kind of does not consider or comprehend the idea of underwater physics when the girls went under the sea. They were walking and running on the bottom of the ocean like it was dry land, which was just completely laughable. I guess we should get into talking about the villain here before moving on to the first movie because he is very much the highlight of the season. Valtor is held up by a few things. A killer design, a motivation beyond more power, actually making moves, and a real sense of presence. That he is actually going around and affecting the world of the show rather than just brooding in some base the whole season makes him feel like more of a threat and gives him a sense of command. He feels active, even if the needs of the season might sometimes demand that he does not move terribly fast. The fact that every time he shows up somewhere something happens, though, allows him to feel like he is still constantly making big moves compared to the last season's guy, where he was just walking around his base and watching things from afar. His plan also feels more concrete. Instead of just lusting for more power in a vague sense, we understand the methods by which Valtor is trying to get power by stealing spells from various worlds to amass knowledge that he can use to bend the world to his desires. Tying a little bit of a thirst for revenge in there is also a nice little cherry on top that makes up for the way that the timeline of anything in the past makes no goddamn sense in this series. Even sprinkles of a few personal ties in there for Bloom to let her have some specified motivation towards him. It also helps that Valtor is a more charismatic villain than last season's. He carries himself with this theatrical and almost Shakespearean quality. He's not some cackling cartoon bad guy, but he will monologue at you. Hell, just the fact that he actually lies about what his spells do to the squad is a step up in making him a bit of a bastard. He's great. Shame that he ends up in generic monster mode, but oh well, nobody's perfect. At this point, though, I think that the Tricks have ceased to have any reason to be around. They went from being main antagonists to little more than lackeys, and I'm not finding them all that compelling at this point. The season also opted to have them squabbling over Valtor as if he was some boy they all wanted to date, which ends up feeling weird and gross. I hated it. It wasn't entertaining or funny, and it left me put off every time it started to happen. I think it would be just for the best not to bring them back after this if this is the best that can be done with them. Iconic designs can't always cover for lackluster writing. I can see what they were going for with him manipulating the 3 of them and using this crush against them. He does make them do most of the groundwork after all. However, it doesn't change the way that watching them fawn over this guy is repetitive and annoying. Oh, and last thing I should talk about is how I hated the last episode of the season.
The main battle is wrapped up in the second to last episode, so I figured the last episode was going to be a cool down sort of thing. But no, they just resurrect Valtor to have them defeat him all over again, which feels exceptionally rushed, because it has to be. It's just a worse version of the prior episode. It reeks of a last-minute added episode to the season order to me. It should have just been cut entirely. Overall, Winx Club continues to be a fun but somewhat flawed series, but it's not as though I'm having a terrible time or anything. In fact, I rather enjoyed myself this season, even if I have some complaints about it. It's the best so far. The characters are still likable, and even if this is a show filled to the brim with cheese at times, it's doing it in such an earnest way that it doesn't actually bother me. Sure, I do roll my eyes sometimes, and I wish the whole thing could be a little tightened up, but it's also been on a continuous upward trajectory, each season better than the last. So I'd like to dream that that will only continue, even if I know from what I've heard online that that's not the case. I don't know if this is going to be an unpopular opinion or not, but I didn't really care for this movie. There were a small handful of pops of good in it, but most of it was so messy and boring that I overall didn't have a good time. Let's try a compliment sandwich approach here. That might be for the best. Yeah, we'll do that until I run out of good things to say. Good thing, Bloom doesn't know what to do with herself after graduation. Early on in the movie, Bloom's friends all graduate from school while she doesn't. And with leads on finding her birth parents momentarily exhausted, she moves back home to stay with her Earth parents and work for her mother. I think this really shows her lack of direction quite well and gives us some insight into the lull she's in. It's montaged over, but it is later confirmed to have lasted for a couple of months, which is quite a while to spend in a funk. Some of it is a little cheesy, with her literally writing her boyfriend's name in the fog on a window when he won't answer her calls, but hey, we all get a little melodramatic now and then, so I'll let homegirl slide a little. This is also what it's kind of like when you graduate from school without a job lined up immediately after. You're just kind of drifting until you can find somewhere to plant your feet. I would know. While short, this is a good depiction of what that feeling is like, and does give a sense that she is sort of lost after her friends have all seemingly moved on in their lives while she hasn't managed to yet, and doesn't know if she will ever be able to. Bad thing. Graduation from Althea is a mess. Don't get me wrong, the actual graduation ceremony where we see each member of the cast outside of Bloom get to connect further with the element they are the fairy of is a really cool moment and sells the way that they have grown into their own and come into a new level of power. I really like that. However, the fact that those 5 seem to be the only graduates feels off. We are told that Enchantix was a graduation requirement, and this would imply that they are the only ones who got it since they're the only ones who ascend the graduation stage. There isn't even another background character standing off to the side to imply that anyone besides these 5 are graduating. From this, I can only conclude that Althea is a terrible school if most of the student body isn't able to graduate. I've seen the student crowd sizes. Those can't all be first and second year students. Bloom ends up leaving and going home, but is that because there is an assumption that she will never complete her Enchantix because her homeworld is gone, or because that's just what happens when you don't manage to graduate? Do students have the option to repeat their 3rd year, or do they just lose the opportunity altogether? There are times where the show will have nice little nuggets of world building dropped without fuss, but there are other times where there will just be these big gaping holes. Good news, the movie wraps up the storyline of Bloom finding out where she came from and finding her birth parents. After 3 seasons, this story is over for her, and she can hopefully move on to other things. Honestly, this might have been a good place to just end things, but I'm sure that those toy sales are rolling. I'm not surprised that it continued past this point. It's definitely an end to an era, though. However, it's the start of a new one, since this allows Bloom to move on to something else other than just moping about her past all the time, and maybe someone else can take the spotlight for a little while. Bad thing, the movie spends a lot of time retreading old ground and does kind of screw with the watch order. I understand that this was likely done under the assumption that there would be at least a portion of viewers who would not be aware of the whole Winx thing and would need to have a thing or two explained to them for the story to make sense. However, it means for those of us who have watched everything up to this point, it can feel like things are being re-explained to us again. It leads to a sense of, yeah, I get it, when you're watching, that can make it feel like the movie is spinning its wheels a little or moving slowly. And while I did say it was nice to have the movie be a culmination of everything that came before, at the same time, I do also hold it a little against the series when a movie is thrown between seasons as vital viewing. Having to look up watch orders and release orders while working your way through a story always just makes things more complicated and harder than they need to be. There is someone out there who won't know about this movie and go right from season 3 to 4 and end up confused. Good thing. The animation here is pretty alright. It's not perfect, but outside of a few spots where they're slightly stiff or they very, very obviously cut away to avoid animating something complicated, the animation work on this movie is pretty alright. There are a few places, particularly when it comes to the more dream sequency stuff, where it looked actually kind of good and suited what it was going for. For me, the problems are not related to the actual animation, the way things move, but more related to the art style. I actually kind of got whacked in the face because I forgot that the movies were going to be CG animated. I don't think the Winx Club designs are something that were really well suited to translating to 3D given how long and spindly everyone is. Hair seems to have been an issue, particularly for the boys. Riven looks terrible, and Helia's hair looks like he's gone suddenly prematurely gray. The Pixies, who I groaned when I saw, also look kind of awful. They've got these huge heads and bug eyes that make them look almost frightening. The same goes for Bloom's rabbit, who barely even comes up anymore, and the little cat she adopts early in the movie. Neither of them registered as cute to me. It's also a bit of a problem how bloodless this movie is. I'm not saying it needed to go for hyperviolence or anything of that nature, but the fact that characters will get injured but look perfectly fine is a problem. It stands out more in 3D than in 2D animation, plus it makes it hard to gauge just how badly a character is meant to be hurt. Is this just a graze or a mortal wound? I can't tell. On the flip side, I do love the visuals take on a bit of a darker tone than the show did, giving everything a more cinematic feel than the bright and poppy visuals of the show. Bad thing, the villains. For all this movie is a culmination of what came before, there is this character of Mandragora that's just thrown in there and not given any reason for being whoever she is. She's just a cackling evil lady with a vague insect aesthetic going for her. I have no idea who she is or why I should be worried about her, other than the fact that she's attacking the characters I like and blowing up the school, which is fixed in 5 minutes anyway. The movie even had Bloom ask who she is, to which she's told there's no time to explain and they need to run. The explanation never ends up coming, by the way. Good thing. The villains. Yeah, I know what I just said, but the ancestral witches are also here, and they're pretty dang cool. They're depicted in this shadowy way that's really fun, and the way that they are existing as manipulators is also great, giving them a different flavor than the villain that sucked. They also serve as a set that are more tied into what's going on with Bloom and her backstory, since they are responsible for what happened to her home and her parents when she was a baby. Or was it hundreds of years ago? Who knows? The only gripe I have is their seeming lack of awareness of Bloom, because Bloom did talk to them directly in season 3. There's no reason they should be unaware of who she is and what she's looking for. Bad thing. Riven. Riven goes through yet another retread, and I'm just kind of sick of seeing him being involved in anything at this point, especially since they have clearly run out of ideas. Boy gets brainwashed all over again. It's boring and played out at this point. Please stop. Good thing. Fashion good. One thing I think the movie does manage to translate in the visuals is the fashion. A lot of the outfits look really good, which is important given how much fashion is fronted in the series. Not everything is perfect. I think Bloom's bio parents actually look pretty goofy, but most of it is well done. In particular, I like the way that Bloom's hair is depicted in this movie, with the red fading into orange to give her a more flame appearance and keep it from looking like this big blob of red has been plopped on her head. However, the way that gradient just turns into streaks when she transforms doesn't look as good, and I can't get behind that. Bad thing, the ending is rushed. So remember how I said the movie sometimes feels like it's spinning its wheels a little? Well, that's a contributing factor to the last third of the movie feeling pretty rushed. The last 30 minutes is the whole climax, and everything just ends up feeling messy, like it needed more time spent on it. There's a part where the girls, except Musa, because she doesn't get to do anything this movie, end up trapped in these sort of nightmare visions. They eventually get out, and Bloom is all, now that we overcame our fears. Girly, no, that is a very generous interpretation of what just happened. There was no overcoming anywhere in there. This also relegates the time that Bloom is on screen with the witches down to a much smaller amount than feels right for the final conflict to save her people. Good thing, Bloom and Daphne's relationship. This movie also kind of serves as closure to the relationship between Bloom and her ghost sister, which feels right. This is the point where Bloom is growing up and stepping into her own life. She's outgrowing needing guidance from Daphne. The passing of Daphne's mask over to her so she can see what her homeland looked like when Daphne knew it is a really sweet moment, a way for the two of them to connect and bond over a place that Bloom was too young to remember. The moment where they sort of merge in the end feels like a culmination of their relationship and a final passing of the torch. Though it's nice that even after that, Daphne is allowed a chance to say goodbye to her parents and facilitate the connection between them and Bloom. Bad thing. Everything about Sky in this movie is either poorly handled or makes no sense. He has to leave Bloom on graduation day, only compounding the issues she's having with her self-worth when she sees him picked up by another woman. And let's be real, the only reason that character is a woman is so Bloom can assume he's cheating on her out of nowhere, which is a dumb plot point that just feeds into making the core cast stupid when it comes to boys. But he takes off, refusing to elaborate, going off to get coronated as king of his world, which he apparently isn't allowed to tell anyone about. This is really stupid. It makes no sense, since a coronation would be a big political event that people would be aware of, and the implication that he would get in huge trouble for this, despite the fact he would also be king after that moment, is equally laughable. However, this is just there so it can be a plot twist that Sky is able to fulfill the prophecy that was mentioned earlier in the movie and actually doesn't need to be there. The worst part about this, though, is Sky being able to pull out the magic sword because of that prophecy. It means that Bloom isn't really the one who saves her parents, which, come on, that should have been her moment, right? How incredibly metal would it be for Bloom to be fusing power with Daphne while both of them wield the sword possessed by their mother to rescue their father? The three women working in tandem. Good thing. I'm out of good things. Sorry. Bad thing. The dub is bad. I know the dub was handled by a different company, but the choices made here were really weird, and I just want to talk about a few of them before we moved on because they irked me and there was nowhere else to fit them in the rest of this compliment sandwich. Generally, I thought a lot of the voice acting was kind of flat, but it was more the translation choices that got under my skin. I don't know if these were ported over from the original or a result of the translators for this film, though. Firstly, the dub is using what I have come to understand is the 4Kids terms. I'm not sure what the situation that caused that is. It only comes up a few times, and it wasn't that big of an issue, but it was jarring as someone who hadn't been watching the 4Kids version this whole time. Layla has a southern accent. I don't know why. I didn't care for it, and it didn't feel like it was natural for the actress. Musa referred to Riven as my love multiple times, which felt wrong. That just, from my experience, doesn't feel like something Musa would say. Maybe that was in the original language and read more naturally there, but it felt a little too stuffy in English for the usually casual Musa. It felt something more like Flora or Stella would use. And Bloom kept calling her Earth parents by their first names, which felt out of place. She never really had much of a problem calling them mom or dad, even after she found out she was adopted. However, with the focus that is put on saving her birth parents in this movie, it almost feels like there was an attempt to put more distance between Bloom and her Earth family, despite part of the climax hinging on how well she knows them.
That's the power of believing.
As far as I understand it, this is basically, to most people, considered to be the last good season of the franchise, at least in terms of the mainline series. And I admit that I did know that going into the season. Because of it, though, I was surprised at just how much less I enjoyed this season compared to the last three. Now, don't get me wrong, there are elements of the season that still worked for me, but this was the one where I think I had the least enjoyable time and the one that felt most like a mess. The core of the season could have been pretty solid, but that ends up getting diluted by how much extra stuff is shoved in there. There are just too many things going on in this season, many of which are things that don't feel like they matter or will matter in the long term. I've sort of organized my notes by categories for this, so I'm going to take it issue by issue, starting with looking at what each of the girls is up to. This time around, we spend almost the entire season on Earth as the girls try and bring magic back to a place that used to have it and no longer does. The season is mostly focused around them finding their footing in adulthood and moving forward with their lives while trying to guide a newer and younger girl. This is a concept that could have led to some interesting personal struggles for each of them as they each come into adulthood at different paces and in different circumstances. However, there are a few of the girls who just get nothing at all to work with this season, which is disappointing. So I'm going to work through these, starting with those who got the least and moving towards those who got the most. Tekna isn't really given anything specific to her, for example. Oh, sure, she does a technology thing now and then, but she's not really given any sort of character beat or plot line that allows her growth or experiences to be centralized. She's mostly just living her best life, happy with her boyfriend and coasting through most of the season. Then again, it's hard to know what she would be doing otherwise, honestly. While the season is basically taking a look at post-college life for these girls and how they're moving into adulthood, Tekna is a character whose future never got that much focused in the first place, so it's unclear what her post-graduation goals were. So at least we can't be disappointed she's not moving towards them, I guess. Flora has equally little to do most of the time. I bring her up second because not only did she have nothing to do, but there was an opportunity to give her something and the show completely squandered it. There is a point late in the season where the squad is going up against another fairy who is concerned with nature and the Amazon. This is a place where it feels like Flora could really get a chance to shine, as she has a related specialty and can really make note of the way that things are different between Earth and her own homes in terms of handling nature. But no, everyone gets a nature themed sub transformation together. We watch some Captain Planet level heavy handed environmentalism from the late 2000s, and Flora once again faints because she's around too many damaged trees, an occurrence that only she is regularly subjected to, which does not help the impression of her being some wilting flower of a character. Stella doesn't really have all that much to do on her own, which I also find disappointing for reasons that I'll get into later. She does at least have something, but involves her being mixed up in a whole bunch of relationship drama, which ties into one of the worst aspects of the season that we will definitely talk about more later as well. Stella just doesn't get anything of her own to really focus in on, making her also sort of fade into the background. Bloom is the first one where I think she had something going for her as an individual. Well, not entirely individual, if I'm being honest. Bloom is mostly finding herself in the role of mentor this season, as she sees a lot of herself in new character Roxy, and of the group seems to make the most effort to bond with her and guide her as someone who has the experience of finding out that they're a fairy after growing up on Earth. This is something that the two of them very much end up differing on after a while, giving a nice sense of contrast. While it is good to see Bloom take on this mentoring role, it does end up being something that smooths down her edges as a result. The Bloom of prior seasons was imperfect and a believable teenager. She had this fiery spark to her, sure, but she also struggled with self doubt at several points. This season, though, she seems to be pretty put together and grown up, which, sure, that is good to see a character grow into, but I do end up feeling that I didn't actually see her grow into that, and more that she evolved into that mentor role quickly to suit the story, rather than because it was something natural for her character. I would have loved to see her second guess herself a little, and maybe even give Roxy a little bit of bad advice here and there to show she still has room to grow, even though she's moving into this new phase of her life. Most of the content for Layla is loaded into the back of the season and only lasts for a little bit, but it makes for good character work, so even that little bit is enough to boost her. Characters don't always need to have a full season arc if you give them something really good and solid for even just a little while. For most of the season, Layla is sort of unproblematically living her best life and being happy with the boyfriend she picked up at the end of last season. He even proposes to her, though this is something that feels a little messily shoved into an episode and I don't think entirely hits because of that. Layla runs off for an important date and is on cloud nine because he proposes, but in the moment, this feels less like it was done as a progression of their relationship and more of a way to manufacture drama between Layla and her friends, which we'll talk about how that didn't even work all that well a little later. What strikes me is the way that the proposal doesn't even consider that they are technically already engaged to each other. Yes, it's an arranged match, but one that they seemingly accepted at the end of the prior season when they actually got together. It might have been cute to have something where Layla points out that he doesn't need to propose because they're already engaged. And then he's like, yeah, we are, but you still deserve a proposal, or I know I don't need to, but I want to. Not to mention, the way that these two only got together at the end of last season means it feels a little rushed for them to be getting engaged only halfway through this one. I know with the way the movie slots into the timeline and all that, it's actually been months since then, but even taking that into account, they've probably been dating less than a year and it ends up feeling pretty rushed. But the reason that Naboo proposes isn't really because the both of them are taking the next step forward in their relationship. It's because the writers know he's going to die, despite Bloom being right there and having established healing powers. And they want to try and make that as tragic as possible, so it really makes sense when Layla essentially dives headlong into her villain arc. Yeah, Layla ends up going on a full revenge quest after her boyfriend gets killed and joins up with a group of antagonists to take out the other antagonists who stole her chance at reviving him. This does not last very long and only comes on at the very end of the season, but it's good to see the way that her grief ends up becoming a driving motivator for her. She doesn't get sad and mopey, but channels her grief into what, to her, is productive forward momentum. Because of the type of show this is, vengeance is never the answer, and it would be hypocritical of the show to have it be when they've spent half the season preaching that very message. So she doesn't actually do anything that will actually hurt anyone and ends up getting a good cry in the arms of her friends, which is a fine enough resolution for something that only lasted like 2 episodes. However, I support women's rights and women's wrongs, so Layla can have one murder as a treat and cash it in later if she'd like. Musa is the one that gets some level of a lengthy subplot this season, which is great for her since she's one of the ones who, on average, only tends to get single episode or half episode focus at best. It's just a shame that what they give her is her being on the Hot Mess Express until her dreams and goals get completely forgotten about. So Musa's storyline this season is that she gets the opportunity to chase her dreams of being a singer, which has been established as a goal for her for a while now. It feels strange to me that she would go after something like that while she is meant to be on a temporary mission, rather than when she gets back to the potentially much larger stage of the magical realms, but I guess she needs a way to kill some time while she's on Earth, so sure. Musa is pursuing a recording contract now after singing at a juice bar goes well for her. And to be clear, it very much does feel like she was just singing at a regular band night at a regular bar, but this feels like one of those cases where it's only specifically a smoothie bar because this is a show for kids, given the way it functions. Anyway, she gets herself an audition, which her toxic boyfriend nearly sabotages by being toxic and jealous. At this point, there's really no reason he should be, but he must have some level of clairvoyance because Musa does end up developing a big old crush on the music producer Jason. She doesn't outright flirt or anything, but there is a lot of her thinking about how much nicer Jason is to her than Riven. She repeatedly considers breaking things off with Riven, and while the show never outright says it, there is a pretty obvious and clear implication it's so she can jump ship and pursue Jason instead. Here's the rub. He's already getting married, which Musa ends up finding out through getting asked to sing at his wedding. This is all messy as hell and ends up reflecting pretty poorly on Musa and her ability to separate professionalism from her personal life, leading to the sense that she is actually not ready to take this step into the professional music world, which, if that's what they were going for in portraying the girls maturing at different rates and how they might not all be entirely ready to step into adulthood, that would be one thing. But that's definitely not the case, and this is all meant to be some drama for her to go through rather than a sign of how she still has some growing up to do. I mean, the show has the audacity to show us her moping after learning about the wedding and saying that her voice was all he really cared about. Like, girl, yes, that's all he cared about. He's a music producer that was talent scouting you after you sang at a bar, not a cute boy asking you out after you played guitar at the beach bonfire. What really steams me about all of this is partway through the season, the squad decides, out of nowhere, that they should all form a band, despite how none of the characters have seemed to have even the most remote interest in anything like that before this point. You can see the dollar signs for the band doll outfits floating above their heads in the way that this is thrown in as a merch avenue. And then Bloom is the one singing instead of singer Musa for some reason as well, something definitely thrown in for branding since she's the main character after all. And I wouldn't mind this all being thrown in all that much if it didn't completely cut off Musa's storyline and make everything about it leading up to that point completely irrelevant. The girls becoming a band essentially massacres Musa's prospects, and whatever chance at being a singer she had flies out the window in an instant, leaving us with nothing but lingering bits of her relationship being completely whack. She's not the only one that gets hit by that this season, to be fair, but we'll get into the way the rest of them were hit by it a little later. And now that we've looked at the main girls, we might as well take a look at the new addition to the cast that might as well be a new main character once she actually gets involved. Roxy. So Roxy is clearly meant to be both a new member of the cast and also something of a redux of Bloom. If I had to speculate, there were a couple of different ways that things could have gone after this season. One is the way things went, but I'm going to be honest that I would be shocked if there was not at least some level of discussion around the idea that this was a transitionary season to Roxy being the lead character in the next. That's obviously not what happened, but this season is set up in a way that it sort of gets us used to Roxy and sets her up enough that the next season could have been centered entirely on her while the rest of the cast moved on with their lives. A Steve going off to college while Joe house sits, if you will. That's not what happened, obviously, but I do see it as a possibility. Roxy is a girl who has lived her whole life on Earth as a human, only to find out that she is actually a fairy. She even gets a dream/ghost guide like Bloom had. The difference, though, is that Roxy isn't immediately whisked off to fairy school the second she finds out, and in fact resists having her life completely upended by this revelation. She does eventually embrace the powers that she has, but she spends quite a while seeing this new fantastical element of her life as more of a curse than a blessing. That might have to do with the fact that she has evil wizards hunting her, though. That's enough to put a damper on any magical revelations, I suppose. And to be fair, Roxy's feelings about this are all super valid. She has a life and shouldn't be made to give that up and change her entire lifestyle just because she might have a magical heritage. The problem is it can be a little hard to get on board with her when we don't actually see all that much what she would be giving up. We see Roxy's dad, her dog, and the smoothie bar that her dad owns, but we don't see her social life, any other friends or family that she might have to leave behind. There's no sense that Roxy has much of a life of her own, really, so it can be hard to get the sense that she would be giving anything up. It's understandable that we might not see all of her life since we are still spending a lot of time with the 6 core cast that we already know, but the fact that Roxy doesn't seem to exist outside of them or her plot relevance does keep her from feeling like a completely fully fleshed out character. Not to mention that everything with her and Bloom is incredibly on the nose. There's a point where Bloom internally thinks, I'm so proud of Roxy, she reminds me of myself, and I literally rolled my eyes when that happened. Earlier in the same episode, there was a really sweet moment where Bloom had some one-on-one mentoring time with Roxy on a rooftop. This showed us the sense of responsibility that Bloom felt towards Roxy, how she saw a kindred spirit in her, and how they were bonding, far better than this overtly stated line near the end of the episode. I know this is a kid's show, but it trends more towards tweens than toddlers. They're not stupid. They would pick up on that, even if they don't recognize that they're picking up on that. And like I said, this very much shoves Bloom into that mentor role without giving her as much room to be herself. And at the end of the season, we get this sudden reveal that the Queen of the Earth Fairies, Morgana, is Roxy's mom. This secret royal heritage is just another thing that feels like it was a retread of how things had been with Bloom. I understand why this was done, but it also just isn't as exciting to get the same type of reveal twice in one show. It's also something that doesn't have the level of build-up that Bloom's reveal did. Roxy is never searching for any sorts of answers, and even if she did bring up she didn't know her mom, it's so incidentally brought up that it didn't even stick in my mind all that much. It wasn't like she was seeking out her mom or some sort of mother figure, she was just vibing. Though I suspect if they had done something like this, she would have felt like even more of a retread, to the point where it potentially bored audiences. The villains this season are something that are cool in concept, but the execution is pretty lacking, and this isn't helped by the way that we have the introduction of a whole second set of them partway through the season. So the initial hook is that you have the Wizards of the Black Circle, a group of fairy hunters who shake off magic more easily than most other foes, and were powerful enough to hunt down and seal away all the fairies of Earth, leaving it a place without magic. That is a rad as hell concept for a show where the main characters are fairies. However, outside of the initial impact that these guys make when they first show up, they're pretty bland and half-baked. There are 4 of them with marginally different magic powers, but all of them have the same generic cackling bad guy personality. There's nothing all that interesting about them as individualized characters unless you really like one of their designs. We're not even given a motivation for why they're doing what they're doing, which just leaves them pretty bland. No justification or explanation, not even a weak or petty one. Like, why are they so set on wiping out or sealing away fairies, and why specifically Earth fairies? It's clear that they are aware of the wider magic dimension since they showed up at the school, so why are they concerned only with the idea of the last Earth fairy to deal with, not with the many, many other fairies that surround them in that moment? More interesting are the Earth fairies that were sealed away that the main cast eventually do manage to release. They become antagonists mostly just because they want revenge for their treatment and resent the way that humans have treated the Earth while they were gone. While this is more interesting, the biggest issue is that they seem to have a lack of ability to understand nuance and the way that the average person hasn't harmed them. They also come into the season deep enough that we don't have time to dwell on them and explore the way that the girls are slowly changing their minds for a handful of the fairies. So it can feel like some of them turn around far too easily. This becomes more of an issue in the very end game of the season. You'll have a moment where the fairy that led a coup against their queen due to a disagreement on how to handle the wizards expresses remorse for her actions for the first time, and then gets crowned new queen of the fairies by the end of the same episode. The wizards are handled, sure, but the grievances the fairies had with humanity destroying nature are never actually addressed. And then they just magic the world better, leaving this sense that things were rushed because we were running out of season to resolve it in. Not to mention that it all gets a little repetitive to deal with them. There are only so many ways that you can have the main cast say that vengeance isn't the answer to things before it gets a little boring. So the Black Circle guys needed to get fleshed out more, and the fairies needed more time to show off everything they had and actually resolve what they were going through. While I respect the writers wanted to do something different, ditching the long-standing villains of the tricks and creating multiple factions with their own goals and issues, trying to get the girls to function in a sort of diplomatic fashion rather than just magic blasting, I don't think it really all came together enough to fully work. And let's talk about that new form everyone is rocking while we're here. So, despite Enchantix being the final fairy form that the girls had to get, turns out that there are more that they can get, and this isn't something that I'm entirely opposed to. The idea that once they reach that point, they are able to unlock other forms that are situational and only suited for being in certain environments or for certain purposes is interesting. In fact, this one introduces 2 sub-forms suited for the jungle and cold places, which opens up some cool avenues. If this new Believix form was suited to dealing with those who have a resistance to regular magic, like the fairy hunters, or for working in a place like Earth that had lost its magic, that would make sense. But that's not what really happens here.
Believix is basically treated like the next step up for them, and it's given way more bells and whistles than anything else ever had, making it seem like it's a superior form in just about every way. And maybe if this were the last season of the series, that wouldn't really be an issue, but I know there are 4 more beyond this, meaning there's plenty of room to open up new avenues and transformations, so this one is likely gonna get left in the dust. These subforms are a cool idea, but I am highly doubtful that I'm ever going to see them again, so they end up feeling like they were just an excuse to sell some fashion packs. And oh boy, does this form feel like it was made to sell additional toys or fashion with the way that the swappable wings were introduced. This was something that, while a unique element that does make the form stand out, just ended up getting more and more boring as the season went on. The wings are exceptionally situational, and the way that we are shown the same footage when swapping into any of them, which happens often, meant that the cool concept ended up losing its luster. Maybe just having one thing to change to instead of 3 could have alleviated this, making it feel a little more special when they were used. They also, unfortunately, end up making the girls feel pretty homogenous. Stella had a special capability to teleport herself and others. Well, now anyone can teleport with the special wings. Everyone can use the super fast flying wings. Everyone can look into the past. It's starting to feel like their more individualized specialties are mostly just there for flavor rather than being a core part of how their magic works. And like I said, one set of wings is for teleportation and the other is for fast flying. I don't think we needed both of those. And of course, we have the one thing that's really supposed to make this one special, the way that it can be used to touch people's hearts or whatever. This is something I don't think the writers really thought through all that much, if I'm being honest, or they at least didn't consider the implications of the individual scenes they were writing where this power is used. Because in all but a few very small select cases, whenever these heart-touching powers are used, it did end up very much feeling like the girls were brainwashing people into aligning with what they thought was best. I understand that this was meant to enable people to see the errors of their ways sometimes, like the farmer who had cut down all the trees around his home, or the smaller cases where they were influencing people that were fighting each other to stop. However, there are plenty of cases where they use this magic and then all of a sudden the people they're using it on either have a huge personality shift or seem to reverse everything about themselves very suddenly. Like, I promise you, the animal smugglers definitely knew what they were doing was wrong, they just didn't care. So them suddenly changing their minds and realizing it's wrong and giving that up after 30 seconds really feels like they got a magical lobotomy rather than having their hearts reached. Like, there are moments where you can make something like this work, like when rescuing a little girl from a fire and using magic to give her a little bit of courage so that she can be physically reached. That is a good moment that feels like passing something on and giving a little encouragement rather than a sense of control that so many of the other instances give off. There was a good idea here, with perhaps the concept of the way that helping people can affect them more deeply than you might have realized, or something of that nature. But the execution is just so off that none of it really has a chance to come to the forefront. And we have to talk about the way this is actually earned, because that's a mess as well. So in order to get this form, they need to get people to believe in magic, and then they are supposed to be somewhat power dependent on if people believe in them or not. It's very clap to show Tinkerbell you believe in her type stuff. Even if the actual belief part is something that only comes up like once or twice in just an episodic plot rather than being an ongoing thing. Basically, though, in order to earn this transformation, they need to get people to believe that fairies are real. The problem being how that ends up going down in the episode where they actually earn it. In the episode, all the girls get the transformation at once from just a single person believing in them, Roxy. I understand not wanting to have earning this one be individual episodes, both to differentiate it from the last 2 power-ups and to keep it from eating up a bunch of the season with them all bonding with a person who eventually believes and then gives them the new power. However, the fact that they're all able to earn it from a single person believing them is a bit laughable. Damn, easiest power-up ever to earn, because Roxy says she believes in them while looking at them with their massive wings flying and using their magic. She's not believing based on some sort of faith, but because she can literally see that they are fairies right in front of her at that moment. Not to mention, they are telling her she needs to believe in them so they can save her while she is under threat from the Black Circle guys, meaning she is also believing in them under duress and threat to her life. So can we really call that believing in them? I can understand not wanting to have multiple episodes on end of each of the girls not being able to do anything because they don't have the right magic to face the fairy hunters, but it really does give the impression that this power-up is being fast-tracked as something of a shortcut for the writers, and so the form is on display from early on in the season for the sake of toy sales.
I will say I ended up liking the designs at least. They're really cute. Though I do find it kind of funny that it's essentially a 50-50 split between half of them very much looking like a magical fairy tale fairy and the other half looking like they're going for fashionable athletic wear. Let's look a little bit at the way the girls have spent the entire season on Earth, because while this could have been a cool concept, it does end up falling a little flat. For one thing, it does end up feeling like the girls are starting to lose their individuality. We don't see them do anything on their own anymore. With a few exceptions, it seems like they go everywhere together. When there is a moment that they have spare time to go on a date, they are doing group dates, like everyone going to the park with their boyfriends together. When they're working, they're all working. When they have time off, they all have time off. Musa starts having a music career. Everyone must be in a band together to get the recording contract that will definitely be forgotten next season. They're feeling very hive-mindy. Everyone is always on the same page and agrees about pretty much everything. There's no differing intergroup dynamics or disagreements among the group anymore. Everyone has the same baseline opinions and just expresses them a little differently. One of the things that really stands out is the way that their fashion has kind of all blended together. It's not completely without individual touches, but it's very much starting to veer towards putting them in the same molds. In particular, it feels like the styles of Musa and Tecna have been pulled more into the realm of Flora and Stella, giving them more feminine looks in comparison to Musa's more streetwear-inspired fashion or Tecna's bend towards futurism. All this means is that when we do get a single disagreement among the group during the season, it ends up feeling completely out of place and forced. Stella calls Layla out for never spending time with them and always hanging out with her boyfriend, and maybe that is true off screen, but that has never been presented in the show itself up to this point. That is just blatantly untrue. Layla is always there with everyone else, and we have seen her go off and have her solo date where she is proposed to as her only alone time with Naboo. She, at most, left a hangout a little early, and that is the most you can say there is evidence of this. It's a conflict that feels forced because there was no build-up at all to this point, and the build-up of the episode itself feels really weak. This season, it does feel like the world building is starting to collapse a little in on itself. The season seems to want to show the girls growing up and moving on with their lives after school, but that's not really happening because outside of Musa, none of them seem to be pursuing anything greater or their personal futures. At this point, I think it's safe to say the characters are fairly pivotal figures in their worlds and should have a world of possibilities open to them, but that's not being followed through on. And for some of them, it feels like the show is purposely forgetting just how important the world building has set them up to be. Stella and Layla are princesses of their home worlds and, as far as we can tell, don't have siblings, meaning that they're the crown princesses. Now, neither of them are rulers in their own rights, sure, but it seems strange that they can run off on almost a whim and not have any consequences for it. They are political figures. Stella essentially had her debutante ball last season, ostensibly meaning she has entered royal society and everything that comes along with that. If this is a case where they don't want to be in the position and are trying to escape on Earth, that's fine. In fact, that might be an interesting avenue to explore, but the show isn't doing that. It's just ignoring an element of the world building because it might be a little inconvenient and hoping we don't pay that much attention to that fact. There's a point where Layla comments to Naboo, like an episode or two before he dies, something along the lines of, after everything with the Black Circle and the Earth Fairies is resolved, they'll be able to live on Earth happily, which is baffling. The girls all pretty specifically came here for a mission, and the boys just sort of followed along after them. This was, as far as I could tell, supposed to be a temporary thing for everyone involved. So why is Layla talking like they all decided to move here on their own and are going to continue to live here when everything is over? If she has decided that as much as she loves her kingdom, she doesn't actually want to rule it, that's fine, but I'm gonna need to see that addressed. Otherwise, it just looks like Layla has decided off screen to abandon the kingdom she was willing to die for last season, or has simply just entirely forgotten that she's a princess in the first place. When you make a character a princess, there is political baggage that comes along with that, and you can't just pretend there's not when it's not convenient to you. It was one thing to not pay much attention to that when they were in school. Schooling is something that's a need, and would make sense they're not very involved in their home planets if they're still in education away from home. But after graduation, there should be some sort of responsibilities starting to fall on their shoulders, and yet we don't see any sign of this. Bloom in particular seems really off thanks to all this. Her kingdom is one that has been dead and is suddenly revived. That is something that might have been nice to look at. Perhaps with everything that's going on, it's all more than she expected it to be. Maybe she's feeling she's not ready or not princess material and is kind of trying to run away from it all. Maybe that's why she throws herself so much into trying to mentor Roxy, helping someone with their problems to try and forget about her own. Maybe Earth is a way for her to retreat back to when life was simpler.
But instead, the show seems pretty content to just kind of pretend that the movie didn't happen. Her kingdom has returned after being gone and needs to find its place in the magic dimension again. It ignores the potential world shakeups that should have resulted from that ending, and the only thing that it actually retains is that Sky is now allegedly a king. Oh yeah, he shouldn't have the capability to just run off and shirk his duties like that anymore, should he? That's a pretty big thing to just leave behind without any warning. And this is the one the show chooses to address at least a little, which is great, but it does it really, really poorly, which is bad. At one point, Sky's father does show up and basically tells his son off for having just run off and abandoned his new duties now that he's king. However, this all is momentarily forgotten when he finds out that Sky pawned a very important ring in order to pay for the absolutely massive apartment he's been sharing with the other guys. They haven't figured out how to make money yet, so he essentially used it to get an advance to jumpstart them, intending to pay back the pawn loan and get it back as soon as possible. So, with that to solve, everyone takes off and goes to deal with this. Musa ends up brainwashing the pawn shop owner with her new powers, and they get the ring back. After that, Sky's father is just like, okay, problem solved, see ya, and leaves. Something happened in the middle of the episode where the problem became that Sky no longer had the ring, rather than the fact that he, as head of state, just took off to keep an eye on his powerful fairy girlfriend, and then stuck around even once it was clear that she could handle herself. That was the issue that Sky's father came to tell him off about, but that just ended up getting forgotten, so there wouldn't be any need to deal with the actual consequences of its actions, and the newly established status quo wouldn't have to be disrupted. Let's be real, Sky wasn't doing anything all that important this season. He could have just gone home, and anything he did could have been handed off to other characters without changing much at all. If everyone is growing up a little, Sky and Bloom can start learning to navigate the fact that politics are always going to be the third member of their relationship. Oh god, we haven't even begun to talk about the relationships. So, I have never been super into any of the relationships in this show. Every once in a while, one of them will have a bit of a cute moment that works for me, but most of the time things are either just messy because the show needs drama, messy because the writing of the relationships isn't that great, or boring. This season saw fit to shake that up by shoving a bunch of unneeded drama in there and making them annoying to watch too. The key point that kicks all of this off is the way the boys are essentially sent to Earth after the girls to be there as backup because their powers aren't as effective against the fairy hunters, and Farragonda wants to make sure there's a little extra insurance. However, she does not tell the girls about this, and that's when everything goes downhill. There is no reason not to tell the girls what's going on. At this point, they are grown and graduated. They're adults, and they have been through a lot as magical warriors, both supported and unsupported by the boys. They're usually pretty dang rational characters. If they had been sat down and told that this was a backup measure to ensure their safety and the success of the mission, because at the moment they're up against an enemy that is resistant to their magic, I don't really see a world in which they would not understand that. There is a one-off line about not wanting to shake their confidence or something like that, but it feels like a weak justification to go through with something that the writers are just going to use to cause drama down the line. They do inevitably end up finding out what is going on, which ends up leading to the girls accusing the boys of not trusting them to handle this on their own. This is not something that boys end up dissuading either. They very easily could have pointed out that it was Farragonda that asked them to do this, but they don't, and I have to watch everyone be mad at everyone else for a completely avoidable misunderstanding. This also leads to the boys getting pissy and feeling like they're being treated poorly by their girlfriends, which, once again, is a place where the dialogue and the show contents are telling two different stories. What I have seen is one interaction where the girls reacted poorly to finding out you were there, and there wasn't any real attempt to resolve that. Where is this supposed sustained poor treatment? And all of this is even before we get into the jealousy and cheating stuff that ends up being a problem. So while Flora, Tekna, and Layla are all being pretty unproblematic with their partners, everyone else is a complete mess of jealousy and hurt feelings, and it just ends up being perhaps the most tedious part of the season. So you've got Bloom and Sky, where he's jealous because being back on Earth has Bloom bumping into her ex, and the two of them are vibing together pretty well. And this is something that is a little bit justified. Even if unintentionally on her part, the way that Bloom interacts with her ex does have flirtatious energy at first, and at one point she does kiss him on the cheek. I can't even blame Sky for being a little bit concerned when he saw that go down while Bloom didn't think he was around. This is something that tapers out, but it wasn't great and almost feels like that cheek kiss was thrown in there to make his concerns truly justified. But my god, the moment Bloom mentions that sometimes one word can mess everything up and Sky tells her, then maybe we better not speak. No, absolutely not. The biggest issue in this damn relationship is communication problems. That is the literal single recurring problem that I have seen out of the two of you. You'd need to start talking, and that should not be the takeaway.
And as always, if this was a flawed mindset that the characters needed to address and would be addressed, that's not a problem. But when that's the romantic note that the episode ends on and it's never dealt with again, I feel a little justified in pointing my finger and going, wrong. We've already gone over how Musa is a hot mess this season on top of everything else. She and Riven are having their typical yo-yo of a relationship that never seems to actually be good even when they're on good terms, giving you the realistic experience of watching your bestie go back to her toxic ex over and over again. The one thing I really just want to add is that they didn't need to give Musa someone new to give her the justification to break up with Riven. She can just do that, and I hope the writers learn that someday. And then we have the Stella and Brandon stuff. Honestly, if I had to pick a favorite couple at this point, while I don't really love any of them, these two would likely come out on top. They just give me the vibe of that couple that are really into each other in high school, but everyone thinks it's really shallow and they won't last after school, only for them to really stick it out and be a super strong and supportive couple, you know? Which is why it's really weird that when the annoying bully girl from Earth tries to go after him, Stella gets upset with him. Like, these two have always been a pretty solid couple and very supportive and understanding of each other. So the way that she just jumps into blaming him when she can very much see right in front of her that not only is he not reciprocating these advances, but is being harassed, it just feels straight up wrong. And this is not a one-off thing. It lasts for multiple episodes, just feeling more and more forced every time that it comes up. It alone would have been one of the worst aspects of the season, but when combined with every other instance of jealousy or messiness or, ooh, is it cheating? Just makes everything about the romance element of this season feel all the worse. When getting more content about the boys, I want them to have some more personality and interests outside of their girlfriends, not be exacerbating each other's relationship problems. Naboo was the only one who seemed to have an actual real understanding of how to healthily navigate a relationship, and the writers sniped him for it. And the last element of the season is something I have left out up till now purely to prove a point. The pet shop could have been cut from the season and nothing would have been lost. So early on in the season, the girls get a one-off gig doing some warehouse work and end up coming across some stuffed animals that are going to get thrown out. So Flora does a little spell on them and creates life somehow. These bug-eyed stuffed animals gain wings and become real creatures at the snap of her fingers, and obviously the next step is to take the little freaks and start a pet shop surrounding them. Now, the series tries to frame this as some kind of an outreach thing, like these pets that they have made are somehow going to reach people and make them believe in magic, but there is no indicator that this is something that even comes anywhere close to happening, and none of this ever stops feeling like some sort of advertisement for an elaborate playset. What makes it feel all the worse is the way that these things are not very cute. They have these huge bobbleheads and massive eyes that just make them look unappealing. That's subjective, obviously. I'm not going to say you're wrong if you like them, but for those of us who don't, these are freak abominations. What gets me is that everything about this feels like it was picked up from another show and forcefully crammed into Winx. From the little song that plays whenever we see the pet shop, to their designs, to the way this stuff is presented in the show. It all feels like something that came from somewhere else to invade the show, like some abandoned Littlest Pet Shop show.
Every day we're living in a fairy tale.
Just to get it out of the way, I am aware of the timeline issues with this movie. There is not a spot where it cleanly fits into the timeline except directly after the first movie, but the girls have their season 4 powers, but Naboo is also alive. I'm just not gonna bother. I do believe this was due to a production delay or something of that nature. I can't really bring myself to care all that much at this point. Winx has never been consistent when it comes to time and timelines, so why should it start now? Yes, I'm aware of this, but we're not going to talk about it any further for the sake of my sanity. What strikes me most about Magic Adventure is that the magic adventure itself is probably the least interesting part of the movie. It all hinges around the tricks, who I've grown tired of at this point, and the ancestral witches, who aren't nearly as intimidating this time around. The only reason it doesn't wrap up sooner is that the villain plot centers around disrupting and draining magic, preventing the core cast from using their powers. It's not really anything all that interesting, and the emotionality that is tied into it relies on a retcon of Sky's father that doesn't really track with how he's been presented to up to this point. You see, he has this crippling guilt about the way he couldn't stand up for Bloom's home planet when the witches attacked it, even though he promised Bloom's father he would, because they destroyed a city on his planet, but promised they would leave the rest alone if he didn't interfere. So, out of fear, he chose to prioritize the safety of his own people rather than keeping the oath he had given. Now, to be clear, that's something that could have been a somewhat interesting character beat and could lead to some compelling drama. However, it's also extremely clear that this was made up for the sake of this movie rather than being something that was a planned facet of his character from the start,
because we have seen this man have interactions with Bloom before while knowing who she is, and nothing about the way he acted would imply that he was harboring any sort of guilt like this. In fact, it always seemed like he was more just annoyed that this girl was getting in the way of the marriage he had arranged for his son. It's just not something that tracks with what I've already seen of his character, so it feels pretty artificial whenever the movie tries to do something with what could have otherwise been an emotional core if it had thought of it sooner. It's also pretty clear there wasn't much of an idea of what to do with the rest of the main cast outside of Bloom and Sky. They are there and around for the adventure part of the adventure, but there's not really anything that any of them are contributing that adds a lot to the movie. And to be fair, when you have a shorter runtime of a movie compared to a season of the show, you are going to want to come in close on just one or two of your cast in order to create something that's a little more focused. Trying to give everyone a storyline would have just made the movie bloated and led to the storylines not getting that much depth. The problem is there are large chunks of the movie where the rest of the cast aren't even around, leading to them feeling like they were shoved in later rather than considered from the start. The story really focuses so much on Bloom that you could have written it without anyone else being there with just a few adjustments, and you can't really do that because you can't cut out any of the core 6 characters or it would no longer be a Winx Club movie anymore. Outside of a brief scene at the start, they don't come in until pretty deep into the movie, so there isn't that real sense of friendship or an adventure that they go on together that the regular series tends to have. The far more interesting element the movie has going for it is the way that it's the first time we're really able to explore the relationship between Bloom and her bio parents, Oratel and Marion. Now, this is something that could be really interesting to explore. The last time that Bloom and her parents were together, she was a baby, and now she's fully grown and even graduated from school. They are rulers, but she never got raised as a princess, so any element of that is completely new to her. To them, what was their baby is now the age of their first child, and that firstborn is little more than a ghost. That's something that's gotta screw with your perception of things a little bit. Which is why I was a little disappointed when the movie began and Bloom's relationship with these two was perfectly fine. There didn't seem to be any friction. They were super supportive and happy with her. They got her a horse and celebrated with her when Sky proposed for a second time for some reason. Bloom at the start of the movie really seems to have things pretty good. But then Sky breaks off the proposal because of his dad's guilt issues. Until he can get that sorted, Bloom gets sad, and all of a sudden the whole arrangement of how things are with her dad just completely shifts into a dynamic that feels like it's out of a completely different movie. All of a sudden, this guy that was pretty chill with his kid is setting up suitors to come and vie for her hand against her protestations. And this isn't out of some misguided sense of wanting to give her a new option or to get over the relationship that just fell apart, but very much because he is asserting that as king, he gets say over who she marries, which wasn't ever a concern before that point. It would be a different story if there was some kind of line about how it's a good thing that Sky proposed because by their culture she needs to get married by such and such age, something that feels like a throwaway and then turns into something serious. But there's nothing like that. Oratel being upset that someone broke his daughter's heart tracks. It's him feeling like he is almost taking this out on her by being very suddenly firm that this needs to happen that doesn't. By the end of the movie, he chills out again after going to Earth and seeing some home movies of Bloom growing up after realizing he doesn't really know her all that well. This much sudden personality flip-flopping doesn't make for a very good viewing experience and also fails to create some compelling drama. There are plenty of ways that the two of them don't knowing their daughter well could manifest other than this messiness that is tied to Bloom's relationship with her boyfriend. It might have been nice to have Bloom have her relationship with her parents be something she is dealing with separate from her other relationships. Honestly, one thing I'm surprised this movie didn't go for is the way they might have ended up conflating Bloom and Daphne. Daphne is about the age her sisters seemed to be when everything went down. Her parents are a little timeline scrambled. It might have been interesting if they started treating the daughter they have like the daughter that they lost. Perhaps play into the way that Bloom doesn't know anything about her own culture. There was a throwaway joke or two about her not being used to the whole princess thing. Make that a stress point, because she is very suddenly thrust onto a world stage as a princess of a people she doesn't know or understand. I was honestly disappointed to see Daphne show up just kicking it around in the palace in this movie. It was pretty clear to me that by the end of the last movie, Bloom had outgrown the need for Daphne's guidance, and Daphne seemed to get closure in seeing her family reunited and home restored. That was the perfect place for the both of them to be able to move on. Daphne lingering just feels unneeded, especially when she didn't really contribute anything to the movie besides showing up in 2 scenes. It could have been justified if there was a moment where she perhaps reminded her parents that she and Bloom are different and that she is gone, but it doesn't really feel like she is when she just keeps popping up everywhere.
The saddest thing about all this is that this whole setup between Bloom and her parents, where they aren't lining up in expectations and they're having to navigate this new relationship, that is something that easily has enough to it that it could have been the basis for an entire season long subplot, but it was just all shoved into this movie. I highly doubt it's ever going to come up again. Bloom and her bio parents are going to be hunky dory forever, and the series is going to miss out on getting to work with some actually pretty unique relationship dynamics. I meant it. I'm watching everything, which meant that I watched this, and I don't care for it. It's not that this show is god-awful or something like that. It's just a very plain and standard show meant for little kids that isn't doing anything that is noteworthy. I'd say if you're the type of person who is interested in the type of episodes where there are pixies or some other kind of mascot getting into shenanigans, this might be worth watching. But if you're coming to this for anything remotely similar to a Winx Club experience, you're likely going to get bored with it pretty quick. It's definitely a show that skews much younger than Winx does, and Winx is already a pretty kid-friendly show. It strikes me that the show very much feels like a early to mid 2000s kids show that would have aired at like 8 on a Saturday morning. Like, I look at it and the year that comes to mind for me is 2005. But this actually dropped in 2011 and does sort of feel like something that's a little behind the times for when it came out. It also very much feels like a show that was about half planned and then turned into a show that was going to be connected to Winx. Everything about it is so disconnected from canon that it might as well be off in its own little bubble. The characters from the main show never show up. The only crossover element is some of the Pixie characters from the main series serve as core cast in this show, but even then they can be drastically different. There are Pixies who have completely different personalities or have even swapped gender in transitioning between the shows, which, good for them, but I can tell this is something that got overlooked in the writing process. The setting is definitely more contemporary than the Pixie Village of the show, and while they technically have different names, it does give off the vibe that they're kind of meant to be the same place, given that they both have a magical tree that serves as their center point. I don't even know what there really is for me to say about this one. It's not really doing anything all that special. The episodes are made of 2 half-length segments, so they aren't able to dig into anything, and the characters are all quite one note as well. Their personalities are all pretty basic and tend to boil down to just 1 or 2 character traits. And once again, for a half-length cartoon, that's not a bad thing, but it is something that doesn't work when you're coming to this as a spin-off of Winx Club, where the characters tend to have a little more nuance to them. What's more, this show doesn't really have a lead character. The cast that recur is actually quite large, and the show never really settles on any of them as the lead. Ensemble shows are great and all, but with a recurring cast as large as it is here, it can end up making the show feel unfocused and bloated. Like, look at the base Winx Club series. You have the core cast of 5 and then 6 characters. Even if they're not as balanced for relevance as I would like, I wouldn't go so far as to say that any of them are not a main character. Yet, at the same time, Bloom is very clearly positioned as the lead, as the main character that has a little more relevance. Moreover, Bloom serves a key role as being the focal point through which we see the world. We learn about it alongside her. It's a bit of an overused trope to start a kids show with a new character moving into town and very quickly making some new friends and integrating themselves into an already established friend group, but it's something that is commonly used for a reason. It means that we have a character that is entering the world of the show alongside us, and thus can be the lens that we use to learn things because they are equally uninformed. An example of this that is perhaps a little more similar in format with this show would be My Little Pony: Friendship is Magic. You have a core cast of 6 characters, but Twilight Sparkle is clearly the lead of the cast, the one learning and growing the most, and who is the focal lens to see the show through. Guess what? She's also new in town. We also enter this world with her. Pop Pixie doesn't really have a character like that. There are some who show up more often than others, sure, but not to the point where I would ever consider any of them to be the actual lead character for the show. Maybe you could count Lockette or Chatta for this since they tend to show up the most, but even then, they don't have anything about their presentation that really makes it feel like they're the lead instead of just being used because they're more recognizable thanks to being characters in the main show. What is even more wild to me is the way that the first episode is handled in regards to all this.
So the first episode centers around this character, Pam. She's pretty cute, and if you've watched Winx Club, she's not going to be familiar to you because she is a completely new character for this show. Okay, so she is taking up a focal role in the first episode of this new show. That must mean she is a member of the core cast and maybe even our lead. She was essentially the main character of the first episode, after all. Nope. Pam is actually more of a B or C tier when it comes to the characters that regularly show up. After the first episode, it takes a while for her to even have a focal scene for quite a while, which makes the fact that she was the focus point of the very first episode of the show feel really odd. The way that this all feels messy is a really great reminder of the way that even a show that is supposed to be silly and lighthearted is something that takes a lot of work to make feel right. There is a lot of craft that goes into making something like this, and it often goes underappreciated when it works simply because you don't notice how well it works. Circling back, one of the reasons I brought up Friendship as Magic earlier is because, yes, it was a good example, but also because one of the concepts behind this show actually reminded me somewhat of it. You see, each of the pixies that we are shown in the show has some kind of special talent, their thing that they can only really do. For example, looking at one of the pixies transplanted from the show, you have Amore. In this show, she's cast as the local potion maker, but she is specifically related to feelings, positioned as one of the more emotionally intelligent characters among the cast. So all the characters have their thing, and some of the episodes will really focus on them figuring out how they can use their thing in a situation in a way where it will help others. And as the narration will consistently remind you, when they manage to do this, and they manage to do good in that way, the magic tree will reward them with a magic ball no matter how far away they are. That is how they are able to temporarily transform into a powered-up state with bigger wings and ascend from being a normal pixie to a pop pixie, because the ball is called a magic pop, thus pop pixies. As someone who watched me some Friendship is Magic back in the day, I immediately ended up relating this to the whole concept that show had going on of the cutie mark, the ponies getting a picture on their butt when they figured out what their special talent was. And that was something in that show that was an interesting part of the lore, given it was often related to self-discovery for the characters, allowing them to understand what made them unique and the ways that they could use their talents. I mean, it's not always like that, to be fair, but it was something that did happen on occasion. I can feel that Pop Pixie was kind of trying to go for a similar idea, but I don't think it nailed it in execution here. For one, the thing that the characters are passionate about and the thing they have their magic orb for do not always line up all that well. One of the standout and obvious examples is this new character, Caramel. She runs the popular bakery in town, and it's pretty clear that is where her passions lie. However, for some reason, her magic power that the tree deigned to give her is super strength. For many of the other characters, these two things are connected, but it seems there isn't any connective tissue for Caramel, for example. The other issue is the manner in which these powers are earned. It would be generally more compelling if these things came from a moment of self-discovery, of characters realizing either that they had talents or passions. However, that's not how things are set up. The idea is that they earn their upgrade when they use their capabilities for the sake of others, which has the room to be compelling, but doesn't end up shaking out in that way and can often feel a little flat. These instances are also always some kind of big moment where there is a problem to be resolved. I understand that this is for the sake of trying to make these things exciting and compelling, but it does rob us of one of these blessings coming from a more simple way of helping someone. A way of showing that little moments can make a big impact on people. It's always more of a grand gesture, which fails to make this relatable to kids. It also sort of fails at the jump, since there is more than one case of the pixies getting their magic pop to give them the power to fix that situation, rather than getting it as a reward for using their powers to help others, like we're repeatedly told is the condition for earning them. But hey, I'm no pixie biologist, what do I know? What's funny to me is that this show and Friendship is Magic were sort of contemporaries while having a similar world-building concept shared between them. Pop Pixie debuted just 3 months after Friendship is Magic did. Obviously, that's far too close together to even begin to argue that either one might have stolen from the other, but I do think it's interesting the way that one of these really took off while the other is little more than a footnote in the history of the franchise that spawned it. Ultimately, this is one of those things where I do encourage you to give the show a watch. It was definitely not for me, and I did spend the whole thing pretty bored out of my skull, but I'm not here to really yuck anyone's yum. If you enjoyed this, then I am happy for you, but it's something I never want to spare another thought for if I can manage it. For those who have never given this show a chance and are curious, I recommend watching like 2 or 3 episodes and then judging from those if you want to watch the show. The whole thing is very much the same throughout, so you should be able to pick up from just that amount if this is for you or not. I would know. I wrote everything before this sentence after having watched only 20 out of the 52 episodes, and when I finished, I didn't have to make any changes to what I had written. Okay, so looking at the timeline of things, after season 4 is where the whole world of Winx Club got a little messy because Viacom got involved with Rainbow, the creators of the show. Now, Viacom owns Nickelodeon, so they're obviously going to want to have the show on their little network, but they know they can't just start airing season 5 with nothing else before that point. They need to blitz through 4 seasons worth of content to get kids reinvested in their version of things so that when they kick off season 5, they've got a bunch of kids already locked in and ready to go. 4 seasons is a lot to rapidly air, though, and that's going to take a while. So what do? They turn seasons 1 and 2 into TV movies, completely reanimate them to adjust their aesthetics to match season 4 and onward, and air those in place of the first 2 seasons when they speedrun everything. And while this does mean you are cutting out a lot of show, and that is a problem, I can also see the rationale. Season 3 is the strongest of the original 3, so you're going to want to air that in full. Season 4, while a mess, is the newest season, so you're going to want to air that in full as well. The first 2, though, they are a little on the janky side, and if you're trying to speedrun the content to give kids just enough context and content to get latched into the new stuff, you might not want to spend time re-airing all of that, especially if you're redubbing things as well. Truncating them into movies also allows their airings to be made into something of an event, something to advertise and build up to before airing in the hopes that you can get more eyes on your shiny new product. You can also see that this is really where the show made its final transition over into the flash puppetry animation that would become their standard moving forward. There were a few glimpses of this in season 4 where it seemed like the show was using a few episodes to dabble and test things out without fully jumping into it, but here we have some of the specials done entirely in this new style, which, while interesting, does give a pretty uncanny feeling. In the first special, for example, seeing some of the moments recreated shot for shot, but with this new style of movement, just feels weird, especially if you've seen the original version fairly recently like I had. Suddenly, Bloom is moving differently than I'm used to her doing in those shots, which is a pretty odd experience. And in particular, I really, really hate the way that Nut's teeth and mouth look and move. Viscerally uncomfortable. So there's 4 of these things, and all of them are recaps, so I'm not going to spend much time going into the details of the plot all over again, since we've talked about that already, but I would like to go special by special and talk about the things that stood out to me. Much of the core plot is the same, but when putting the story into a new medium or format, it is going to drastically change how things turn out, so it's worth taking a look at it all over again. Special 1 covered episodes 1 through 3, 7, and 10 out of season 1. These are all severely truncated, sure, but enough of them is there for the plot points to be very recognizable. For the first 3 episodes, everything doesn't flow together perfectly, but it flows enough that the way they're cut together makes sense, and it does feel like something of a TV movie. Adding on 7 and 10, though, feels a little bit disjointed, since those episodes are already pretty self-contained stories, and thus don't flow naturally together like the opening episodes of the series do. It's not that this is entirely outright bad or anything like that, but more that you can tell this is episodes of a show that were stitched together and not something that was conceived as a movie first and foremost. It's like when you watch those Disney sequels like Atlantis, Milo's Return, or Belle's Magical World, and you can tell that they're actually 3 episodes of a TV series that never came to be, that were loosely stitched together and thrown on a DVD so they could make some money on it. You can see where things would have been broken up because the old format is butting heads with the new one. Overall, the special cuts out a lot of things that really contributed to the world in order to streamline things. There's literally no room for any sorts of subplots at all. Like, for example, the Sky and Brandon switch does not exist in the special because there's no time to get into it and explain it, so why bother? A knock-on effect of this is the way that basically anything that is not the main plot of the season dealing with the Trix or Bloom has been removed, gutting any room for us to really get to know any of these characters. The most that you're going to get out of Musa, Flora, and Tecna is when they introduce themselves, which ends up feeling more like a roll call than anything else. It also makes trying to introduce these characters to the new audience come off as completely clunky, like this line.
Walking backwards is irrational. I'm Tecna.
That doesn't really flow or feel like something one would naturally say. Sure, Tecna is a bit of a different thinker, but she was always pretty personable and read as a person rather than something like this that comes off like a scripted bot. In having to boil things down to their bare essentials, we lose out on the smaller moments that make the characters likable. Similarly awkward was the way a narrator would cut in sometimes, but it wasn't something that felt consistent enough to be a stylistic choice, but more like the special was getting worried that the stupid kids weren't keeping up. So you would end up with moments where the narrator would say, "Meanwhile, at insert place here," while showing an establishing shot of that place. I know we might not have had enough time to really get to know these locations enough, but using an establishing shot to indicate moving locations is perhaps one of the most common tools of filmmaking, and something that happens in enough media that you can probably expect that kids will understand what it means without having to say it. Even if they might not know the exact name of the location, they'll be able to pick up on the vibes, since most of the places in the early series are unique enough in aesthetics that you can pick up on the idea of what they are without really having to be told. And the last thing that really stood out to me was the way that the adaptation of episode 7 was handled. In the original show, the girls are in trouble for a trip to sneak into the witch school, so they are punished with having to stay back from an event, stripped of their powers, and made to clean the school from top to bottom on their own without magic. When the tricks show up, it then becomes an episode about them being resourceful without their powers to try and solve the situation. In the end, they get their powers back and are a little more confident in their capabilities even without magic. It's a decent episode, the biggest issue being that it's a little clunky with all the guys also being there, making things feel a touch too crowded with their lacking personalities in the first season. However, in the special, the trip that got them grounded is completely cut, meaning that they are assigned to clean the school without their powers for no reason while everyone else is out and their powers have not been taken away. This leads to this section of the special feeling really odd. It feels like the girls have been singled out for no reason to do this because that angle of punishment is missing. They were singled out before because it was a consequence of their actions. Now it's just because. Additionally, because they haven't been stripped of their powers, the fact that they don't use them when things start going down feels completely out of place. They were only told they couldn't use them to clean, not that they couldn't use them at all. And even if that was the case, this is clearly an extenuating circumstance that would warrant breaking that little rule, which leads to the question of why they're not. It feels very strange. But then, at the end of the segment's adaptation, the girls are given their powers back, despite how they were never taken away in the first place, which is also pretty confusing. How was I supposed to know they didn't have their powers for the last several minutes of runtime if it wasn't something that was established in the special? This is why, when you're trying to adapt something to a new medium, you have to be really careful and you have to pay attention to what you're doing. While it might be the same story, this is a new version, so you can't assume that everyone is coming in with prior knowledge. I understood why things were done because I had watched the first season. My confusion came from the way that there was a contradiction. But for someone who has never watched season 1, would they grasp what was going on here? Would they be able to put those pieces together without all the information? Editing Mel here with something that I had made a note to mention, but then completely forgot to actually put in the script. So this was likely done partly because that was how the original episode went, but also because Bloom actually hadn't managed to transform before that point in the specials. They moved her first transformation to the end of the first special in order to give it a triumphant capstone, and sort of make it feel like getting to the point of transformation was her arc for that first special. So while the others could have transformed, Bloom still wouldn't have been able to without spoiling this change. That wasn't a factor in the main series since Bloom had transformed in a prior episode there. Special 2 covers episodes 9, 13, 14, 15, 17, and 18. That's 6 episodes compared to Special 1 covering 5 of them, meaning that things are going to get even more compressed and cut apart. In all fairness, this isn't full episode adaptations. There are some of these where they take only a small section of the episode and use it because that's the only part that was critically plot relevant. It means a lot hits the cutting room floor and gets streamlined. Much of what is lost being things like character interactions that lead to characterization or believability in the bonds that the cast are forming. One thing that feels rushed is the way the special essentially starts with Bloom going home for spring break. Now, it was that way in the show too, coming a mere 13 episodes in, but when you're watching a show, it's not only literally longer due to more runtime, but because of the episodic adventures of single episodes, it did feel like more time was passing. The first special feels like it only covers a week or two compared to the months that are actually meant to be passing. So starting the second special makes it feel like there's been a massive time jump since the last started at the start of the school year, and now it's already spring break. This is all for the sake of having the trip home where Bloom finds out she's actually adopted, but the way this is handled is far more weakly than in the series. In the show, Bloom sort of has the information about her past triggered by being involved in a fire, placing her in the same scenario that her father found her in, which feels like a natural way for this to be something that comes back to her or is revealed to her for the first time. In the special, she just goes home and has a dream about this happening without anything happening to actually spark that, which leaves it feeling pretty lackluster and more like something that could have happened at school at any time. I was honestly pretty shocked that Myrta made the cut in terms of things that were or were not included in the show. While a cool aspect of the first season, she doesn't go on to have all that much relevance in what follows, so I figured she would end up getting cut entirely. But then I remembered she's around a little bit in the third season, which was going to air in full, so she kind of had to be put in here somewhere that would still all make sense. Even if a lot of the smaller scenes that show the relationships she has with other characters end up hitting the cutting room floor, leaving her a shell of her former self. The special also ends incredibly abruptly, enough that I was shocked that there wasn't at least one more scene to kind of wrap things up. I understand this is the point where the end of the season really kicks into gear, but the cut to cheery credits was so abrupt that it was jarring and made the special feel somehow incomplete. The moment they choose to leave off on Bloom getting the dragon flame stolen was a good stopping point, but it ends so suddenly you can't really process what happened before the credits start to roll. And hey, maybe that was the point, but it still makes watching it feel odd and uncomfortable in a way that the series doesn't usually go for, making it feel out of place in this franchise specifically. Special 3 covers the rest of the season and does just about what you would expect it to at this point in terms of rushing through the content to cover it all. I don't have much to say since it does have a lot of similar problems to the end of the original season and there hasn't been that much of a change to things, but there are a few adjustments that drew my eye that I might as well point out. The specials in general have made Riven come off more as a spiteful ass than he did before. He was never particularly an enjoyable character in the first season, but it's not like he was completely awful every second he was on screen. Here, though, outside of maybe one or two spots in the first special, he just comes off as a jerk all the time, feeling like he's very spiteful and aggressive. Like, he was never the picture of perfect manners, but in this version, I can't see why any of them would continue to be friends with him, and I see even less why Musa might want to date him, though her crush getting blocked by Darcy is basically completely written out of these specials. For continuity things, the tunnels that connect the schools are something that is just completely unestablished now. They were never that strongly established before, sure, but now it feels like they come completely out of nowhere and ends up feeling more like the writers panicking for a secret way in as a result. And last thing to bring up, just because it's funny, there is a moment where Sky is in the street fighting off monsters, and this wasn't a very strong fight in the original show, but this version just made it even worse because he goes, "I might not win, but I will fight," only to immediately bow his head and give up after saying that. Like, come on, if you're gonna have him stand there and accept his fate, don't make him say something about standing his ground first. Get it together, guys.
And then we have Special 4, which tried to condense all of Season 2 into just one special, which was entirely the wrong thing to do. I know that the plot of Season 2 wasn't anything crazy and complex, and even I said there were things about it that should have been cut, but that doesn't mean you can just shove everything about it into one special, because that is going to miss things about that season that do work entirely, because the actual plot of the season was perhaps one of its weakest elements. Doing so just makes things a complete mess. For example, why does Bloom know what a Pixie is if she didn't meet one in the secret archive? She's the least experienced in the world of magic, so there's not really any chance that she has some kind of background knowledge to know what they are. So much is cut, but we have to keep the portion of Sky being jealous of Avalon spending so much time with Bloom instead of focusing in on the way that Avalon is manipulating her, something that doesn't even come across at all in the special. Dark Bloom isn't able to make any impact at all because she's there and gone in even less time, and she already wasn't around long enough in the season that she was part of. Charmix doesn't come up at all, so the specials just made it the name of their base form, which I am sure has caused no shortage of confusion between those who grew up on the full dub and those who grew up on these specials.
Oh, and I guess Layla's name is Aisha now. Okay. Alright, another season down. This one is also a complete mess, but at least it's messy in different ways than before. Unfortunately, they're ways I have a lot to say about, so brace yourself for me to yap about this one for quite a while because I have a lot of thoughts. Also, don't expect that to slow down. I'm sure the deeper I get into the series, the more invested I will get in yapping about details that only actually matter to me. Generally, I think I had a better time with this season than I did with season 4. While I certainly had my problems with season 5 and don't think I would consider it all that great, it has one benefit over the 4th season for me. I spent far less time being actively irritated by what I was watching. The early portions of season 4, where the show is insisting on dealing with relationship drama, is just a pain and really makes the thing feel like a slog. It's not like that sort of stuff is completely gone, as we'll get into, but it does feel like less of a focus, allowing other content to be more center stage. One thing I really want to talk about before getting into any plot and character stuff, though, is the visual presentation of this season, because this is the place where things really changed. Now, the puppet animation was already being used some in the specials and was definitely tested out a little in season 4, but this is the place where it became the primary form that the show took, which is a pretty big change. Personally, I'm not entirely opposed to it, even if I think it could have been done better. The colors are brighter and poppier, which I actually think suits the show, especially if they were going to tackle the colorful world that exists underwater in places like coral reefs. There are a few places where things were maybe a little too saturated, but overall, I'm not entirely against what the show is rocking. That said, the motion is where things tend to lose their charm for me. I mentioned it felt a little odd when talking about the specials, and it doesn't feel like they had it completely ironed out here quite yet. One thing that was definitely missing this season is a sense of weight in character motions that used to be there before. When characters are flying or in combat, it very much feels as though they have the weight of a piece of paper, so nothing with them really feels like it has much of an impact to it. It also seems with this new animation style, they've made the choice to try and have things move around more, leading to this sort of feeling that everyone is kind of flailing around compared to the hand-drawn style. Even though I had seen the shift coming and the series preparing for the transition, it still ends up being something that feels a little jarring to see happen. There's also the way that the characters are constantly bobbing up and down now that just bothers me. It happens most with the merfolk characters or when the core cast are underwater. That's not how swimming works, and it got annoying real quick. And there were other little things that were off as well, but aren't that big of a deal, but it did bother me enough that I just kind of want to bring them up real quick. Like, there's a moment in one of the episodes where Stella's mother turns her head to the side a little too much, so they used a reversed image in order to complete the rotation, but they neglected to account for the fact that she has a big crescent on her forehead, which gives away what they did when it suddenly flip-flops into facing the opposite direction. And I'd like to point out that everything about this image with Musa and her family is completely wrong. Musa's too old for her mother to still be alive, considering how young she was when she passed away, and that's not what her father looked like at that time. They just used his present model in a shot of the family of the past, which is not only wrong, but it also makes Musa's mother look like she was married to someone much older than her, which had never been demonstrated to be the case in the past. This was also the introduction of 3D CG animation to the main series after it had been used to make the 2 movies we've already talked about. This is used purely in the new area that was introduced this season, the Infinite Ocean. On one hand, I kind of understand the idea behind this. It serves to differentiate this pocket dimension from all the other oceans that we're spending the season in. Unfortunately, it doesn't look all that great is the problem. Yes, the animation has certainly improved since the movies, but that doesn't mean it's perfect either. Facial expressions are something that really feel like they haven't been completely ironed out yet. There's something about them that just still seems a little off all the time, and anytime the girls have to display a really big emotion, it just doesn't hit that well. There's one moment where Aisha is meant to be really distressed and sobbing, but it barely comes across because it's not really showing on her face all that much. The other issue lies with the way that the colors look in this part of the season. I already mentioned that in the 2D animation this time, the colors were a bit brighter and more saturated. Well, that's something that sort of goes away when hitting the Infinite Ocean. It's not like things become completely dull or anything like that, but they certainly do end up feeling more washed out, which is a bit disappointing because when I hear the words Infinite Ocean in terms of a setting, It calls to mind the greatest collection of coral reefs and sea life that you can imagine. Unfortunately, this ocean ends up feeling emptier compared to the others we get to see over the course of the season and doesn't really have any strong distinguishing qualities outside of being 3D. It might have been nice to see a sort of merging of all the other oceans, like they all flowed into this one place, but no luck there. The other thing that's more in terms of design rather than 3D animation is the first time we see the girls go there, their hair changed color. I have to assume this was a selling point of one of the dolls or something. However, the first time this happened, I had to sort of reorient myself because half of them had ponytails and all their hair colors had swapped. In later instances, it grew easier to tell, but the first time was a little disorienting. But enough about all that. Let's look at what actually happens this season. There are a few different things I want to talk about, but to give an overview, this is the season that is all about environmentalism, as the main villain is Aisha's merman cousin who was passed over as heir in favor of his twin brother. So after discovering pollution that flowed over from Earth through a magic gate in the ocean, he uses that to power himself up and try to take things over, leading to the girls having to figure out how to gain the right powers they need and then put those to use in order to stop him. Now, Winx has always been at least a little pro-nature and natural environments. Hard not to be when you have Flora sitting right there the whole time, loving nature and passing out when trees get damaged. However, this is the point where they really tried to bring that more to the forefront, and it was done with all the subtlety of a sledgehammer or an episode of Captain Planet. And this might just be because I am an adult who has lived through a whole lifetime of this kind of messaging, but this just doesn't work for me as an angle for this show to take. It's very baby's first environmentalism. You know, the basics, reminders to pick up trash, and pollution being bad and nasty stuff. Like, it really only introduces the most very basic concepts to the show. We don't even reach the level 2 realm of reduce, reuse, recycle. The only thing it really presents is the girls repeatedly cleaning up a beach, and toxins and pollution being used to fuel Titanus, the main villain of the season, and it proceeds to hammer those things in over and over again. It's also one of those shows that falls into the trap of depicting the way that pollution occurs incredibly simply. It's things like two guys just dumping toxic oil drums into the water right next to a populated beach. It's not the way that companies regularly try to skirt regulations in order to save a few bucks on a massive scale. The way that it's all presented is very cartoonish, which, go figure, this is a cartoon, but it does also mean it's not really teaching much other than the basic idea that pollution bad, nature good. Which is fine if you're making a show for 4-year-olds, but in a show that has multiple subplots about teenage relationship drama, including in this very season, I have a hard time believing that's the audience that they're trying to court. And the problem with all of this is that the show never gives that audience of children anything that is sort of actionable outside the simple idea of picking up trash on the beach. Yeah, that's a great way to start, sure, but it doesn't give them little things that they can do in the day-to-day. We see the girls pick up trash, but there's not even a line where someone casually suggests sorting out things that are recyclable. It just all goes in the same bag. It might come off as preachy, sure, but this season is already so on the nose about it that they might as well go all in. What do they have to lose? And speaking of everything just going in the same garbage bag, the way that magic is used to interact with this problem is horribly inconsistent as well. There's one point in the season where, after cleaning up, the girls just sort of zap the bags full of trash away. No idea where they went, but they're gone now, so why didn't they just do that to the beach? Why did the garbage need to be in a bag in order to be zapped away? There's a point in the season where there is a garbage island out in the ocean. Why can't they just zap that away too? One of the things that the Earth Fairies were really mad about in the last season was definitely the way that humanity was treating the Earth, so where are they? Apparently pollution is just absolutely rampant in picturesque Gardenia, so where are the Earth Fairies to get mad and help out? And since when do the Winx have the power to convert a literal entire oil rig into some solar punk paradise with a snap of their fingers? Magic has never been very consistent in this show, to be fair, but even taking that into account, this seems like a hell of a jump from what we've seen before. The show is in a weird in-between place that I can't help but wonder if the thought process went from wanting to do an underwater season and deciding they wanted their villain to be fueled by water pollution, and then they realized they would need to work that pollution into the plot somehow in order to make that happen, so they decided to do that and give the season an environmental message almost out of obligation, because it might seem weird if they didn't. Like, it's so there and obvious that you can't miss that they're doing an environmentalism, but it's also so surface level that it feels like it's there out of obligation rather than an actual care and enthusiasm. As for what the girls are getting up to this season, it's a pretty mixed bag of some getting a lot to work with and some getting crumbs, but let's be real, that's not entirely unusual for the show at this point. We're going to go over all of them, but I'm going to leave anything that has to do with relationship drama off to the side for now so we can go over all that as a batch at the end, mostly because I want to highlight when these girls get solo character focus that is not dating related. So, first thing to bring up is Roxy. While she might not be a core cast member or anything, she did end up getting pretty close to main character status last season. So, the fact that she was completely sidelined this season is kind of wild. And if it were a case of her being off at fairy school now and just showing up in a shot here or there to show she's in classes, that would be one thing. But there is more than one point where Roxy vocalizes wanting to help out and is very clearly given a side task so she won't actually take part in the action that we actually see in the episode, which felt almost a little insulting given how much she was depicted as a new, very good friend last time around. She's also just been flattened down and had the slight defiance that she had sanded out of her, which is disappointing to see. One of the characters I did not expect to get sidelined was Aisha. Much of the season's core plot is related to her by pure virtue that Tritanus, the villain, is her cousin, meaning the entire drama that's going down with his family is also related to her because they're her family too. Oddly enough, there seems to have been a restructure because we only saw Aisha's aunt before this point, nothing about her uncle, making it seem like she was the sole ruler of the underwater realm until this point. That branch of Aisha's family ends up all getting mutated, and getting them back becomes something of a plot point or concern, but it's not something that's really focused on all that much outside of when we need to remember not to hurt them because they can be used as human shields in a fight. There's even a point where Aisha is given a sword with a connection to her family, but she never truly uses it. She just hands it over to the good twin cousin when he gets unmutated, and then he uses it for the rest of the season. There could have been something there about her having to carry the weight of family legacy, but that never gets a chance to get anywhere even close to off the ground. And then she gets sidelined even further in the final fight when her powers are stolen and she's kidnapped and thrown into a cell for most of the final conflict, which just feels so deliberate on the part of the writers in this. It's not like her being kidnapped is something and then getting her back is the catalyst for the final conflict. No, she just gets grabbed at the end of the penultimate episode and is stuck in a cage to prevent her from being the one to finish the problem that is related to her own family. And not to rewrite anything, but there is a way that this could have been adjusted if you really needed Bloom to be the one doing the final conflict. It's already a plot point that the water is rising on her planet, putting her parents in more and more danger with every passing second. Have her leave and go and save her parents herself instead of some of her friends doing it. You could even have a moment that shows her trust in her friends with something along the lines of, "The only way I can leave to save them is if I know you're here saving everyone else." The season is basically perfectly set up for Aisha to play some kind of major role in things, but we don't get much more than her reacting to developments as they happen. Hell, she's not even at the ceremony at the start of the season, she just watches it all go down over a video call. Outside of that, she doesn't even get all that much to work with. There's some light stuff early on in the season with her dealing with the fact that she lost Naboo last season, and that is still a pretty clearly fresh wound for her, but by the middle of the season, that's not even something being brought up anymore, and by late in the season, the show seems to already be moving towards getting her involved with a new boy. Bloom doesn't get that much to work with on her own. A lot of what she has going on this season is related to her relationship with Sky, as that goes through not one, but two struggles over the course of the season. So we'll circle back to her when talking about the relationship stuff and everything that's wrong with Sky in specific. For a hot second, it looked like there might be something for Tecna, but then it didn't really manifest into a cohesive plotline for her. Early in the season, Tecna has a mishap that ends up with her getting turned into a robot. At first, this seems like something that's a silly episode of the week premise, but another episode shortly after reveals that it's something that's been weighing on her mind. Unfortunately, this is something that doesn't really get brought up again, so we don't get to see how this affects her long term outside of one scene of her friends giving her some reassurance. Tecna gets to make a wish later on in the season that we'll discuss a little more later, which I think is meant to tie somewhat into the anxiety she has about coming off as robotic, but since there wasn't anything more outside of this one follow-up scene, if that was the intent, it doesn't feel like it ties together enough to feel like a true through line through the season. Flora's content is mostly tied to her relationship, or at the very least, her relationship is an exacerbating factor, and the resolution is definitely wrapped up in it. Flora's always had hints of struggling with self-confidence, and the season seemed to want to play into that somewhat, but I don't think it worked out very well. There's one episode where she is experiencing some self-doubt that isn't related to her relationship, and unfortunately, it's one of the weaker episodes of the season, poorly placed with a bit of an odd plot that doesn't really facilitate growth from her very well. And I'm not saying that Flora's self doubt has to be something she's moved past just because she's reached a higher level of her capabilities. It's an issue that comes in many forms, and progress isn't linear. But I just wish there was something more to it. We already saw her sort of deal with this back at the end of season 2, but since then, nothing seems to have really changed. It's not taking a new form in new contexts, it's just repetition, and I find myself a little bored with it. If this is something that's going to keep going, I want to see her doubt herself in different ways than this concern that she can't do something. I want to see some sort of catalyst that gives or aggravates these doubts. I want more. Musa doesn't really get all that much to do either, but she's a solid 90% less tangled up in relationship drama this season, so I'll take it. It's not completely gone, but I'll take what I can get when it comes to not having to watch her and Riven spend all their screen time arguing. Predictably, all that talk about following their dreams at the end of last season seems to have been completely forgotten, as there's not a peep about Musa pursuing music or singing in basically any way outside of a tiny handful of scenes where we have the Winx band, which also seems to have no sign of that music contract since they're just playing at the juice bar or family events. We do at least get to see her home planet a little bit, though, which is something, and she gets to lead a little underwater expedition there. There's some other stuff for her that's also tied up in the Wish stuff to talk about later, but I will say it was nice to see Musa interact with some element of her culture when it came to these big singing whales she had to deal with. It's cheesy, sure, but Winx Club has always had this sense of earnest cheesiness to it, so why should that stop now? And I left Stella for last because this season was just the character assassination of Stella from just about every angle. It astounds me that she ended up so misaligned compared to her past incarnations. There were a few points where she was hardly recognizable, and that hurts because she's always been a character that could have some really wonderful moments when she was put into the spotlight. First things first, Stella is just coming off as a lot more rude and insensitive this season compared to others. Stella's always had something of a blunt streak to her and could maybe put her foot in her mouth from time to time, but it always seemed to be good-natured. By that, I mean it never came off as though she wasn't thinking about the feelings of the person she was talking to, but more that her mouth got ahead of where her mind was, leading her to say something that could be taken the wrong way. This season, though, it really felt like they went more with her speaking without thinking at all. She doesn't come off well as a result. They also made her come off as kind of oblivious, so when someone gets upset with her, she wouldn't understand why they were, which also doesn't help. Like, Stella might be bubbly and a diva, but she's not an unkind person, and she's not stupid. In fact, I would say she's a take on a diva that I really love, bucking the idea that it means you have to put others down to raise yourself up. So answer me, why does it feel like Stella is just being shitty for no reason now? There are some things she says that are weirdly snide comments, and she is exceptionally unaware compared to the past. Stella of seasons past would never have tried to get multiple guys to flirt with Aisha at a party so soon after her fiancé died. If she saw a friend moping at a party, that would be something to check in on them for, not just send a bunch of others to try and liven them up. Maybe I don't have a very good read on this, but honestly, Stella always struck me as a little bit of a group mom, specifically when it came to social situations like this. Like, if you start looking a little off, she's the first one to ask if you need a little water or to offer you the Advil out of her purse, you know? And then there's the way that Stella is handled when it comes to the whole fashion design thing. So this season has Stella starting to discover and explore delving into fashion designing for herself rather than just wearing what is out there. I think this is a fun and natural evolution for her, even if it feels like it's sort of being framed as her wanting to go into fashion design as a career, when I feel like that would have some level of conflict with her, being a princess. I'm not saying the show has to have her dramatically choose between the two or show the complexities of how something like this could create conflicts of interest, but I would have liked to see that there are now two sides of her life being acknowledged. It would be one thing if this was just a hobby for Stella, just a bit of fun on the side, but she is repeatedly shown to be deeply emotionally invested in this as a path for herself, to the point of being left in tears when something she worked on does not get immediate approval from those around her, and causing strain in her relationship the moment she thinks her boyfriend isn't 100% supportive of her. This is clearly very important to her, so I would have appreciated even just a throwaway line about how this might impact her future, since Stella is the character we've seen most often in the context of her homeland and being a princess of it. This is very clearly depicted as being important to Stella, so it really stings to have the show kind of make fun of her and make her passion the butt of the jokes several times over the course of the season. There are plenty of moments where Stella will make mistakes dressing people up and then have to correct it, which is played for jokes, not helped by the way that some of the fashion just has been a downgrade this season. Like, what are these ball gowns? They're just so boring. I can't. The show will also make her exceptionally unself-aware and have her trying to debut something that she threw together that is an absolute monstrosity that you cannot convince me that she would have actually put together. Absolutely not. No way in hell. And it's not like I don't get why they do this. It's because of the fashion show she hosts at the end of the season. Side note, but calling it a fashion show is generous. 6 mild variations on an ugly dress does not a fashion show make Stella. If she hasn't done well before, when she pulls off the fashion show at the end of the season, it feels like a bigger growth and a victory than if she had started strong and continued to be so. Like, I get what they're trying to do narratively, but it shouldn't come at the cost of what has already been established about Stella. Stella has always looked great and had great taste. This might make sense if we had ever seen her be experimental or avant-garde in the past, but that was never really her thing. So to have her suddenly have bursts of being really weird now in her taste feels out of place. Yes, I understand this era was supposed to be a little bit of a soft reboot, but you can't carry so much over from the past and call it season 5 and convince me I should just disregard what came before. The other thing Stella has going on is something I wish we could have spread over more of the season and dipped into looking at, because it was one of the best handled pieces of the season for most of the time that was on screen. We finally saw her mom and what the relationship between her parents is like, and it's pretty rough, making it clear why Stella has always been pretty torn up about the divorce. Her parents can't stand to be in the same room as each other and can't go more than a few sentences of conversation before it devolves into arguing. It's not clear what the root cause of this is or if their personalities are just that discordant, but it definitely is not a fun time to see them arguing on screen with Stella just standing there, sometimes literally framed as trapped between them. It does get across to you as a viewer how she's feeling, the discomfort that comes from being in that situation. It's well done, especially compared to the way that the drama has existed between the main cast couples. The way that Stella tries to navigate being caught in this is also handled really well. Perhaps one of the best moments for her character is when she just has to take a break. She's about to go see her parents after the group has done some magic stuff. Her mother, who usually doesn't hang around her father all that much, has been with him because being the king of a sun-themed place, when there was an eclipse, he started getting weak and dying. So while Stella and her friends took care of that, she ended up tending to him, the one place where we see some actual care between them and a glimmer of what might have been before, and what Stella has been missing. So now that he's better, well, Stella's pretty right to think that things are going to go back to the arguing that she doesn't want to be a part of. She doesn't want to walk back into that just yet. So she sits down on a bench and, just for a moment, laments that the only thing that can bring her family together anymore is a crisis. And that works. It's such a real little moment for her, getting the feeling out before she has to walk back into this situation that she can't just fix with magic the same way she fixed how her dad was dying. It's a very humanizing little thing as well that she takes that moment for herself. She also steels herself and pulls together enough to walk in, knowing that this isn't going to have changed the dynamic of her family. Later on, when prepping for her fashion show, Stella does want both her parents to attend, wants support from both of them, but doesn't want them to clash and blow up the moment for her or leave her in a position where she has to run interference instead of celebrate her night. So she does something that's really mature, both for her and the show. She gets them into a room together, sits them down, and tries to talk things out and express this. It doesn't go perfectly, but she does get to express how their fighting is affecting her and ask them to do better. They agree to try. And while I understand how that might sound disappointing, given they can't go more than a few sentences with each other without fighting, this is at least a step forward and a sign that things can get better from here. If the season had left off with them here and just later shown them in the crowd at the fashion show and nothing more, I'd be pretty happy with what we got here. It's grounded, not going for the perfect, easy, happy ending just because that's what will make Stella feel better. However, this is the moment that Stella earns her wish from the magic box, and the way that she proceeds to use this really soured it for me. I'll circle back to that later, though, when we talk about how this whole wish thing was handled for everyone else. I also just want to talk about Daphne for a hot second, because how she was handled really annoyed me for a pretty petty reason that I cannot talk about this season without getting into. But in order to talk about it, we gotta talk about Daphne. So if I had my way, Daphne would have ceased to exist after the end of the first movie. Given the way the plot plays out with Bloom connecting with her sister more than she ever has, receiving her mask, seeing the world through her eyes, merging with her to save her family, and allowing her to have that moment of closure with her parents, it seemed pretty clear to me that the movie was giving Daphne closure about not being able to save her whole family, and Bloom moving on from needing her sister to guide her. It was Bloom's final step into adulthood to grow up and move beyond needing her sister to help her from beyond the grave. But then, Daphne just kept hanging around and not really doing anything, which was really weird and felt out of place. She existed to connect Bloom to her past and didn't really have a reason to exist anymore. Well, this season saw fit to contrive a reason to keep her around, as she was the last fairy to get the second power-up of the season that the girls spend the first half of the season chasing. So she's meant to give a little more information about the quests they need to undertake, while also constantly warning them about this power being cursed. So you see, Daphne is not actually dead. She just got disincorporated by a curse put on the transformation she tried to use. The moment that this is clarified, you can see it coming from a mile away that bringing her back to life is going to happen at some point in the season. And it does. At the very end, Bloom breaks the curse, which also has the side effect of automatically restoring her sister back to life. Now, I have problems with this, since I am of the belief that it can be a stronger choice to let a character stay dead. Having ways to just bring characters back to life is something that sucks stakes out of a story and robs it of a sense of danger. For this show, it mainly feels like they didn't want to let go of this character and had to find a workaround to keep her in the show, despite the fact that she had very clearly outlived her purpose. Bringing her back to life solves two things. Firstly, it allows her to find a new purpose in the series as part of Bloom's family and an actual sister figure, rather than just being a spirit that lives in a lake that Bloom visits for advice sometimes. If she's back to life and is able to actually move on from being an echo of the past, it gives her more versatility to be used in plot lines and allows her to shift into filling different roles as needed. She can be allowed to be more of a character rather than just a plot device. Secondly, it frees Bloom of any pressure of being next in line for the throne. It never really comes up in the show itself, but given that her kingdom has been restored, Bloom is now actually in line for a throne as a result. This is something that actually had the potential to cause some drama in her relationship, but the series never takes the bait on that. If Sky and Bloom are both first in line for their two kingdoms, what does that mean if they want to be together? How does that cause politics to get in the way of their relationship? Would one of them have to give that up, or would they both rule in the future while trying to find some kind of balance? That's a question that the show doesn't seem to actually want to deal with, and I don't exactly blame them for it, since it could lead to a lot of plot messiness, and it's kind of a lot for what is ultimately a kid's show. Though I am shocked that it was never used for any cheap and easy relationship drama with Bloom and Sky, since it just seems pretty obvious and a logical path to explore. Either way, though, putting Daphne back into reality allows her to take up the position of being first in line, since she is the older sister, removing any of these complications. So, yeah, I can see why they want to bring Daphne back, even if I'm not entirely thrilled that that's the direction the series chose to move in, especially since the way that Bloom gets her whole family back together and happy while other characters don't get such picture-perfect endings does not help with the perception that the show plays favorites. But to get back to the actual issue that I have with Daphne during the season itself, she spends a good portion of the season kidnapped and held hostage by Tritanus. In the back half, this leads to her developing a pretty strong case of talking to myself syndrome, where she just says things out loud to herself in order to explain what might not be immediately apparent to the audience. This makes sense, but given the situation she's trapped in, it makes her come off as pretty repetitive, since it mostly amounts to her commenting on how Tritanus has weakened enough for her to send a message or connect with someone. She just ends up coming off as repetitive, even if it's understandable why she might need to clarify that for the sake of the audience.
My real issue is actually from the segment of the season where she is being tortured for information by Tritanus and the Tricks, because something unbelievably stupid happens to the point where I have to think the writers really didn't think this plot point through. Since Daphne is actually pretty resilient and won't give anything up, the Tricks head off and go after her parents to use them as a threat against her. Given that they were pretty recently saved, that is something that has to be a bit of a sore spot at the very least, so it's effective. However, after showing them being captive to Daphne and finally getting her to agree to give up information in exchange for her safety, the Tricks just leave and don't even take her parents with them, despite the fact that they are frozen and unable to fight back. They leave when she agrees to give up the information, not when she has actually given up the information. This infuriated me because the second they left, they no longer have the leverage they're trying to use against her. She has no reason to give them what they want. She only agreed because her family was in immediate danger. If that threat is removed, there is no reason for her to keep her word about giving up the info. Yet in the next episode, she gives it up anyway. If they have now left her parents alone, she doesn't have any reason to talk. Maybe you can argue that the Tricks would just go back, but honestly, let them. She's trying to buy time anyway, so a big yo-yo about this would have been at least a semi-effective strategy for her. Okay, now that we're through with the individual character stuff, let's talk about the relationship drama this season has because, surprise, surprise, it's pretty bad. Let's work our way from least to most prominent. Stella doesn't really have anything going on with Brandon outside of the way that she basically needs constant reassurance from her boyfriend that she's doing a good job at the whole fashion design thing. It mostly just ends up being further examples of her character assassination, which is disappointing to see. However, with all the other stuff going on with Stella this season, I'm glad they didn't try and shove some kind of relationship drama on top of it. Stella and Brandon can be pretty cute together when the writers just leave them the hell alone. Timmy and Tecna are the ones that are just sort of cruising through the season and don't actually have any sort of real drama between them. It's more how things were presented in a single episode. There's an episode that is just pure secondhand embarrassment where the two of them go on a date and both follow absolutely terrible advice from their friends on both sides before finding out they were silly to listen to others about how to handle their relationship. It would be cute if I wasn't cringing the entire time I was watching it. The main issue is it sort of misrepresents their relationship. It's shown that the two of them spend a lot of time texting each other, and this is framed as being a bad thing because their entire relationship is virtual. This a little bit feels like it's dunking on those who might be in a long-distance relationship, as it's not on the same level as those who are regularly able to meet up in person. But also, that's not how this was ever framed before. Until now, the two of them haven't seemed to have any sort of problem hanging out in person. They've also been together for quite a while at this point, so it feels laughable that they wouldn't know how to go on a date with each other. Once again, I get that this is meant to be something of a soft reboot, but once again, I'm not buying that when so much is carried over from the past. Musa is getting what she missed out on last season with the is it cheating stuff, with her getting to be suspicious of Ribbon when she looks out a window and he leaves very suddenly and sees him with a girl she doesn't know. She, of course, gets suspicious of this basically instantly, but she doesn't do anything about it and ends up more sulking and projecting her fears onto people around her, like Tecna. This is ultimately a very thin plotline that doesn't really do all that much. As it turns out, Riven was getting guitar lessons from that girl, which he then later uses to steal Stella's fashion show with a band made up of the boys to do a number with Musa. For me, this is a plot point I would have liked to see 2 or 3 seasons ago. I have frequently questioned what it is that Musa even sees in Riven that keeps her coming back to him again and again and again. If there had been this kind of bonding over music and him trying to make an effort for her, I could have at least seen a glimmer of something there to their relationship that makes sense. But as things are now, it ends up feeling like too little too late. When it comes to Aisha, the show feels a little bit strange. She starts the season very much in mourning for Naboo, which makes sense. Some time has clearly passed since the end of season 4, but that's still a wound that is going to be fresh for her. This is reiterated in the episode where Stella tries to send some guys her way and she rejects them all outright. She's not ready for a relationship yet. She needs time. Then Roy gets introduced. This is a guy who works for her father and seems to have some sort of passing familiarity with her. He doesn't show up very much, but he's prominent enough that when he does, we are clearly meant to be keeping an eye on him. At the very end of the season, there's a little bit of an implication that there might be something brewing there, but it never gets made outright official.
This feels really strange to me. I don't expect that she'll spend her entire life mourning or anything that she's very young, deserves a second chance at falling in love. However, to go from her visibly still dealing with that loss to starting something new in one season feels a little bit fast. I think they could have waited until at least season 6 to introduce someone new for her to start something with. Or honestly, at the end of the season, have essentially a "you're sweet, but I'm not ready yet" moment that leaves the opportunity open while still addressing that loss is still a sore spot for her. And if they were going to have him be this, he should have shown up a little more this season. It seems like he might at first when the magic boat that can sail to any sea is introduced, but then he just stops showing up. It would have been very easy to have this be a unique piece of Magitech that he was qualified to drive instead of having the girls end up driving it. With how much they use it, it would have given a way for him to naturally show up now and then, so it would feel like they had spent more time together before this little flirtation at the end of the season starts up. Because as it's presented in the show, that's starting without them even having seen each other in a more casual context. It was always on a mission. And then you have Flora, who I think they were trying to have having an insecurity crisis off to the side here, but it's not something that ever really works. So, as it turns out, the princess of Flora's home planet, Crystal, is childhood friends with her boyfriend Helia, and they have sort of recently reconnected. This leads to Flora grappling with jealousy a little as the two of them start spending time together. This seems also woven together with Flora comparing herself to Crystal, who is a princess with healing powers, two things that Flora doesn't have. It's somewhat relatable, and it's actually somewhat subtly done too, without her vocalizing her feelings on the matter all that much, and it's mostly being told in visual storytelling, like her walking away when Crystal is hugging him after defeating the Winx in a volleyball match. This seems like it's sort of meant to tie into her lack of self-confidence that was explored in a one-off episode, but that's not something the series ever delves into and addresses in the long term. It's only ever something done in one-off episodes for her, so it never feels like something that's actually being addressed or that she's making progress in. There was a literal trial of self-confidence this season, and Florida, the one who has shown the most self-confidence struggle alongside Bloom, doesn't participate. So while this is something that could be a character growth moment for Flora, it's not really addressed as such, solved by her friends giving her the generic advice that she can open up and share her feelings with them, and then a romantic dance with her boyfriend that affirms he only has eyes for her. While that might be somewhat sweet, it's also boring and doesn't actually address the root causes of why Flora is feeling this way. Jealousy isn't a normal look for her after all. I wrote in my notes that this plotline very much gives a "your boyfriend can't have other friends who are girls" vibes, which leaves something of a sour taste in my mouth. And all that is a shame because there is an element of this plotline that I think could have been really strong. Late in the season, just before the whole romantic dance reassurance interlude, Crystal realizes the impression she might have been giving and pulls Flora aside to talk to her in private and hash things out. It's actually a really great moment where she assures Flora she's not trying to get in the way of everything, that she really does view Healy as a friend, and that he is definitely head over heels for Flora, so there's nothing for her to worry about. It's a great moment of maturity from the character, trying to address something calmly and rationally before it can bubble up into some big blow-up. And perhaps it is realistic that Flora, overthinking things, isn't really in the headspace for what Crystal is saying to actually get through to her, but it does rob Flora from getting to display the same maturity. She's being so gloomy and full of self-doubt over her relationship that with no evidence aside from what she has assumed, she mostly just brushes off what Crystal is trying to tell her. Honestly, I would have very much preferred if the two had just talked things out and that had let Flora feel more solid in her relationship than having it solidified by dancing with her boyfriend. It would have been so great to have a moment where two girls could clear the air between them and actually start to bond. We very, very rarely see any of the girls having friendships outside of their core group of 6, and this would have been a good way to make that happen for one of the characters and give a nice new angle for her to be involved with her homeland since Crystal is the princess there. At this point, I'm really getting tired of the show trying to give multiple couples relationship issues every season. It ends up feeling like these parts are eating up screen time that could have been used to flesh out other parts of the show, but these are never given enough depth to feel like they're worth it. It also becomes a problem when this relationship drama starts to take up more of the main cast's screen time than the plot lines that actually develop them and give insight into their character. I'm not saying both can't be done at once, but I don't think the show ever does that very often. If this was done with just one or two of the couples to actually give those conflicts depth and development, I might not love it, but I would have less problems with it. Honestly, when it's being done with like half the cast every season, I grow tired of it very quickly. It's a case of quantity over quality. And then we come to Bloom and Sky, or more truly, the story about how Sky is an absolute mess this season. So, over the course of the season, these two have proceeded to have two separate things that threaten to ruin their relationship. One is already enough with how much of a mess we go through with them, but two of them really tries my patience. Just to get it out of the way, Sky's position has been retconned, so he's just a prince again, not a king, because him being a king would have prevented some of the later season drama from going down and allows him more freedom of movement so he isn't stuck doing king stuff all the time. The second reason is understandable, but the first is frustrating because we can see how the show is bending over backwards to not have an easy solution. The season starts with him wanting to give Bloom a special necklace, which really feels like it's going to be a third proposal. He's very concerned with the superstition that giving it to her going well will mean future happiness, and if not, it will doom their relationship. He gets so worked up about this, he basically becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy because he can't find that perfect moment for himself to give it to her, and in his mind, if it's not perfect, then the relationship is doomed. Personally, I find it a little silly that he's suddenly so superstitious about this after everything the two of them have been through, but I am willing to concede that it definitely for him is a cultural thing. That said, him losing the necklace and being unable to recover from amnesia because he doesn't want to remember that is some nonsense. This is coming literally 2 seasons after he got put through a brainwashing arc. Like, come on guys, this is getting bland and soap opera-y, and I think you know it. It's not like this is the worst thing in the world, I'll give them that. It just feels really bland and like it's taking up space that could have been better spent on other things. The only consolation is that Sky is stuck without his memories. I don't have to watch him mope about the stupid pendant anymore. That said, it does feel odd to me the way that the show just decides to have him hanging around with everyone still instead of sending him home to recover, a place where he theoretically might stand some chance of recovering his memories. The plot with him in the back half of the season is sort of made up of 2 things. First, seemingly on a whim because he's annoyed, Sky's father appoints Diasporo as his liaison so she has the authority to go, grab Sky, and drag him home. Why they would give this level of authority to a girl who has participated in the aforementioned brainwashing adventure, I have no clue, but continuity has never been a strong suit of this series. This, of course, leads into her abusing that power and trying to use it to drive a wedge between Bloom and Sky, which is just irritating to watch and doesn't feel like it's anything of actual interest and is just there in an attempt to keep this shallow character relevant. Like, I get it. Diasporo has a killer design, but she is so incredibly one-note that I wish the writers would just let her go. And it doesn't even end in a way that's remotely satisfying. Everyone finally just gets annoyed with her and she's stripped of her power in a scene that lacks any sense of impact and a moment that feels like it should have come several episodes earlier. The other thing that is getting in the way of Bloom and Sky is the way that they end up torn because of a political conflict. So Sky's father doesn't want to play nice with others and essentially drags Sky to his side to present a united front. Sky demonstrates a complete unwillingness to stand up to his father about this issue in a way that I would say feels out of character for him. But let's be real, whenever he is told he can or cannot do something according to the traditions and rules of his father or culture, he has always been blindly obedient, even if it's something that seems out of place for him. Later on, when Sky and Bloom get some time together, he comments that they're not always going to and they don't always have to agree on things. Which, while that's a fine lesson to teach kids, that's not what's happening here and not what the crux of this conflict is. Sky has not, so far, actually disagreed with Bloom on the subject that the world leaders are all bickering about. What he has done is completely avoid disagreeing with his father in order to stand up for both Bloom and what he actually believes. The issue is not them failing to see eye to eye on a topic. The issue is Sky's spinelessness. Which, let's talk about everything else that's going on in that segment of the season, because Winx tried to dip its toe into displaying politics this season, and it went as well as you might expect it to. So the big issue at play that the world leaders are bickering about is that they all believe that they can best defend their homeland and they don't need the help of others and don't need to create a united front in order to tackle the issue.
So it becomes a conflict between those who think an alliance is beneficial and those who don't think it matters. There are a few issues with how this is tackled. Firstly, I would like to point out that despite it being outright said that all of the kingdoms and their leadership will be meeting about this, it's not depicted as being that many. The series has always implied that there is a whole vast universe of magical worlds and even showed us some interesting looking one-off places in the third season, but few are actually represented in these talks. Basically, we're really only shown the leadership of the places that each of the main characters are from, plus maybe one or two others. All of them fit into just one room. I understand that designing characters and rigging them for this new animation isn't exactly a quick and easy process. However, if you didn't want to imply that the whole of the dimension was there, either don't say that all of the kingdoms will be meeting, or just say that the kingdoms that have so far been affected will be meeting. There's also the option to put together some setup similar to the Star Wars prequels Senate, where you have a lot of implied faceless leaders in the background, while the ones you actually want to focus on taking up most of the talking are in the center, with maybe one or two others piping up here and there as needed for the sake of how you want the plot to progress. It would make the universe of the series seem far more vast, instead of it feeling like the places that the leads come from are the only places that exist or matter.
The other issue with this whole plot line, the one that is most frustrating, is the way that everyone insists they can take care of themselves and refuse to work together for seemingly no reason. Everyone is just like, nope, we can take care of ourselves and I don't want to be helped. And it's just left at that. If there were some kind of long-standing rivalries that needed to be overcome, or if the leaders couldn't agree on a method to solve the problem and that was what was preventing them from working together, it would at least be something. But everyone is just refusing to work together while also refusing to elaborate or explain themselves, and it gets old real fast, let me tell you. Most baffling is the way that Sky's father is refusing to have any involvement at all, when the way the events went down in the second movie should really put him on the side of Bloom's parents, since the choice to protect his own instead of working towards a common greater good and having your allies back is kind of the thing he was so agonized over in the second movie. But once again, continuity isn't something the Winx has ever excelled in. Even when everyone does start to work together, it still doesn't feel that way. Once the alliance is confirmed, we only get to see it function once, and even then it doesn't feel like all the kingdoms that were shown are actually taking part and participating in what's happening. We see the specialists show up, but let's be real, they would have shown up anyway. Roy pops in, there's a sparse handful of other fighters in recognizable uniform, and Stella's mom does some magic to support them. However, it doesn't feel like every kingdom that was shown to be at the meetings is represented, and what is shown doesn't feel like it's much of a formidable fighting force backed by multiple planets, but like a light little boost to what the girls were already working on, which can make it feel like all the buildup of this plotline wasn't exactly worth it. I guess I might as well touch on the villains real quick before we get moving on to some of the newer stuff that the season has to offer, even though I have already been talking about this season for way more than any of the others already. I mean, if you're this deep into the video, you're down to hear me yap, right? At least talking about the villains should be relatively short compared to everything else, because they're really just functional, and that's about it. I already ranted a little bit about how they're not very good at doing the whole torture thing because they didn't make sure to maintain their leverage, but hey, they got what they wanted out of that anyway, so it's not like it ended up really mattering at the end of the day anyway. Tritanus is a little on the boring side. At least he has a sort of petulant child thing going on at times that gives him a unique flavor compared to something like the Season 2 villain or the Black Circle, who, generic dark guys with generic dark motivations. Tritanus isn't the best the series has to offer, but he's not the worst either. I think with a little jazzing up, he could have been made more fun. Now, my bigger issue with the season is that the tricks are here again. Look, I get they were the first villains of the series and that they are iconic, but I don't think they need to be around every season. Season 4, for all the problems I had with it, was willing to just cut them and set them aside, which I did appreciate. They're iconic, and they have fun personalities, but every season after the first, they have been diminished by being reduced to just sidekicks for whoever the main villain actually is, which ends up putting them in a subservient position that doesn't suit them, or makes them weirdly into whoever the villain actually is. And hey, I get being attracted to power, but this is the worst instance of that. Icy ends up being completely head over heels for Tritanus in this sort of gushy gaga way, which, while I am sure is fun for the actress to ham up, ended up just being draining for me to watch. Coming from what I know about her, it just reads as something insincere, like she was trying to manipulate him, but that never actually ends up being the case. So it feels strange and somewhat out of character for her. It's very corny. I will admit this is something that I am sure a lot of people had fun with in a we're so delightfully evil together kind of way, which I can kind of get, but it's not something I had a fun time with. It's definitely one of those your mileage will vary plot lines. Like, if this was fun for you, I'm genuinely happy for you. At the end of the season, he gets on a throne, gets powered up, and sort of goes mad with power, going into a bit of a rage. In this moment, he very suddenly turns on Icy and ends up blasting all three of them away like they're goddamn Team Rocket. Personally, I would have liked to see this be foreshadowed a little bit more if it wasn't a case where either of them were playing or manipulating each other. Maybe something where he gets a little ragey and paranoid whenever he gets a power boost from the pollution, and Icy had to end up talking him down and reassuring the other two that everything was fine and she totally had the situation under control. However, I can also completely understand not going for an angle like that in a kid's show in specific, because that does call forth imagery of someone in an abusive relationship making excuses for their abusive partner. I'm kind of just spitballing here as someone who wasn't completely on board with this plot line and felt like the ending of this working partnership was very abrupt. One new thing added this season were the Selkies, which are essentially water pixies, let's be real. There's even a part where each girl repetitively bonds with one. This time it was spread across multiple episodes like I would have wished for the Pixies, but this element was such an afterthought that there's no element of them even getting to know the Selkies either before or after this happens, and the Selkies don't even feel like they have individualized personalities at all. They are completely cut and paste. These guys are an element of the series that likely could have been cut and worked around completely. They never seem like a formidable force even when they start shooting lasers, and the bonding bit is stupid. It's not even creatively done. Each of the girls just predictably bonds with the Selkie of their home planet, and that's it. One of the elements of the season that I am sure is pretty contentious is the way that the girls are very suddenly depicted as being students again, which, yeah, that is a problem. At the beginning of last season, they did go back to the school, but it was depicted as them being sort of special guests for the start of the school year, and they very quickly left. The school only otherwise coming up when they needed to contact Farragonda for advice or information. There was really no need to make them students again. You can argue relatability to kids, but if the show is sweeping for that younger target demographic, these girls do not look like kids, and everything else about their lives reads as them being young adults. If they wanted to have them be back as TAs or teacher, I would be a little disappointed in their lack of forward progress, but I would understand. Making them students again, though, just robs them of what progress they have made, and it makes no sense since we never see them have the considerations of being a student from earlier seasons, like trying to stay on top of classwork or exams, attending school events, or getting in trouble for sneaking out. They are just afforded way too much freedom to actually be students, unless they're in some kind of graduate program, but that's never implied to be something the school even has in the first place, and not now either. And here's the thing, it would be very easy for them to be in the school setting without being students or teachers at all. They are very clearly utilizing the school's facilities for their needs related to dealing with this threat. It's simple to frame them as not being students, but instead using the school as a home base since it has a lot of resources they need for their mission. The book they needed initially was in the school archive. Simply have the archive be a place they regularly use to get information. There are a lot of weird places that they get information this season, and while it might be convenient for them to find everything there, it is a literal magic archive. As long as it seems reasonable to find in a book, that seems like a good place to search. They are regularly using the simulator to train their new powers. That's something they can play into them using the school as a resource. Schools are places of knowledge, and while you often have to be a student to get that, sure, there's nothing saying you have to be for everything. They're Farragonda's favorites. Are you telling me she wouldn't let them come back to use some of their resources if she thought that was the best chance of a world-ending problem getting solved? And before talking about the transformations of the season, I want to make a quick pit stop to talk about the way that the season does have some pacing problems. Looking at it, you can pretty clearly divide it into two halves. The quest to get Cyrenix in the first, and then using Cyrenix to win in the second half. I think it is plenty fine structure. It's just the way the season is paced out and how everything is on a time limit means it can sometimes feel a little strange to take an episode off from the plot to do fun stuff on the side. This doesn't feel odd every time, but there are certain episodes where it feels really off. Episode 5, for example, is a one-off episode where the girls go back to Gardenia to find a magic flower and make sure it gets planted for the sake of Earth's magic. This takes us completely away from the ongoing plot and is pretty self-contained, mostly just being a side adventure. And if this had come an episode or two earlier, that would have been plenty fine, but it's placed at a really poor place in the season. In episode 4, they find the book they need to start their quest, but because of the placement of episode 5's story, they don't open it or talk about opening it until episode 6. I understand the show aired weekly on television at a time where serialized storytelling in cartoons wasn't exactly the norm, but there are parts of this season that are highly serialized and have cliffhangers, so the airing format isn't really an excuse to throw this episode in there like that. It feels exceedingly jarring. There are other places in the season it could have been put where it would have been fine, so this placement just feels plain wrong. This is the first season to have a Christmas episode, something that feels a little bit like it might have been a demand or an ask for Nickelodeon, since they really do love airing holiday specials for a while there, and it would be a way for them to promote their shiny new toy even more. The episode itself isn't terribly placed, but it is incredibly saccharine and schmaltzy to the point that it feels a little out of step with the rest of the season. The strange placement of plot beats also runs into issues inside episodes themselves. Like, you will have the cast on a relaxing beach day turned beach cleanup, intercut with the main villain of the season trying to claim ultimate power by sitting on a magic throne, something that only doesn't work because it's not powered up enough in the moment. If it had been, it seems like it's kind of game over while the girls are having a beach day. And the relationship stuff can also get in the way of things, making plot-related back halves of episodes feel rushed because the front half was loaded up with unrelated relationship drama. One of the worst offenders for this is that episode where Flora gets her relationship steadied by dancing with her boyfriend. The girls are all doing ballet together and getting magic sparkling shoes because they're being honest with their feelings while dancing, something that feels incredibly childish as a segment all on its own. Then Flora and Helia have their little dance sequence, which is strangely prolonged. Then the second half of the episode, we get back to the main plot. How would you feel if I told you that this was an episode 25 out of 26 of the season and was titled Battle for the Infinite Ocean? An episode that will end with the main villain almost killing his twin brother and Aisha being kidnapped spends the entire first third exclusively on Flora's prolonged relationship drama. And look, if you like the Flora plotline more than me and think their relationship is really cute, that's great, more power to you, but I think we can both agree this is not the place in the season to put it. And I know that I have talked about this season a very long time already, but we have to talk about the transformations, though hopefully it'll go a little faster this time since they are not individually earned. I think this season really shot the show in the foot when it comes to transformations. You see, even though it was basically constantly used during season 4 once it was earned, it could have been argued that Believix was a completely situational transformation. It was meant to spark belief in magic in a place that didn't have it after all. Using it on Earth while trying to accomplish a mission made perfect sense. However, at the start of season 5, it's just being used constantly. Well, that's not ideal. You see, having this transformation is already something of an issue since Enchantix was supposed to be the last form they were going to earn, but then the series kept going longer than people expected it to, and now they have to keep coming up with plot and trying to justify more rounds of doll sales and doll clothes. The solution was more forms, which I'm not entirely against. The idea that reaching the final form is something that opens a world of possibilities and branches, like it's the gate to a wider world, that's something that works. It's the final form that every higher fairy must earn, but not the final form that every higher fairy will earn. But then the show kind of shot itself in the foot by treating the new forms this season as sort of linear power-ups and the new default state for all the characters, instead of using them for what they should have been, situational tools. I understand wanting to keep the new shiny thing consistently in your show for the sake of toy sales, but if you want to keep it situational and use past forms as well, you can justify still getting kids invested in those past forms too. Have each season bring in some new situation that requires a specific type of power, but keep those powers to those situations. For example, in one episode this season, the girls are talking about how something is a dark spell and they won't be able to deal with it right away, and I was left there sitting annoyed because, no, you can deal with dark spells very easily with Enchantix's fairy dust, something that has never been remotely indicated that you no longer have access to. What I'm really trying to say is that this season made me frustrated every time that the characters used one of the 2 underwater transformations this season while they were on land.
And we're not even going to get into the way that they didn't need an underwater transformation in season 3, but they do now. And we're not going to get into the needless shoving of 2 forms in one season instead of just making one. And this is something that there's not a whole lot to say about, but I personally really, really hated the way that the girls had to do a weird pose together before they transformed every time this season. It feels out of place and breaks the flow of the show, serving as a tension killer instead of the hyping up that transformation normally serves as. It would be one thing if this pose was the same every time, but it definitely wasn't. Posing is for the end of a transformation, not the start, ladies. But let's talk about what we've got here. Harmonix is the first transformation that is gained this season, and it doesn't actually have all that much going for it, and likely could have been entirely cut without much issue. It's basically training whales to be used as a way to get around underwater while the girls are doing the trials to get the actual showpiece of the season. A little disappointing, since Harmonix definitely had the stronger visual design to me. Part of that is down to personal preference for a bit of a flowy outfit, sure, but I also think that the way the long flowing piece of fabric calls to mind the idea of a mermaid tail is kind of evocative. That said, the moving patterns inside the wings were obnoxious every time I noticed them. Honestly, the biggest issue with Harmonix is its temporary nature. It's not meant to be around long term, and you know that going in, so you also know it's not worth getting attached to it. They're only ever going to use it for a month. There are 2 ways this ends. They either get Cyranix, a supposedly more powerful form, and never use Harmonix again, or they fail to get Cyranix, lose their powers entirely, and never use Harmonix again.
And then Cyranix itself is just a whole other pile of messiness. First off, I want to say a lot of what we are told about the form and what we see out of it don't end up entirely matching up, something that's going to be a bit of a recurring issue here. The place where it personally bothered me most is when it came to the design for this form. We are told time and again that this is an ancient and powerful transformation, one of the oldest known, so it feels quite odd when the transformation itself has a fairly modern-seeming wetsuit aesthetic. There's nothing about the visual of it that seems ancient. Now, it could be said that the forms adapt based on the personal styles and personalities of the girls. That would certainly make sense given what we've been able to see from past transformations all being somewhat tailored to their individual styles or to represent them in some way. However, that doesn't change the way that the transformation itself doesn't speak to the supposedly ancient roots it stems from. This is clearly because it was designed for 3D. A fitted outfit like that means they don't have to pay as much attention to clothing physics, especially when the girls are meant to be underwater. You can see how the way that things move in water wasn't all that much of a consideration, given the girl's hair often behaves like it has normal gravity affecting it. Sure, there are times where it gets a little floaty, but it's not something that ever feels like it's actually moving in water the way hair moves in water. Not helped by the way that the hair mostly stays in big clumped ponytails that feel like a solid tail, not actual hair. But let's talk about how this thing is earned. So in order to get Cyranix, you have to do a series of trials as a sort of quest. Now, this is a cool concept, and I am actually fine with the idea of doing this. It isn't about the individuals as much as it's doing things as a group. Having a set of things to overcome as a team is far stronger than them just being given it in a moment like Believix or as training wheels like Harmonix. The problem, though, is even though this is a quest they are meant to be undertaking as a group, if a few of them earn the gem that they need to find, then they all get it. Meaning it doesn't really feel like they're overcoming this as a group, but more segmenting off to each earn a piece that will later contribute to the whole. And even if it is slightly weaker than everyone overcoming their challenges together, there's still a way to make that work. The 3 challenges relate to self-confidence, empathy, and courage. If these were undertaken each time by a girl or girls who tended to struggle with that or was momentarily struggling with one of those 3 attributes, it could really lead to some nice moments of growth, but that's not really what happens. Stella ends up going on the self-confidence quest. Stella, perhaps one of the most self-assured characters out of all of them, compared to Flora, who early in the season had an episode that highlighted her confidence issues. Now, this could have worked with Stella if you put it later in the season once she'd been struggling with her forays into fashion design not being well received, but by the time that becomes an issue, the time to undertake that trial has long since passed. A shadow of herself tells her she has no talent, something that would have hit differently later in the season, but doesn't slot as nicely into the point in the season where we're actually going through it. Then there's the whole aspect of this transformation being cursed, something that is never actually defined or made very clear. We're repeatedly told that this transformation is cursed somehow by the ancestral witches, but what that curse actually is or does is seemingly whatever the plot needs from it. We first hear about this when Daphne explains that her Cyranix was cursed, causing her to experience a sort of magical backlash when she tried to use it against the ancestral witches, rendering her incorporeal and ghostly. It's a little unclear if it's just her Cyranix was cursed or all of Cyranix, and it's also unclear just what she was doing using a primarily underwater-based power to try and fight the witches, but whatever, don't think about it too much, I guess. From there are moments where magic doesn't quite work in the way that's expected, like with the big magic throne in the infinite ocean, which are attributed to this curse. Something that always feels a little convenient. The thing that makes it stand out that the curse idea wasn't exactly given much thought is the way that it never actually seems to be something that gets in the way of the Winx. Much like Bloom having an incomplete Enchantix was rarely an issue to be considered. Once the girls get their Cyranix power, for some reason, nothing that can be attributed to the curse ever happens to them. Their powers never fail or go haywire or anything of the sort. It's like it doesn't matter. So when Bloom breaks the curse at the end of the season, it feels like a big deal more because Daphne got better than because the whole transformation had a curse lifted off of it. It really feels like the writers wanted to have a cool transformation by saying that it carried a curse and has a great price. But if I don't know what the conditions of the curse are, how it can impact characters, and the risks it poses to them, a lot of the tension just kind of bleeds away. If a whole form is cursed, but that curse is never something that gets in the way of the characters for even a second, it might as well not be. This should be something that needs to be worked around, not something that's just brought up to waggle their fingers at us and go, ooh, spooky. And the last thing before we can move on from this season is we need to talk about the wishes that each girl gets. Part of the whole Cyranix deal is once the girls have pleased destiny, a highly nebulous requirement that really means when the writers feel like it, they get a wish that they're able to use on seemingly anything they want. What those wishes are used on rarely feels impactful, so I'd like to go through it with them. Bloom, we already know, wishes to break the Cyranix curse, mostly just bringing her sister back from the dead. When this happens, it really just feels like a case of favoritism from the writers. Other characters have lost people, but Bloom is the only one who's gotten her entire family back. She's gotten 3 people back from the dead, even if they weren't technically dead for convoluted reasons. They were effectively dead, and it gives the same feeling. Honestly, it would have been better to have her do this and then have Daphne released from the curse, and instead of coming back, maybe finally able to move on to some sort of afterlife and be at peace after all these years. Aisha uses her wish to pull her cousin back from the brink of death, getting it just in time to do so. It's very convenient timing, and mostly just feels like the writers gave it to her right then to give her a dramatic moment, and also make it a snap decision so they don't have to deal with the question of potentially using it on Naboo. Tecna wishes for her people to be more connected with the other worlds around them, essentially wishing for her people to have more empathy and emotion, since that's not something they really culturally value or experience very much. The problem is we don't get to see or experience any of the effects of this. This is something about her homeland that has been mentioned kind of offhandedly 2 times and would presumably be a very big shakeup for them to experience, but is completely glossed over and we move on. We don't see the aftermath of this in the slightest, but we also never got to see much of her culture before, so it can be hard to judge what sort of effect this would have. We don't see any of her old friends or her parents. Most of her time spent on her world is either fighting or shopping, and I doubt we're going to see much more of her world since it took until season 5 for us to see it. It feels like a throwaway so that we can say that she got and used her wish. Flora makes hers to brainwash the world, I guess. She wishes that humanity would respect nature after dealing with a bit of an environmental crisis. This is just the way that Believix made people change their minds about things, but on a wider scale, and I don't think it reflects terribly well. This is another one where we don't get to see much of a ramification of what she wishes for. So, much like Tecna, it feels like something of a throwaway, and also perhaps one of the most predictable things you could have done with Flora. Stella's wish disappoints me. After her talk with her parents, she gets her wish for essentially being brave enough to do that, which I think is a plenty fine way for her to earn it. If not for her character assassination that she had been through that left her acting childish half the season, it would be a nice way of showing the way she has matured compared to how she thought her parents might be getting back together at the start of season 3. She then immediately uses it to guarantee that her parents will always listen to each other and to her. While I do at least appreciate that she doesn't force her parents back to being together, it does end up coming off as her not trusting that her parents can actually try to communicate and just making sure that they will. They didn't have a chance to show her that they could pull it off for her sake or not yet. I appreciate the sentiment that the wish was going for sure, but it also ends up feeling, to me at least, that they should have had the chance to try that on their own before Stella ended up using her wish for that. And then we have Musa. Musa never actually gets to use her wish. She earns it, but over the course of the season it is never used. All of the other girls use theirs the second they get it, but Musa doesn't, and given that she never uses it later, I have to wonder if she maybe lost the chance by not using it that second that it was offered to her like the other girls, because her wish never comes up again. Musa has a brief moment where she speaks to her father about how she considered using her wish to bring her mother back and didn't do it because she knew it was wrong. That's all she has to say, and it leaves me wondering just what brought her to that conclusion. What brought her to feel that way? Is it because she chose to give up her mom for the sake of others in season 3? That hardly applies when she has a no strings attached chance here. What would be wrong about it? Musa doesn't get a chance to elaborate on her thought process, and I would be interested to know. Honestly, just having a line from the little guardian things in the boxes about how they cannot pierce the veil of death or something would have been fine too, since the other wishes didn't technically bring someone back from the dead specifically. So why? Why doesn't Musa get to do this? And if she's going to have that conversation, she needs to end up using her wish somewhere else. Giving her this conversation calls to attention how she hasn't used it. Even if weak like the others, it should have gotten used. And let me be clear, I don't think she should have used it to bring her mother back. That's not what I'm saying at all. Death isn't something we should be walking back on a whim, and it can definitely be more impactful to have characters stay dead. My issue is that we're very clearly shown that she is not going to wish for that without understanding why that's the choice she's making. There doesn't seem to be a barrier in her way, so what is internally bringing her to this conclusion? This is a chance to tell me something about her as a character, so use it to show me more about her. Don't give her this choice and then never come back to the question of the wish again.
Here we go, here we fly, sparkle wings way up high.
Yeah, there was definitely a downturn in quality this season where I am having little hope of there being a full recovery, which is disappointing because the first 3 seasons did generally have an upward trajectory for quality, but since the 4th season there's been a lot of messiness, which only seems to be getting worse and worse the longer we go on, which means I have more to talk about as a result, so let's just get into it. Of the characters that have the least to do this season, Bloom was a bit of a surprise to see that happen with. Usually Bloom has at least one subplot, sometimes more, as the main character of the series, but this time around she didn't get a whole lot to do, which is even more surprising when you find out that the major villain of the season is a girl who is a childhood friend of hers. There is a lot of drama that you can mine from that, sure, but it's also something that could have led to some nice character beats between them, which just never ends up happening at all. As much as Bloom already gets the spotlight and pushing her out of the way a bit could leave more room for the others, if this is the backstory you've chosen to give one of the villains, that relationship should sort of be the cornerstone to the season and get some focus. Instead, while Bloom is front-running a lot of the plot stuff by playing group leader, there isn't much content this season that ties into her character all that much. There's not any deep exploration for her, and she's mostly just there to carry out the plot and not much else. There is one moment where there is a touch of drama to do with her having given out too much of her dragon flame and that seeming to have a physical effect on her, but that is something that ceases to be of any relevance fairly soon after, so it's not even like that is a concern that she or anyone else has to deal with for more than a single episode. There's also another point where she deals with her problems by running away from them yet again, but it feels far flimsier than any of the past instances. Due to some villain stuff, Bloom almost ends up giving an already poisoned Flora more poison instead of the antidote that she had hoped to. This is because someone that she, at the time, trusted told her it was an antidote. This isn't a subject that Bloom seems to have any knowledge on, and there's not a moment where she second-guesses things and then goes for it anyway. She trusts the wrong person, and as a result, something almost goes wrong, but is stopped at the last second. Nobody actually gets hurt. But Bloom makes a big fuss about almost killing one of her friends and ends up running off. It might have been nice to have Bloom not revert to running away even if she wants to show some growth that she might have gone through, but in the end this is something that doesn't really have any lasting impact and is never actually spoken about again. Tecna, per usual, gets the short end of the stick. There are exactly 2 points where it felt like she was playing a significant role in proceedings, and both cases, it was pretty weak. The first is when we see her argue with and then make up with Musa over an exceptionally petty squabble. It is the stuff I would expect to see them arguing about in a hypothetical alternate version of the first season, not the 6th after they have been roommates for literal years at this point. I understand that the two of them at first glance have somewhat clashing personalities and interests, but that's something to explore earlier in a series, not after these two have been living together for years, seemingly without a single incident. The entire conflict just ends up making the two of them look like petty children, one of many examples of how this cast and the writing have gotten more childish this season, a trend that really started in season 5 and is just continuing here. It ends up with things like Musa basically berating Tecna for not having a good enough of a time at a music college that they're visiting. In the end, the two of them end up having a moment where they work things out, but it's pretty sloppily executed and feels rushed. More like they needed to have that moment for the sake of plot progression and to wrap up the episode than it actually being something that organically made sense for them. The other thing Tecna gets to do is introduce her boyfriend to her parents, which shocked me because I was pretty sure we were never going to meet her parents. And given their behavior this segment, I'm pretty sure that wish that Tecna made last season either didn't work as well as she wanted it to or has been completely forgotten about. The episode is fine and does avoid the highly boring trope of parents not thinking whoever their child is dating is good enough for them. But despite this being an episode where we get to see Tecna in a family setting for the first time, the focus is really more on her boyfriend wanting to make a good impression, while Tecna tries really hard to talk him up in a way that is halfway between needing him to make a good impression and her just being really, really proud of him. It's sweet for sure, but it's not something that's really focusing on her per se. Aisha is probably the one that stings the most this season. Last time around, she was sidelined in the storyline that literally had a member of her family as the main villain, while also being set up to have a new relationship by the end when the season started with her mourning the one she'd just lost. This time around, she is reduced to the axis in a love angle. And yes, this is a love angle, not a love triangle. In order for something to be a love triangle, all 3 characters involved have to have some kind of a relationship with each other, even if that means they hate each other or are rivals. In this case, we have Roy and Nex trying to compete for Aisha's affections, but both are so underdeveloped as characters on their own, it's hard to say that they're able to have any type of relationship with each other besides that they are competing for Aisha's affections. That's all that's really going on between them, not really any sort of actual relationship or rivalry, just petty one-upmanship. It's an angle, not a triangle.
And where does that leave Aisha? Well, all she ends up getting is being the subject of their attempts to woo her. She doesn't get anything that's really about her. She spends most of her time having to babysit these 2 guys while telling them to knock it off, which is just disappointing. This isn't something that even gets a really solid resolution. After having a moment with Roy at the end of last season that implied they might start dating soon, she has a similar type of moment with new guy Nex at the end of this season, while Roy completely vanishes. So I guess he won out? Either way, very blah. I'm not saying that Aisha has to remain alone for the rest of the series or anything after losing Naboo, but if that's what happened with her last relationship, she deserves better than what she was given here. If you're really stretching things, you could say she started a gym. Really, she found an empty room and magically spawned equipment for her and her friends to use, something that is set up more like a hangout space. Stella continues to have her little fashion design business going on. I think I've really identified what about it, though, that actually bothers me. We are frequently told that Stella is making and designing clothes, but that's never anything we actually see her doing or see the process of. Outside of 1 or 2 shots here or there where we see her levitating some fabric, Stella just summons whatever outfit she wants to dress someone in. We never see her do the actual work of designing and creating clothing, something that is a process that takes time. I know that it's more fun if she can just summon everyone a new outfit, but it often betrays how much work and thought goes into crafting a garment. I wouldn't mind if it was depicted as her just summoning an outfit for her friends, but it feels, to me in specific, a little disingenuous to say that she is making these clothes when that's seemingly not the actual experience of what is going on. The joke surrounding her fashion has just been increased to a grating degree. The joke of her putting people in terrible outfits remains, but then there is the added idea that she's running a boutique out of her dorm in her downtime, and this is something she has to hide from Griselda, who I don't think I've actually ever talked about to this point, but is a strict adult at the school. It's not a terribly funny joke, but it comes up far less and makes a little more sense from a character perspective, even if it does mean that Griselda is just breaking into their dorm room for no reason now and then to make it happen. I do think the final culmination of this joke is a little underwhelming, though. It turns out that Griselda loves Stella's fashion ideas and wants some of her own, and thinks that Stella should have a proper storefront. I see what they're going for with the joke building up the whole season to an anticlimax, but it just ends up feeling out of character for Griselda, which undercut it for me. Still, it's better than last season. But it's not as though Stella's character assassination has come to a stop this season either, as she's still being treated as childish and ego-driven. That's not to say that Stella has never had ego-driven moments before, but in earlier seasons she did strike me as a character that could keep her eye on the prize, so to speak, and wouldn't get distracted at the drop of a hat. Compare that to this season, where while the crew are in the middle of hunting some vampires, Stella steps off to the side to join a fashion competition that's happening nearby. If she noticed and commented on it, I wouldn't have that much of an issue. It's ditching the mission at hand to sign up that bothers me. She should have more sense than that. And I know this is so her friends can get taken, but not her, so she can have a moment to go and save them herself. It's a problem when I can see the gears turning so that the decision was made for the sake of furthering the plot, even if it's not really true to the character. The absolute worst of this is the set of episodes where Stella is made queen for a day back home. This is simultaneously a tradition that is expected that she eventually do, and something she is doing so she can grant her friends access to a special library. I don't know why they don't just ask her father nicely, since they've saved his ass and the universe multiple times. Once again, something happening for the sake of the plot that the writers want, and not because of internal consistency. What this ends up getting us is not Stella at her most childish, but pretty damn close to it. She behaves poorly, doesn't take things seriously, and seems to have an understanding of what a queen is on the level of a 10-year-old. She ends up just wanting to slack off and party, essentially indulge in the fun parts without having to do any of the actual work. And that just doesn't seem like Stella. For all that she wants to have fun, she also seemed pretty aware of her position and what it meant. She understood the role of the monarchy and seemed to understand what level of work it entailed. Yes, she did love getting to go to or throw fancy balls, but she had a good head on her shoulders and wasn't vapid enough to think that that was all there was to being royal. Seeing this, I can only see the way that the show has been getting kidified. Stella has been reduced to a shallow party girl, and in hindsight, while I might have had my share of problems with the earlier seasons, I do think I was taking some of what they had to offer for granted a little bit. Musa, like I mentioned before with Tecna, gets that little spat that ends up feeling out of place, and then she ends up fading into the background for most of the rest of the season. Most of the time, she's just getting annoyed that her boyfriend is very obviously avoiding her. I've made it no secret that I have no love for Riven or this relationship and don't desire to spend much time with it, but this time the lack of screen time only hurt it more than ever. Riven spends the entire season obsessing over a stupid boomerang that he's failing to use, which feels like it should be a one-episode plot, but okay. He's obsessing over getting better and being the best and talking about the way he needs to do more and be stronger and protect everyone. It really feels like it's come a little out of nowhere. Now, Riven has clearly had a competitive streak and drive to be superior since the first season. It's kind of what led to his downfall and some of his asshole-ish behavior back then, but it's always been sort of a simmering background element to him and hasn't actually come up in a while. This new obsession, as a result, feels like it came out of the blue. Why is it now that he's acting like this? What's the root cause? If there was a moment earlier in the season where he personally failed to watch out for either one of his teammates or for Musa and they got hurt or almost got hurt, it might have made sense for him to start acting this way, getting obsessive and throwing himself so completely into training. But there's not anything that serves as that catalyst, leaving us to wonder where this is coming from. Riven, being a character that chronically fails to be able to explain himself or talk about his feelings, doesn't help, and also gives the writers an easy excuse to not have to explain very deeply, thanks to the sort of character he is. So all we get is Musa just being annoyed that he's ditching her all the time and failing to say why, besides, I have training to do, which leaves her, pretty justifiably, upset, and leaves us with another Musa and Riven are on the rocks plot, which that would not be a problem if not for the fact that we've done this multiple times already, and this is maybe one of the least coherent versions of it.
Given that the Winx lose their powers at one point early in the season, it might have been easy to make that tie into things, but the season doesn't even do that. It gives us basically nothing. Late in the season, Musa does sort of make note that her friends have things going on and she currently doesn't have a thing. So she goes hunting for a thing for herself for 5 minutes and stumbles into an abandoned music room that she, on a whim, decides to turn into a music cafe. I don't know why the show is so insistent on the girls starting businesses on a whim, but sure, let's add another one to a pile in the 22nd episode out of 26 this season. I'm sure this is something that will definitely be fully developed and have enough attention paid to it to justify it, and the show definitely won't keep up its wonderful track record of failing at inter-season continuity. Yeah, I'm sure you can guess that I don't think this is something that's going to be around past the end of the season. I would be absolutely gobsmacked if it was ever actually mentioned again, especially with just how late it's showing up and how she doesn't even get around to actually opening it in this plot line. What does end up happening is that we get an episode where Musa loses her voice, like literally has it stolen Little Mermaid style. Now, this is something that could be an interesting arc for her, given the way she is very much defined by how she uses her voice, and this apparently renders her unable to transform or use much magic, very much clipping her wings and limiting her from acting in the way she normally would. What's good to see is that she's still able to exercise some level of agency, though. She does have a little bit of a woe is me moment, but then picks herself up, dusts herself off, and works with others to make some magical music that will apparently protect the school. Even when she's been robbed of an important part of herself, she is able to work within her limitations to do good and produce art. That's cool. However, her lack of voice is also something that similarly robs her of some of that agency because she apparently can't transform without it. Musa isn't able to participate in getting her own voice back and reclaiming what was taken from her, which I personally think made everything a little weaker. I had hoped we might be able to see her work to get back what was taken from her instead of needing her friends to do it. Eventually gets to the point where her friends, in order to get her voice back, are considering handing over this magic key that they need to close up a magic book at the end of the season, something that would prevent them from stopping the Big Bad's plot from happening, which would be an absolutely massive sacrifice to make for their friend. That is a huge decision to make, and while they eventually get around to it, one thing that bothers me is they never talk to Musa about this. They say that they should talk to her about it, but then they never actually get around to doing so, which does feel like it sort of undercuts things. They are willing to make this sacrifice, but is Musa willing to do that? Would she feel it too selfish? Would she rather remain voiceless in order to keep the world safe? It's a conversation that she should get to take part in, but she doesn't get to, which feels like a missed opportunity. The best thing to come out of these episodes, though, is that it does eventually lead to the Riven and Musa breakup, something that has been a long time coming, if you ask me. And it is actually kind of mature, at least for the season it's happening in anyway. Riven realizes he has a lot of working on himself to do before he's ready to be in an actual relationship, and not only breaks things off, but seemingly leaves the show entirely to do that. Perfect. That's exactly what I want. I just have hope that the next season doesn't rush Musa towards a rebound guy. Flora doesn't get a lot to do on her own, but the moments she does get this season are a nice little showcase for her, even if they are more external than the introspective types of conflicts the show usually likes to give her. One mess she has, though, because nobody is getting out of the bad plot machine unscathed, is that she has an argument with Helia because he mildly screws up with taking care of a plant while she is giving a tour of a greenhouse for like 5 minutes. This is something that feels way blown out of proportion and out of character for the both of them. It should be obvious that this is being done to try and increase the stakes of something else later on. Shortly after this happens, while out on a mission, Helia ends up getting grabbed and dragged into the magic book. So in retrospect, it's pretty obvious they were in an argument to raise the stakes of this moment, because if something were to go horribly wrong, then Flora would have left off on a bad note with him. It theoretically ups these emotional stakes. However, this isn't something that really worked for me, both because I can see the strings the writers are trying to pull here, and because I don't believe that this iteration of the show really has the gall to actually try and leave Helia with any sort of lasting damage. This does allow Flora to get a nice character highlight, though, allowing her to go after him and save him all on her own, something we don't always get a lot of these days, given how much the show likes to focus on the ideas of friendship and the whole group working together. She even pulls double duty to get her hands on one of the pieces needed to make the magic key that they came for in the first place at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. It's always really nice when the girls are able to show just how capable they are, given the show can have a bad habit of tossing them around like rag dolls to make the point that they need to get stronger, which can often end up making these fairies, who we are told are very powerful, end up looking somewhat pathetic. Once they get back, though, Helia is acting strangely and not like himself, something that turns out to be a side effect of him having some ice from the encounter still stuck in his heart. If you're like me, this made you perk up and start Googling when this season and the Disney movie Frozen both released. Winx did this after Frozen came out, but given that animation takes a long time and the start of the season was within a year of the movie's release, I'm not willing to call it a ripoff or anything like that. For one, it's a single quick episode plot that doesn't actually linger on it in a way I would expect it to if they were trying to court Frozen fans. And for two, given the way this season has a focus on myth and legend, I'd be willing to bet that this was an allusion to the Snow Queen, the fairy tale that Frozen has its roots in. And then we have Daphne still around. That doesn't surprise me. There's a lot you can mine from her character in terms of examining someone who is coming to terms with being alive again after having spent nearly 2 decades as a spirit. However, anything the series has any interest in doing with that seems to all be crammed into the first episode of the season, where Daphne spends all of her time being clumsy for the sake of comedy. A joke that wears thin fast, or needing to essentially get her groove back. While this is somewhat treated as a trauma that she needs to overcome, it is very shallowly explored and eventually solved by Bloom and Co. holding hands while telling her she can do it. Something that just ends up feeling patronizing and like a fix everything button instead of addressing the feelings that Daphne is actually experiencing. It's a place where you can really see the series kind of kidifying itself to court a younger audience. And despite how much you think she might have crowned princess stuff to be doing, Daphne ends up spending most of her season serving as Althea's history of magic teacher. One episode, she's worrying about how she's going to be able to protect her kingdom in a way she should, because she doesn't seem to be able to access her powers. The next, she has left her kingdom behind to go and be a teacher for a year. Yeah, okay, sure. Look, I get continuity isn't exactly a strong suit of this franchise, but damn, it seems like everything can just change at the drop of a hat or the end of a single episode at this point. She ends up just being there or tagging along for several of the outings/missions that the rest of the girls are going on. It almost feels like they were sort of maybe testing the idea of adding her to the group part-time, much like we had seen with Roxy have a similar pronounced role in season 4 that felt like it was setting up for her to take the torch. However, in this case, we aren't really getting anything new out of Daphne, and we are more just seeing her act as an all-knowing exposition machine that is able to just know information to pass on to the girls instead of a more interesting method of delivery that feels more organic. She also just disrupts the flow whenever she's involved, since she transforms into Sirenix of all things, not matching the rest of the group in terms of transformation sequence or aesthetic. The worst part about Daphne, though, is the way the show rushes her into a romance faster than anyone else we've ever seen. And I mean, this stuff is at a breakneck pace. I did sort of roll my eyes when it became clear that Sky's cousin had been drawn up out of nowhere to be someone to attach to Daphne as her obligated boy toy, just like every other main girl is given. However, it's not as though this is something that couldn't have worked. The problem is, though, Daphne is a side character, not a lead, so she, by necessity, doesn't get as much screen time as the rest of the cast. What screen time we do get is mostly her serving a utility purpose, or as a side character on a venture, where she's never really a true focus. If we don't have time to focus on her character much, then we don't have time to focus on her relationship all that much either. Thorin, said cousin whose name I had to look up just now, isn't all that interesting of a character, not helped by a backstory thing about him that we'll discuss later on. But you can tell from the way he's presented in the show that he is meant to be something of a charmer, and it works just enough that you can buy into that idea even if you're personally not charmed. That sort of character is one that can be fun to work with in a romance because there can be a bit of cute banter and flirtatiousness, but we don't get to see much of him and Daphne together, so we never get the benefit of that. And it is so terribly rushed. It's pretty clear from their first conversation that the series is looking to have these two characters maybe become an item, which is pretty sudden, but the chemistry is there just enough that I can see what they're trying to do. But later on, they end up having a sort of moment together after a big fuss at a party, and it feels just a little bit off because at that point they've spoken to each other like 3 times max. We don't see them together all that much after that, but late in the season, when Musa voicelessly conducts her concert, the two of them use it as an opportunity to have a proper date, despite the sort of looming threat in the background that the magic of the music is meant to repel.
Literally 2 episodes later, Daphne is telling everyone about how the two of them are now engaged, and then after the scene that reveals this, the show jumps directly to the wedding day. It is very abrupt and feels like the show is rushing into this just so that the kickoff to the finale can be a wedding getting interrupted and Daphne can lock in her designated partner. Not only does the two of them getting married after knowing each other for the span of a season feel rushed, given that Bloom has been dating her boy toy for multiple seasons and has gotten engaged multiple times with no wedding to show for it, but it also feels rushed because at this point Daphne has been physically existing again for what would add up to about a year at most. So it really feels like she was rushed into this. You can't even say that they had some sort of history as childhood friends or something, since Daphne spent decades as a ghost. It all feels quite forced, like the show was trying to shove this marriage down our throats. Even if I can see glimmers of what was kind of meant to be with this relationship, it all sort of falls apart for me when I think about how she didn't even have a chance to get her feet under herself before she was suddenly rushed into married life. She should be at the club enjoying herself. The Tricks are back again this season, and while their outfits do slay a lot harder than they ever have before, I find their actual role this season to be pretty disappointing. Just about everything with them feels like something of a mess in one way or another. For one, they take over Cloud Tower again, which feels repetitive and makes all the witches look awful. The headmistress is the only one that has an appropriate reaction to these felons showing up, and despite the way that the students seem to respect her, none of them stand with her or against the Tricks when this happens. While I'm sure it's not the intent that literally every single one of them joined up with him, the way it's presented in the show sure makes it feel like that's the case. While the portrayal of witches had a pretty rocky start in the first season, by the end of that one and since, there's been at least a passing attempt to sort of portray the witches as being their own magic system and not something that is inherently evil. This season feels like it's throwing all that out the window, especially since it feels like the witches are really doing this just because most of the time. The Tricks have always had this problem of not having much of a motivation for what they do, and this season really just shows that off. In season 1, it didn't matter quite as much. They were basically the archetype of a mean girl taken to the extreme for the sake of a magical adventure. However, 6 seasons in, I keep asking why they're doing what they're doing. They want power and control, sure. But for what reason? What motivates that? If they are trying this much, there has to be something more to it than just they're evil or because they feel like it. To have to boil it down to just that makes them feel flat. It doesn't help that their plan seems even smaller scale this time and makes little sense. They spend most of the season trying to take over various magical colleges throughout the universe, and there's not really a reason as to why. They're not taking anything from these schools, just taking them over at what seems like random. It doesn't feel motivated. There is some vague sense of amassing power through this, but that's not really anything tangible, and it doesn't seem to be in pursuit of any specific goal. There is this big bad getting released through gathered power this season, yeah, but the Tricks aren't even aware that he exists through the majority of it. And yeah, there being someone else pulling the strings just continues to take the wind out of their sails. This is the 4th time that the girls have ended up being the pawns of someone else over the course of the series, and at that point it does just start to make them look like something of a joke compared to what they were able to accomplish in the first season, where they were actually able to pose something of a tangible threat to at least a small portion of the universe. Now, though, they're directionless and constantly working at the whims of others, making them come off as less interesting. They're fun characters at times, sure, but it does really feel like the series has kind of outgrown them at this point. And it's time to stop bringing them back around again if they're just going to be fodder before we get into who the season is actually about fighting. I understand that this time it was likely because this season aired 10 years after the first, making it a bit of an anniversary capstone, but if you're bringing back a beloved character or characters, it should be for more of a reason than just hoping that the fans will clap and cheer at the mere sight of them. Big Bad Acheron is a bit of a wet paper towel too. He is apparently the one that made the magic book that a lot of the season ends up revolving around, but there's no why or how to any of that. We don't get much insight into the guy since he's just a voice coming out of a book for most of the season, making demands and little else. Then, when he does finally show up physically, it's in the final conflict of the season, so we don't have time to actually get any insight into him, so he just ends up feeling like nothing. Made worse by the fact that he's not even free for the full runtime of an episode, getting released and captured again all in the same one. Perhaps the worst so far in my estimation, since he doesn't even have a cool design or anything. And maybe one of the stupidest too. If I had just been freed from being trapped in Magic Book for who knows how long, the last thing I would do is follow someone back into that book to fight them. Just saying. No, the real villain we're meant to put some actual stock into is Selena, a childhood friend of Bloom's who was apprenticing under a fairy and then got swayed by Acheron and ended up deciding to be a witch instead to try and free him and gain power. Which is funny, since because Bloom has never mentioned or been shown to have any Earth friends that she left behind, I had kind of just been jokingly headcanoning pre-show Bloom as a friendless loser. A little mean, yeah, but funny to me. I also just have a lot of problems with Selena and how she's presented this season. Her personality isn't all that interesting, which is helped by the way that when we do get backstory on her, it is very weak. So she was spotted as having magic power in her by this fairy godmother Eldora, who took an interest in her and decided to train her. This is despite there not being magic on Earth and Bloom being right next to her there as the vessel for the universe creating Dragonflame, but okay. Selena does this for many years and then one day encounters the Legendarium magic book, and the moment that the voice inside it speaks to her and offers her power, she immediately jumps on that with no hesitation and gets turned into a witch. And while that could be something cool, the lingering question is, why? Why was it that easy to turn her around? Why did the mere offer of power appeal to her so much? Why did she want that power, and for what purpose or goal? She later offhandedly states that Eldora wanted her to follow the rules, but this is incredibly vague and isn't something that was even remotely portrayed in the flashbacks we were shown. Was following the rules a difference in ideology between the two of them? Was it about keeping magic secret, or was it that Eldora was keeping her from doing things that would hurt other people? I have no idea because the show doesn't bother to elaborate in the slightest. And that makes Selena a pretty dull character as a result. She doesn't seem to have any actual goals or aspirations outside of being a vessel to bring Acheron back into the world out of the Legendarium. The only motivation we're given for this is that it's a pursuit of power with no reason behind it. This season really fails to understand why people grasp at power and why they find it so important. There is always a reason behind it. It can be for ideological reasons, a desire to shape the world in one's own image, a belief you can do better than the ones that currently have the power, a desire to make change in the world. There are many reasons why someone might want to have some kind of power that they start off lacking, but none of the characters this season have any reason given for why they want power and what they want to do with it, Selena included, which just makes her feel like little more than a paper cutout being moved around by the writers. Not helped by the way that she just goes right back to studying with Eldora at the end of the season, completely changed again over the course of just 2 episodes. One of the biggest frustrations I have with the season is the way that Selena and Bloom reconnecting is treated. These two don't seem to have talked in quite a while, but we never get a real moment where they meet back up or anything like that. Selena just starts showing up in magic places and Bloom doesn't even bat an eye at it. Doesn't ask a single question, despite there not being any indication that Selena had access to magic at all in the past. It just makes Bloom look dumb and unobservant to not even notice this. The only way it works is if they had reconnected at some point as friends early in the season, and then there had been some sense that Selena was doing something magical now that magic had returned to Earth. The problem is you can't have her outright say she's a witch given what all the other witches are currently up to, making this a huge mess. And that's disappointing because this is something that could have had some interesting character moments resulting from it. If Selena really was Bloom's best friend, I am sure there's plenty you could get out of the two of them being on opposite sides of a conflict. There is drama to mine there, but the show never really fully goes for it. I'm not convinced that the two of them were truly as close as the show wants to say they were. Instead, they come off to me as a pair that played together when they were really young and then stopped hanging out when they were like 8 or 9. Like, they have fond memories, but they're not really close, you know? And I want us to remember something about Selena. She is an attempted murderer. She tried to poison Flora in a way that would have killed her if not for Bloom being stopped from giving her the poison at the last minute. She did this knowingly and of her free will, so think about that for a second. Okay, now explain to me why they're super chill with her and being friendly in the final scenes of the season without bringing this up or at least being apprehensive about her. Just because you're on the same side does not mean you need to fully trust someone automatically, ladies. Ah, but Selena was redeemed and she's a friend now, someone might protest, probably the writers being defensive. Here's the thing, Selena was not redeemed. Redemption is something that takes an active effort, something that shows for kids sometimes seem to forget. Redemption means taking steps to right wrongs and make up for past behavior. The mere act of changing sides is not a redemption, and changing sides just because you were double-crossed by the person who promised you power definitely isn't one. Wanting to take down someone who betrayed you is not a redemption. There is nothing Selena did that was actually redeeming. She helped, Yes, but only when it became clear that she had been fooled, was not going to get what she had been promised, and was in fact in danger. There was no point where she even remotely considered what she was doing was in the wrong until she was put in the crosshairs. It's not redemption, it's self-preservation. I would say that this is a point that she might be able to grow from and start redeeming herself, but side characters have a horrible track record of vanishing between seasons with the show, so I highly doubt we will ever see her again. Pacing is something that has continued to get worse this season. Back when we were talking about the first season, I pointed out some weird pacing where there were scenes that would just sort of suddenly cut off and change and things of that nature. This is something that overall improved as the seasons went on, but this season there is new, strange in-episode pacing issues that have really started to crop up that are nearly as bad. There are times where it will feel like everyone is having delayed reactions or just standing around instead of taking action, which doesn't really matter if you sort of turn your brain off, but once you notice it, you can't stop noticing it. For example, there's a scene where Diasporo is holding an unconscious Bloom over a lava pit and threatening to drop her, long story, but the two other people in the scene, Daphne and Thorin, just aren't doing anything and are letting Diasporo monologue. Then, when Diasporo does drop Bloom, instead of Daphne flying over to catch her sister, which she can do because she is in fairy form, she attacks Diasporo instead. Or there will times where everyone will be around to presumably fight, but it's written like it was a one-on-one encounter, so anybody who is not directly involved will not intervene. One of the most blatant examples is in the second to last episode where Bloom is in the Legendarium with Acheron and he's just floating there watching while she is coming up with a plan or talking to herself. It feels very artificial. For as much as I don't personally care for some of the fights in the earlier seasons, they did feel a little scrappier and rougher, something that gave a little bit of a sense of realism. That's sort of covered for when one of those might do something like this, and is something that is certainly happening far more often now than it used to. This season also has a weird habit of everyone needing to comment on everything. As much as I have bemoaned that some of the girls don't get as much screen time as some of the others, this isn't the way to solve it either. There are a lot of instances of vapid dialogue being added to the series where it's just not needed, which really takes away from the magic of being in and seeing a new place, when over the wide shots that show you everything, you have to hear every single character in the scene make a comment about how cool this new location is. Yes, it's a cool new location. I can see that for myself. You don't need to tell me. This just reeks of that mindset where if a character isn't constantly talking or doing something exciting, kids will stop paying attention. This season also suffers a lot from things getting introduced the moment that is convenient for them to be part of the plot instead of pacing things out over the season so it can feel like the planted items pay off after they've started to fade into the background, so it can be something of a surprise. Here, every time a new item is introduced, expected to have its only use later in that episode and then never be spoken of again. The tricks get magic stones that power them up more. Well, they're destroyed right away, so Bloom can prove herself to some magic wands that were also just introduced in order to get a new power-up that they just found out that they needed. Eldora gives Bloom a magic box. It will be used to suck up the main villain by the end of the episode, and that one stings because that's a weak way to have your big bad that the season has ostensibly been building up to go out. I also hate just how much emphasis is put on the girls having different outfits for every single activity that they do. It's not so much that they have the outfit, that's fine, even if I think the fashion sense of the series has declined in a bid to appeal to younger kids. They always had different outfits for special occasions in the past, after all. It's more that every time they're in a new outfit, there has to be a whole scene focusing in on it to show the outfits off, usually with some kind of joke about Stella's fashion design since she's usually zapping them into them. It just feels like the episodes are grinding to a halt for a moment so I can have an outfit essentially advertised to me. I don't know anything about the Winx toy line, but it's moments like this where I have to assume they were really trying to push some kind of fashion packs for the dolls because it doesn't feel like an organic moment for the characters, but instead an ad. If it wasn't an ad, then that just makes it worse. And then there are some overall pacing issues that make the season feel weak, and you can kind of see the writers pulling the strings behind everything, which makes the season come off as weaker. Like when Musa's Music Cafe is introduced far too late into the season to be relevant, when Cloud Tower is made invisible just to prolong the plot, or when we watch the girls training in the gym while the college on Flora's homeworld is actively under attack. Flora's sister is being held captive by a living tree, and Flora barely seems bothered about the whole thing. I know they don't have powers in the moment, but they end up going back without powers anyway, so it doesn't seem like that's something that's entirely stopping them. Oh, and all the damn parties. Okay, so it's not like parties haven't been part of the series or something, but they've never happened at this volume. It can feel like for every little thing there's a party. Accomplish a minor goal? Party. Someone is feeling sad? Party. Need an excuse to put on new outfits? Party. It used to be that there would be maybe one major celebration in the middle of the season to attend, and then one as a way to put a bookend on the season. Now they're happening like every few episodes. It just ends up feeling like the girls are wasting time and not taking anything seriously. This is a season where they're very much reacting to the plot happening to them for most of the runtime rather than going to face the plot head on like they have in the past, which makes them end up coming off as less serious about the whole affair, which isn't a good look this many seasons deep. I know it's easier to have the plot come to them, but that's a far weaker version of doing things. Overall pacing across episode also feels like it's messily done. There are points where one story will carry from one episode to another, which is fine when you're doing something serialized, but it will then be resolved so quickly that something happening during the rest of the episode is the actual plot of that episode. For example, look at episode 5, a messy episode we'll get into for other reasons later, but one of the standout examples of this. Episode 5 wraps up the attack on the school of Flora's homeworld Lymphea, something that's been going on for a little bit at this point. Instead of the end of that plotline being a natural stopping point for the end of an episode, it ends partway through episode 5, and the rest of the episode is about the argument between Musa and Tecna and them resolving that at the music school. The plot has to be rushed in order for the end of the Lymphea stuff to be stuck awkwardly at the start, making for an awkwardly paced episode in the sense the writers weren't able to really pace things across the episode count they had. Okay, so let's talk about the whole Legendarium thing because this plot book is just a whole mess. So it's this book that is supposed to be a link between the worlds of reality and imagination, allegedly, though it really ends up coming off as a sort of pocket dimension most of the time, since it's something you can get trapped in even if the book isn't locked up. However, if you go to a place in the real world and enter the Legendarium world from there, you can access a specific point in the Legendarium world, so it's really like a separate layer of reality. But really, it feels like not that much thought was put into this besides the base concept, so I'm not going to try and consider the physics of the whole thing and drive myself insane. It's just not worth it. So the real disappointing element of this book is just how much it is used to conjure up stuff from Earth myth, like mummies, vampires, and a sphinx. It's always a really cool element of world building to look at the stories and legends of a fantasy world and how they might differ from reality stories. If your world already has magic, what makes fairy tale stories magical to them in the way that magic does for ours? That could have been a window to look into the culture of the various worlds that each of our main characters come from. Since Daphne is around now, maybe she could teach Bloom some of the stories she would have been told growing up on Domino that she missed because she grew up on Earth. Maybe Stella and Tecna have a similar base fairy tale on their worlds, and their culture has shaped or altered the exact details so that the way each of them remembers or relates to it is completely different despite having a similar base premise. When you introduce stories into the world of your story, that becomes a tool you can use to define characters and world building. Going with so much Earth myth just stops that from happening. This lack of paying attention to the fairy tales of the magical dimension becomes a problem when at the start of one episode, seemingly out of nowhere, Daphne declares she thinks the appearances of the monsters they've been fighting lately is due to the Legendarium. We have no way of knowing or understanding how she came to that conclusion because everything they've been fighting so far seems like pretty standard Winx Club fare. Since they don't seem like anything out of the normal and aren't really treated as such, they just don't feel out of place enough to be something that justifies jumping to that sort of conclusion. At most, it's been offhandedly mentioned to be a creature for something that happened long, long ago. In a fantasy world like this, something being from long in the past doesn't immediately equate it with being from a myth or a story in the universe, because the genre convention of fantasy worlds is that they will have an exceedingly long history. So to mention something being in the past makes it something that was long in the past. For someone with experience in the genre, we won't immediately realize that this is trying to call to the idea of once upon a time, like most of our fairy tales start with. If you wanted them to sort of figure out that the Legendarium was what was in play without seeing it in action like this, it would have been a better option to make it very clear that the creatures they are encountering are ones that only exist in stories in the magical world. That way, we as an audience know they are out of place when they might not look like it. The Legendarium is meant to harbor the imaginary, so it shouldn't be pulling from things that are just a long time ago in the past. The other major factor of the Legendarium itself is the way that there is a time limit for how long something from reality is able to be in it before it becomes part of it and can no longer leave. They pass into legend themselves and aren't able to maintain in the real world like they were able to before. There are many problems with this, but let's start with the one that is most obvious in the episodes. There is no way we are able to tell what the time limit is. We aren't given a set amount of time, which is good because otherwise we could get pedantic and start a stopwatch with it. However, that lack of a real sense of how long this amount of time is keeps us from being able to feel the tension that it could bring. Since I don't know how much time is left, I can't really tell if they're getting out with plenty time to spare or if they're getting out by the skin of their teeth. One of these is a lot more dramatic and carries tension, while the other isn't all that interesting. See the problem? Unless the threat actually gives off some stakes and feels like a threat, it just feels like a toothless addition slapped on top of the whole affair. I wouldn't need to be given an exact time frame, like I said. What I think the show really needed was some kind of an indicator, something we could look at and be able to tell just how much time the girls had left before they had to go. Loath as I am to invoke the name of Miraculous, but I think that is a show that does this very well. After the lead characters use their special ability, little pips start to slowly disappear off their transformation items. 5 pips, 1 vanishing with each minute that passes. Once they are gone, detransforming is forced, meaning they only have that amount of time to wrap up the situation and get somewhere safe to regroup. This isn't something that comes up in every single episode, but it is an understood time limit with an indicator that can show us just how much or how little time the characters have left when the show wants to use this as a point of tension. Winx Club really needed something like that to give us an idea of things in the Legendarium world, since otherwise it's just the characters vaguely saying they have to be quick, and there's no real sense of tension because if they were in any danger, the show would have found a way of showing that to us. So we are left to conclude that there really isn't that much of a danger, despite how much this series tries to wiggle its fingers at us and tell us that there is. And this is also undercut by 2 things we are told and shown during the season. Firstly, the whole reason the wands the girls need to get their new form for the Legendarium exist is because a handful of fairies left the Legendarium and the wands were brought with them. This means that there is some method of being able to leave in some form that is never discussed or considered. It's said that they left, not that someone pulled them out, meaning there must be a sort of internal mechanism that the girls could theoretically use to escape even if they did get stuck. Additionally, there are a handful of pixies that get sucked in very early in the season and are easily released at the end. They were in there for what had to have been months and were still able to get out with any issue once the way was open for them. So the whole idea that you can never leave if you stay too long is just shattered off of that alone. And of course we must talk about the transformations, since those are a big part of the appeal of the series and the show seems intent on cramming 2 of them into one season for some godforsaken reason. Blue Mix is something that feels a little contrived. The whole idea is that the girls had their powers taken away by the Legendarium and thus are not able to transform, despite this not being a power of the book that ever comes up again. So Bloom gives them a little piece of her dragon flame, and that will grant them a new transformation when they're able to spark it with an act of bravery. The core idea isn't actually all that bad, but it's the execution of the whole thing that ends up falling flat. Well, except the designs. I actually really love the way this transformation looks on most of them, and the whole fantasy warrior aesthetic that it went for is really cool. Obviously, the name is a bust. Naming a transformation after one of the characters is something that feels like it's just placing a whole lot of emphasis on her in specific. Which is weird because while Bloom is sort of housing the dragon flame, the new power is coming from that and not her in specific. It would have been better to have some sort of name related to the flame or to dragons. It also feels strange that Farragonda just somehow knows what will earn them the transformation, despite this seeming to be a new thing that Bloom is granting to them. Unless someone with Bloom's source has been able to do that in the past at some point, there is no reason she should have any idea what will cause them to get their powers. I know she needs to spell it out for the sake of the kids watching, but it feels a little bit like broken and clunky exposition. The earning part is what really lets this one down overall, because these acts of bravery aren't all that impressive, and they happen so rapid fire that 4 of the girls earn their new form in the span of a single episode, despite how everyone has to do some form of bravery to earn them, and they're not all bestowed at once like the transformations in seasons 4 or 5. Which it's good to shake that pattern up so they're not earning them all at the same time all the time, but the execution still needs to carry through on that. If they're earning them individually, that still needs to be a moment that has emphasis, which isn't going to happen when they're speedrunning them so they can all have the form quickly, because this will not be spread over the season like Enchantix was, so let's go over them really quick. Flora gets her Blue Mix by saving her sister, which is something that does have a bit more of a kick to it since she doesn't have any powers to fall back on and is using her pure physical skills in order to pull this off. However, the problem I have with this is it just feels like a retread of when she got her Enchantix. Sure, the surrounding circumstances are different and all, but it is still her saving the same person to get a power-up again. This might have been an intentional callback to be fair, but it just doesn't work for me as well as I think the writers were hoping it would. It is likely one of the best of them, though. She at the very least puts herself in a dangerous situation where she is vulnerable herself and pulls it off well, so that has to count for something, bravery-wise. Aisha and Stella are the first ones who share the moment. They get it by doing a backflip off a wall and nailing the landing. Okay, that's a bit harsh, but it does sort of feel like that's all they do. When laying the groundwork for this early on, it is Aisha trying to coach Stella through pulling the backflip off, after all. I think the real idea is that they get it for the ingenuity of staying in place and then moving out of the way just in time for two monsters to take each other out instead of getting them. However, it doesn't quite come off like that when Stella's earlier lesson was more about the backflip than something like looking danger in the face or timing. Having the two of them earn it at the same time for the same thing also feels like a letdown, and like the writers were really rushing to get all of them into the new form. Musa and Tecna have a weird little adventure where they have to run through a hallway into a cave and deal with a little horde of monsters that chase them there. This is the rushed second half of episode 5 I mentioned. It's kind of nebulous what gets them their powers, but it seems to be that they managed to work together and patch things up from the argument they were having. That's nice and all, but there was nothing about the experience that really said bravery to me. They were acting like they always do, and while they were technically in danger, it wasn't so great that Musa couldn't crack a joke before using her singing, so she can't have felt like she was in that much danger herself. Bloom, at the very least, has to fall into a fiery vortex and face a dragon at the bottom of it. I will say that is a cool concept of having her pit her internal dragon against another, but the actual process of it is basically her just telling herself to believe in herself and then getting it together. It's not anything that is a moment of introspection or facing a fear. And normally I wouldn't make that much of a fuss about that for a transformation that is just meant to be focused on earning it through a brave act. But given that this transformation is sprung from the magic source inside of Bloom, I would have liked to see a little introspection to come along with this, like she was pulling it out from inside herself through that process. She is one of the better ones. I was just personally left wanting more.
And maybe that was because this was the one episode where we were dealing with how there might be some fallout to the fact that she gave up parts of the dragon flame, but it's not something that ends up coming up again after this. We're kind of left to assume that facing the challenge at the bottom of the pit somehow fixed her up. It was a somewhat interesting plot point that we could have spent some time with, but instead it was introduced and resolved all in just a single episode to add drama to Bloom getting her new power-up so she would match the rest of the group. Mythix was just kind of a wet paper bag of a transformation. It exists purely to be used inside the Legendarium and thus exists fully in the realm of 3D. At least with Sirenix, it was pulled into 2D every now and again, but Mythix is just this thing that only shows up a handful of times because we spend far less time in the 3D animation this season. And if I might engage in a little wild speculation, I think Mythix exists not only to make dolls out of for toy sales, but also to avoid having to animate Bloomix in 3D. If you take a look at Bloomix, obviously one of the most striking design features is the loose flowing bits that each of them have coming from either their shoulders or arms. This is something that when translated to 3D would have to have a bit of a sense of flow to it. There are ways you can cheat this in 2D and not have it look all that off, but when putting it in 3D it becomes a more complicated factor because it'll look strange in 3D if it's stiff, and presents a far higher possibility of some kind of a clipping issue. If you look back at Sirenix, you'll notice that the actual clothing design is fairly simple. It's basically a wetsuit with the tiniest of tutu around the hips. There's not a lot of flowing extra fabric or ribbons like we saw with Harmonix. A lot of the spark of the design comes from the patterns on the outfits rather than the outfits themselves being anything spectacular. That's likely because the wetsuit style is something that was more simple and easy to handle in the 3D animation. They don't really have to worry about fabric physics if the outfit is mostly skin tight, especially underwater fabric physics. The little tutus are small enough that if they end up being a little stiff or not getting moved as much, it doesn't feel off to you because they're tiny enough that they probably wouldn't move all that much and look like they could be a little on the stiffer side. I obviously don't have any insider insight or anything, but to me it seems like Sirenix was at least partially designed with the 3D animation in mind. Mythix feels somewhat similar since the dresses are fairly short and simple without a lot of loose fabric on them. They're not exactly bodycon, but they definitely stay close to the body, and any ruffles are short enough that they don't need to get that detailed movement, much like with Sirenix. It's another transformation that speaks to me of being made to work within the constraints of 3D animation without looking off or having to do a lot of cloth physics. The most striking design feature here is the wings, which we would expect to be stiff anyway. The way that Mythix is earned is pretty weak, with these magic wands being introduced as something the girls must prove themselves to, only for that to happen basically immediately, so there's not even any build-up.
And obviously, it's really strange that these old wands just happen to perfectly match with each of the Winx girls. Would it really have been that much to just add something quickly where the wands adjust and customize to them on contact? And if you'll indulge me, I have some just general small nitpicks that I would like to rapid fire get out of the way since they didn't really fit anywhere else. Most of these are not a big deal, but things I felt worthy of noting because they stood out to me. Pixies are back and mostly just serving as annoyances, but 2 of the girls have had theirs replaced for some reason with 2 characters from the Pop Pixie spinoff. This makes no sense, and the way that it is completely uncommented on is really strange. I know that Winx doesn't have the strongest track record with interseason continuity, but this is a pretty big thing to just forget about and change. I guess all that bonding didn't mean much. I'm not sure what the timescale even is anymore since Flora's sister, who looked like she was 7 to 8 in the 3rd season, is in college and looks about 15, which feels off even if you're generous and say that each season took place over the course of a year. But hey, she gets to transform now, which is cute. Speaking of college, the other schools we see this season each have an extremely unified aesthetic to the point where it feels strange. Now, background characters aren't anything I would expect to be as detailed as the main characters, obviously, but it does feel strange when all the ones we see at each of the newly introduced colleges are dressing very similar to each other. This might be a shortcut to try and tell us about the vibe of each school, but the background design actually does more of the heavy lifting on that than the student designs. It just feels really off since we're used to seeing Althea and Cloud Tower have a decent amount of variation in background character designs while still having a somewhat unifying aesthetic. The homogeneous background character design ends up making things feel very samey and thus artificial. How the hell is Dara Sparrow still getting invited to anything? I understand she comes from a background of privilege and influence, but at this point she has to have burned through any goodwill that might have earned her. I can see how she might be getting invited to things by Sky's dad, since he seems to have a blind spot for her, but there is no reason she should have gotten an invitation to anything on Bloom's homeworld. The crux of Sky having some grudge against his cousin is that it is supposed to be a big deal that he showed some cowardice and ran away once when they were kids. This is incredibly shallow and just reflects poorly on Sky that he's judging this guy for a single incident that had to have been over a decade ago at this point. If you're holding on to a grudge and view the guy as unreliable or a coward, that needs to be an ongoing pattern of behavior, not the single action of a scared child. When the Winx go on a bit of a globe-trotting adventure for a bit, the Tricks disguise themselves as 3 Alfrea freshmen to come along with them. Setting aside how they completely fail to just stop saying villain stuff in what should be earshot of the Winx girls, this makes no sense because the Winx have never brought anyone else along on their little adventures, so it seems completely ridiculous that they are this time for some unknown reason. It's a place where you can really see the writers pulling the strings. For some reason, almost all of the highlighted fashion looks this season, like the ball gowns or Stella's gothy fits for them, have wings added. And I get it, this is a fairy show, but it feels like it's pushing the idea a little too hard. Like we're going to forget they're fairies if we see them in an alternate outfit that doesn't have wings. If this had been something that was happening from the start, I don't think I would have minded it as much, but seeing it just start here out of nowhere feels like it has something to do with the dress-up dolls not looking like fairies without wings. There's a point where there is a Mother's Day celebration at the school, contradicting when in the first season it was shown that the Magic Universe doesn't have Mother's Day, having their own similar but not quite the same celebration of mothers. This does feel like the world is getting shrunk down as Earth customs are shoved into this fantasy world with no regard as to if they contradict previously established world building. When the girls lost their powers, it was very clearly shown that Stella was no longer able to summon or make clothes for them with the snap of her fingers. I actually liked seeing her go to do something by muscle memory and having to realize that things no longer work that way for her. But shortly after that, Musa was able to summon headphones onto a monster for some reason. If you're going to power down your cast, you need to commit to it, or it really stands out when someone is suddenly able to break the rules for no discernible reason. If they were just severely powered down and not powerless, I might have been able to let this slide, if not for the fact that in both cases it was summoning magic. If one doesn't have it, neither of them should. Travel used to be something of a consideration from this cast. There were points where it seems to me like travel was getting mighty convenient compared to how much of a consideration it was for them in the early seasons, but I was willing to let it slide for the sake of expediency in the writing. However, having the girls able to just casually fly from one planet to another planet is too much, and it's really obvious there is an increasing lack of care and attention towards keeping this world consistent. I think it's really dumb that the plot-relevant flower only grows near Bloom's hometown, and she doesn't remember anything about that until the plot says it's time for her to. I don't buy that. There is not a place in the world where it is the only place where you can find a specific thing that does not make it part of the local identity. For instance, there's a type of beer you can only get in my home state. It's not the most popular beer in the state, but it's still highly regarded and most people know about it. I know someone who was going to school out of state that was specifically given money by friends when he came home to pick up some of this beer and bring it back for them because they could not get their hands on it otherwise, as the brewery doesn't even ship out of state. I do not like beer, but I know about this. Just like when I see a local soda or other drink, I perk up a little and go, oh, I know that thing. That's our thing. Local things like this become a point of local pride. So the fact that Bloom wouldn't pick up on this, especially since her Earth mother is a florist, just shoots the moon in terms of believability for me. And the last nitpick that really bothered me is the way that Tecna is talking so much about algorithms like that's the only kind of technology that exists. It's clearly the only thing the writers know about, and even then, they clearly don't know enough about it. There is a point where they are trying to solve a riddle about how many letters are contained in the books of a secret lost library, and Tecna says she'll figure the answer out using an algorithm. That's not how that works. You can't algorithm without a data set, Tecna. I really don't know what you want me to do here because this movie is a painfully boring, obvious cash grab that exists to get extra use out of all the work they did to make the 3D segments of the show by reusing models, locations, and even shots in order to make a quick buck. I really don't have that much to say about it compared to how much I've yapped about the last 2 seasons. The plot is exceptionally simple and straightforward, with the only twist being that the tricks get double-crossed yet again, which has happened so much that it's not a twist and is just formula at this point. Tritanus is brought back just because, and the only reason the Winx even get involved in what is going on is because Bloom's boyfriend got himself kidnapped because he got knocked out by taking a magical bullet for her pet rabbit. It definitely feels far less grand in scale than the last 2 movies, especially since it is limited to fewer locations and the animation just looks worse too. Everyone seems just kind of dead-eyed the whole time. The new movie added villain is Politea, a vaguely mentioned side character from the past from season 5. She wasn't of that much importance then, so they've tried to inflate her importance here, and she just ends up looking like a deflated balloon from how little impact or presence she has. The one thing that really astounded me is that while most of her relevance stemmed from the way that she had a connection to Daphne in the past, that is something that doesn't even really come up in this movie at all. I think it might be mentioned offhandedly once as a way to remind us of when she was a big monster in the cave and why she was like that, but other than that, their connection doesn't come up at all, and Daphne certainly isn't involved in proceedings. Thinking back, I don't think she even shows up in this movie at all, which makes sense since that meant they didn't have to make a new model for her as they can't use her nymph form model anymore. I don't think whatever angle they would put together with Daphne would be all that interesting since the backstory between the two of them was never anything all that deep or compelling. However, I do think it would have had more of a kick to it than Bloom's boyfriend is in danger again and then, oh no, he drowned, but he gets better, so it's all good. And there are points where it really is so clear that this is a money grab for them outside of the moments where assets or shots from season 5 are reused, such as the moment where 2 girls momentarily discuss how cool the color changing of Cyrenix is, which really feels like a pitch for how cool the color changing on some of the dolls is. What really highlights the way that this movie doesn't need to exist is the way that at the very end, Bloom talks to Sky about how everything is as it should be now, and her summary is basically a list of how nothing has changed and the status quo is exactly as it was before the movie began. Look, I understand that sometimes when you are making a franchise movie, it needs to kind of be filler, so you won't cause a problem when some of your audience inevitably doesn't see it. But when both prior movies had at least a little shakeup of the status quo, the first bringing back Bloom's kingdom and the second forever eliminating the ancestral witches, it feels strange to have this movie come in and have absolutely no impact on the series at all. I really don't think this is worth watching, and I don't feel like it contributed anything new that I hadn't already seen. Just another vestigial villain tacked onto the franchise, and that's it. I don't even have all that much to say since I spent most of the runtime being downright bored. And no, I don't think the ending music video featuring rapping Tritanus gives the movie enough ironic comedy to make sitting through the whole rest of the thing worth it.
We are the Winx, come on, get up and play.
Okay, so I guess I should have taken the last movie as a sign of things to come because the downturn in quality has just continued, but now I have been painfully bored as well. And in case you're curious how I know I was bored, not only did I write it down in my notes multiple times, but I can always tell when I'm less engaged with something that I'm watching for a video because I will start to take less and less notes as I start to disengage with whatever I'm watching. That was the case here. While I might not have been the biggest fan of the last handful of seasons or other such media, this was the first point where I really ended up feeling like this was a show on life support. Something shambling along because it makes money rather than because there is some true creative life behind it. That's not to say that there wasn't someone in the process that cared about what they were making. I am sure that there's at least one person or even a handful of people who really truly did care somewhere in there. However, the overall feeling of the season doesn't really give off that impression. I've kind of fallen into the pattern for the last couple of seasons where I start by talking about the season by looking at how it handled each of the core casts first, since the characters are kind of the core of the show itself. But that's not something I'm able to do here because none of the core cast really got any individual personal storylines this season. None of them really had arcs. They went through the season as a collective, doing everything together, experiencing everything together, and reacting to everything together. The most individuality that they had is that everyone got a pet, but that wasn't really a character moment for them, more just them encountering an animal and then it ending up attached to one of them by the end of the episode. At most, you would get one of the girls getting mildly more focus in one of the episodes, but that wouldn't really amount to much or feel like it was anything that had any impact on the characters. They are a collective. They do everything together, agree on everything, and have lost much of the individuality that defined them in the earlier seasons. They never got equal attention in those early seasons, sure, but at the very least, they felt more personally defined, and the relationships among the group had the potential to be at least a little unique at times instead of them just all sharing the same base level of friendship. The one thing I am going to talk about is what I'm going to dub New Stella. I mean, this must be a new character, since at this point, other than name and appearance, there is little of Stella that I got to know over the early seasons of the show remaining. Now, for some characters, that would be a good thing, as it would indicate some level of progression and growth. But here, New Stella is a strange replacement that seems to be a regressive and childified version of the character that has been put in her place. New Stella shows little regard for her friends and is content to use them as pack mules for her shopping. New Stella has a distinct lack of awareness of those around her and seems completely incapable of taking anything seriously. New Stella exists for the sake of jokes about how everyone is exasperated by her, leading to Bloom annoyingly growling at her on a regular basis. It feels like the rest of the group all kind of mildly hate New Stella and don't want to hang out with her, but can't ditch her because of how integrated she is into the friend group. They regularly say her name in the same way that the Magix school bus kids say
Carlos.
which does not detract from the sense that they don't care very much to hang out with her in this state. All that to say, New Stella really, really sucks. It sucks even more that she has some of the most consistent solo characterization, and this is what it amounts to. So who does get a lot of characterization this season? Well, I guess you could technically say that the villains do, and that's not exactly a good thing because I actually put down in my notes, quote, I hate these villains terribly. Meet local carnival freaks Kalshara and Berphilius. They look like this because of wild magic, something that is not defined or explained and is simply mentioned as though the name will explain it all. Which it doesn't, by the way. Typically when you see the term wild magic show up in a fantasy setting, it's referring to an uncontrollable form of magic that has unpredictable results. I think in this season, the idea of wild magic is actually supposed to be in reference to the idea of wild animals, the untamed. This doesn't really have a reason as to why it stands separate from animal or nature magic. However, in practice, this is clearly just sort of meant to be the evil version of those for the sake of causing conflict this season. It's what makes the villains look like they do and allows Kalshara to shapeshift, which is what we see it used the most for. When depicted as having an effect on animals and in the world in general, it just seems to cause things to run wild in the form of violent tendencies. In effect, it is the season's catch-all conflict generator. Their whole goal is that they want the ultimate power of the fairy animals, something that is pretty undefined. And then they are going to use that to control an army of fairy animals, though it's never really made clear what they intend to use that army for. I guess we can assume it's to generically take over the world like every other Winx villain, a motivation that grows increasingly duller each time it is used in this series. It's one thing to have one or two villains just generically have a lust for power. It's another for that to be the case for nearly all your villains. There is no sense of motivation for this and no driving force either. We see from a trip into the past, yeah, this season has time travel, we'll get to it, that she was seemingly just as power-hungry when she was a teenage student as she is as a grown adult. I guess we can take from that she has always been evil, power-hungry, and manipulative. Now, I don't always encourage taking easy and obvious angles in writing, but sometimes it can be something interesting enough to explore that it can be better to take an easy angle over a boring one. So if you're going to have an animal-themed season with a wild magic-themed villain who can shapeshift into various animals, it seems pretty obvious to me that you would make the main villain some sort of eco-warrior disruptive force. I would say the T word, but I don't think you two would like that very much. However, the idea of someone who is so pro-wild nature that they don't really care about what happens to everyone else could really work with everything else that Kalshara has going on. However, I can also see exactly why they didn't want to do this. The main cast are certainly pro-animal in nature and have proven to be many times over. They don't want to muddy the message for kids by having a villain who wants the same things but in the wrong way. Because this is certainly dumbed down for kids and not built for those who have grown up with the show and would be teenagers by this point. Kalshara, as a result, ends up being just as dumbed down as the poachers that have, at this point, become a staple of the human villains in the series by giving up their criminal poaching ways after just one encounter with the Winx. Brufilius is a character that is just there to be the dumb sidekick that stumbles into some luck now and then, which I might tolerate if his voice hadn't been so overtly dumb and buffoonish to the point of being grating. It just grinds up against me something fierce, and I could feel myself crumbling a little more every time he was made the focus of a scene. But hey, he ends up serving a vital purpose this season by betraying Kalshara, because would it really be a season of Winx if there wasn't at least one villain betraying another? It happens so often at this point, it's just part of the formula. The biggest problem with the villains this season is that they're just plain annoying. I get the sense that they're meant to be comedic, but none of the jokes made with them actually land. As a result, they end up coming off more as an irritant than a threat. Add on top all the issues I've already mentioned, and the entire thing just ends up feeling like a complete mess and a waste of time. I know not every villain can be the pinnacle of a series, but villains are something that Winx has pretty consistently struggled with in my experience. This isn't at all helped by the way that the series keeps wanting to fall back on what worked before instead of letting something new stand on its own. Yes, once again, the tricks are back for inexplicable reasons. We spend the entire season with these two new villains, and then all of a sudden in the last handful of episodes, the tricks are yanked back into the series again. If I remember correctly, it is in episode 22 out of 26, far too late in the game for them to have any real impact. And once again, this is facilitated by them breaking out of yet another extra dimension that was meant to keep them sealed up. They are sent to another extra dimension at the end of the season, but given the track record of these things being able to hold them, I am sure they'll be out and causing trouble again in a matter of weeks. Yes, the new animal hybrid forms they get do look really cool. However, they don't mean all that much of anything in the season. There was no reason to add them in, and they just kind of made the end of the season more muddled than it already was. At this point, there has been just a single season that they did not take part in, and given most of the time we see them, they are serving as subordinates or sidekicks, it really has lessened the impact that they had in the first season. Last season, they were serving a primary antagonist role, but there was still that voice whispering in the shadows in the background, which kind of kept them from feeling like they were the true villain like in the first season, on top of the way that their plan last season was really weak. As usual, my question is mostly, why are they here? Since the fairy animals are the big feature of the season, we might as well get around to actually talking about them, something that could have been interesting but just didn't work out that way. There were times where they were decently cute and all, but I don't think they ever fully worked, at least not for me. Your mileage may vary. We are introduced to the fairy animals through the idea that there is a natural park at the school that has never been mentioned before this point. That's not uncommon. It seems Althea is constantly sprouting new places on campus for the sake of the story. My problem is more with how the relationship between the cast and their designated new animal friend is handled. We are once again dealing with the almighty concept of bonding being used to snap a relationship between these characters and their animals into place instantly. And once again, it is a complete mess because it keeps these characters from forming bonds and relationships that feel organic. We are at the very least spared the characters going, "They're bonding," every time this happens, but it is the exact same experience as we had in seasons 2 and 5. While there might be a little more lead-in and build up to the bonding moment, it still exists in the same form that we've seen before, where the relationship just completely snaps into place in an instant and the characters are forever matched. This is something that is already mighty convenient, but then the series takes it a step further by having these fairy animals be these sorts of magical guardians that were essentially destined to be bonded to them. This doesn't end up meaning all that much in the short term, but in the long term, this ends up leading to the resolution for the entire series, which we'll get to in a minute because it is really incredibly awful. The experience of the main cast being bonded to these animals can kind of be split into two halves based upon which half of the season we're in, the first or the second. Both of these halves are hard to watch for completely different reasons. In the first half of the season, we are just kind of repeatedly shown that the Winx are terrible or irresponsible pet owners. This, oddly enough, comes in the form of Flora being strangely written because she becomes quite aggressive with her pet wolf in a way that doesn't really make sense for the character we've been presented for her up to this point. This was a girl who kept sentient plants who could be dangerous around and treated them with a lot of compassion. But when it comes to this large wolf that she has taken in, it ends up being something where she can't seem to extend the same level of care and understanding. When trying to introduce her pet to one of the other pets, there is a moment where both pets try to smile at each other, and because her pet is a wolf, it has rather large, sharp teeth. She becomes upset with her wolf for showing its teeth when trying to reciprocate the smile from Aisha's pet. She almost seems to act like this is a moment of her pet showing aggression when that really wasn't the case. Flora lives in this weird place where she is very passive with her wolf when it would serve her to be more firm, but then is very sharp with him at points where he isn't actually doing anything wrong. If this were about her learning to be a pet owner, that would be one thing, but this isn't an arc she experiences, and it just leads to it feeling like there are a few moments where she is presented fairly out of character. The most grating part of the first half of the season, when these characters are getting used to having their new pets, is the way that they are pretty consistently getting upset with these animals for displaying animal behavior. Flora gets upset with her wolf for being excitable and hyperactive and wanting to interact and play. He is very clearly a high-energy pet that needs to have those needs met. When we see him being hyperactive like this, it kind of gives the sense that he's not really getting the level of enrichment he might need. Since this is a show for kids, it might have been a good show of the way that having a high energy, essentially dog, is something that takes a lot of work as he needs to have that kind of high level interaction and play. Stella's pet bird eats gems, and this is a seemingly normal behavior for it. Having her express frustration the first time this happens, that makes sense. But that should have then evolved into her adapting for the needs of her new pet, either by procuring specific gems for the bird to eat or taking measures to make sure that what she does not want the bird to eat is kept locked up in a way that the bird can't get at it. But instead, Stella is more interested in having a pet fashion show. If one of the lessons of the season is supposed to be about living in harmony with various different types of animals, as I kind of think is the intent, I think having your main characters get upset with animals for displaying animal behavior kind of flies in the face of that. There should have been more about making accommodations and adjustments to provide proper care, because different kinds of animals have different needs. The second half of the season is frustrating because the animals can now talk once it has been revealed that they are guardians. Personally, I don't find the animals being able to talk added anything. In fact, it just made them more annoying. The only thing that comes from this is the fact that the animals are able to sort of become mounts for the girls when they go into these mini worlds. This doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me given that the girls are able to fly, so they don't exactly need a mount, but I'll set that aside for now. What really strikes me is the way that the animals have a completely different personality based on if they are in the regular world or the mini world. When they are in the regular world, the fairy animals act in basically the same way they did before, but they can now just talk. When they are in the mini worlds, they act more the part of wise guardians, becoming less childish and more focused on the mission. This is something that leads to these two different components of them feeling like completely different characters, and makes the moments where they are acting more childishly and animal-like once they can talk in the regular world come off as more annoying, because I have seen them as mature animal guardians and they do not maintain that, even though these are supposedly the same characters in both these situations. You can say this is perhaps because they are more relaxed and being themselves in the regular world, but that doesn't entirely come across because the difference is that drastic. I can see another version of this storyline where perhaps they are very animalistic in the first half of the season, but when it is revealed they are these guardians and become able to talk, they shift into somewhat more mature personalities while still keeping what makes them unique. It could be something where the girls coming to understand them in the first half and really actually bond with them ends up helping their animals to grow and mature into this guardianship in the second half. And really believing that the girls have bonded with their animals is very important for the season because of how it ends and how that doesn't really work in the current form the story has. So the fairies really don't do all that much to win the big fight at the end of the season. Their win is accomplished by the fairy animals essentially sacrificing themselves and merging to become something called the Infinity Swan. This very much comes completely out of nowhere with no foreshadowing or build-up whatsoever, and that's bad enough. However, it gets worse. The Infinity Swan essentially acts as a fix everything button. It shows up and suddenly everything is all better because it takes out the problem and throws the tricks into another dimension. It then just kind of leaves. This is meant to be something that is a big sacrifice for these animals because they are giving up their individuality in order to become one part of a whole that is the Infinity Swan. This also means giving up this life they've come to know as a companion to these fairies. Generally, when you are doing something like this in a show, you want to feel that sacrifice and you want it to be a big, impactful moment. These fairy animals have supposedly become good companions to these girls, and they are meant to have a deep relationship. They are literally bonded in the text of the show. So it ends up feeling quite strange in how this is presented. The animals do this without consulting any of the girls, essentially seeing that they are in trouble and taking a big action in order to help them out of a jam, even if it means losing themselves to do so. That is something I think we can all agree should feel big and impactful. For a moment, there is a sense that this is something that is a sacrifice for these animals, but one they are willing to make for the sake of their fairies that they have come to care deeply about. However, this is something that's a little undercut by the way that none of the Winx seem all that broken up about losing their animal companions forever. Sure, they get a few seconds to say goodbye and all, but they are pretty damn blasé about it and don't seem to care all that much. In fact, the season ends with them partying and taking a group photo with a completely different group of animals. Losing these companions that they have spent the whole season with doesn't seem to be something that's any real impact on the characters, so why should it have an impact on me as a viewer? I definitely knew these characters wouldn't have been back next season because Winx Club is pretty bad at carrying these season-long sidekicks forward. Even the Pixies, the longest-lasting ones, had a stretch where they poofed out of existence for a while. But if you're going to actually show a reason that they're not going to be around and frame it as something of a sacrifice, then you need to have the characters react appropriately. There is not a single tear shed over this moment. Perhaps have at least Aisha cry in a reversal of her crybaby pet, maybe? In general, though, the way the relationship between fairies and animals is treated is really odd. It's very much a thing where things will be said one way and then practiced or shown in another, which leads to either making things a little on the confusing side or outright making the Winx look like they're hypocrites. One of the biggest standouts is when the girls go to Althea in the past and see that fairy animals seem to have actually been a pretty vital part of the curriculum at that time. From the looks of things, nearly every student had or was working with some kind of fairy animal as part of their schooling. From what we are shown, there is a showcase of what the students have been working on, and it seems like a set of animal stunt work and enrichment activities. Nobody seems to be mistreating their animal or punishing them in any way. However, Roxy goes on to talk about this like they are somehow abusing the animals on the same level as an old-timey circus that whips their elephants. This very much came out of nowhere and is a very strange way to react to what we've been shown. At most, we saw an animal get disrupted by another animal during an exhibition and have a reaction akin to a rearing horse. None of what we are shown looks like anything that should warrant any kind of reaction like this from Roxy. It's pet training, something I would hope Roxy would know about given she has a pet dog that seemed to be pretty well trained. If Roxy's complaint is that these are wild animals that shouldn't be kept as pets because they are not domesticated, this isn't something that comes across in the way she speaks, and it's not really clear what the distinction is on animals that are or are not okay to be pets is to her. And while she is the face of this issue, it's not as though any of the rest of the Winx girls are doing anything to go against what she's saying, so it seems like they agree. This ends with the headmistress of that time unilaterally wiping the memories of all the students that they ever worked with these animals and setting all of the animals free, despite this being a very creepy overreach of power and there not really actually being any abuse shown among the student body. And from the emphasis we saw on the fairy animals at the school up to that point, I have to assume this meant somewhat overhauling the entire curriculum too. And that leaves us to ask, what's so different about the fairy animals that the girls end up taking on just episodes after this that makes it okay for them to do so? Is it because they have magically bonded with them? Are we meant to assume that was not the case for all the other animals we saw at the school before? How are we meant to know that? What is materially different that the girls are doing that makes Roxy cool with them doing this? Is it just because they're her friends? There's this idea that the girls respect animals and are really delving into interacting with them, but when looking at the series, this doesn't seem like it's really the case from the way they interact with animals. If this show is meant to be for young kids, then it's really not giving a good impression on how animals are meant to be treated. I don't believe that media is meant to be a child's only teacher, and I don't think we should look to media to teach our children. But if a show is clearly trying to impart a lesson like this, we should be looking at how it teaches that lesson and what lesson it is actually teaching.
For example, if the Winx really care about and respect animals so much, why do they just jump onto the backs of these ladybugs with no warning, expecting a ride in episode 7? These are wild creatures and should theoretically be left alone to do their thing. At the very least, approach cautiously and give the guys a little pet before just jumping on their backs. Yes, we saw the Winx ride ladybugs like this in an earlier season, but with the reframed focus on animals and their treatment this season, it feels presumptive in this context in a way it didn't before. Even if this is an animal that is trained for riding in this world, you wouldn't just jump onto a random horse, wild or not, the first time you encounter it. Late in the season, there's also a point where some of the girls go riding on dolphins during a beach day. Now, this is something a lot of little kids want to do and is a really wonderfully fantastical idea. In many cases, I wouldn't actually make that much of a fuss about this and would just see it as an element of fantasy. However, in the context of this being a season about treating nature well and caring for animals, I do find it worth noting that trying to ride on dolphins is generally considered to be at the very least unethical and is dangerous for both human and dolphin alike. The show doesn't call that much attention to this in the moment, but it does end up feeling like something that is out of place given the intended theming for the season. Also out of place for other reasons is that the girls start an animal rescue park this season. It visually comes off as a zoo because they have decorative enclosures and it's open to the public. You could say the difference is that they are rehabbing or caring for animals that wouldn't make it in the wild at the moment with the intent to release, but many zoos actually do a lot of really great conservation work and animal rehab like this. And this is absolutely not an invitation to argue the ethics of zoos with me in the comments. It's just to justify the fact that I'm going to repeatedly call this a zoo instead of an animal rescue park because it's easier. So I can't stand that they started this zoo. Once again, it's them just starting a business or endeavor out of nowhere and seemingly with infinite resources. At least in season 4, they definitely got a loan from Bloom's parents, but now they're just springing these things into existence out of nowhere like Stella's clothes. This is something that is definitely just going to end up forgotten the next season once again, so I don't know why I'm supposed to get invested in it at all outside of the potential for a playset to sell. But it also bothers me because all of the Winx are just working at the zoo and doing things when they definitely are not animal experts of any sort. You can argue that maybe Roxy has some more qualifications, but it still feels wrong for her to not have any kind of professional help, especially when they're just letting former poachers hang around the tiger cubs that the Winx just snatched from the wilderness. This season does have more than just animals, though. It's also the season that they decided that time travel should be a facet of the universe. And from the moment this came up, I knew it was going to be the bane of my existence. You see, time travel is a finicky thing to handle in a story at the best of times, and I generally do count it as a bad sign if a story has decided to start throwing it in several seasons deep into a show. Time travel is something that has to be carefully considered and planned around, so it's not really something that will usually work satisfyingly if you're just adding it on a whim. If you intend that your time travel will have consequences and stakes, that's something you need to plan and consider, which is a lot harder to do on a seasonal grind of a show with deadlines. This is why some of the best time travel stories are generally conceived as time travel stories from the start. When that is the focus of your story, you can justify devoting the time to it and spend more time ironing out the details before you get into the rest of things. That said, it can also be the plan to just not take time travel elements all that seriously. If you signal to the viewer that this is mostly just for fun and don't think about it too hard, unless that is entirely out of step with the rest of the story's tone, they'll generally just kind of roll with things. Sure, some people, maybe people like me, will still overthink it, but more will take things in a more easygoing way. However, Winx makes the mistake of having someone knowledgeable, Farraganda, very clearly say that they need to be careful not to make any changes in the past or they run the risk of causing changes in the future. This is something they start doing right away and then never stop doing. From the moment that they arrive at the school in the past, they are already making changes and paying only the most token attention to what effect that might have or the problems it might cause. By the end of that stretch, they have caused massive changes that should have had far more long-lasting consequences than what is shown in the show to result from this. When they go back later, everyone keeps getting mad at Stella for almost saying things she shouldn't, but none of them really have a leg to stand on. I mean, Musa spent quite a while flirting with a man in medieval times and nobody said anything about it. Musa and Aisha's pets are both just plucked straight out of the past, which has the potential for massive consequences, but no one even stops to consider that. And I reiterate, I wouldn't be making as much of a fuss about this if the show hadn't been very clear that this was something the girls needed to pay attention to and be careful about. And I'll add this on here because it wouldn't really fit anywhere else.
I don't love that when they meet Farragonda in her past, her ambition is to be headmistress of the school. It's not even that she found that as a calling during the time she spends with the Winx or anything like that. It's just her ambition from the start, which feels very when it's implied she did a lot of great things before she was in charge of the school. While it's nice that she's living her dream or whatever, I had also been plenty fine just seeing her being in charge of the school as a sort of retirement after a life of adventure. It's one of those things that you know is thrown in there because we know she will be the head of the school in the future, not because it seems like anything that really informs her character. Transformations this season. There's another 2, let's run them down. So I want to start off by saying I think it's very odd that the time travel is just done using a magic rock and not by a transformation, when that feels like the sort of thing that has a very specific purpose to make a whole transformation for. However, once you actually watch the season, it's very clear that this is done both because if it was a transformation, that would mean they have to give Roxy a new transformation and we can't have that, and because Roxy gets hers stolen pretty early on to be used by the villain, so it needs to be a stealable physical object in order to pull off that plot point. No, the actual transformation we get is Butterflicks, and yeah, it sucks. Everyone is in practically the same outfit. The transformation is mostly a childish dance that just eats up time, and it's kind of just bestowed on them without any warning or effort. It's very obviously being thrown in for making new dolls. The only redeeming feature it has is the way that the wings are kind of done in a paper cutout sort of way, which is cool, but they still end up looking like cheap plastic in the show itself. It's themed around nature magic, so the magical aspect of it ends up coming off pretty weak as well, since they can't harm anything that is part of nature. And considering that they are out doing things in nature basically all the time this season, it gets to the point where it seems like using this form is an active hindrance to them at times, so you end up kind of failing to understand why they are still using it outside of marketing reasons. And Tynix, which actually has a purpose for entering mini-worlds, also ends up coming off as kind of weak. This is another power that the girls don't end up seeking out at all and just have handed to them because it's now the middle of the season and it's time for them to be handed a new power-up for the sake of having another toy to sell. For me, the worst part about this is it's a form that has a very specific purpose, but they don't find out that purpose until after they've had the form handed to them. At the very least, put that the other way around so it feels like it makes a little more sense. And the gemstone thing really didn't feel like it goes with everything else. At least the butterfly and nature motifs slotted together better. It also feels like if this were made just a season earlier, all the mini worlds would have been in the 3D animation like the Special Ocean or the book worlds were. And like last time, I have a handful of miscellaneous nitpicks that I don't have that much to say on, but would like to bring up pretty quick. There's a point where they need to blend into the school of the past since there's a uniform, and instead of them being put in the uniforms, they end up in candy-colored retro outfits that make them stand out even worse. This is never commented on. It's one of the places where you can see the reality of the show crashing up against the expectations from marketing. Nex has just become the new Riven, and I hate it. The boys in general aren't around very much this season, and when they are, they feel perhaps more cardboard than ever, which is a feat that I didn't think was possible. Nex is the only standout one, but he does that by slotting into the place of group asshole to fulfill the quota that Riven usually had, and he's doing it with casual sexism too, which doesn't feel like something that Ayesha would be tolerating out of her boyfriend, but she doesn't say anything about it, which feels gross. Action is weak this season. There's a point where they have a narrow shot and someone says they'll just have to be better than usual, and then they pull it off without any issue. Telling me that something is going to be hard has far less impact than visually showing me how narrowly something was pulled off. My personal favorite/least favorite was when nobody was able to save Musa's medieval fling but her, but it was literally just because she used the fact that she could fly to reposition herself for a better shot, and that's the only difference. The season really lacks momentum or any personal forward drive for any of the characters. They spend all their time being told where to go rather than making decisions to go somewhere by themselves. It's a lot of passivity on their part, as they're mostly just waiting around for something to happen and then dealing with it rather than taking any active steps for themselves. There's a really stupid line where Flora says something is a mix between nature and diamonds. Diamonds are part of nature. This makes no sense. In the episode where the tiger cubs end up orphaned, I hate that the character design did the thing that shows will do with animals, where they take the species that doesn't have a ton of sexual dimorphism, but will still draw them in a way so you know which one's the boy tiger and which one's the girl tiger. It's not as overt as some media can get, but it's still weird. There's not even a bit where it's important you be able to distinguish the two from each other. They just did this for no real reason. The hair just really sucks at some points this season. There's been a slight adjustment to the art style. As a result, sometimes the civilian hair just looks really bad, particularly for Bloom and Flora. It's just that the front bang pieces have been flattened down and brought closer to the face, so it looks really wrong. Speaking of Flora, she seems weirdly embarrassed about her mom being all into and knowing so much about plants. Girl, I saw you in the first 3 seasons. It makes no sense for you to not be nerding out with your mom outside of cringe, "my parents are embarrassing" humor. And Roxy has this weird thing where there are moments or two where it seems like she's been deuced into the Church of Winx and is seeing God's plan with how she talks about how she has a feeling that the Winx have some kind of important purpose. It's a very strange path to take her down and feels out of place when it happens. And for one good thing I would like to call out, since this season does have a lot of mess, it was good to see that some of the other students of the school or background characters got involved in the school defenses, since that was a facet of the first few seasons that seemed like it's been missing for a while. And with all that done, I am glad I'm going to be able to take a bit of a break with some spin-off content for a bit before I get into season 8. Oh, you thought I wouldn't talk about this because it was a set of online webisodes and not part of the main series? Well, you're wrong, because if I was willing to sit through all 52 episodes of Pop Pixie, then I could sit myself through 6 episodes of this show, especially when they were all less than 2 minutes long. Yeah, so the YouTube video might make it look like these run for a few minutes each, but that's not really the case since there's padding at the end for YouTube end cards that doesn't have any actual content. If you just count from the start of the video to when the end card begins, these episodes range from 35 to 60 seconds long. They're really short, and that's because this isn't so much a mini-series, but a way to try and sell these little mini-figure dollhouse toys. I believe they were the Winx Friends Forever line, but correct me if I'm wrong. This isn't all that uncommon. Plenty of doll or toy lines try to do some kind of webisode series to try and sell their toys. Some of the most successful examples being the Monster High and Ever After High ones. Not really my thing, but they definitely struck a chord with a certain subset of people and gave them a lot of emotional investment in these doll lines. Winx Avatar story is kind of meant to do the same thing, tell a little story to advertise these toys. However, I don't think it worked out all that well. To get into that, we need to talk about the series as a whole, and I'm going to do a quick rundown of the whole thing with you, both because it won't take very long to do so, and because I don't think a whole lot of people have watched these. Episode 1, Bloom comes home to find Musa playing the piano and Aisha working out. Flora is rearranging the furniture. Bloom thinks things are a little too crowded, but Flora loves how it's all cozy and personalized. Tecna notes that it's chaotic and they need to simplify. She rearranges the furniture, which supposedly fixes the problem, and winks at the camera. Episode 2. Bloom wonders where Stella is. Stella is running a boutique in the house. Stella moves around some 2D clothing assets despite the fact that the character figurines are all 3D. Stella is so happy they're all there as though it's not their house. Stella says she'll be a super sought-out designer soon, and everyone gives wowed giggles. Stella says every good look starts with them and floats clothing around them. Stella says that Tecna looks so slammin' despite the fact that she has not changed clothes due to being a figurine toy. Tecna thanks her anyway. Stella winks at the camera. Episode 3. Picking up right where we left off, Stella says that's not even the most exciting part, only to be interrupted by the voice of Griselda. Stella says she can't find out about the boutique and makes everything float away. Furniture floats around. We can assume this is from Stella, but can't be sure given the limited nature of the show. She also materializes a broom to wiggle around for a moment before seeming satisfied. The door opens to show the silhouette of a stock asset of Griselda in the doorway, who asks what's going on. Stella says they're cleaning up for the new school year, and winks at the camera. Episode 4. Bloom, Flora, Musa, and Tecna are on a balcony giggling. Stella is in bed waking up. Bloom tells her good morning. Flora tells her that she woke up just in time, and Bloom says they've got stuff to do. Stella asks what kind of stuff, to which Bloom explains it's the big cleanup day and starts listing chores. Stella says to think about furniture and describes what kind of armchair she wants for her room. Flora reminds that you paint the room first and then you furnish it. Flora winks at the camera. Episode 5. Bloom says it's the big cleanup day again. Flora says their boyfriends are coming over and everything needs to be spotless by this evening. Tecna says they'll be so impressed that they'll be speechless. Stella is on board. The girls transform, by which I mean PNG of their toy forms start floating and get wings with no change to their hair or clothing. Stella asks if they're ready, and Tecna asks if they're missing something. Stella materializes paintbrushes. Bloom is wowed and winks at the camera. Episode 6. Techna says it doesn't make sense that if they can use magic to make brushes appear, then they should just use magic to change the color of the walls. Bloom says this is way more fun. In the background, the brushes move and paint randomly. Flora, Stella, Aisha, and Musa are wowed and giggle. Night falls. Musa is eager to rest. Stella says they did so well and winks at the camera. This story is mostly told by moving around PNGs of the characters in front of a background of a dollhouse playset, accented every once in a while with clip art drawings that represent some physical objects. I'm sure that this was a decent amount of work for the person who made it, but it does unfortunately end up just looking like it was done quick on the cheap and doesn't have a lot of care put into it. A lot of that comes down to the dolls are just dead-eyed staring at you, but also comes from the way it appears that the audio for the series was cobbled together with lines from the show. This limits what the characters are able to say or discuss and means that their lines don't always flow together very well. Even if this show wasn't made from toys being moved around, the dialogue would give the sense it was the characters unwillingly puppeteered into this. While they can sort of string together a new story from old dialogue by cutting it out of context and moving it around, this is limiting, which makes why these episodes are all a minute or under make way more sense. Putting a minute of content together is already going to be a bit of a struggle. Doing it a handful of times is going to be even harder, so short episodes with short runtime. And because of that, I think these webisodes kind of miss the point of why webisodes are used to market toys like this. I'll put a link in the description to a great video by Jenny Nicholson that talks more about this in relation to a Star Wars fashion doll line, but the long and the short of it is that webisodes of this type exist to do two things. One, they are meant to invest the potential child audience in the world and characters of this toy. You hook them in with a character or character design that the kid gets attached to, and then you build out the world around that character. Yeah, you have Stacy, but you can't have her without her best friend Megan. And if you have Megan, then you have to have her sister Polly or her boyfriend Jack. You create connections between the characters that create a web of relationships, so it feels like you have to have them all to have the full experience. It's also a way to get the kids who are playing with your toys invested in a whole ecosystem, from dolls to clothes to playsets and everything in between. If it feels like everything you release is a big part of the world, then you're going to have the intended child audience begging for everything that you release. The second reason you make webisodes like this is to give kids a jumping off point for their play. You give a little bit of conflict for a character, be it them going up against some kind of challenge or then coming in conflict with one of the other characters. What does this do? It not only inspires the kid with some scenario that they can use for their play, but it also gives more context to the world again. If the kid wants to repeat what they saw in the story when playing for themselves, they're going to need all the pieces to do that, bringing us back into the world of the first reason again. The reason why these webisodes fail is they're not substantial enough to do either of these things. There's not enough content to serve as anything more than the absolute most thin of launching points, and they're not interesting enough to make the toy look appealing. I can see what they were going for, playing with dolls in a dollhouse the way a child might, but it stands out to have an episode where Stella is showing off fashion when these are solid plastic figurines. They aren't able to change clothes, and the episode about fashion just ends up drawing attention to that in a somewhat glaring way. The subject matter of the episodes doesn't match the sort of play that these toys are capable of or suited for. The other issue is the real question of why webisodes are needed for these toys in the first place, because as we've gone over already, the point of webisodes is to build out the world of a toy for the sake of promotion and brand synergy. You see this with things like Monster High, because Monster High is an independent thing. Sure, you can say they're based on monster stories, but that's not how kids got into the dolls. That's not the avenue they follow. Monster High comes straight from a toy company instead of being a brand extension of another piece of media. Everything else is built around the dolls. The show exists because they want to sell the dolls. It's not a case where the show came first and then the toys were merch. No, the merch is the core and everything else is promotion. Contrast this with this Winx dollhouse. It's based on something that came before and was a narrative in its own right. This exists to be a sellable object to those who are fans of the original series. Sure, you can buy this for a child who's never seen an episode of Winx Club and they might get some fun out of it, but that's not the primary intended customer. This is meant to target a child who already likes this world and these characters, so if the child already knows these things, why do we need webisodes to introduce us to them? There is a whole television series right there that already serves the purpose of these webisodes and will lay out these elements far better than a minute of footage is going to. Not to mention, it covers the same topics that this set of online shorts does. The mere existence of the series renders these webisodes unnecessary. This is the epitome of pure fluff content that doesn't need to exist. They're a waste of time and you shouldn't bother with them. It's not like I wasted precious seconds of my life or anything like that, because I do find this to be a mildly interesting oddity, all things considered. However, I'm willing to bet that this segment of the video talking about these shorts is going to be longer than their combined runtime.
Winx Club, we are the magic sparkles of light.
World of Winx is a bit of a strange beast. As far as I can tell, this appears to be something of an attempt to try and win back some of the older audience of the series after the Nickelodeon era drove the series towards a somewhat younger age demographic through tone, style, and writing choices. And let me be clear, because I don't think I have been up to this point, it is fine if this series wants to court a young demographic. In fact, making something with the target age range in mind can be important to making a story that is cohesive and speaks to that age. I am not going to try and tell a show to be something it isn't just because I do not fall into the age range that it is trying to target. However, starting with a certain age range and then sliding backwards to appeal to a younger one is something that will ultimately end up driving away some of your audience as the media you're producing no longer suits them. Growing up with your audience can often work, but starting from a place of semi-maturity and then sliding backwards into something more simple and childlike can cause some dissonance. Honestly, splitting the series into two branches to appeal to two different markets doesn't seem like all that terrible of an idea to me, and I see what they might have been going for here. I even think this is an improvement over some of the last few things we've gotten to talk about, but it doesn't quite reach some of the highs of the earlier seasons, and I think that World of Winx has its fair share of its own problems that are worth examining. One of the issues is that this series isn't something you can really pick up independently as its own branch. This is set up to be some form of alternate universe to the main series, but also behaves like you will have some familiarity with the main series to fill in some of the blanks yourself. The Winx are all here and have more personality than they have in last season, but we're not really given any reason why we should care about them or why they're doing what they're doing at the start of the series. The series just assumes that you're already invested in these characters and kind of already know what their deal is. There's not really an effort to invest people who have never heard of these characters before outside of some light comedy using their personalities. So if you're looking to have a good time with the series, you do kind of already have to like seeing these characters interact. The series also has this terrible problem where it is an alternate universe, but it never really defines what the differences between it and the main canon are, outside of maybe a throwaway line here or there. I know that information dumping is something that the main series has a bit of a problem with, but it feels like World of Winx ended up going in the complete opposite direction and left so much open and unmentioned that it can be hard to get a read on exactly what is going on. We're very much dropped into the middle of an ongoing situation and expected to get caught up without that much help. And that's not an outright terrible way to start a series. Starting in medias res is a literary technique that gets used plenty and can be used to great effect. The issue is that when you start in the middle of a story for the sake of excitement or slightly obscuring details from your audience, you still need to eventually give them the information they need to clarify those details so they don't walk away from the experience confused. Info dumping and as you knowing can sometimes leave your stories weak, but sometimes you just need to buckle down and figure out how to deliver that vital information to your audience. This is an alternate universe story where much of the state of the world isn't really explained. The vagueness means that those who are new to Winx aren't really going to get a grasp on things, but it also means that if you are coming in with a background on the series, you're going to be asking a lot of questions that don't get answered. One of the most important things when you're creating an alternate universe take on a different story is you need to define what about this world is different from the original in order for your audience to understand what's going on. For example, if I was creating an alternate universe story using these characters, but now it was set on the Old West frontier, I need to establish a world that these characters are existing in and their roles within it. With a radically different context like that, we can't just assume that the relationships and roles of the characters are all the same, and are going to need to get that information laid out for us at the very least in passing. And that's even more important in something like World of Winx, that is an alternate universe that does not have a very sudden and obvious departure from its source that it springs from, like if we set it in the Old West. If I plop the Winx girls down in a Western, that is going to be enough of an obvious change that you're going to assume that something is different here. However, looking around, I've seen that there are some people who don't even realize that World of Winx is a completely alternate universe and not an alternate timeline or side story. And this is likely because the show doesn't really bother to highlight how its status quo is different outside of the most obvious aspects. For example, the dragon flame doesn't seem to exist or be a factor at all, not even as a background detail for Bloom, since her powers are referred to as Bloom's fire power. This implies a radically different history for Bloom since so much of her story in the original series has connections to the dragon flame. When you combine the way that the series just drops you in the middle with the way that it never bothers to really lay out much background and then also doesn't bother to mark out what is different between the world of the core series and this one, it causes a lot of problems that leave pretty gaping holes in our knowledge that makes this one kind of rough to find a rhythm with at first. If we just look at the start of the series, we learn that the girls are passing themselves off as human on Earth and they can't use magic in front of people. Why? Genre convention will make us assume it's because magic must stay secret, but why is that? Who gave them that directive and why do they follow it? Furthermore, they're on the heels of this talent thief that has seemingly already kidnapped multiple people. How did they learn about this, and why are they the ones who must solve the issue? Did someone tell them to pursue this? If so, who? Was this group of girls assembled for this purpose, or were they friends before that? Why are they trying to blend in with humans and acting like they haven't been on Earth terribly long? That implies that they are not human and are from somewhere else. If so, where are they from? Knowledge of the original series would cause us to make assumptions about that, but nothing about Bloom growing up on Earth is ever mentioned, and given the other changes, we can't just assume that the wider world outside of Earth is the same either, since none of the cast really bring up anything about their homes or families that could give us any indication. We can't even assume that the magic system is anything close to being the same, since they seem surprised to transform for the first time in a way that, at least to me, implies that this is the first time that they have ever had a transformation into a fairy form at all, meaning much of what we do know about the way fairies work in the original series must be outright discarded. And this is a franchise that has never defined the magic system in terribly much detail, but discarding what little we already do know puts us completely in the dark again and wondering how things are different here and how they learn to use the powers that they have. Was it just through experience or was there formal education? I have no way of knowing. It is natural to have questions early on in a series when the world is still being built out before our eyes, but the lack of clarity is something that becomes even more of a problem when you are working with characters that already had a world and putting them in a completely different one. For instance, you have Roxy, who seems to be someone who is human at a glance but knows the girls and knows the truth about them but is not part of their group and outside of one or two spots is not an active participant in what they are doing. They know her, but we don't know how, and she mostly just seems to run or own a bar that the girls make use of. She seems to have a telepathic link with her dog, so she must have some kind of magic like the Winx, but it's not really clear how she's connected with the rest of the girls. Is she part of their mission in a support role, or is she just a friend? Is she from Earth, or somewhere else like them? Knowledge of the original series leads us to make assumptions, but we have no way of knowing if they're accurate, and if someone watched this series without that knowledge, it would be a huge gap that they don't have the tools to fill in. And the strange thing is that the series had a tool it could use to explain some of these things. It would have been somewhat heavy-handed and likely not the best way to do this, but the fact that there are points in the series where Bloom broke the fourth wall meant that there was room to use that to lay out some of these things for the viewer. However, this doesn't start happening until like halfway through the season, and in each of the 2 episodes it's used purely for her to explain to the viewer that she is hiding something from another character that she's talking to because she doesn't fully trust them, treating the viewer like a small child that needs something obvious explained to them, lest they get confused for even a fraction of a second. It ends up feeling out of place as a result, and while it might have felt like I was being talked down to in that moment, it wouldn't have felt as out of place if Bloom had been breaking the fourth wall to lay down background details from the start. Doing this could have come off as kind of lazy world building, I admit that, but if woven with Bloom telling us personal details or stories about herself, it also could have come off as placing the show squarely in her perspective by allowing her to show how she relates to the situation with these asides. Like the way that a book written in the first person might talk to the audience as a form of internal narration. It would also give more of a reason for Bloom to be framed as the main character, since there doesn't seem to be any special aspect about her that would put her in that role in this series outside of how she is the main character in the main franchise. So actually getting into what this season really is, I did have a decent time and it is better than some of the more recent content that I've watched, but I don't think this ever reaches towards the peaks that the series had. I'd say this is sort of a second-tier experience, and that mostly comes down to the way that the story and characters are handled. This season is shorter than the typical Winx season, and as a result, the story is more condensed and streamlined. There is definitely a focus on having forward momentum throughout the season, which is good because it avoids the trap of falling into a lull where it doesn't feel like the plot is moving forward, but it does also mean there isn't as much space for character moments that could really endear us to the cast, at least not for the Winx anyway. You see, the girls themselves are pretty static. They don't have any individualized plot lines or arcs and don't get much, if any, solo focus. There are characters who get that, but they tend to be the talents that the girls are trying to watch over and protect from getting stolen. While it's good that these characters have some character to try and invest us in them, depending on your tastes, it can feel odd to have them have more of that than the main cast. These are also mostly characters that get a single episode or maybe two of focus and then we move on from them, feeling more like a friend of the week rather than an actual member of the cast. Once again, if you already feel like you know the Winx from the main series, then that works out plenty fine since you do essentially already know them. But this is something where, as a branch show, it isn't going to capture anyone new or endear them to the main cast as much as the stories focused on the core cast would. However, I can understand that this show is going for something different. It's a season that's focusing more on the core story over character beats. The story is paced out okay enough, though it definitely is something that I don't always feel like the girls are making progress by their own efforts. They are mostly focused on protecting new characters that might be kidnapped, which can be exciting, but it does mean that when progress does come, it often feels like it's coming from an outside source rather than them discovering things on their own. That's not to say that never happens, but that's the kind of the impression I was left with. It's a very problem of the week feeling show that all comes to a head at the end of the season. And that ending is the weakest part because the whole villain situation is pretty weak. It starts pretty strong, to be fair. When there is still some mystery and intrigue, the story can be pretty investing, even if the things that the girls are fighting in each episode aren't the most exciting in the world. However, when we get to the reveal that it is the queen of the world of dreams stealing this people, and there doesn't seem to be a terribly coherent reason for why, the end of the season ends up falling a little flat as a result. They're kidnapped on the verge of achieving their dreams, and she does seem to be trying to absorb what talents they have, but as per usual with Winx, any sense of motivation is really lacking, which isn't helped by the fact that we don't see her much until the very end, which also robs her of a sense of build-up. And the whole reveal that the world of dreams is actually some form of Neverland, and our aloof ally Jim is actually a secret villain the whole time, just sort of reeks of a sense of trying to bait you into watch a second season. Which I'm going to, but it feels like they were worried if there was no bait like that and things wrapped up nicely like they usually do, people wouldn't be back. It gives them somewhere to go, but given that I wasn't all that jazzed with where this season ended up going, I can't say that I'm excited to see this same storyline continue. And since this is kind of the best place to bring it up, I can't say I was very comfortable with this character here. This is the shaman. Yeah, that's the only name he's given, and this is the design they gave him. Look, I try to be sensitive to these sorts of things without being overly sensitive, and I am very, very white, so please take everything I'm about to say with a grain of salt, and if I say anything off base, please do clarify things to me in the comments. I am always looking to learn and understand better. Much fantasy world building and mysticism are drawn from real-world cultures and mythologies. There isn't anything inherently wrong with taking inspiration from a real-world thing in order to create your fantasy thing as long as you're careful about it. I mean, really, how much do we make use of Greek and Roman mythology? The Divine Comedy, something considered to be classic literature, can be described as biblical self-insert fanfiction. That said, there are times when these things can ride the borderline and tip into concerning depictions. I don't have a problem inherently that World of Winx took inspiration from something that is generally an indigenous practice. As far as I understand it, shamanism isn't something that's tied to one culture and is more a type of role a person fills. So when someone makes up a religion or magic system in their fiction and calls a set of practitioners shamans, that's sort of like... Can you stop with all the f***ing thunder? So when someone makes up a religion or magic system in their fiction and calls the set of practitioners shamans, that is sort of placing a descriptive role rather than connecting with real-world instances. However, here in World of Winx, we have this guy who is just called the Shaman, not even given a name of his own, uses magic rocks to fight, and is very much depicted with design elements that are meant to invoke the idea of indigenous people. I can see what they were going for. This was likely meant to invoke the indigenous tribe in Peter Pan to tie into the Neverland motif, just like how we got the Croc Man for the crocodile. I don't think it was trying to cause harm, but I do think what we have here is something that unfortunately continues with the way that Peter Pan and its derivatives have a problem with racism. I think that adjustments were definitely needed here. One element might raise a brow, but it's all the pieces coming together that makes this so very uncomfortable to see. And this isn't the only place where World of Winx fumbled. It's about time we talk about the whitewashing. Okay, so it should be pretty obvious by now that this new season had something of an artistic shift, and with that, a whole new color palette was selected for the series. Instead of the really bright colors that the main series was using, this one went for something that was a little more subdued and washed out. Think pastels instead of primary. It's not something that looks bad, in fact I kind of like it, but there was a problem it caused when it came to the characters. It washed out their skin tones, which ended up lightening them. And that is a problem because that means it ended up whitewashing the characters. Flora gets it the worst since her tanner skin is no longer distinguishable from the white girls. Aisha is at least still visibly black. Even then, though, her skin tone is lighter than it has ever been before, which isn't a good look. Look, I am not going to attribute intentional malice to this. I will admit, though, that I am someone who generally is far more willing to attribute things to a lack of understanding rather than malice. However, when I look ahead, I can see that this is the skin tone that has continued to be used for these girls for future content, after I am sure that people voiced their concerns over it. A one-off is an oopsie. The continued usage tells me this is a pattern, one that I do not think is excusable. This is something that never should have happened and is highly disappointing that it did. It's not something that means you need to throw the whole show in the garbage or something like that, but it's definitely worth discussing. But once again, I am so white. I am not the right person to be having these discussions, and I encourage you to seek out the opinions of BIPOC creators on this matter. It's even more upsetting to see this because it was otherwise a glow-up for the series when it came to the new look in animation. The shift is dynamic, and while it might mean that the girls look more like runway models than regular girls most of the time, I really do like this look and think it suits the overall darker visual tone that this show has. What really sells the whole thing, though, is that the puppet animation has clearly seen a huge step up in terms of how it is being utilized and what it is capable of this time around. It's more fluid and generally just feels like it's being used better. Either they got some people on board who really know how to work with this, or using it finally clicked with the team. One of the things that stands out is how overall the action is more dynamic than I've seen from Winx in a little while. While the main series sort of embraced the girls floating and moving around a little while firing off singular magic blasts that all look the same, World of Winx feels like it has a little bit more of an acrobatic element to its action scenes and has the girls doing more actual movement instead of just statically firing off a blast. This extends into the way that their elements are represented more in their powers than they have been in a while, something that is just a little bit of an element of flavor most of the time, sure, but other times we see Aisha making use of the physics of water, or Flora doing some entangling with vines that actually look strong and dangerous. There's more of a sense of impact, and I get more of a feeling that the magic they are using is a visceral force of nature, rather than some glittery sparkles with an extra effect floating around. That's not to say it's perfect, though. Particularly the last fight, I noticed the way it was cutting around between a lot of the characters and weakening what was going on. It's understandable to want to show what everyone is up to, but it meant I ended up losing my sense of scale and placement for the characters, muddying the scene. And the action can be a little slow overall. However, I will take slow action that's a little more interesting over quickly firing off blasts as the whole of the action. And we might as well talk about that new transformation that's thrown in here. Honestly, it's about as interesting to me as the base form of the original series, since it's mostly just serving as the base form here and doesn't have any specific purpose or really interesting earning condition. However, I do think that the shift from sparkly dresses that appeal to kids to this more sleek look is an interesting direction to take things and gives this form a sense of identity. I'm also just a sucker for things like flowing ribbons or sashes in a design though, so I would be into it, wouldn't I? I will admit to being put off by some of the girls having open toes in their design though. Not only is it just a hazard when it comes to adventuring, but it also feels strange in something that is a full body catsuit and doesn't have a distinction between what is clothes and what is shoes. The sequence itself is also cool and really pretty, giving off the vibes of a perfume commercial more than a transformation in the way that the song and the pace ramp up after a slow lead-in with the full version. It's very satisfying. I do, however, think it isn't that much of a transformation. While, yes, they do gain some of their accessories over the course of it and don't start fully transformed, I do think that's not entirely obvious at first glance, and it can feel like they have everything but their wings from the start, taking away the transforming part of transformation. And the scene where they come up with the name for the transformation is outright dumb. It's not something we need to see them do, and it feels especially out of place at that point when we've seen them transform multiple times with the name being said repeatedly in the song that plays over it. I know this is Dreamix. I heard the song. You don't need to tell me that again. And I do, of course, want to talk about my least favorite element of the show overall, the whole talent scouting thing. On the whole, it's just an element of the show that personally did not gel with me for a variety of reasons. If you don't have a problem with this, more power to you, but I personally found everything about this whole talent scouting stuff to be some of the worst, if not the worst, parts of the season. So we are introduced early on to the idea that the girls are working as talent scouts for some sort of reality TV show setup. And that's fine, but when, like we've already discussed, I don't have any background on where this iteration of the girls comes from, the idea that they are somehow successful enough to be in this sort of elevated and prominent position in this setup of reality show is just another layer of confusion added on top of things. They have to have some kind of known status on the earth of this show, right? Because it's not just that they have the job as talent scouts. They are followed around by cameras almost constantly. Their participation in the show in this capacity is part of the appeal of the show as a whole. That would only be the case if they had enough of a presence in entertainment that people would tune in for them as well as the competition. There's also the issue that the show seems to be constantly on air with no breaks. Live airing talent shows are a thing for sure, but generally it's directly competitive live shows late in the process that are aired. The scouting and audition process are generally something that is filmed in advance and edited because that part can get a little boring, and to edit allows for just the highlights and lowlights to be shown to an audience. With the talent show in the fiction of this world, it seems like the girls are followed around for many hours a day, broadcast live and to a studio audience who presumably just sits around the whole time. Let me tell you, as someone who was in a live audience for a recording of The Price is Right last year, it is not easy to maintain the manic energy that is looked for in one of these shows in the show crowds. If these people are really sitting around in the studio audience for hours on end, they would not be giving the same roaring approval on hour 8 as they did on hour 1. If I take a step back and look at this show within a show from a mechanical level, then obviously the reason the show exists and they are followed around by cameras all the time is to present roadblocks for them to get around for the sake of slowing plot progression somewhat. That's why all this is being recorded all the time. It's so they can't just run off and do what they need to do. They have to find workarounds, which takes up screen time, which keeps the plot from just barreling ahead. The show bringing the girls into contact with each of the people that they're going to have to protect does allow for some down-to-earth personal stories, but these vary in how much they're fleshed out. While they get us to care about the kidnapped characters, this is something that could have been done without the need of the talent show to be part of things. Pretty early on, the girls end up with a sixth sense that guides them towards these talented characters, meaning the show isn't something that even facilitates that. Sure, it gives us an interesting moment or two of character stuff, like seeing the way that Stella checks herself and course corrects when she remembers a camera is on her, but it isn't enough to make up for the whole concept being downright nonsensical and the way that it just becomes annoying to me as a viewer. And it's clear that the writers knew this was something that could potentially restrict the movement of the characters too much, because halfway through the season they engineer for Bloom to get fired just to give her the freedom of movement needed for plot progression. The way that this is done is also fairly eye-rolling. Bloom gets fired in a moment that feels really arbitrary. The girls are gathered and put through some sort of trials on live TV. I say some sort because it isn't something that has all that much detail. Visually, I can tell that they are being made to do each other's specialties, but it's montaged through so fast it hardly matters. The real issue comes in the way that Bloom, in trying to chase after a shadowy figure, runs into the host of the show, Ace, causing him to fall and revealing that he's been wearing a wig this whole time. He then seems to fire her in the heat of the moment, both out of anger and humiliation. The way this is depicted doesn't really come together. Bloom goes running after this shadowy figure, and in a space that looks like it has plenty of room, doesn't even seem to try to dodge around Ace and just runs straight into him. It doesn't make much sense and likely would have played better if he had actually been stepping into her path to block her or made her run into him to give him the opportunity to be upset. At this point, it is pretty clear he isn't entirely pleased with the group and is looking for an excuse to get rid of at least Bloom, so it feels odd that he just sort of fires her in the heat of the moment. If this was something he was orchestrating by making her bowl him over, it would feel a little more planned and follow through on the implications of the intent the show seemed to be giving him. In fact, by this point, Bloom has given him plenty of reasons to fire her, so I don't know why this whole scheming roundabout plan of having the girls prove their talents is even happening. She had multiple times put her foot down and shut him out of what they were doing, denying him the footage needed for his show. She pushed away cameras, and she and the girls snuck into Paris Fashion Week. Once again, without the cameras, he would have wanted to be there if they were going to do that. Lied to him about it, and it ended with Bloom making a mockery of herself in the process, which would reflect poorly back on the show. The Paris incident was definitely ample reason to fire Bloom over, and the only reason it was held off until the moment she runs into him is for the drama of it all, and so it can come as the big ending moment of an episode. And of course, like the last 2 seasons, I have a few things to say that don't really fit anywhere else that I just kind of want to talk about it for a second if you don't mind. I went this whole section up until now without bringing up the cop characters or Lorelai, Bloom's replacement, which that alone should tell you how much of an impact they have on the season, and from how they were sort of wrapped up at the end of the season, I doubt either of them will be back at all, so I don't feel the need to talk about them. I will say, though, that Lorelai did bother me a little. Not only is she annoying as a character, which is obviously the point of her, but I don't really like the way the show treats her. Like, she's obviously meant to be the stereotype of a vapid and bubble-headed attention seeker who really just wants to be famous. She's meant to come off as fake. However, I don't like the way the show demonizes her for this and acts like that sort of inherently makes her a bad person. Yes, she is not the kindest, but the show is so over the top in making her come off as stupid that these moments come off more as her being unable to read the room rather than her being malicious or intentionally cruel. I also don't love how she is sort of infantilized. I mean, the show literally depicts her as counting cars outside for entertainment and then getting bored with that after less than 30 seconds. In trying to make her look ditzy, they end up giving her almost the mentality of a toddler, which doesn't sit right with me. In focusing on each of the girls having a talent or area of expertise, they finally remembered those bits early in the show where Bloom was depicted as being artsy. Honestly, Bloom losing her hobbies in favor of plot focus is something that I've always been a little bit disappointed in. This is something that I wish could have been shown more in the core series, so seeing it come back to her here and be used quite often was a breath of fresh air that I really appreciated. In line with this, Flora is given cooking, which felt a little out of left field. But I get that's the closest they could get to her plant thing while being talent show applicable. My problem with that is more that this is treated like it's her special talent, and then the series proceeds to mostly just make jokes about how bad her tea is and stuff like that. And sure, she does do well at it sometimes, but the jokes about her results being bad are something that tends to stand out more prominently in your long-term memory. And Aisha's talents were adjusted. Aisha had always had something of a connection with dance in the original series, and here she's relegated simply to being the sporty one in general. I get that this Aisha likely doesn't have the same backstory reasons to be connected with dancing, but it does feel like they're watering down her character by just connecting her to sports in general. She's always been one of the sportier ones, but this basketball jersey baseball cap version that I'm being presented here doesn't square with what I know about the character, which makes the adjustment feel jarring as someone who does have prior knowledge. The dust that is connected to the world of dreams is focused on so much in the first half of the season that the fact that it just stops coming up after a certain point feels quite odd to me. I get that there are other things to focus on later in the season, but that element feels like it was just left hanging without much of a wrap up to it. In one of the episodes after Bloom is fired, there is a moment where the girls have a bit of a dream sequence about how much better their time at the beach would be if Bloom was there. This feels really odd. The comment isn't that big of a deal since it's mostly just demonstrating how they miss their friend. It's the dream sequence we're shown that feels really strange and like it's focusing a little too much on this because it's not like they're not still seeing her daily. She's just not part of shooting anymore. It ends up feeling like the writers know that fans like scenes of the girls hanging out, but they've written themselves into a position where that isn't possible, so we end up getting this fantasy sequence instead, which isn't actually an appropriate replacement for those hangout scenes because it never actually happened, and we know that. It really bothered me the way that they seem to be able to just drive from country to country without consideration of if that was even possible. It just feels really wrong. I'm not saying I need them to take travel into consideration every time or something like that, but I am saying I'm going to need some kind of an explanation of how they are moving over these massive chunks of land in just a few hours when it doesn't seem like they're flying, and how they somehow managed to take their tour bus with them from New York to Paris. I also just hate Stella's new little Magix sewing toy that feels like it's being advertised to me every time they show it. And as much as I personally hate Stella just magicking clothing into existence, this isn't the way to solve that. And it is worth noting that this is the first season that was made for Netflix. This is the point where they moved into embracing streaming, as many franchises did. So I didn't really need the episode recaps at the start of each episode. Like, I never needed those as I was binge watching this series, but in the past I at least understand why they were there since the series was airing weekly on TV. On a streaming platform, though, those aren't something that really needs to be thrown into the runtime of the actual episode itself. The embrace of streaming also shows in the way that the show is kept tight at 13 episodes compared to their usual 26. However, I am also aware of how Netflix tends to do their seasonal orders and releases. The second season came out just 8 months after the first, which feels like too tight of a turnaround for me to believe that these were really separate episode orders. So I will be curious to see if season 2 feels like an actual season 2 or more like a season 1 part 2.
Winx Club, we've got the power, we're gonna shine.
I think this is perhaps the sharpest drop in quality that I have seen between two seasons in this franchise. Like, the first season of World of Winx had problems, and it wasn't at the top of my rankings of the seasons, but it still had a bit of energy to it and could be a fun time. The characters had some individual personality again, and the show was plenty watchable. This time, I put something in my notes related to wanting the season to be done or that I was tired of it multiple times, and there isn't a whole lot of positive that I have to say about it that isn't contained to just small single moments. I think this is something that just really lost its way and went off the rails by adding in a whole lot of stuff that wasn't needed or presenting things in a sloppy way. Overall, the plot this time is wrapping up a lot of what was going on last season because while the kidnapped characters were rescued, the evil queen of Neverland, who is actually Tinkerbell, wasn't actually defeated. So this season exists to sort of tie up loose ends while doing a whole bunch of other stuff. Mostly they have to hunt down Peter Pan, which they can't do, so they go looking for his son Matt, who ends up being the key they need to solve everything. What a coinky-dink. I am sure you just heard me mention that I was unsure as to if this was going to be something that followed on from the last season to just feel like an extension of it, or if it was going to actually feel like its own season. And it does feel like its own season, despite how it is deliberately wrapping up some of the dangling plot from last time around. However, that is mostly because it has discarded everything that was a major facet of the last season in favor of spawning a whole bunch of new characters and scenarios. Roxy, gone. The detectives, gone. The talent show, gone. It ends up making this world feel paper thin. Did I love all those elements? No, absolutely not. However, just having them vanish and no longer be part of the world anymore just makes it feel like nothing exists unless it is in the direct vicinity of the Winx. There are 3, maybe 4 characters that are not Neverland or Winx that come back from the prior season, and every time they're there for just a minute or two, and that's all, not feeling like they have any real substance going on. So one of the things we see this season is the Winx girls being on tour as a band, which I don't think is something we ever saw last season. This would go some way to explaining why they have some level of independent fame and still have their fancy bus, despite the way the talent show seems to have been completely obliterated. I don't find this particularly interesting since this band element has always felt completely tacked on and unneeded. They are on tour all on their own, except for the parts where they're doing shows with the singer girl from the first season, which then brings me around to being kind of blah on the whole talent show thing all over again. Like, I don't think this is much better, but it generally feels less intrusive. Well, most of the time, anyway. There are multiple instances where the girls are just absolutely mobbed by their fans, surrounded to the point where this feels like something of a mob. However, this is not something that's really handled all that consistently. There are times where it seems the girls can't go anywhere without being absolutely handled by their fans, and other times where it seems like they can walk around without much issue. Look, I get that not every celebrity is being hounded 24/7 or something like that, but in the scenes where they are depicted as being followed, it is shown to be enough of a ravenous crowd and they are treated like enough of a household name and all that, that I don't really believe it when they're able to just walk around the city on their own without any bodyguards or problems. It feels like that sort of mob should be happening to them more often than it does from the level of fervor that we see.
Yet at the same time, when we see their shows, they seem to be in small outdoor venues, which also conflicts with this large ravenous fan base, where something small like that would likely only be feasible as a little pop-up and would be overrun if it was a planned event. And what's worse is their way of getting rid of their fans when they need to do something both just makes more work for them later and doesn't lead to them actually getting any work done. At one point, half the crew goes off, and the other half, still needing to do things, tells the crowd they'll be putting on a backstage experience the next day where they can get some FaceTime with the Winx if they really want to, as a way to sate the crowd and get them to go away. This is something that just ends up making more work for them in the long run in a way that is just going to end up being a distraction from everything overarching this season. Like, I get it, they like this band stuff or whatever, but it seems to be a detriment to everything else they're trying to do at this point with very little, if any, benefit. There's a point later in the season where they make magical clones of themselves to play their shows. So if they really, truly must end up being in a band for some reason and must maintain their fame, they don't actually have to do the being a band part themselves, which should theoretically free them up to get some plot-relevant stuff done, but it's just something they don't even seem to consider until the very end of the season. And we'll talk about that moment a little later, because it's basically the worst time in the season they could have done that. One of the biggest issues with the season is the way there are quite a few times where it feels like the characters have a wider knowledge of what is going on in the show than they should, leading to them jumping to conclusions that they end up being completely right about. The first time this happened, I was curious if it might be some kind of translation error, which isn't good, but would go some way to explaining things. But this happened often enough that I have to assume it's just a feature of the show rather than something that came about via a translation error. One of the most standout is the way that the girls tend to just go places with little to no info, or their impression of that info ends up changing drastically without much to guide that. An early example being when the girls are on the search for Peter Pan's son, Matt. They go to an old workplace of his where he was somewhat recently fired. They find out that Matt wanted to work in the theater. From this, they end up going to a specific theater that they assert Matt wanted to be the caretaker of. Now, I'm willing to admit that I might have just missed something, but it really just feels like they not only jumped to knowing that he wanted to be involved in this specific theater, but then also jumped on what his relationship to that theater actually is. I just wasn't seeing the connection that would drive them to that line of thinking. It feels more like it was done to use this abandoned theater setting for the sake of a fight that happens in the episode to make it more visually appealing. This is something that is also just immediately abandoned. They find a mural that looks like it might be a star chart or something like that, and assume it must be some kind of sign of where Matt was. It ends up actually overlaying on a map of Paris, and they do end up finding him there, but after seeing what the guy is actually like, I kinda doubt him being in Paris had anything to do with that art that the girls found. He's painted as a kind of layabout pretentious moron that has big ideas about his own art, sure, but I don't think I can buy that he was paying enough attention to the theater to know about this and took it as a sign that he should go to Paris. That is, if he even set foot in that theater at all. You also have the case where the girls find out that the whole reason that Tinkerbell has gone evil is because she is upset that Peter Pan abandoned her when she was in love with him. This leads them to think that finding Peter and bringing him back will get her to chill out. While not a terrible idea, it's by no means a guarantee. However, when they run into a dead end when it comes to finding Peter Pan, they just kind of supplement his son Matt in his place and roll with that instead of continuing to try and find new avenues to find Peter, to the point that Peter never actually shows up again and we're left to just take Matt as his replacement. I do wonder if at some point in development Matt was Peter, and that's why there is all sorts of weirdness about him being so instantly smitten with Tinkerbell and how he can feel things about her and who she is despite speaking to her all of twice and not actually knowing her. That makes a little more sense if he was meant to be Peter, but then there are other things that would have felt odd for them to be coming from Peter Pan, so bam, just make him a new character and you don't have to think about it all that hard. And there are other cases, like Stella hearing the name Matt and automatically assuming that it's the Matt she's looking for without any other information. And despite Matt being a very common name, this ends up being right because she has writer clairvoyance for a moment. If things like this happen just once, it's not good, but unless it's super blatant, it's not world-breaking. However, it happening over and over the course of just 13 episodes, that's something that's a pretty big problem and becomes a lot harder to just put out of mind. That's not the only issue the season suffers from structurally, though. The episode breaks this time around are really bad. This is something that the first World of Winx season and arguably season 7 had a bit of a problem with, but things are way worse this time. So, cliffhangers are a little harder to pull off in a show that you know is going to be on streaming because you no longer have the natural break of going to commercial as a place to place a cliffhanger to build tension off of.
Well, at least not in a streaming service like Netflix, which at the time of this show's release didn't have an ad-supported tier, so it wouldn't have those ad break pauses mid-show. So how do you have that same cliffhanger tension? You move the cliffhangers to the end of episodes. Sometimes this works, but many times it doesn't. There are multiple cases where it can feel like this just means we get a break for an episode partway into the next. Like the first 7 minutes of an episode will be wrapping up the prior episode, and then it will start on a new plot after that's done, meaning single episodes no longer feel like a whole story segment and more like arbitrarily divided chunks of a story. Like when I watch an episode, while the whole plot of a story might not fit into one episode breaks should serve as dividing lines between plot beats and arcs. Instead, here I'm given episode breaks wherever it would be compelling for a cliffhanger, rather than where it breaks naturally because of plot reasons. This has the effect of just making all the episodes blur together indistinctly, and thus the show doesn't feel like it has arcs or segments to the plot, and more like it just keeps happening and is occasionally interrupted by opening and closing credits. And there is a way to make that work, but in most shows you're going to want to have each episode feel like it is a satisfying experience, so this doesn't tend to be the way things are done. Having those episodes feel like they're each their own episode and story makes it more digestible. This is one overall narrative, but there are lots of smaller individual stories going on that are suited for single episodes if the season is actually paced out like that. The main series, at its best, functioned in that format, so it's a shame to see it fumbled so much here. The element hit hardest by this is the Nemesis plotline. The whole idea here is that we are introduced to villains who are meant to be a sort of dark reflection of each of the Winx girls, something for them to overcome. Some of these work all right, others don't work all that well. This isn't helped by the way that the encounter with each of these nemeses is often split awkwardly across 2 episodes, making it 2 half stories cut apart for the sake of episodic cliffhangers. Having each of these be their own dedicated episode that circles around them while foregoing the cliffhangers to keep people binging would have made each feel like a tidy package on their own and made the encounters feel more distinct. However, the nemeses have problems further than that makes them fall flat. Mainly that they don't serve as very good reflections of the characters. Some do have a basis that works alright, to be fair. For instance, Stella's isn't really a mirror for her as a person, but reflects some past trauma back on her and brings up old hurt. I might think it's a little rushed to have her bullying trauma be essentially solved by her going, "But I have friends who love me now," but there was at least an idea there that could have worked. The key problem, though, is that we don't really know these versions of the Winx girls well enough for the whole Nemesis thing to really work, at least not in the way I think it was intended. Remember for last season when I talked about how while we saw more individualized personality traits for each of these girls, on the whole they didn't get much personal focus or development, leaving them pretty static characters that served to interact with the story, and the side characters for their development instead? Well, that is kind of coming back to bite them in the ass here, because so much of what I know about this version of the Winx is due to me making inferences based on the main series version of them. But these are actually distinct incarnations of the characters that should have their differences, and while the main series content can help me get a feel for them, that shouldn't be what I'm relying on to understand them and their mental state. For example, like I mentioned, this incarnation of Stella has a history of being bullied as a child that still hurts to this day and could be something driving her current actions and behavior. While Stella has always been depicted as a fairly helpful and generous character, even if she has her moments, this backstory that this version has is something that could be used to view that behavior as a form of people-pleasing to make sure she doesn't lose the friend she has now. And it's not even that I entirely mind that this aspect of her history was introduced in this episode, since there was really no place to bring it up before this point. My issue is that instead of getting these reflections and seeing these characters we know react to their darkest part and traits put on display, it feels more like this is how we're supposed to get to know these characters, and that doesn't work in the time frame we have here. Looking at Vertigo, Bloom's nemesis, her whole deal is she is making Bloom feel like she's going crazy by forcing hallucinations on her, so her experience of reality is fundamentally different than that of her friends. This is a big splash, since this is the first nemesis that we meet and she comes out swinging by doing something that is a big show of power. The presentation of this is somewhat lacking, because both it is clear that the show wants this to be Dark Bloom 2.0, which means a lot of needless evil laughter, and because the short runtime of the show means that Bloom's hallucinations escalate in severity rapidly, so we don't really get to experience the real horror of the idea. It escalates so fast that I think it's odd that when the world suddenly goes completely wonky out of nowhere when Bloom knows she's been hallucinating, she doesn't immediately clock that this might be, another hallucination. If she's going to believe these full immersion hallucinations, there needs to be a bit more of a build-up instead of just jumping to that point. The resolution is the weakest element, though. Bloom realizes she needs to accept the dark part of herself, and that takes care of things, but it's unclear what dark part of Bloom that Vertigo was meant to represent. What aspect of her personality or sense of self was she repressing or struggling with that Vertigo was the manifestation of? Accepting personal darkness to defeat an enemy doesn't really work when that enemy doesn't feel like a reflection of anything about that character. This also isn't something that carries over to the other characters for the most part. There's not really any sense of accepting part of themselves that Bloom's experience seemed like it was setting up the trend to do. Musa's nemesis is silence, so she just uses noise and music to deal with her. Aisha's is supposed to be about impulsiveness and hard-headedness, but her nemesis also just basically directly spells out how to beat her to Aisha instead of letting her figure that out for herself. This idea of interacting with the darkest elements of themselves could have been something that served as a defining character beat for each of them, something that these versions of the characters really needed since the last season really didn't focus on them in specific. It was very reliant on us coming in with a prior understanding of these girls to give them more depth than the show did, which is why when we get into this season and it starts showing these deviations from the core series canon, it might have been nice to use that as an opportunity to tell us more about these girls, but it's not something that happens with all of them, and the whole implementation ends up feeling incomplete as a result. And as a side note, when it comes to the characters, I think the way the show frames Aisha is really bad. I went into World of Winx mostly blind, but there were a few things I was aware of. I knew about the whitewashing controversy, for instance. And the other thing that I had seen is that some had implied in this series Aisha had been turned into the stereotype of the angry black woman. Now, I didn't comment on that in season 1 because I didn't think it held that much water there. Yes, she did give Lorelai quite a shove, but that was a small moment that was clearly meant for comedy, and she was the one channeling the frustration of the whole group. Not the best look, but I don't think it was as character defining as some people seem to think. It was also just kind of hard to get a read on her when the series didn't end up doing all that much with her on her own. This season, though, I can say I definitely see where people are coming from, and I do wonder if there are just that many fewer people that actually watched this season, because when I saw people bring this up, I really saw them talk about the first season's incident and not bring up anything here in the second season, which is content that feels more substantial for that argument. There are times in this season where it really does feel like Aisha's personality has been reduced to the angry one. There are a lot of points where she is the character doing the whole I'm annoyed glare and growl or groan thing, enough so that I just ended up jotting that down in my notes multiple times. And yes, there is one point where her being angry comes off as particularly unreasonable. Partway through the season, there's a point where the whole Winx crew and Matt are trying to sneak into an art dealer's house because it was Wendy's childhood home and a sword that belonged to Peter Pan is likely still there, which they need for plot reasons. In doing this, they aren't taken very seriously because they fumble their first impression and are essentially waved off until Matt, theater kid that he is, starts doing the whole better than you and playing hard to get routine about the whole thing, dismissing the girls who just fumbled as being his assistants and that he's the one here actually to look at things with their help. This gets them their foot in the door so they can actually get to work, even if Matt ends up having to be the one to take point on the whole thing because of the role he put himself in. This very obviously isn't something that Aisha is happy with. Her initial reaction at being reduced to an assistant is understandable, especially coming from Matt when she's been the one in charge of his mostly failed combat training. She very obviously grows more and more upset each time they are referred to as assistants, and on one hand, I do get this. The girls are usually far more capable and have done this a lot more, as we have seen over the course of the series. This is their whole operation, after all. It's also kind of shitty that the one man in this crew of 7 is the one that's actually getting taken seriously, and I think the gender dynamic is something the series is trying to tap into and allude to without actually saying it outright. However, without actually bringing that up and engaging with it, it does mean that when Aisha continually gets angrier and angrier without articulating what is making her angry, it makes her come off poorly and as just being an angry person. It doesn't help that generally she is somewhat level-headed and understanding of what her role in each operation is. The fact that she couldn't keep this anger under wraps while knowing they are essentially undercover also reflects poorly on her. She knows the situation that they're in, and while there are aspects of the current moment that are frustrating, when she has always been able to be mission-focused before, it feels out of place for her to be losing her cool like this without any clear underlying motivation. Like I said, I think the gender dynamic is what they're trying to go for there, but it's never something the show actually engages with and makes the story about or is in conversation with in any way, which means it's easy to overlook and kind of falls to the wayside. I understand wanting to be subtle, but this is ultimately a kids' show. And let's talk about the whole Peter Pan and Wendy element of this situation before we get into talking about Matt himself. So Wendy contributes to a lot of the strangeness about this whole situation because while she is the clearest link to Peter Pan, Her connection with them ultimately never ends up going anywhere, and it's basically laid out that she lost touch with him a long time ago, something she seems to be wistful about, but is never actually allowed to get any closure over. It's already a little weird that the girls are able to find Wendy by just walking around London, a huge city, for a day. But then the fact that Wendy is the foremost knower of things about Peter while also not being truly intimately connected with him is weird. Like, it's weird that Matt exists and Wendy has no connection to him, right? She shows the group a room that used to be Peter's, but then that room also used to be Matt's at some point, and it's never really explained how that makes sense. Like, this isn't Wendy's childhood home. It's entirely possible this was Peter's home at one point. However, if that's the case, how did it come to be in Wendy's care? There is clearly a lot of history that's going on behind the scenes of this show, but none of it's ever made clear to us as the audience. Like, it feels like the series is allowing us to assume that Wendy is Matt's mother, but it also plays so coy and never has anyone act as though that's really the case. Matt's mother is never shown or mentioned either, almost like we're meant to assume that Peter Pan just spawned him from thin air. Like, it feels weird to ask, but who was Peter Pan stupid? Because it apparently very much was not Wendy, not when everyone very specifically refers to her as Peter's friend. Just friend, nothing more. The whole room situation and some of what Wendy says implies Peter and Matt each lived with Wendy at certain points, but for how long and how long ago is just completely unmentioned. Perhaps it isn't important, but given that trying to trace Peter, be it to Matt or his sword, is sort of a mini quest this season, not laying out some more of the background between when Peter left Neverland and the present feels like a huge gaping hole in the world that we're just kind of meant to ignore. By far, the weirdest part of this whole situation is the way the series can't seem to decide if the Peter Pan stories are something that are known in the real world or not. Nobody brings up anything related to the character of Peter Pan as a piece of fiction. No mention of a book or movie or even a children's storybook. There's not a single "I thought that was a story" in sight. None of the names of the characters are something that rings a bell for any of the cast outside those who have personally met them. Most of the time, the show treats Neverland as something that exists, and the real world as a reality where there was never a Peter Pan book or any other kind of media. That is a perfectly fine way to do things. For example, The Walking Dead takes place in a world where zombie media never existed, to the point where you have different factions coming up with different names for zombies, since there isn't a unified cultural understanding of this sort of monster for them to pull from. This is a plenty common way to engage with an old trope or story without having to make it meta. But then Wendy goes to a park and looks wistfully at a statue, and it just undoes everything about that. This statue is of Peter Pan. This is a real statue in the real world. You can see it in Kensington Gardens in London. Heck, I'll do you one better. This is a picture of me with it this summer. This irritated me so much I had to go find the statue on my European vacation just to prove a point. Tell me, in a story where Peter Pan is a character in a world where his book doesn't exist, why are we depicting the very famous Peter Pan statue? And don't tell me it's just a reference for the audience and nothing else, because if that was the case, there would be no reason for Wendy to stare wistfully at it like she does. But I digress. And I suppose we should get to talking about Matt, that damn son of Peter Pan that is such a focal point this season. So he doesn't make a very good impression the first time we meet him in the flesh. It turns out pretty quickly that the guy is full of himself, pretentious, and a know-it-all. This is something that very quickly gets tempered down since I think the writers realized how annoying it was going to be if they kept up with that, but it does end up just feeling like the guy has a kind of sudden personality shift shortly after his introduction. Not the worst thing in the world, since the initial incarnation would have been worse for the show, but it does speak to the way that this guy's kind of a mess in the writing department. The weird thing about Matt is he is added to the show and very rapidly becomes the very specialist boy ever. He's the key to fixing everything, and everyone has to do everything they can to help him. He becomes the linchpin for everything. And you can do that and have it work, but it ends up feeling off to me that in just the second season of a show that focuses mainly on female characters, a guy is sort of made the center of the story. We're still getting to know everyone that's our main cast, and none of them get full season arcs, but this guy does. And given the way the season ends and the track record the show's had so far, I doubt he would have shown up if a season 3 had ever happened. It's weird to have this core cast that feels like we're meant to follow, but this new character is the one that has the prophecy about him and all that. Neverland goes to war, and he's the one on the front lines while the Winx are shunted off to do a concert. Once again, it's one of those things where, yeah, there is technically nothing wrong with that. That is a choice you can make, but it ends up being something that rubs me the wrong way. The guiding light motivation for Matt is that he's in love with this girl whose image he's seen in the stars, who conveniently just happens to look like Tinkerbell, who he also conveniently teleports to the moment he reveals that to the Winx crew. The two then conveniently instantly fall in love with each other, despite the fact that it's stated the reason that Tinkerbell is doing all this is because she's upset because she was in love with Peter Pan and he left her behind. So I think the weirdness of Matt serving as a perfectly acceptable consolation prize when he's Peter's son is something that is self-evident. That's very obviously a really odd choice, so I'm not really going to comment on it. What I will point out, though, is that this connection, as it is shown in the show, seems to be something that is purely physical in nature. The two of them see each other, and it's all over for the both of them. They get to share one conversation that only lasts like 2 minutes before they're separated. That is the only time they meet before their relationship becomes one of the main cruxes of the season. Tinkerbell ends up giving up her conquest and declaring her intent to change, in part because of this relationship. The only reason she doesn't end up dying later is because Matt is so convinced that she's changed her ways that he goes to help her. He is so convinced despite the fact that he very literally does not know her. It's not a case where maybe he had seen her in his dreams or that they had crossed paths by dream magic or something like that. No, this guy has literally met her once, but definitely has a complete and full understanding of both who she has been and that she is completely changed from that person, despite the way he was genuinely shocked to see that she was the evil queen that he had been rallied against. When the rebellion crew wanted to jail her, I was completely on their side. Her heel turn is so sudden that it doesn't feel real. There is no indication that she's going to change outside of her word that she will, which she has just started saying. There hasn't been any real sign that she's actually going to work to undo any of the harm she's caused. It doesn't feel trustworthy, but the show expects that you'll buy into it right away the same way that Matt does. It's all very strange, and I have to wonder if in a very early draft, Matt simply was meant to be Peter Pan grow up. If that were the case, the connection with Tinkerbell and how much he seems to understand her would make far more sense. If he knew her in the past and had a history with her, yeah, he might believe and be willing to stick his neck out for her. I can't know this for sure, and I wouldn't claim this to be the case, but that was an impression I was left with. There are only 2 other new characters that feel like they warrant any mention, and neither are for good reasons, but they have minimal roles, so we should just go over them quickly. Tiger Lily is added this season as part of expanding Neverland, and she's not handled great. From the second she showed up, I was worried, and while not as awful as I feared, it's still not great. I admittedly know very little about Native American culture, something I would hope to rectify, so feel free to correct me or inform me if I get anything wrong, but even from where my very white ass is sitting, I don't think it's off base for me to guess that her design has little to do with actual indigenous traditions or cultures, and is more following on the role of racist distillations of indigenous people into a single monoculture. For all the way this series seems to be interested in departing from the original Peter Pan story, the handling of indigenous characters isn't one it's doing that with. Sure, Tiger Lily's a badass, but it's treated in this jungle warrior princess kind of way that doesn't feel genuine. And for all the show tries to present her as this, when you actually look at what she does, she spends most of her time just talking about how Matt is the prophesied hero of Neverland. It's not great when your only indigenous female character spends so much of her time serving as a mouthpiece about how great a white man is, you know? She's also completely turned around on her opinion on Tinkerbell by a single conversation with the Shaman character, someone who has a vested interest in turning opinions on Tinkerbell around since he worked directly for her. This is despite Tiger Lily being someone who is very invested in toppling Tinkerbell, which just kind of makes her look fickle and like an easily swayed person. Oh, and it's worth pointing out that Tiger Lily is a straight bullet to any argument that Aisha and Flora couldn't have darker skin tones in the art style because she is darker than both of them and looks fine. The other character of note is Venomia. She's introduced from the start as a critic that is a clear vendetta against the Winx, but there's no real reason for it for most of the season, so she mostly serves as an annoyance. Really, you could cut her and the season would not have to change all that much because everything to do with her is all but completely separated from the rest of the plot for the season. They need to keep having mishaps at concerts for her to try and exploit, which leads to some really weird things. For example, there's an episode where the stage catches on fire, but it's not during the show. The girls and Matt are all hanging out in the van like it's after the show, but when they hear there's a fire, they all run out to find out what's happening. However, the whole audience is still there. Their hangout session seems like it was after the show rather than some kind of intermission, but because there needs to be something for Venomia to exploit, the whole audience has to be hanging around to witness it all. The whole critic subplot does nothing to serve the wider story and just ends up pulling them back into being a band over and over when the show would have been more streamlined without that element. And all of this is for her to dramatically reveal to their fans that they're actually fairies and can do magic. This then spins into the reveal that Venomia herself was actually Baba Yaga and that a war between witches and fairies is coming down the pipeline. Okay, great. While the whole subplot up to this point was a slog, it at the very least served to set up the mythology and hook for season 3. Oh wait, there is no season 3. Yeah, one of the biggest sins that the season commits is that it sets up for another season that never actually happens, and as a result leaves the end of the season on a cliffhanger. Look, I was no fan of this season, but I'm sure there are some out there who were, and to leave things off like this just kind of stomps on them a little. I understand that sometimes a cliffhanger like this is a ploy to try and get more show. However, doing something like this when there isn't a guarantee to make more, or when the future of getting to follow up on your cliffhanger is unsure, is something that just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. For those who did like the show, you're just leaving them hanging forever without a real sense of conclusion, and that's a shame. And of course we have to talk about the transformation this season. Onyx, I'll be upfront and say that I didn't really care for it. On an aesthetic level, I find it to be weaker than Dreamix. The outfits are less interesting to me. The flowing fabric and netting of shimmer on the Dreamix designs spoke to there being something magical about them, despite the base being a fairly modern-seeming catsuit. Meanwhile, the Onyx designs are a modern catsuit, but this time with flared parts at the bottom and a statement necklace and belt that both feel ostentatious and don't speak to anything magical, just looking like something someone would wear on a red carpet or runway. The transformation itself is also weaker. While also being very perfume commercial core, this one is somewhat slower to me and doesn't feel like it has the energy of the first. It doesn't help that, once again, all of them are a solid 90% transformed at the start of it. The wings get added, sure, but not everyone actually has their wings materialize in the transformation. Some just have everything show up without us actually seeing it. It also doesn't help that Dreamix's Crystal Lotus was a more visually interesting stage or background than the neon light hallway of Onyx. Neither of these transformations were something that was really earned, but that got some grace with Dreamix since they didn't have a transformation at all at that point, it seems, so this was the first they were getting. I would have liked it to be somehow earned or just be there from the start, but I understand needing to have a transformation for the show. Onyx, though, doesn't have any sort of earned status. The girls are just teleported to a void and given it by a spirit of Neverland. They're told, now you are ready, but there's no sense of why they weren't ready before and what has made them so now. There's not even a sense of purpose to the transformation at first glance. I eventually gathered that it seemed to be a key to let them kind of come and go from Neverland at will that was granted to them by Neverland itself, but that's not something that's ever actually confirmed. So if you don't headcanon that together for yourself, it looks like they were very suddenly able to bypass the fact that coming and going from Neverland in the prior season was a specific process that required a watch and was hard to do. So you either have to make the guess that this form lets them do that, or accept that the writers have simply decided they don't want to deal with that limitation anymore and are choosing to ignore it. And of course, a lightning round of other things to talk about. There's a point in the season where the girls go to a cafe to look for Matt, and in doing so, Bloom pushes some books around on a bookshelf to look between them, despite there very obviously being a wall on the other side. I understand wanting to make your character look active and busy, but the idea that Bloom is looking for a person by looking at the wall between books is laughable. It frustrates me that in World of Winx, whenever there is an attempt for the girls to disguise themselves, it's never actually a real form of disguise, and is just clothing that is different from their band or daily outfits. A disguise should be some attempt to change or disguise your appearance, not just putting on a different dress in colors so loud that it is bound to draw attention to you. When Musa is taking down her nemesis, she plays music using church bells to make a song that is loud to defeat the silence, which is a fun little moment. The song that plays is the theme song just purely on bells, and I think that's actually a really cute isolated moment. At the end of the prior season, Tinkerbell was using the voice of a singer that she had stolen from the regular world, one of the few ways that it actually tied in the idea of her using talented people that she had been stealing. After these people were released, we didn't hear Tinkerbell speak again. This implied, at least to me, that Tinkerbell was mute unless she did this. This was something that was one of the aspects of the season I found interesting. And with the reveal that the evil queen was Tinkerbell, it felt like a call out to the way that in the original story, being a tiny fairy, Tinkerbell's voice is so small that humans only hear it as a bell ringing, not as actual words. So imagine my disappointment when Tinkerbell just started speaking this season. I understand this kind of needed to happen in order to have her be the main villain instead of just in the shadows this time around, but I do wish they could have found some creative workaround to keep her mute. Tinkerbell is removed from power and Neverland remains the same darkness. Hook is removed from his power trip and Neverland returns to a lush paradise. This just feels odd because it never seemed like Hook was the one with the power keeping the world like that. I understand it as a visual metaphor for all being right in the world now, but the magical mechanics of it elude me. And the strangest thing this season, the whole thing with changing clothes. So the girls all have sorts of spy get-ups that they use when they're doing the whole rooftop running thing. This was in the first season too, and generally I think this is something pretty cool and gives them a real sense of sleekness when they're doing that. However, when we saw this in the first season, we were usually cutting into a new scenario where they were already in these outfits. Like, we would enter a nighttime scene and they would already be flipping over rooftops and on their way somewhere. There wasn't really a moment where they had to leap into action from casual mode. However, partway through this season, there is a moment where Matt is kidnapped right in front of a few of the girls in broad daylight, and they have to immediately give chase. Right before they do, though, they change into their skin-tight spy suits. This cannot have been a quick process to put on, right? By the time they actually get dressed, Matt and the kidnapper have to be long gone. Like, when the girls have their transformation into fairy forms, while we watch the whole transformation, we usually intuit it's something that only takes a second or two for them unless we're otherwise shown something in real time. But these spy outfits aren't magical. They're regular clothes, so we automatically intuit they will take normal clothes amount of time to put on. I think this is a byproduct of the series putting fashion first and putting them in dresses that both aren't practical to chase someone down in, and that the animation puppets of them in the dresses aren't suited to action animation the way that the spy ones are. However, it does end up making it look like the girls are wasting time to change their clothes before doing anything.
Join the magical wings.
I'm going to be really brave and say something that might be a little controversial. I don't think season 8 is all that terrible. Don't get me wrong, it's not a high point of the series or anything like that, but I would categorize it as being a pretty decent season for a kids show. And that's what this is, a kids show. This season is definitely aiming younger than the series used to, but also feels like it hasn't been dumbed down to the point of season 7's Sparkle Butterfly Animal Palooza. Like, the Winx have a little more individualized personality again. It's not to the point where it was in some of the earlier seasons, but even when everyone is agreeing, I no longer feel like they're a sort of hive mind. The episodes feel quick and snappy for the most part. There are points where some of the girls get to do solo moments working to save the others. It's not perfect, and the second half of the season is definitely weaker than the first, but I do think if we take a step back and meet this season where it's at as a Monster of the Week show for kids, then it's doing its job okay. Not stellar, but okay. That's not to say I don't have problems with it though, obviously I do, but before talking about any of that, I think we should take a second to talk about the most obviously drastic shift in the season, the art style. So this is obviously a very drastic shift in the way the series looks, and I think for some people that's going to be huge enough to turn them off from the series at the jump, even more so if you consider the way this has made the characters look even younger from the way they were already getting regressed from graduates to students again. Now the crew look like they're in their mid-teens at the latest. Though I could also understand if you wanted to see them as something like 12 years old. It's to the point that it would be pretty easy to mistake this as being a completely different show, or at least a spin-off if you didn't know any better. And here's the thing. I don't think it looks all that bad. Like, if this was a completely different show that had started out with this art style, then I wouldn't see any problem with it. The issue is that it's a new style for a show 8 seasons in at this point. The art style is fine, but it's completely wild to see this happen to a show that already had a completely different look for over a decade by the point this came out. The problem isn't the art style itself. Heck, the animation is even looking a little better than the last handful of seasons, feeling more smooth as these designs seem better suited to the process that they were using at this point. There are only 2 things that stand out as being off base here. For one, the series sometimes goes for these really over-the-top cartoony and stylized expressions, and they don't feel in keeping with the rest of the series. It really feels like one of those early to mid-2000s shows that wanted to have an anime influence in the style and only does it in comedy moments with big heads and big expressions. Off the top of my head, I would say it feels like a little bit of a Teen Titans implementation. And like, on the surface, there's nothing wrong with that, but looking at the fact that this came out in 2019 or 2020, depending on what region you're in, it's something that just feels completely behind the times. Much in the same way that the girls all throwing peace signs and saying selfie feels behind the times as to what the kids are doing. The other issue with the new look is what it did to the specialists. If the new style for the show made the Winx look younger, it made the specialists look even younger than them. They've been made into these skinny little twigs of things that don't exactly give off a warrior look. What's worse, their voices simply do not fit them at all anymore. The worst is obviously the disconnect between the design and voice for Brandon, but all of them to some extent suffer the same issue. This ends up feeling really strange to the point that it's a little bit off-putting, and I could see how it could be a huge ick for a lot of people based on just that alone. But then you have to go and throw on top of that the specialists have gotten a redesign for their outfits. Now, I never thought they were all that cool looking in the first place, But, at least they had a cape to go with the spandex, which could do a lot of heavy lifting on the fantasy warrior aesthetic. Here, they've been given these unitards that feel like they're pulling from the Marvel movie bargain bin, are color coordinated, and come with a stupid little chin strap that isn't actually going to protect anything. But that's not their biggest problem. No, the biggest issue with the new look of the show and what it did to the specialists is the cheeks. Every time these boys turn around, you get a full outline of their ass cheeks, including with a little line that tells you where the crack was in case you're curious. This feels really weird every time, and I wouldn't bring it up if not for the fact that these boys now look younger than the already younger looking girls, and the way that it is just something your eye moves to immediately every single time they turn around. It's not something you can ignore because the second it happens, you notice it right away. So yeah, I don't think this was a bad look for the show, but I do think it was foolish to do it this deep into the series without moving into reboot territory. Yeah, the series is kind of acting like it's had something of a soft reboot again this season, but everything from before very much did happen since there are multiple elements from prior seasons that are brought up quite a bit. One of those being that this is the first time we've ever had a villain other than the Trix return. Yeah, Valtor is back, and he's not nearly as cool as the first time around. So this does eventually get something of an explanation, but at the start of the season, Valtor is just around again, and for a while we don't really talk about the mechanics of that. Not that it matters, the explanation we get is pretty damn weak anyway and doesn't really factor into the plot or character relationships at all, so it's best not to think about it too much. It does end up giving me the vibes of
Somehow Palpatine returned.
with the way it's just dropped, and we just kind of have to roll with it though. That is hardly the biggest issue I have seen out of this show though, so I'm actually willing to roll with it. So Valtor's back, and I think it's pretty obvious he would end up being worse done than before. He was sort of the peak of what the show had to offer when it came to villains, and this time around he's in a more toned down version of the show, so I expect the show to pull back on how he had been before a little. I didn't think he was going to be coming out of nowhere and blinding one of the main cast members again, What I did not anticipate was just how goddamn boring he was going to end up being this season. There's just nothing there, and even his killer design feels flatter in the new art style, taking away even the stylistic pizzazz. One of the things that made Valtor stand out in Season 3 compared to Dark Horror Season 2 was the way that Valtor was willing to go out and do some work himself. At least early on in the process of his plans, he was pretty consistently going out and causing some problems rather than just delegating things all the time. This often came in the form of him not engaging in combat directly, but manipulating people and putting pieces into place that would make for a situation he could either benefit from in the immediate aftermath or exploit later on for his own gain. Now, though, he has been reduced to mostly just sitting back in the lair and delegating to others what he wants done and then getting upset if they don't manage to pull it off well enough or are stopped by the Winx girls. It's just boring in comparison. Where's the manipulation? Where's the flair for the dramatic? Where's the spice that made him the interesting villain he was before? This is made even less interesting by the way that he ends up having two goals over the course of the season. In the first half, he's doing the usual villain thing of amassing power, though in this case it seems to be as a way for him to sort of restore himself fully, given he's been a little destroyed for the last handful of years. In the second half of the season, he fixates on the Wishing Star, a star lady who ends up splitting herself into multiple pieces in order to keep from being caught from him, necessitating something of a treasure hunt for her fragments. This is something that feels like it really comes out of nowhere and almost cleaves the season in two halves, almost like the show was meant to be two shorter seasons that revolved around the same thing, but then was all put as one season instead. In the first half of the season, he's just sending out a lackey to drain stars of their power for him. In the second half, he's sending out lackeys to try and find these star pieces, and the whole star draining thing vanishes. It really just feels like two plots, which is why it might have been nice to bring in the whole idea of the Wishing Star sooner in order to build up to this so the shift wasn't so abrupt. Maybe just a mention or two of needing to drain the star so he would be strong enough to capture the Wishing Star when it came. Make it into something pre-planned rather than how it feels in the show, like the star was a little bit of a surprise to him and just jumping on his next opportunity. The closest we get to him actually doing something cool is the way that he does actually manage to contrive a situation that makes Bloom willing to give up her power to him or whatever, but in the end it just blows up in his face because the power rejects him and goes back to her very conveniently. It's one of those things that feels like the writers wrote themselves into a corner and needed some reason for the plan not to work, and that is already with me giving them grace that Bloom wouldn't just automatically assume that her friends, who were in danger but not powered down or actually trapped, couldn't take care of themselves to allow her to prioritize her non-magical family. He's just lacking now is all, and it feels stale at this point. Come on, you have this guy saying that now he knows he must target Bloom, Like, yeah, he should think to specifically target the person leading the crew that brought him down twice in the past. This season isn't pretending none of that ever happened. They do have that history, so why should he need to realize he needs to target her, huh? I get that the show seems to be trying to reach a hand out to the old fans, despite the drastic shift in style that the show has seen, but it doesn't end up working in the way I think they intended it to. And of course, because we can never let them go, the tricks are also back this season, though only for the second half because the new villain, who we'll get into later, serves as Valtor's lackey before that point. At this point, when are they not getting pulled out of a prison or an extra-dimensional hellhole? I'm just kind of choosing to roll with it and not think about things too hard. At least there is a reason for Valtor to grab them. It's stated that he's not personally able to touch the Wishing Star's fragments, called Prime Stars, so he needs them to do it for him. Convenient to keep him rooting back at base, yes, but at least it gives a little bit of a reason for these girls to be back again compared to how they just kind of showed up last season. And there's even a hint of a troubled dynamic between the three of them. They've been burned by Valtor before and are none too eager to help him out, which I appreciate as a point of continuity for them. So they have a mark put on them that keeps them on something of a leash and serves as a threat that he can re-prison dimension them whenever he so chooses. He even hints about showing favor to those who do the best, or punishing those who fail him, a light-hanging incentive for the three of them to turn on each other in order to save their own skin. This isn't something that ever happens, both due to the writers not going through with it and the fact that the three of them do have an intensely strong bond, but having that hanging over their heads for the whole season does give things a little bit of intrigue, even if, given the kind of show this is, I was always fairly certain that nothing was ever actually going to happen. But if we're going to talk about the tricks in Season 8, the real topic at hand is actually how Icy was actually given some special spotlight here as we learn about her supposed background. Now, given the way that this show has always been a little loosey-goosey when it comes to continuity, I feel pretty confident in saying I don't think this was ever really imagined as a backstory for Icy this whole time. This was something that was dreamed up for the sake of this season, not a motivation that has always been there. Because if you look back with this backstory in mind, it doesn't really seem like this was ever at the forefront of Icy's mind every other time that she's tried to amass power in the past. I'm not saying it's a bad thing to give the tricks more depth or motivation, frankly, after so many appearances without them having a strong background or motivation other than a lust for power. I greatly welcome an attempt to expand on them, even if I think it's something that was a little pulled out at the last minute. This is something I feel like we should have gotten for them ages ago. Better late than never, obviously, but there's no denying that this is something that is obviously not in keeping with how she's been presented up to this point. So it turns out that Icy is actually a princess with a younger sister whose home planet was turned into an ice wasteland when she was young, and her sister transformed into a little Arctic fox that now roams around the planet, waiting for the day that Icy will be able to come and set everything right once she is a powerful enough witch. It's a simple enough backstory. Honestly, the biggest plot twist for me was the fact that Icy was actually the blonde sibling and seemingly turned her hair silver to match her sister. The bigger issue I have with the backstory is the way that it uses shamanic imagery again. Look, I already talked about this in the World of Winx sections, but this is something that, to my admittedly extremely white ass, feels appropriative. As usual, I would love to hear from someone who actually has shamanism as part of their culture to let me know if I'm off base, and I will definitely defer to their view because I don't have the personal experience to fully judge this, but from where I'm standing, it does give off bad vibes. Similarly to last time, this shaman witch that destroyed Icy's homeland does seem like it's a mishmash of what looks cool to the designer, while also seeming somewhat tribal with no actual specific influence and just a vague mashing together of elements. It's also leaning in the direction of trying to make those elements look somewhat creepy, which does not help the matter. And of course, this time we got very clear totem pole imagery just scattered throughout the frozen wasteland with no rhyme or reason. Once again, these are a cultural artwork that has been repeatedly appropriated by people who do not understand the culture that they come from and place their own meaning on them, while each culture that crafts these has their own reasons and symbolism worked into them. This feels off and is ringing some alarm bells for me, and once again, this character, who has been designed in a way that is clearly meant to invoke indigenous people, is never given a name. But back to Icy herself, I think it's pretty obvious that this backstory is meant to place her in parallel to Bloom. Both are princesses who had their homes turned into frozen wastelands, lost their family as a result of this, and had a sister transformed beyond recognition. This is something that could be really impactful. Two powerful young women in similar circumstances who are both dealing with it in completely opposite ways to the point that it brings them into conflict with each other, causing both of them to have to struggle more as a result. If you don't have one painted as inherently good and the other as inherently bad in their methods, and just look at it as the two of them taking different paths, That is something that could be extremely compelling and would make for a good story that explored the duality of them and their choices. However, this is coming 8 seasons deep into Winx Club. If there was a chance to have this be compelling, that was something to explore several seasons ago when Bloom was still trying to get her family back. At this point, she already has everything she could ever want. She has her family back, her sister back, her kingdom back. She has everything. And at the end of the season, Icy's sister is still a fox and her home is still a wasteland. Bloom gets everything while she gets nothing because she's a witch and has been slotted into the place of being the bad guy, even if she compromises on that a little at the end of the season. If you wanted this parallel to be worth anything, it had to happen back before Bloom fixed everything about her background. Once again, this is a case of too little too late. It also doesn't really work because Bloom didn't find out about her background until she was a teenager. Icy has known the whole time. And sure, that might be a thing that was meant to shape the choices they made, but it does end up just kind of seeming like Icy looked at the fact that her planet was destroyed by a witch right in front of her and determined, okay, got it, have to be a stronger witch than that witch, and went from there. Another issue is by the end of the season, because of how late this backstory was brought in, not only to the series, but in the season itself, it just ended up feeling like the whole thing existed to contrive a reason for Icy to turn on Valtor at the climax. Like, I appreciate them coming up with a reason for her to turn on him instead of just having it happen, don't get me wrong, and I think it's a decent idea to plant the seeds that end up leading to that happening instead of having it just happen because the writers say so. Let me be clear, I think this was a good choice. It's just that the execution when it comes down to the moment itself feels a little weak. Icy ends up standing up to Valtor because he has decided he wants to destroy the universe. This takes at the trauma of having a destroyed home in her, and she decides that because of that, she can't run away. And like, I get it, the destruction of the universe is a big and scary thing to have to contend with being a party to, but at the same time, this is a character who has multiple times worked towards conquering the universe or worlds in a way that was pretty destructive. It just feels a little off for her to be saying something like that when she has participated in some pretty big conquests of her own. Yes, we can argue the little details about all these, of course we can. I'm just saying that something about it ends up feeling not quite right when we're taking a look at the entirety of things. And you'll notice that in talking about the season of Winx Club, I haven't really been talking about the girls all that much. There is a simple reason for that. None of them really get any lengthy solo plot lines this season. For the most part, the things they do are confined to single episode or 2 episode stretches. That's not an entirely bad thing, but it does leave their stories feeling more episodic, and I don't want to recap the whole season to you plotline by plotline. There are some bits that are slightly lengthier, but those are related to the romance stuff, so we'll get into that a bit later because I have some things to say about how the romance was handled this season. One thing I would like to highlight, though, is the way I end up being left pretty frustrated by the way that the series handles Flora's relationship with her sister Miele. We've seen her a few times over the course of the series, more than Flora's parents, making her the prominent element of Flora's home life that we get to know. And I would love that further look into Flora if the series didn't just keep repeating the same storyline with her sister over and over. So I can think of 4 instances where we see Miele in the series, in seasons 3, 6, 7, and 8. Of these 4 stories that we get with her, 3 of them have the same plotline. In seasons 3, 7, and 8, each of Miele's appearances is her welcoming Flora home to her planet, hearing about the mission the girls have, wanting to help, getting her feelings hurt when Flora says she should stay back to be safe, and then coming anyway. Made a little funnier by the way that Miele seems to visibly change age between each of her appearances, going from child to teenager and then back to child again. However, what frustrates me is that outside of season 6, where we see Miele in a school setting doing her own training to become a fairy, we never actually get to see the dynamic between them that is not Flora being a protective older sister that is worrying about her sister being safe. There are way more dynamics to siblinghood than just this, and given that Flora is the only Winx besides main character Bloom that is demonstrably not an only child, I would have liked if we could have used that opportunity to explore a sibling dynamic that isn't warped by one spending most of the series as a ghost. The instance of this storyline this season is also just the most embarrassing version of it. Miele follows the rest of the girls, and when Flora tells her to go after realizing what's happened, Miele shouts about how she can be helpful and she can transform too, only to not help and run off crying after she says it. Like, if you think you can be helpful, prove it, girly. Don't just get upset and run away. That's just gonna prove your sister right. At least the last time we did this plotline, she was actually very helpful and ended up saving their asses. But yeah, let's talk about how all that romance was handled. I have 3 relationships I want to talk about, going from least to most I have to say about them. I don't have anything to say about Flora and Helia, Tecna and Timmy, or Stella and Brandon, since their relationships weren't given anything focal this season, at least not to the extent I felt it was worth spending time talking about. So first we have the case of Aisha and Nex, and this one wasn't anything bad. I actually wanted to highlight this as one of the few cases where I think the show has actually managed to pull off a brief spat between two characters who are dating really well. Aisha has a big speech coming up and she is stressing out. Nex is calling her and even coming to see her at the start of the episode, trying to be supportive in the best way he knows how, but Aisha actually just needs to get some space away from everyone to clear her head and be able to focus. Hearing people say how they support her and trying to talk her through the stress is not something that is going to be helpful to her in this moment. He's upset because he tried to help and feels she brushed him off. She was just trying to get some space for herself. This is normal relationship drama that feels like it grew naturally out of the situation and feels very normal for the way that two teenagers would fail to communicate with each other. I don't feel like either is being unreasonable. They just need to talk things out to get to a point of being on the same page about when attention is appreciated or needed. This is delayed and the drama is heightened by a magical thing getting in the way, but I like the way this is handled. Nobody is holding the stupid stick for the sake of drama. Nex has completely lost the entire personality he had for the last few seasons, granted, but that's not really something that bothers me. He was always sort of diet Riven, and that never really worked for me in the first place. I'd rather have him be sauceless than the random sexism from last season. Sky and Bloom continue to be a couple I just do not care about, but that's not from the lack of the show trying to make me care. Part of me just wishes the show would give it a rest. I understand that Bloom is the main character, but these two are second in drama to only Musa and Riven, and that's just gotten tiring. I think there's more seasons where their relationship has trouble than not. These are to highly different degrees, I'll grant you, but this season is some of the pettiest and weakest, which makes me look back on everything that came before with frustration. Like, I do not care that Sky is nervous about his picnic date when this man has multiple proposals under his belt and I'm not really feeling any chemistry between these characters. Let me be clear, what's in the season might have been okay at worst in isolation, but my frustration comes from multiple seasons of this happening. The big stressing point for a large portion of the season is the way that the two of them are failing to spend much, if any, time together because one or the other is always getting pulled away on some kind of mission at the last minute. And if it was just Bloom doing this, I would somewhat be able to understand Sky's frustration. I don't think it would be entirely justified to get upset with her given the scale of threats she is running off to deal with, but I would understand his frustration a little, you know? Like, you make plans and you want to hang out with your girlfriend, but a literal star is going out and she has to deal with that every time? I get how that would start to grate on you. However, when Bloom does this in one episode and then Sky does it back to her literally an episode or two later, I become a lot less charitable about the two of them getting mad at each other about it. Expressing frustration with the situation I get, blaming each other for this when you have both chosen these warrior paths with responsibilities, yeah, that makes no sense. I get that they're teenagers, but they're teenagers with more to deal with than regular teens and have been doing this for a while. This being a soft reboot to reset their maturity a little isn't an excuse when you're bringing back a villain from 5 seasons ago and repeatedly acknowledging continuity. At the very least, they should be able to recognize the pattern of both of them doing this to each other and not get in such a twist about something that they themselves are doing. It just makes them seem like a bit of a hypocrite and makes us all seem forced and artificial. And then we come down to all the stuff with Diasporo and how Sky definitely shouldn't be falling for shenanigans anymore and should have wised up to the pattern by now, but I digress. There's a set of episodes where they're dealing with everything getting boiled down to trust, to the point where they can't go 2 minutes without bringing up the word trust and driving the point of the episode into the ground for the young children that they're aiming it at. The thing that gets me, though, is that the show isn't really able to distinguish that there are different kinds of trust you put in someone and kind of just boils everything down to the blanket concept of trusting someone else. Like, Sky asks Bloom to trust him in the middle of a combat situation, sort of in the heat of the moment. Now, the show treats this like she has to put her relationship issues to one side and trust that he can do something, but doesn't consider that her trust in him as a fellow warrior and her trust in him as her boyfriend can be two separate things. Like, she can trust that he's able to pull off and maneuver her plan, but still be wary about trusting him to be alone with Diasporo. The two are not mutually exclusive. It ends up feeling like a contrived way of driving in the point of an episode that doesn't really apply to the issue they're having. And then we have Musa and Riven, because it's always them, isn't it? This relationship cannot seem to exist without the writers wanting to use it for some kind of turmoil. So I guess I should give away that after a season of absence, Riven is back. Not the choice I would have made, but hey, I'm not in charge of this and I haven't been watching this series since I was a kid, so maybe people who grew up on this have more of an attachment to the two of them than I do. Well, Riven is back, and just him coming back kicks off a huge wave of drama because Musa is very suddenly mad at him out of nowhere. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when this breakup happened and he left, it was perhaps the most mature we'd ever seen the two of them be about their relationship. The breakup was treated as something that was perhaps a little bittersweet, but was ultimately amicable. Riven understood that he needed to get some space and work on himself, and everyone seemed willing to give him the space to do so, with the assurance that they still cared about him and looked forward to when he would be back. However, when he comes back this season, Musa is instantly mad at him for not telling her he was back the instant he was, or not keeping in touch while he was gone. It feels really off and forced. I understand they don't want Musa to just immediately get back with him since it's been a while, but this conflict is plain contrived. This then leads into Musa being at odds with Riven in general and being contrary to him no matter what is going on because she's mad and holding a grudge, kind of like Tecna in Season 2. There are points where it makes sense for them to disagree, but there are other times where it's just obligatory Musa mad at Riven time. There was even a point where it seems like they wanted Musa to have chemistry with a new character named Orion, but that didn't come together, and Orion, funnily enough, seemed to have more chemistry with Tecna instead. There is a point where Riven tries doing a big romantic gesture for her, which, while I can understand what he's doing, is very much the wrong way to go about things, and I think the show has a little bit of a weird framing about how and why Musa is mad about it. Riven makes a big gesture, projecting images of Musa in the sky in front of a lot of people in the middle of the Winx girls all putting on a concert. Musa gets mad at this and tells him off because she doesn't want to be the center of attention. He merely responds that he was trying to surprise her, and she says he doesn't know her at all. And this doesn't actually get into the real heart of the issue here, since really Musa doesn't mind having attention paid to her. She was at one point going to have a solo career and has no issue with all the attention she gets from being on stage. In this scene, she literally just got off stage. So having this be what she points out as the issue feels like it's not really conveying the problem here. It's not so much that she doesn't want to be the center of attention, but it's more that Riven specifically made Musa the center of attention at what was a group event for her and her friends. She's doing something that she enjoys with other people in a situation where they're all meant to be somewhat equal players in the performance. He's shifting the dynamic of that without her permission, putting her large in the sky like that to make it all about her when that was never her goal. It's also a disruption, distracting the audience and band from the performance. Not enough that it seems to be the end of the show or anything, but enough to put a damper on her night. While I see the idea of why she might be saying she doesn't want to be the center of attention, I think the real core of the issue would be more clear in the writing if she said something like, "You interrupted our show without asking and made it all about me when we're a team." And when he comes back about wanting to surprise her, instead of accusing him of not knowing her, she could ask, "What makes you think I want to outshine my friends like that?" This really puts into perspective the way that his attempt to show her off ended up sort of disrespecting the rest of the band. I'm not saying this is something that has to be changed like that, to be clear. I'm just giving an example of how I think a little adjustment can make the conflict between them less vague. What personally actually makes me more uncomfortable about this scene is the way that he is doing this grand romantic gesture when they aren't actually a couple, and Musa has in fact made it very clear she doesn't want to date him right now. He is forcefully and publicly making a big show about how he feels about her when she has already told him she is not interested. This is supposed to be a Riven that has gone away and self-reflected and come back with a better understanding of himself and is able to be more healthy in his relationships. That was sort of the goal of his sabbatical. He's kind of supposed to be having a bit of a rebrand here. You can see that in how they gave him this stupid, soft, sensitive, poetic boy scarf that he never would have worn in a prior season. And yet, the fact that Musa has indeed told him she is not interested and he is still doing things like this tells me he hasn't learned anything and is simply still not listening to her. Just like before. But instead of blowing her off like in Season 6, this comes in the form of giving her too much attention instead. The core issue of not actually paying attention to what comes out of her mouth is still the same, and the pattern seems doomed to repeat. Riven has gone away and come back, and all that seems to have changed is that his sarcasm is gone. His sense of edge sanded off, just like Nex. And what really gets me is that everyone has seen how their relationship has been, has seen how many rough patches that Musa and Riven have had, and for some reason, everyone is gung-ho that they should get back together, and are telling Musa that she should give him a chance. Like, why? Why does everyone think they should just jump back into dating? I agree her issue to be mad with him at first is stupid, don't get me wrong, but what is wrong with the two of them just being friends for a bit as they feel things out and decide if a relationship is still right for them? Musa can say no. Musa says no, and everyone else just goes, "Aw, come on." Musa is allowed to have boundaries. This is a relationship she hasn't always had a very good time in. It's okay for her to be cautious and not want to jump back into that. She's allowed to have a bit of a wall still, and she doesn't have to take him back just because he says he's changed. I mean, he can't have changed all that much because he gets brainwashed yet again while he is sneaking around outside her family home. which leads into this weird moment where I can see the writers pulling the strings, because when Musa opens the door to brainwash Riven, she's all excited and invites him in for no reason because he needs to be in the house for the brainwashing plot to keep going, when really she should be more upset about this new violation of her boundaries of following her there without her permission. And what's funny to me is the show seems to kind of know they might not be the best for each other. Late in the season, when they are at Musa's family home after the whole brainwashing thing, it's straight up stated that they argue every time they talk to each other. That's something that's an issue, but instead of addressing that, that is seconds later followed up with the statement, "Being with you makes me feel at peace," which just completely contradicts what they just said for the sheer sake of making sure they're an item again at the end of the season. This is followed by the two of them having a moment with this recently introduced element of an instrument that takes two people to play, so you have to be in harmony with the other person in order to do so. This is highlighted with the idea that Musa's parents played it together at some point in the past, making it seem like a kind of romantically charged thing. And as much as I don't like these two as a couple, I will admit that the moment of the two of them playing this together is pretty cute. And it is nice that that is the note that their whole saga ends on. However, I can really only think about it as being cute when I force myself to remove it from the context of their entire relationship before that point, which is a bit hard to do. Okay, and real quick, let's go over the new characters that were introduced this season because there are a few of them and I have thoughts. So the most prominent new character is this little star creature called Twinkly. It seems like she was sort of meant to be the mascot character of this season, kind of like the Pixies were in Season 2 or in Season 5 when we had the Selkies. The benefit is that I think at this point they have learned their lesson that not every single one of the girls needs to have one of these creatures bonded to them. While we do see more of her kind, Lumens, on various different planets and locations that are explored in space over the course of the season, Twinkly is the only one that is constantly around and reoccurring. Early on in the season, I kind of hated her, honestly. For me, it was that she kept giggling at everything, and it really started to get on my nerves for some reason. However, after the initial few episodes, she was toned back, and I eventually kind of warmed up to her. I'm not going to count her in my favorite characters or anything like that, but she was not as annoying as I anticipated she would be at the start of the season. Heck, she even gets a little bit of a personal motivation at one point. It is eventually revealed that the star-consuming creatures, which are childishly called star yummies for some reason, are made from the lumens. We find this out because one of Twinkly's friends has been turned into one, and for Twinkly, getting her back to normal becomes something of a goal. And for a small side character, I think it's nice that it gives her something to do and a motivation to be helping out besides just being nice. The only real problem I have with this is that it's resolved fairly quickly. Twinkly very soon finds out that she's able to just hug her friend better because, the power of love cures everything after all. I think it might have been nice if this was a plot thread that would stretch over just a few more episodes in order to make it feel like more of a victory when she got her friend back. Perhaps even having her friend not come back until all the rest of them were cured near the middle of the season. Love being the cure ends up being related to a different character as well, so it might have been nice to sort of tie those two characters getting healed together. The other character being Obscurum, who is a minor antagonist for the first half of the season. Basically, Obscurum is Valtor's lackey that he uses before he picks up the tricks halfway through the season. I mostly find him annoying, but that comes from the fact that he falls into the bumbling sidekick type of character, and an exceptionally stupid version of it at that. His whole deal is that he is the one that is able to have command over the Star Yummies, which is why he's useful to Valtor. Let me be clear. He is far superior to Season 7's iteration of the bumbling sidekick, but that doesn't make him a particularly enjoyable character to watch either, and I mostly found him tolerable at best and mildly annoying at worst. Plus, he has a design that, yeah. What gets me the most is the way he's kind of treated as having decent plans when they're actually not. There's a point where he does an attack on one place, and then a little later he does an attack on another nearby spot, and it's treated like the first was a distraction from the second. And that's not really what happened. Because in order for the first to be a distraction from the second, they would need to be happening at the same time. Everyone is like, oh, that first attack was a distraction, but they knew about the second attack basically right away, so I'm not sure how much of it was actually a distraction and not just two separate incidents. In fact, between the two different incidents is when the girls get their new power-up for the season that allows them to rekindle stars. So if he hadn't done that first attack, they would not have what they needed to resolve the consequences of the second and light the star that he drains. So he kind of played himself. Or the writers planned it that way.
I think there was a potential interesting angle lurking in the show with Obscurum, but it was never really something that was capitalized on, because he was the one that allowed Valtor to come back. The mechanics of this are very unexplored, but he is essentially what made Valtor recoalesce again, and they were working together ever since because he wanted to rule one of the first new locations of the season, Luminia. The only reason he is remotely close to being effective is because he has Valtor behind him. I think there was a potentially interesting angle that perhaps because he was the one that revived Valtor, he might have some kind of control over him in some way. Like, you could have him be stupid and ineffective, but maybe play a little into the comedy that he has accidentally shackled this extremely powerful previous villain to himself in the way he accidentally brought him back. In the middle of the season, Obscurum is essentially set aside anyway, so you could play that with having Valtor finally break free of his shackles and depose Obscurum so he can be the villain the back half of the season. This could even play into the way that he essentially does this to the Tricks in the back half of the season in shackling them. Because as it stands now, Obscurum gets healed by the power of love because, plot twist, his sister is the Queen of Luminia, and he just wanted to feel like he had some value, and then he entirely exits narrative relevance after getting turned into a bit better but still not great design, and becoming co-ruler with his sister. Oh yeah, his sister is the Queen of Luminia Dorana, and she also exists, but she doesn't have that much to contribute to the plot other than exposition, being the one who grants the season power-up to the crew, and having possibly the worst character design of the season. I can't say I had many strong feelings about her. The only other new character is also someone who participates in just the front half of the season, but as far as I can tell was also kind of used as a marketing point in the lead-up to it too. Man, if that was the case, you would think he would have a little more relevance instead of vanishing after the mid-season, but hey, what do I know? So, Orion is kind of introduced as this sort of space pirate inventor character type, which I actually think is really fun. That's an archetype that I can get behind as a shameless enjoyer of Treasure Planet. He's introduced to us as this character that is trying to restore the drained and destroyed star of his home planet, and is kind of just committing crimes out of desperation, which is also cool, a criminal with an understandable purpose behind things. Even if it's a little weird that Orion seems to be the only human on a planet of lumens for some reason. Orion is kind of hated on his planet because in trying to fix things, he just made them worse, so there's also this element that he's trying to redeem himself. There's a lot here that could make for a really enjoyable ally-type character. However, he is let down by the actual writing surrounding his plot points. Basically, after finding out about his situation, the Winx girls obviously want to help him out, so they promise that they will and travel with him to his home planet. When they get there, it becomes clear that they weren't given the full information, and they're not actually going to be able to fix things like they thought they'd be able to. Let me be clear. They didn't realize the scope of the damage and the limitations that their powers have in relation to that. They are not able to immediately fix things like they thought, but that doesn't mean they still aren't going to try to help. They might not be able to fix everything immediately, but they're also not trying to just peace out and run away from what they said they would do. However, Orion and the Lumens treat the fact that they can't fix something that they thought they could as a major betrayal. Orion even has the audacity to say, "Enough of your worthless promises." And if they had tried like 3 different things and promised it would help each time, only for them to fail, that would make sense. But he is saying this after Plan A failed. It feels really unfair to these characters to be holding them to a promise that they made and acting like they massively betrayed them when they weren't given the full information and weren't actually trying to run away from still trying to help. It ended up leaving me with a bit of a bad taste in my mouth for this character because he didn't seem reasonable. Because the moment this happens, you can really see where the writers are slotting pieces into place because the goal is really to have Orion betray them and go over to Valtor's side temporarily. The Winx failed him once, so that means he must immediately jump in bed with the villain, obviously. I think you can tell how this is, predictably, a bad idea that doesn't work out. The plot that follows with Orion isn't particularly interesting, unfortunately. He ends up coming back to the side of the Winx, but just like in Season 6, this isn't because he's had his mind changed, but because he got double-crossed, so there's really no point in staying on the side of the villains. He is a plenty fine character, all things considered, probably one of the better ones this season if I'm being honest. He definitely comes out on top over Obscurum or Dorana. However, it is unfortunate that Orion will never really be remembered for what character he was in the show, and will instead be known more for the outside controversy that surrounds him. So, to bring up Orion inevitably brings up the discussion of the alleged plagiarism that happened. Now, I wasn't in the room when any of this happened, I wasn't there for the design process of this character, and this could really all be a big coincidence, but I find that highly unlikely.
So I'm just going to take Orion and put him side by side with this character from indie game Shardbound, and I think the similarities will be immediately obvious. I don't really know much about Shardbound itself, so I can't say exactly when this character was added to the game, as it did release in early access and has thus had content updates over time. But the game did have its initial release in 2017, and this season of Winx Club began airing in 2019. I could go through and point out every similarity between the two characters, but I don't think that would be a productive use of our time, because just looking at them, it's pretty obvious. Any differences are small enough to be negligible, as the core of the design remains exceptionally similar. The biggest changes are minor alterations to color palette, a gender swap, and whitewashing, which is really just the cherry on top, ain't it? This is especially disappointing because Rainbow is a decently sized company, and they pilfered this design from an independent game that hadn't seen full release yet. There's not even really the consolation of Shardbound succeeding in its own right either. As of 2025, this game that went into early access in 2017, 8 years ago, is still in early access, which isn't a terribly good sign. I wasn't able to dig up a ton of details, but it appears that sometime in the 2023 to 2024 range, the game experienced a bevy of changes and lost a lot of its community. The result of the game coming under new ownership by management that seems to have a not insubstantial interest in blockchain and NFT sort of stuff, which usually isn't a good sign for a game. What is really weird to me is that this season introduces all these new characters, and they exist pretty much only in the first half of the season. The second half of the season is focused on the hunt for the Prime Stars, the bits of that wishing star lady that blew herself up, and none of the characters from the first half are really involved in that. If they show up, it's for a single scene that feels more like a cameo. That second half of the season is also undeniably weaker as it becomes repetitive and settles into the pretty boring MacGuffin hunt overall. Like, it's not god-awful or anything, but it's pretty standard, and I have seen the Winx have to hunt for pieces through puzzles like this before, so I'm not exactly thrilled by seeing them do it again. The biggest element of excitement is that they are racing the tricks to these pieces, and do end up actually losing some of them over the course of a handful of episodes, putting our girls a bit on the back foot and having them face losses that we haven't really seen the show confront them with in the last few seasons, which is something good to see and does add a level of drama and stakes. However, instead of anything where they have to try and get those pieces back, it ends up coming down to whoever has the majority gets all of them, which really only exists so that Icy can be left with the choice of who she's going to give the tie-breaking Prime Star to. Like, I understand why it is set up this way, but it's one of those cases where I can see how it was crafted because of that. Also, I find it a little weird that we saw the moment the wishing star broke herself apart into these pieces, but when the girls go and try and find them, most are buried behind a layer or two of puzzles or challenges in the way that feels more like they've been there a very, very long time instead of like a few weeks at most. I can see that the show is trying to recreate the energy of the Cyranix quest by having there be these sorts of trials to get each one, but it doesn't mesh with the mechanics of how these were scattered in the show. And of course, we don't talk about a season without talking about the way that it had a brand new transformation to go along with it at this point. So thankfully, there's only one new transformation this season, and that is Cosmix, a star-themed transformation that is meant to allow the girls in general to do space stuff, like rekindling the cores of the stars if they go out. The transformation sequence itself is actually pretty good, bringing in a lot of spacey galaxy elements for visual flair. While each transformation is pretty short, it feels snappy, not rushed, and each of the girls does get some kind of unique motion to make their specific segment memorable. It's pretty damn obvious that part of the goal here was to play a little homage to Sailor Moon. In particular, Stella's arm movements when getting her gloves are very reminiscent of Usagi's gloving in the first season of the Crystal reboot. I mentioned before that they just kind of get this form handed to them, and yeah, that is how it happens. Dorana just sort of looks at them after they do one thing for her, decides they're up to snuff, and grants them the power. I don't really love it because I personally prefer when a power is actually earned, but given the track record the series has had with how actually earned an earned power-up is, I'm also not going to kick up a fuss about this. Yes, it's the second time in a row this has happened given how Tynix went, but hey, at least this time the character is thematically appropriate for what's going on. And I do actually like the designs of the transformations themselves. Yes, designs, plural, since each of the girls, while having a unified sense of style that they're pulling from, do each get an outfit that has some unique elements to them and makes them stand out. I personally find the wings to be a little over-designed, but I do think the dresses and leggings themselves are cute. I would straight up wear Musa's outfit. And this is a silly little thing, but I do actually really love the streaks of sparkles or stars in their hair.
It very much calls to mind for me that chunky hair glitter you get in those kids' makeup kits. The kind that is kind of gooey and you put it in just to make the glitter stick, and then by like a half hour later it's rock hard. It reminds me of how my friends and I would put hair chalk in our hair for football games at school when we were like 14. Though I could have gone without them all being gold for the big end of season fix everything blast. That just doesn't look very good. I'd also just like to bring up one thing about the magic. This isn't something I ever really commented on because I never really care that much for the names they shout when slinging magic lasers and how those change each transformation. But I do think having one of those things just be called Cosmic's Magic is a new level of lazy when it comes to that. Just have them not say anything at all at that point. Much like with time travel, there is, for some reason, a special outfit for the girls to wear while traveling through space that is not a spacesuit, but just a shiny metallic dress that keeps them safe from the vacuum of space somehow. These aren't the worst things I've ever looked. The time travel ones were far worse, but they're not exactly outfits that speak to me, and I was disappointed to see these when I thought the casual outfits of the season were actually pretty cute on most of the girls. Oh, and there is, I guess we could call it a transformation sequence for the girls' instruments to show up before concerts. This is dumb and eats up time. We could have definitely done without it. One of the other features this season I suspect was a bid to appeal to old fans, though, is the way that some of the older transformations make a return, specifically Enchantix, a fan favorite from what I can gather, and Sirenix, with Sirenix getting an alternate subform for cold water that merges some design elements of harmonics into it called Crystal Sirenix. This was something I wish the series would have done much sooner, since it kind of feels like a natural way to reuse some of these more specific forms. For some reason, Enchantix is used to go to a mini world, the whole point of Tynix, but hey, it brings back Enchantix, so I'll take what I can get. What's more, this was seemingly taken as a chance to do a little redesigning on each of the forms in order to update them for the new animation style. It also updates them for the fact that the cast look younger. And I admit that while I do love the whole Y2K fashion sense that some of the earlier designs have, I do think that some of those itty-bitty skirts and tops would have looked strange on the new designs that the girls have this season. So for fun, I thought we could play a little game of looking at each of them and really quickly determining if it's a glow up, glow down, or glow plateau from one version to the other. So let's start with Enchantix. For Bloom, I am going to say this is a glow down. I actually like the new shape of the dress better than the original 3-tiered design, but that's about the only thing that I like better. There has been an excessive amount of pink added to this when it was little more than a small accent color before. It nearly overtakes the design in the new version. What was always so nice about blue being her primary color in the original was the way that it interplayed with her hair being such a striking red, but that's lost somewhat when there's so much pink thrown into the design. I also think the wings are worse. Not only has a lot of pink been added here too, but the design is also trying much more to go into a butterfly wing type of design compared to the prior, which gave more the impression of a fairy wing, sure, but also looked a little stained glass-like to me. Stella is a glow down. I do actually like the design of the skirt in the new version more, since the old skirt always looked to me like it was a stiff breeze from blowing away. However, while I understand why they made it into a dress instead of separates, pink was the wrong color to fill in the middle, as this saturated pink just overtakes the design again. The wings are also more scalloped in the top half rather than the smooth arc they had before, which I don't think looks as nice. Not to mention that while there was pink and blue in the wings before, the higher saturation they've been given in the redesign means you lose the gold-orange frame more. Flora is another glow down. They have completely lost the flower petal-like structure of the original dress in favor of some strange ripple waves along the bottom that don't look nearly as nice. Instead of the more red-toned pink she had before, she's been given more purpley tones, which also don't feel as natural for a nature fairy. However, I do like the wings better. The sunset effect that the colors have is more striking than the original version. Okay, Musa I am going to call a glow plateau, mostly because while I do think the original one is a tiny touch better, I also don't think the changes are that egregious like some of the others. There has been some pink added, yes, and I'm not the biggest fan of it, but it also goes far better with her red and hasn't completely overtaken the design like in some of the others. This might be because they brought some of that red up into her wings while still keeping some of the original yellow tones that they had. Now, I completely understand why if you hate this redesign, but it might be easier on me since Musa was never really one of my favorite Enchantixes. Tecna is easily a glow up. While I love the transformation sequence of how the crystalline shapes grew on her, I never really loved the final design because it always just seemed like a tube top and booty shorts with some pieces of plastic stuck on top. However, turning this more into a short jumpsuit with those accents following the shape of her body gives more of a sense of deliberateness to the design than just something stuck together. All the colors still work, and she's even been given that bottom part of her wings that always felt like it was missing in the original design. I even like these Roman sandal shoes she's been given better than the original ones. Aisha is a weird case where she got 2 different enchantixes because they redesigned the colors partway through, so we'll stick with the latter one since that feels more like what the redesign was based off. Once again, I think this is a glow down because of all the pink shoved in there, even if I think the actual design of the dress isn't that bad. The purple added to the wings also doesn't work, and they look like they have a bunch of grape clusters on them now. As for the Cybernex redesigns, these are less individual, so I'm just going to rapid fire them for each of the girls and then talk more generally about the changes overall. Bloom, Glow Plateau, Stella, Glow Up, Flora, Glow Plateau, Musa, Glow Down, Tecna, Glow Down, Aisha, Glow Up. So I personally never cared all that much for Cyrenix in terms of design, and I think a lot of what was done here is either a lateral move or better than last time. The colors were a little all over the place the first time around, not helped by the fact that their hair ended up changing colors too. Then add on that everyone had these crazy patterns going on their legs, and the whole thing was a little garish in ways I didn't care for. The upper half of each of their outfits was also just a single color, which thankfully didn't make things muddier, but also wasn't terribly interesting. Second time around, the patterns on the legs have been simplified and unified across the group, giving them cohesion and making them a little less overwhelming. It also ends up looking like they have colorful seaweed wrapped around their legs, which is interesting. The tops have been made into more of a dress, which allows the ruffles to feel more like a decorative tool on the dress rather than just something slapped onto a wetsuit for some reason. They also have a variety of different textures to these, making the girls all have a little unique feel to their looks. The one complaint I do have is some of these end up getting extra colors added to them or their colors brightened up. That's what makes me prefer Musa and Tecna's less. They're just too neon. But Stella, for example, looks better than ever as the result of having those deeper colors. And of course, it's time to lightning round some of the smaller things that I noticed but don't have a lot to say about, as is tradition at this point. I hate that all the girls just have regular-ass smartphones now. At least in some of the seasons in the past, their phones were a little fantastical. Now they all have plain normal smartphones, which is just a lot less fun. This season also introduces Emojix, which is all the girls having customized little emojis that are used for texting with each other and the boys. On one hand, I get why this is done. You don't want to have text on their phone screens that would need to be translated. You could use a made-up language, but then the viewer can't tell what they're sending at a glance, and the characters have to read every one of their texts out loud. Having these GIFs allows viewers to understand the emotionality of what is being sent without having a need to translate. I get it. However, I maintain that they didn't need to have attention called to them with the stupid little Emojix name that really just feels like it's begging you to buy a texting sticker pack on your iPhone. Instead of having parties all the time, the girls are now having concerts all the time, enough that it feels like it's happening every 2 or 3 episodes. They're pushing the Winx Band thing hard, and I just do not care, since to me, the music is all kind of bland. It doesn't have the fire that some of the older Transformation songs have, which are really the only music that's ever stood out to me in this show. The worst part, though, is when the show decides to show Obscurum jamming out to their concert as he watches it through a portal. It feels like they're really trying to sell me on how great this concert is. Like, look, even the villain likes their music. There's one episode where the girls have a class about complex combination spells, and looking at what was shown with that sure just does look like early season Convergence magic under a different name. Truly, we have forgotten the ancient texts. One thing you have to get used to real quick is the way that a star in the show is not the same thing as a real world star. In this show, stars are these bundles of luminous energy that are important to keeping various worlds ticking. They're not the same thing as the gas giants out in the universe around our planet. I mean, the show has stars on spaceships and stars at the bottom of oceans. You just kind of have to roll with that factor lest it annoy you. There is a point where it's talked about how Sky would rather be a professional hero than have the responsibilities of being a ruler, which, while that could be an interesting conflict to have, that is something that he's never shied away from in the past. No, he has always jumped to do whatever his father would like in terms of his responsibilities, except that one time in season 4, I guess, to the point of neglecting his relationship with Bloom multiple times in order to do so. This is a potentially compelling conflict to give one of these royal characters, but it's another one of those things that is coming in 8 seasons into the show and with a side character where it won't be entirely fleshed out. It's also done in a very teen movie, no, that's your dream, Dad, not mine, kind of way that actually did get a tiny chuckle out of me, though. There is a point where the school is holding a day of unity sort of deal where witches and fairies are mingling and hanging out. Within minutes of each other, we have the adults giving a speech about unity and coming together, and then Stella being like, ew, witches, why are they here? Which isn't challenged by the show or any of the characters, and given she's the one to get the last word, this ends up kind of being what sticks with you. It's one thing if this judginess is a character flaw that she is meant to be overcoming, but it's not treated like that either. So Stella ends up just coming off as a little bigoted compared to her friends that don't say anything at all. I don't care for the catchphrases they gave Tecna to give her a sort of tech speak. Like, I get what they're going for, but I think this could have been done better, and it ends up sounding really dated. Like, nobody actually says achievement unlocked in casual conversation, obviously, but it also feels like something that we would have used with an obnoxious gamer character in, like, 2012. It also ends up feeling out of place since while Tecna is obviously associated with tech, this season never really displays her as a gamer girl where this might be something in her vernacular. Like, having her ask, "Are you offline?" to someone who doesn't seem to be paying attention feels stilted. Similarly, Flora kept saying wonderful to the point where it becomes oddly noticeable and thus weird since it seems like they're trying to make this common single word some kind of catchphrase for her. And then there are just, the usual little things that annoy me a little, like when you have a scene where the girls are walking on unstable ground, but they don't seem to consider flying, the way that they are very clearly given the directive to go out into space and save the universe, only to end up not being given any leniency at all when it comes to school, and the way that Orion at one point jumps off the side of a ship and experiences normal downward gravity despite being out in space. Once again, you thought I wouldn't cover this because it's a web series? Come on, let's have one last thing for the road, why don't we? So, Discovering Italy's Magic is an 8-episode series that combines the 3D Mythics models of the Winx along with live-action footage to create a hybrid series of them exploring a series of locations throughout Italy. At each of the locations, they get gemstones they have to find in order to help out a mysterious voice that they all hear over the course of the show. At the end, the voice congratulates them for finding the gems and dubs them as protectors of these unique Italian locations. So you might be wondering why this exists, and so was I. This dropped in 2023, over 3 years after the 8th season had come and gone, and this was a weird thing for them to come back with, right? Well, this seems to be a project that was made in cooperation or collaboration with the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. And what's that? Well, it's exactly what it sounds like. It's the foreign affairs arm of the Italian government. They're the ones that handle anything that have to do with relations with the rest of the world, from political to financial and to cultural matters. It's not really easy to find much information about this, but given the content that is part of the series, it's pretty obvious this was some kind of project working with some sort of tourism office to highlight specific cultural sites around Italy. Specifically, it's going for sorts of hidden gems because this is looking outside the usual tourism sites of Rome or Venice. So you have the Winx traveling around in a spaceship, and once per episode, 3 of them will venture out together and briefly look at some sort of cultural site, from statue gardens and religious sites to islands and olive groves. Each time they do this, we get introduced to a variety of fun facts about the place they're looking around or some small bits of history. To me, it felt very much like the recent Carmen Sandiego series, where the moment the cast arrived in a new place, they had to lay down some sick facts to educate the children watching. This is doing sort of the same thing while inserting the Winx girls into real-life footage to show off just how pretty these places are. There are even brief lessons on solar compasses, mythology, and astronomy. The lessons aren't anything groundbreaking or a whole thought-out history of a place, but the amount feels appropriate for the bite-sized shorts these are meant to be, and this is the kind of project that we kind of have to meet at the level it's at. And it's actually done better than I thought it would be. The audio is obviously all new, not cobbled together from previous voice work from the show. And while the camera motions might not always perfectly match with the girls or might feel a little strange now and then, I appreciate the effort put into trying to make the girls make sense in the world and adding things like their shadows when they're outdoors. And while there are weird things about the series here and there, most of them don't feel all that interesting to remark on, so I'll just point out my favorite 2. Firstly, Flora has a part where she talks about a Virgin Mary statue, which implies Flora has a knowledge of Earth Christianity, which makes me curious about what religious orders the magic dimension might have. The other weird thing is that in one episode where the girls are in a location that is not at but is nearby a space center, Tecna brings it up multiple times in a longing way. While this does make sense for her on some level, the repetition made me wonder if this was a case of there being a mandate to make sure to somehow highlight that fancy space center in Madeira.
But there was a weird thing that was on a more uncomfortable end with the way that episodes were distributed for each of the girls. Each episode saw only 3 girls heading out to take a look around, which makes sense to keep things tighter in the short runtime, but the appearance distribution is off. Bloom, Flora, and Musa all get 5 appearances across the 8 episodes, meaning they go out in more than half of them. If each girl saw the same number of turns with half going out each time, each of them should have gone out 4 times, meaning that each time one of these 3 took her 5th time, they took the slot of another girl. Stella gets exactly her 4 turns, and Tecna is down to just 3. But hey, Tecna got to yap about the Space Center a lot, and tends to get some focus in the hub spaceship since she seems to be controlling it, so maybe that was the justification. However, there is no reason that I can see that Aisha should only get 2 outings, with her first coming in episode 6 of 8. I am not going to make any assumptions or cast aspersions, but I think it is worth questioning just what made her out of all of them less likely to go out when she is one of the characters that's had some stronger focus in the main series. Overall, though, if you're curious about this, it's a quick and easy watch. I got through all of them in one sitting. Of the 2 web series that Winx has done, this is obviously the superior one, even if you're not all that interested in the Winx content here, since it's all pretty boilerplate and bland. I do think it's worth it to pick up a few fun facts. So the thing that really prompted me to do this whole watch through when Winx was a series that I had always kept at something of a distance was that I heard there was a reboot on the horizon. My goal was to watch the entire series and get caught up on what this was all about before the reboot dropped. As a result, I started getting information about the reboot in bits and pieces over the months that it took me to watch each season and write about them. So I wanted to just take a look with what was going on with all of that as we wind down and wrap things up. But before I get into looking at the promotional content for this, I want us to kind of explore the reasoning why this reboot might be happening in the first place and how some of these reasons might actually be good. As someone who does not have the nostalgic attachment to this series, I don't actually think that a reboot is an entirely bad idea. At this point, Winx Club is a bit of a mess. There are different eras of the series, each of them marked with problems as a result of the circumstances they were made in. At this point, there's just too much history of the series to make it something easy for newcomers to just jump into. Even if you were just taking the core series without any spin-off content into account, that is 8 whole seasons and 3 movies of homework to do if you're going to go forward with season 9. For those who are in the ecosystem already, that's no big deal. But that is 8 26 episode long seasons and at least 2, if not 3 movies. Sure, I was doing a lot of writing after each season that I watched, but even as someone who was binging multiple episodes at a time when I did watch it, it still took me months to get through the whole show. Could I have made that go faster if I literally did nothing but watch the series and didn't take breaks to watch other things or do other things? Yeah, probably, but it would have also burnt me out on the series as well. Frankly, Winx Club as a franchise has a lot of baggage at this point. With over 5 years without a new season, you can't expect that your audience is going to have seen everything that came before. The adult audience has mixed impressions of the series up to this point after seasons bounced around in quality and spin-offs meant to satisfy them haven't really panned out or gotten the response you wanted. A new child audience can't be expected to watch those prior 8 seasons just to watch the new show you're targeting at them. And yes, adults will often binge watch a series to get caught up on them, or will pick their way through a series over a course of weeks. With enough positive word of mouth, you can get someone to watch 7 seasons of a show just because the new season is coming up and drumming up some buzz. I myself have done that sort of thing before. There was a stretch of time for me a few years back where almost every night I was watching an episode or 2 of Call the Midwife before bed. However, that's not always the case with kids. Kids do get attached to shows and media properties very easily and strongly if they like them, but they don't have the same watch habits as adults. Younger kids can binge watch, sure, but that's not something all of them will do, and many parents will have a limit on how much they're able to watch at a time. That's not a problem for a fully episodic series like, for instance, Bluey or Phineas and Ferb, but Winx is a series with an ongoing and progressing plot. You can pick up a lot from context clues, sure, but you can't pick up an entire 8 seasons of context. It doesn't help that navigating watching the series in the first place can be a little difficult given the way that there is a specific order to watch things and that the early seasons have multiple dubs and formats. Try to stream the series and it becomes a complete mess. Go to Netflix and they currently only have World of Winx or the live action series.
Go to Prime Video and you'll find 5 different listings for the show if you search up Winx. You get Winx Club, which says it has 4 seasons, but is actually seasons 6, 7, and 8, but an extra season 7 that is completely empty of episodes exists for some reason. A second Winx Club, which says it has 3 seasons, but is actually season 1 split into part 1 and part 2, and the second season as 1 complete season. Just Winx, which is listed as 3 seasons, but is a season 0 consisting of the 4 Nick specials, and then season 3 was split apart to be labeled as seasons 1 and 2. A second Just Winx that is listed as 2 seasons, but is again season 4 split into another season 1 and 2. And Winx Club Beyond Believix, which says it is 2 seasons, but is season 5 split into 2 and labeled as seasons 1 and 2. Searching Winx or Winx Club also does not pull up any of the movies, so you have to search for those more specifically, and if you seek the movies out, you will find they only have the first 2 and do not have Mystery of the Abyss. That's no loss in my book, but it is a piece that is missing for completionists. Yes, you can currently watch the entire series on the official YouTube channel for free, and I am thankful for that, but that is a fairly recent development, all things considered, and it does still feel weird that there isn't a single streaming service that has the whole thing, and as far as I'm aware, there really isn't a way to watch the 4Kids version out of fan uploads, if you were looking for that experience. Winx Club's official channel is set up as being YouTube Kids friendly for the most part and does not have comments turned on any of the uploads of the episodes, but we know what a hellhole YouTube Kids can be, so I wouldn't exactly say this is the greatest way for a kid to be able to watch the show. Having it on a streaming service can send you down some weird rabbit holes too, don't get me wrong, but there's not as much of a chance it'll send you down the weird, inappropriate slop rabbit hole that has tried to suck in kids on YouTube. Add on that the series has a messy continuity and a lot of holes in it, and I don't think it's all that surprising that they would choose to go with a reboot rather than going with the tangled web that they already have. It gives a chance to start fresh and smooth out rough elements that people have likely been asking them about for years at this point. A reboot might really be the only viable option to extend the life of the franchise, even if you have to risk upsetting some of the adult fans in order to do so. Because, let's be real, at this point, Winx either reboots or it dies. If what they tried with Season 8 had worked, there would have been another season in the last 5 years. The hiatus between Season 7 and 8 was the longest the series had ever had, and the wait since Season 8 has already surpassed that. If Season 9 was viable, I expect we would have already seen it. At first, it seems like they wanted to do that based on some promotional images, but clearly they did eventually decide against it. Personally, I don't see the original series as gospel since I never grew up with it, so I also don't have a problem with them rebooting it. I think it's been long enough that they can go back to the concepts of the early seasons and present them with a fresh perspective. The conventions of animated serialized storytelling have changed a lot in the 2 decades since this series first went to air. I'm a little curious how that might affect the writing of the new season. Like I mentioned all the way back when I was talking about Season 1, in the original version, Bloom picks up on magic pretty fast, but from what I've seen of shows made now, that might end up being something that's a bit of a lengthier arc for her, as she's the only one of the cast who hasn't grown up knowing magic exists. Ayesha is going to be there in the events of Season 1 this time. How will that affect things if they keep a similar plotline as the original Season 1? How much are they going to retread, and how much are they going to reinvent? Will they follow the same season-long story, or will they keep some of the basics of the backstory and take the season-long plot in a different direction? They invented a backstory in Season 8 for Icy that could let her be a parallel to Bloom. Will they keep that and expand on it, or will they pretend they never did that? There's a lot that can be done if we're starting over again from scratch, and after the last few seasons, that's kind of something I'd be interested to see. And hey, they might even try to tackle the timeline issues and lay that out in a way that makes some more sense. Starting over again also allows them to keep consistency in the target demographic. One of the issues the series had was the way it changed over time to suit new age demographics depending on what era of the franchise we're in. It appears that this was an intentional choice on the part of the show's creator, since there's an interview where he talks about how it's harder to get tweens to watch cartoons, so they shifted to aiming at a younger demographic with the goal of maintaining a more sizable audience there. While I don't really agree with this choice, I can understand the ideas that motivated it, and I do sympathize with the need to make changes like this because of economic pressures associated with making a show. For as much as we want shows to remain pure creative visions, we do also live in a world where Winx is a product and needs to make money in order to sustain itself. However, I do think that generally, when you're making a narrative product like this, it's better for a story to grow up with the audience rather than regress behind them. Winx kind of tried to do that at first. Each season tackled things that were slightly heavier than before and had the characters growing up and progressing in their lives. However, the subject matter and especially the tone then backslid as the seasons went on in favor of trying to capture that younger demographic. That's something that poses a problem. It's fine if a series maintains and doesn't grow up with the initial audience, but you are likely to upset the original set of fans if they start to feel like what they loved is regressing and becoming more simplified and childish than it was before. Progressing is good, maintaining is fine, but the regression is what Winx experienced in trying to court a younger demographic, causing some of the fans to turn on it. And this is very much a symptom of the series being spread across quite a wide timetable and shifting as it saw the trends of the market shift to try and maintain relevance and also break into new markets. As frustrating as some might find it, I also completely understand how this came to happen. So one of the benefits of the reboot is that they can maintain some more consistency on this. If they start with that younger demographic in mind from the jump, they don't have to experience that backslide. Look, I get why some might not like that a reboot is happening and don't want to see the series scrap everything that came before. I also understand that some are hesitant about the changes that seem like they're going to happen with a reboot in the works. However, at this point, I think a reboot makes complete sense if we consider the place the franchise is at right now. And here's the thing, if you end up hating the reboot, you can still go back and watch the original series. The original series isn't going to be removed from existence if the reboot exists. Yes, you can be disappointed that that continuity is likely to never see further seasons, and that is something you are losing the potential for, I admit, but you can always go back and watch what that version of the series has to offer. I'm trying to have an open mind as to what this new reboot might have to offer, and I do intend to at least give it a chance. I am open to it making changes, big ones, and unless those changes legitimately make things worse, I'm not going to be upset with a change just because it is different from how things were before. That said, I'm not going into this reboot without having some level of concern. The reboot has already thrown some red flags. Firstly, while I haven't been following it too closely, in the spaces I run in, I have still gotten drip feeds of information about it over the last few years. One of the things I find concerning is it seems like it took a while for the reboot to find some sense of direction. So, a 9th season of Winx Club started having rumblings and mentions back in 2020. However, it's worth remembering this was in the thick of everything in 2020 and was before the release of the live-action show, the reception of which could have impacted the directions taken. Since then, it has transformed from being a 9th season to a full reboot, and over the span of a handful of years, there have been multiple designs showcased for each of the characters, and the promotional materials that they have shown off have changed every year or so. And there's nothing to say that only some images and designs were changed and nothing about the story has been, which could be the case, but seeing so many changes so publicly can make it feel like it took time to nail things down. Honestly, I think it's just a case of them announcing their intent to make another season far too early, when they were still in pre-production but didn't have anything concretely ready yet. They want to make that assurance that they are working on it and have something to show off to prove that, but it's early material that is subject to change a lot. It makes sense. Winx is their most internationally successful product and they need to keep it relevant. But they started talking about this far too early, leading to the sense that it was always changing and giving people too much time to speculate about what exactly they wanted to see, only to be disappointed when what they got isn't exactly what they convinced themselves they were getting. The bigger issue, though, is the allegation that generative AI has been used in the creation of the series. Now, to make my stance clear, I do not support generative AI in any way. It is a death knell to creativity, regurgitating amalgamations of the work of others and stealing in order to sustain itself. It's bad, full stop, not only for art, but also for the environment. So, if Rainbow has been using generative AI in the creation of the series, that is disappointing and upsetting, and I cannot in any way condone it and do not condone it. So please understand that I am not trying to let them off the hook when I say that I am not yet willing to completely buy into that being what is happening. I have seen much of the evidence, and there is some I do find to be compelling and has the potential to point to generative AI being used at some level in the concept design process of the series. No, I don't think that it's just a concept stage as an excuse either, if that were the case. However, it's also worth remembering that all of this is purely speculation. At least as far as I've seen, we haven't gotten solid proof or any real confirmation. We've gotten a lot of people putting images side by side and circling spots in promos they think look like AI. And while, like I said, I can find some of that compelling, I'm also not willing to just blindly believe this is the case either, like some others have. I do think we live in an age where many of us are a little hyper paranoid that anything might be generative AI, leading to us jumping to conclusions based on things that feel like they might be a smoking gun but aren't really. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't be skeptical if you think something might be, or that you shouldn't have a wary eye out, but I do think some of this stuff is a little overblown. For example, I think that if you look at the behind the scenes video posted back in January, there's a shot at 1 minute and 15 seconds in where, when drawing Icy's hair into a piece of art, both the color of her hair and the lines get drawn in with one stroke of a pen on screen. This will throw up red flags for those of us who have seen attempts from people using AI trying to make progress videos of them drawing things, but it's actually just erasing a layer to reveal things underneath. That is obviously what's happening here. However, I don't think this in itself is a sign of generative AI use. If you watch the full video, there is very little actual work being done in any of the shots we're shown. There is a lot of wiggling the pen on top of a piece that looks complete to imply drawing a small detail, but if you pay attention, nothing's being drawn. This is because this is a promotional video, not a documentary. They're trying to show off just enough without showing off too much or showing off work that is super incomplete, which is why you're mostly only seeing concept art or storyboards. This is also being shot in a way that the arms and hands of the team aren't getting in the way of their work at all to show it off to the camera, thus why they're not actually doing anything. And to anyone who thinks generative AI is being used to actually animate the series, I am afraid you are most likely just outright incorrect. Generative AI isn't at that level and can't work with that much consistency yet. You can't have generative AI make a correction either. If it spits something out to you and you tell it to slightly adjust the angle of a character's head, it's not going to do just that, but spit out a whole new clip that might have 15 other changes you didn't ask it for. Sure, you could theoretically try to make an animated TV episode using it, but it's going to be highly inefficient to do so and not produce something really workable. You can have the AI use something already made as a base, like those videos where live action footage is put through generative AI to supposedly animate it. But when you're doing that 3D animation work, making that skeleton underneath is kind of already halfway there, so there's no point to that. And once again, the Gen AI won't make something consistent enough to actually use. The technology is just not at a place where you can feed a storyboard to it and have it spit out something that is actually workable. Bloom's skirt disappearing when she rotates at one point in the trailer isn't an AI generation failing, it's an animation error, and you're kidding yourself if you don't think the original had those because they were all over the place in the early seasons. Why didn't they catch it? Why didn't they catch the ones in the 2D version? They're working under deadlines and things fall through the cracks. I agree it's not the best foot forward when putting out the trailer, and that should get double checked, but there's also a place or two in the trailer where I think the animation was lacking some shadows or the compositing was underbaked, so there might be some slightly incomplete animation slipped in there. But I will say, of all the things I think people need to stop picking apart with a fine-tooth comb, it's the writing or voiceover. I'm sorry, there's just not any way we can prove that anything related to that was written by AI. I swear every couple of weeks I'm being told that there's some new thing that is a hallmark of AI writing, and if you see that thing, it means it must have been written by ChatGPT. A few months ago, it was writing using M dashes meant it was written by AI. Well, while not the most common of punctuation, they're by no means obscure. I've read plenty of novels and even fan fiction that use them. And because of this, I saw many people saying up and pointing out how they use them and why. Most recently, I've been warned that statements that follow the formula of she's not X, she's Y, or it's not A, but B is a sign of generative AI writing. And here's the thing. In the case of most generated writing, it's coming from an LLM, or large language model. What these do isn't actually write, but make their best guess at what word should go next in a sentence. Large language models are basically like a more hardcore version of the predictive text on your phone trying to finish the sentence for you. They're not something that actually thinks or writes for themselves. The reason they sound the way they do is because they've had real human writing fed into them to try and make them sound like real human writers. That includes writers who use M dashes, and that includes amateur writers that might use simple or repetitive sentence construction. We know for a fact that a lot of fanfiction or online fandom content was fed into these things because there are multiple LLMs out there that know what Omegaverse fiction is and the commonly established rules of it. So when I see people regularly jumping the gun to assume something is AI written, forgive me for having a bit of pause about that. Once again,
I understand being skeptical. I don't necessarily trust someone who can self-publish a 300-page book every other week on Amazon. That said, when all the evidence people have that something was written by generative AI or Gen AI assisted in the writing is it feels like an AI wrote it, or AI writes like this, you have to understand when I start to pump the brakes a little. Because let's face it, there are times where it feels like people would much rather say, this was written by AI, instead of, this is poorly written, or I don't like this writing. If you are a fan of something, you don't want it to be poor quality, so it can feel a little better to blame AI than admit the people behind the project might be mishandling the writing. There have been multiple instances of people saying a movie feels like it was written by AI when it very much had human writers behind it. Blaming AI has become a shorthand for saying something is low quality in some cases. Not every case, obviously, but I do think people are a bit quick to jump to blaming AI. I have seen people clowning on a few lines, and I get it, some of them are badly written, but at least to me, nothing in the writing makes me really squint at it, at least not so far. By far, the line I see getting clowned on the most is, we know this isn't easy, but hard things never are. While I agree this is clunky, I don't think it's as stupid as some people are making it out to be. It's a character acknowledging that Bloom is facing a challenge with, I know this isn't easy, and then reassuring her these challenges are natural with the fact that hard things never are. I think it's mostly that hard things never are feels like a childish way to put it. It's awkward, and that's about it. Come on, it's a perfect combination of nature and diamonds. Oh, but you say Rainbow had job listings for prompt generators. Yeah, they had job listings. We have no way of knowing if they actually hired someone to do that job. Companies do sometimes make job listings that they never intend to fill. They're called ghost listings and are used for a variety of reasons, such as simply collecting resumes for later, or employment market data, or trying to look good to outsiders by making it look like a company is experiencing growth or exploring opportunities in a new area. For a while now, generative AI has been a bit of a bubble in the industry that everyone was trying to jump on, even if it made no sense for their company or product. There are investors who just wanted a foot in the door with AI in the hopes of riding the money train if it went somewhere. A job listing on LinkedIn does not necessarily imply widespread use of generative AI on the show. Am I perhaps being a little too trusting and generous on this? Yeah, maybe, probably. I could be proven wrong in the future, and if evidence comes out, I would be willing to look at it. However, I'm holding back on truly calling this a case of widespread use when we don't have any definitive proof, just a lot of speculation. I am keeping an eye on the situation as it develops, obviously, and I'm trying to be cautious about jumping to conclusions is all. I have seen some things that have definitely made me raise a brow, but I don't feel comfortable professing anything definitive without more definitive proof. Once again, I am very anti-generative AI, let me be clear. You don't have to try and convince me of that. I am already on your side. I just think that people are also overestimating the extent of how much could have feasibly been used in the end product of a production like this, and I'm not personally willing to go full in on thinking so much is generated without more definitive proof. Recently, I've been taking a closer look at the animation I watch and really sitting with it a touch more, and I've gotten reminded of something that we often forget. Animation is a goddamn miracle. There is so much work that goes into getting things to be even in a workable state, and animation is such a tricky and complex beast, especially when you're trying to wrangle the work of so many people, which is why I am perhaps willing to give them a little bit more of a benefit of the doubt, because I would rather get definitively proven wrong later than accuse someone who actually worked hard at this craft of letting a computer do it all for them. Animators are often overworked, underpaid, and underappreciated. We should show them a little more love now and then, because sometimes with a show like this where the creator is such a figurehead, we can act like they somehow single-handedly made every decision and made it all on their own. Or we can refer to a company as a whole and treat those who are doing the actual boots on the ground work as a faceless conglomerate. But let's finally get into looking at that actual promotional material and what I'm seeing in this whole reboot. To be clear though, I am not looking at literally everything since there has been a lot, and I'm not invested in going frame by frame over everything that gets put out. I have seen the transformations, the trailer, and one or two other things, and that's all I'll be speaking based off of. Let's look at the transformations first. Side note, I do think it's very cute that some people are referring to this new base form as Rebootix. So I don't believe I hate Bloom's design as much as some other people, but I definitely agree that it's going a little too ornate for being the first form, even if I can see what they're going for with a bit of the fantasy warrior aesthetic for her. I also like the idea of giving her a ponytail in concept but not execution. The little beaded braids seem unnecessary to me, and while I do really like the wings in isolation, I think they're too ornate for what is meant to be the lowest powered starting point. However, I do very much like the colors that are being used here, and I like the gradient at the top of her boot. The transformation sequence itself, meh. I like the way that they're displaying a clear joy from her at transforming, but there is little focus on the act of transforming itself, the sequence seeming to focus more on her flying through space. The hair changes, and you might not even realize that at first because it happens on a wide shot of her shooting through space. She ends up feeling a little bland in the personality department. There's also, strangely, a lot of butterfly imagery here. I believe they are keeping the whole dragon flame thing, so I would think they would want to look at more draconic imagery instead. That would tie even more into the whole warrior look with the pauldron and everything. For Aisha, I think there is a much better job showing the transformation itself, as while she is swimming, we get the sweeping shot of her inside a swirl of water that pans over the changes as they happen to emphasize them. The water hair flip she does is a nice touch, since what little girl with long hair hasn't tried to do that at least once? However, the surfing clip seems like a waste of time, and I do think the water looks goopy a lot of the time, not really giving much of a sense of being water. I also think that something looks off about this power pose that she's doing at the end. I think it might be that the camera is at a strangely low angle, making her legs look longer. As for the look, I like the outfit itself, even if the lighting and the transformation makes it swap back and forth between being more green and more blue a little bit. I would have preferred to see her in green again, personally. Her wings are also a little too big and ornate for this to be a base form. I find that's mostly a problem with just her in bloom though, as while the wings of others have designed patterns inside, this is offset by a more simplified shape, which we're not getting here. Once again, I love the wings, they just feel out of place as a base. I actually think Stella is pretty cute. Her angular bangs might not have translated very well from the original series, but I think it's a cute detail that she went from loose hair to pigtails and now gets to go from pigtails to loose hair. I actually think that her facial expressions give her a decent amount of personality, and I love seeing the moon represented alongside the sun for her again. However, I think the ending screen is too busy and she gets a little lost in it. I love the sunset gradient on her boots, and even if I do think her wings are a little over-designed, I do like the concept of giving her wings that look like stained glass. Adding pink in there even works for her because it goes very naturally with the orange. Musa's is likely my least favorite. There's just a lot that happens here that doesn't feel like it has any sort of purpose to it. Seeing her dance is cute, but it feels like it's there just to fill time. Similarly, the part with her nodding in her headphones doesn't feel like it adds anything to the transformation. The actual transforming parts happen very fast as well, not letting us take them in. Not to mention she has some of the busiest backgrounds of everyone, feeling like someone went wild with the gradients and spawning music notes. I hate the stupid little pigtail braids. I think a plain low pigtail could have been really cute on her, but I'm willing to bet they did them as braids to avoid comparison to Miraculous. Love the boots, but the dress just feels a little too athleisure to me. The wings also feel tiny compared to some of the other girls, which is odd because they're bigger in a lot of the promo images, but they're smaller in the transformation itself for some reason. With Tecna, I like the vibe where it feels like she's moving between panels in a space station to program her transformation before it really starts. I like the little flick to cause this diode thing to appear on the side of her head, but I hate the grabbing of the camera, and the strange shot of her eye isn't really needed. And the shots in the latter half feel pretty disconnected and without continuity, making it feel like things get a little lost. Love the wings, love what it does to her hair, but the outfit itself, yuck. This is something I would love to see her wear as a casual outfit, but it feels too much like workout clothes to suit being her fairy form. I really like what they've done with Flora, and her design falls most in line with the earlier sensibilities of the series. The layers on her skirt to give a more petal-like look is really cute. I don't personally care for the fluff around the ankles of her boots, and I don't really care for the flowers on her head, but overall I think she looks adorable. If I had any real complaint, I think that her braid is a touch too skinny and could have used a bit more volume, but that's just me. I know it tracks with how much hair she has now, but this is magic. You can give her a little more. I also think she might have needed some kind of an accent color because this is a bit overwhelmingly pink. She also seems to have gotten hit a little with the wing and shrinkening like Musa did. For the sequence, I love her emerging from the flower, very Thumbelina. I love the way that the wind just picks her up and carries her away. Flora is a nature fairy, but that has always been something that focused a solid 95% of the time on flowers and plants.
I'd like to maybe see a consideration that weather is part of nature too, but even if that's not a direction they go in, this is still a nice piece of visual flair. Acrobatics are new for her, but they're not a bad thing, and I like how forward and active it makes her. So overall, I think the transformations are mostly fine and are better than some of the others that I have seen recently, but I do have some small concerns on a general level. Each of them has a lot of parts where it feels like the transformation is just trying to waste time or shots that feel like time fillers. For example, Musa's moonwalk or Aisa's surfing and Tekna's eye thing. Now, that likely won't be a problem in the show itself because I would expect outside of the first time or two, we are rarely going to see each of these sequences play out in full. These are usually longer than they need to be, so they can be expanded or shortened to fit the needs of an episode runtime. These won't play back to back, but will be intercut with each other, so we won't see every moment of every transformation every time. Some Magical Girl shows do a split screen to show all of everyone for some or part of a transformation, but that's not really usually the Winx style, so I wouldn't expect to see that here. However, that intercutting does worry me a little since I don't think these will play the smoothest together. Every one of the transformations is very personalized and they all have very distinct settings that they take place in, so I worry that it'll end up feeling jarring when they are cut together. 1 second we're at the beach, then we're in space, then we're on a dance floor. See how that can be a touch disorienting? This wasn't as much of a problem before because everything kind of took place in a sort of void, but Musa already has a background she nearly gets lost in. Will we have time to adjust when we cut to and away from that quickly? I can see how they want to make these impressive and visually appealing since they're going to be one of the biggest points of online marketing for the series, but they might end up actually looking their best in those compilations. I'm also not a fan of how everyone has to have a moment where their face is all up in the camera. Many times it just feels awkward and slams on the brakes to kill any momentum that the transformation had up to that point. I also just don't like them staring into my soul from inside the show. Moving into the trailer, I'm just going to rapid fire a whole bunch of bullet pointed thoughts at you if that's cool. I am not sure if I love or hate the fact that the season is continuing the tradition of me being utterly put off by Mike's design. The trailer dialogue feels strangely cut together, like the audio playing isn't actually the audio for the scenes that I am seeing, since there seems to be mild alterations in timing between the animation and the audio. I think this is what is contributing to me not being entirely sold on the voice work yet. I have seen some people say they miss Pink Althea. While I get that, I like that it's not so bubblegum and looks more like a real place. Similarly, I think the forced proximity between fairies and witches at the same school is something that opens up a lot more avenues for conflict and more natural space for the Trix and Winx to run into each other. In fact, it seems like they're focusing somewhat in on the whole Icy and Bloom connection. Unclear if they'll actually try to parallel them or if they'll have a new background for Icy, but if the season climaxes with the fight between them again, the two getting more face time together can only help. I like that it seems like we're getting a girl specialist, so I have hopes that we might see male fairies and witches. There's no need for the gender boxes the original seasons had. Speaking of which, the boys do indeed look terrible. There's no excuse for that. There's a new villain who looks halfway between Black Circle and Valtor design-wise, but comes off weaker in design for it. So this isn't a strict retread of Season 1. While I had hoped to see the Trix be villains in their own right for once, it could really depend on how they have this play out as to if that'll work or not. Like I mentioned before, the animation is a little rough in some spots, seeming to lack shadows like it's unfinished, and the mesh texture of Bloom's top was clearly a bad idea if it's practically breaking over her shoulder in one of the first shots of the trailer. That said, I do think there are some shots that also look pretty great, and I think some of the complaints about how it looks are a little overblown and might be motivated by it being 3D at all in the first place. I expect the series will be inconsistent, and it looks like their compositing definitely needs work, but hopefully the staff knows just what scenes deserve that extra polish to look their best. I have seen some people lament that the fashion isn't as good as before, but I don't entirely see it. I think most of their civilian outfits look fine, and each has clearly had them tailored to their sense of style, which is certainly an improvement over the era where they dressed the same. They might not be the trendiest thing in the world, but we're currently in an era where fashion trends are moving much faster, and there is a new micro-trend every month, making the hottest fashion of the day something that is hard to keep up with as animation takes time. It makes complete sense for me that they would go with something that is modern but reaches for a slightly more timeless feel. And lastly, I don't care for still referring to the girls as a club. This is just your friend group, not a club, and it certainly doesn't need a in-universe logo. So I have to admit that I'm a little hopeful for how this might shake out. I'm not holding a ton of hope, but I think going back to their roots and attacking them from a new angle will be good for the team behind this. I'm not without my reservations, God am I not, but I do think the complaints are getting a little wild, to the point where it seems like some people have already made up their mind about the season and are looking for reasons to continue feeling that way about it. I am going to do my best to have an open mind about the whole thing. Like I said, the show that came before is not a sacred text to me, so I'm not mad about them making changes unless they were to do something completely off the rails that makes no sense. If Flora's a little more active and acrobatic and not such a pacifist pushover, great, let's try it out and see where it takes us. If we are not willing to let go of these characters and do a branch timeline with a completely different set of characters, let's do a new spin on that same core. Yes, I know, I have been yapping for quite a while, but I promise that I am nearly done. Let me just try and wrap up my feelings about this whole thing, okay? So, as someone who didn't grow up with this series, ultimately my takeaway is that at its best, Winx is just okay. I didn't have my life changed by this or anything like that, but I also think it's plenty solid entertainment for kids, and I can definitely understand why people absolutely fell in love with it. The series has a lot of charm to it in the early seasons that I didn't quite appreciate fully until I was past them and got to marinate with them a little, which is perhaps the only downside to me writing about my thoughts basically immediately after finishing each of those seasons. When I was going back as I wrapped up this project and looking for images or clips that I wanted to use in order to illustrate the points I was going to make over the course of the video, there was a strange sense of fondness that washed over me while I was picking through and looking at content related to the early seasons. It was strange, but there was a sense of nostalgia for seasons I had only watched a handful of months ago. And sure, maybe that is just the low quality of some of the later seasons making me look back at the older ones more favorably in hindsight, but like I said, even when I had my problems with the early portions of the series, I was still having a decently good time and did find the original series to be downright charming. I think it says something that I can distinctly remember many of the early episodes quite clearly, even if it had been months since I actually watched them. There is an inherent appeal of the series that is definitely part of the reason I think so many connected strongly with it right off the bat. I like the characters, and a lot of time I like the designs. There are points where the series does feel magical, and even when I was being baffled by choices, there were few points where I was slumped in my chair outright bored. I have a lot of problems with the series, but I was always a little delighted that my problems weren't the same all the way through. Sure, some patterns repeated, but on each new era of the series it had something new to throw at me. Any problems I had with the series were things that, at first, I believed were mostly fixable and weren't enough to dull what brighter qualities the series did have, even if I admit I could have standed to talk about those qualities a little more early on. Winx is fine as a kid's show, but I'm a believer that we should expect more out of entertainment for kids than the minimum that is often considered to be acceptable for them. That's not to say Winx is bad, but I was aware as I was watching the places it certainly could have improved, and that was perhaps a little more interesting for me to write about at times. Then again, I'm sure there are plenty of places you could go to listen to people absolutely gush over this series. This is a pretty good show, all things considered, but I do think that some of the fans, at times, over-exaggerate the quality of the early seasons. Yes, they are far, far better than what came later on, but that doesn't mean that they're a masterpiece. And I think it has also left some of the fans who are waiting for the reboot over-critical of the new things they're seeing, just because nothing can live up to the memory that they have of the early seasons. I don't see myself rewatching the series again anytime soon, or even whole seasons, but there's an episode or two I would be willing to rewatch or let run in the background while I'm doing something else. What I think interests me more, though, is the way that there is such a devoted fan culture around this series even all these years later, and even years after it was in decline. I was delighted that I could find fairly recent posts about the early season timeline issues, or the way that people were looking to theorize, speculate, and expand on what the series offered them. Honestly, I think the fact that the series is flawed is something that might have been a boon to it in the long run. I saw someone theorize once that sometimes flawed pieces of media develop the most devoted collection of fan work creators because of those flaws. That when a piece of media is enjoyable but still has gaps and holes in it, it drives people to be creative to try and fill in those holes with headcanon or writing or art. That it makes you want to be in conversation with the work, and the handful of times I did peek around the door into Winx fandom spaces, that's something I saw. I saw people make their own fairy sonas, speculate on what could have happened in alternate timelines, come up with piles upon piles of theory and headcanon to try and explain little details that didn't make sense to them initially. I saw people have a lot of fun redesigning fairy forms and storylines to go with them,
Just the other night, I stumbled upon a video compilation of animation errors grouped by type of error. I completely understand then why some might get defensive over the series, why they might react poorly to changes coming to something they've sat with and put so much love and energy into, why people might be afraid that this could really be the end of things. But from what I've seen, I get the impression that even if the new reboot crashes and burns entirely, the fans will still be okay. Because they've kept the lighthouse lit for years, through bad seasons and through content droughts. You guys are going to be okay. Well, that was a lot. If you made it here to the end, you have my eternal gratitude. I'm not kidding. I started this project in early November of 2024, and I wrote the last portion of the script in mid-August 2025. This was a massive undertaking, and the most that I have ever tried to tackle all at once. So if you made it this far and are not subscribed to me, please reconsider. However, just comments and likes and all that stupid YouTube stuff is also super appreciated. Please give me that boost. It is my biggest fear that I'll spend nearly a year on this video only for it to completely flop. If you want to support me more directly, I do have a Patreon, but as always, do not feel obligated. I've been Mel, and thank you so much for letting me give you one hell of an info dump.